Chapter 1. Fate Part 1. If one lacks dreams, what difference is there from salted fish, Dad? Lu Dongdong opened his eyes, and a football suspended in a net immediately captured his attention. The striking contrast of its black and white leather momentarily entranced him. Outside, a fine drizzle fell, and his fellow workers, like him, either buried themselves in their blankets, lost in slumber, or lay in bed, engrossed in their phones. The cramped, damp space was permeated with the distinctive scent of rust that lingered in the container. Dongdong, you're awake. A man lifted the fabric curtain and swiftly approached Lu Dongdong's bedside. With short, fierce brows and a robust, imposing figure, his rugged face was adorned with a sycophantic smile. Dongdong, this is the bone soup your aunt just cooked this morning. When you visit your dad at the hospital later, take it along to nourish him. As he spoke, he raised a thermos before Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong blinked, momentarily at a loss for words. Haha, Uncle Zhang has some matters to attend to, so I must leave. Please convey my regards to your father. The man observed the situation, fabricated an excuse, and hurried away as abruptly as he had arrived. Lu Dongdong sat up, gazing vacantly at the gleaming stainless steel thermos on his bed. Suddenly, an arm draped over his shoulder. Can't make sense of it, can you? Wang Fatty, a fellow villager, flashed a grin revealing yellowed teeth and plopped down beside Lu Dongdong. H country is renowned for its financial oligarchs. Your father saved Miss Zhang Yun's life a few days ago. With this connection, your father, Zhang Dashan, a mere contractor, dares not show you any disdain. Bringing you soup is clearly an attempt to ingratiate himself. T17. Lu Dongdong grasped only fragments of this explanation, merely responding with an "oh." Enough pondering. Your father has turned misfortune into fortune. Given today's weather, work is likely canceled. While the soup is still warm, you should hurry and deliver it. China, Xiangbei City. Brilliant sunlight filtered through the dense foliage, casting patterns on the ground, while the air was filled with the cheerful chirping of birds. Let's take a moment to rest and enjoy a cup of tea to warm your stomach. Wang Zia carried a freshly brewed cup of ginger tea, gently pushing open the door and tiptoeing behind her husband. Upon seeing the contents of the envelope, her smile vanished in an instant. Tea has been so long, can you not let go of the past? Confronted by his wife's inquiry, Qian Feng tightened his grip on the pen in his hand, bowing his head in silence. Darling, stop overthinking. You have done all that you could. Can we not turn the page on this matter completely? I have repeatedly tried to convince myself that it is over, but do you know what Dongdong is doing now? He spends every day on the construction site, moving bricks and cement, engaged in various menial tasks. Yet he could have become a professional football player. All of this is because of me. Qian Feng slammed his fist onto the table, his face a picture of fervor. All of this is because of you? Qian Feng, do you hold yourself in too high regard? Wang Zuya crossed her arms, a cold laugh escaping her lips. You are merely a minor coach in the Chinese Football League. Can you possibly defy the orders of your club manager? Or do you possess the means to procure an investment of 30 million? Chapter 2. Destiny Part 2. Qian Feng's complexion shifted from green to pale as he stubbornly replied, but that if I had insisted back then, perhaps Dongdong would still have had a chance. What chance does he have? Your club, plagued by poor management in recent years, has dismissed numerous staff members, and even the star player has resorted to unfurling banners to demand his salary. Now, a wealthy investor has finally arrived, willing to inject millions to rebuild the team, and his only stipulation is that his son takes the place of a player in next year's League 2. That any rational person would not refuse such a demand. But Dongdong has trained under my guidance for over a decade. To see his efforts go to waste is truly lamentable. Darling, I empathize with your sorrow, yet you yourself acknowledge that compared to Bin, Dongdong's talent is rather mediocre. He might have followed your expectations and blossomed into a professional footballer, but are there not countless professional footballers across the nation? Furthermore, consider your teammates who among them has not undergone systematic football training since childhood. Many have retired due to injuries and, lacking a specialized skill, now live in dire straits. Perhaps Dongdong's unexpected departure from football could present him with a new opportunity. Without allowing Qian Feng a chance to counter, Wang Zuya interjected, the circumstances are set. Dongdong's replacement is a foregone conclusion, and the club has fully refunded the 180,000 sponsorship fee he contributed. I recall their family is not in a favorable financial situation. Even if you could somehow reinstate him in football, can you be absolutely certain he would become a professional player, making to the China League 1 or the Super League? What if he fails? Qian Feng's lips moved a few times before he hung his head in despair. Darling, I understand your passion for football and your desire to alter the state of Chinese football with your own efforts. But have you considered what consequences might arise if the letter you wrote were to reach the Chinese Football Association? Wang Yaji placed her hands on Qianfeng's shoulders, speaking earnestly. Mimi is set to take her college entrance examination next year, and the expenses for 4 years of university are no trifling matter. If you were to become unemployed, our lives. At this point, she pressed her lips together tightly and embraced Qianfeng from behind. A wise woman knows when to tread lightly. Indeed, Cochin, the individual possesses a handwritten letter from Miss Zhang Yula. To simply allow him to depart would likely be ill-advised. Our club's annual expenditures are entirely sponsored by GL Corporation, and I have heard that Miss Zhang Yuna has formally assumed a leadership role within the group, coincidentally overseeing our operations. The assistant whispered quietly, while Cochin gazed down at the trial players, whose performance was lamentably subpar, and pressed his forehead in exasperation. The peculiar political landscape of Country H has nurtured a powerful conglomerate, to the extent that even the president of Country H must choose between subservience or compromise. GL Group stands as a top-tier conglomerate, comparable to Samsung. If he can lead the team to victory in both the League and the AFC Champions League this year. With the backing of GL Corporation, he might even have the opportunity to coach the South Korean national team next year, an honor coveted by countless individuals. Offending Miss Zhang Yuna over a trivial player would be wholly unwise. However, retaining such an individual on the team would only hinder progress. It would be far better to relegate him to the youth team. This way, we would neither offend Miss Zhang Yuna nor occupy a valuable player slot that could affect our bench depth, the assistant suddenly proposed. Cochin's eyes lit up as he extended his hand, saying, "Show me his profile." Chapter 6. The unremarkable assistant offered the documents with both hands, presenting them respectfully. 19 years old? Dual nationality of China and Korea? Cochin quickly perused the information, then glanced at the trial player, drenched in sweat on the pitch, and remarked with derision, "So, he was trained under China's youth system from a young age. It's no wonder his skills are lacking. He has yet to participate in a single official Chinese league match. And yet he dares to approach us at Jianbuk Hyundai with nothing more than a recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna. Does he hold himself in such high regard? Or does he believe that, like our team, financial backing or connections grant one the right to intrude? Cochin, are you suggesting that with his current level, relegating him to the youth team would only foster a detrimental atmosphere, leading everyone to believe he gained entry through connections and favoritism? For the healthy development of the youth team, and to honor every player who has poured sweat to earn their place, this precedent must not be set. However, how shall we explain a refusal to Miss Zhang Yuna? The assistant bowed his head, filled with concern. Cochin pondered for a considerable time before responding, "Transfer him. Let him play in the K2 League, under our subsidiary, Hyundai Youth. This lad should possess some self-awareness. Our K-League in the Republic of Korea is not a place where just anyone can participate. But given Coach Choi Sijo's temperament, will he accept him? This lad possesses a recommendation from Miss Zhang Yuna with our club's official letter. They have no grounds for refusal." Cochin smirked, stating, "Moreover, if Coach Choi declines this lad, that will no longer be my concern." Their gazes met, and a knowing smile graced the assistant's face. At that moment, a resounding whistle echoed across the field below, signaling the completion of the technical assessments set forth by the assistant. Wiping the sweat from their brows, the trial players made their way toward the locker room. Lu Dongdong and Lu Gang walked out of the stadium side by side. "Dad, I didn't perform very well today. Will it affect my evaluation results?" Lu Dongdong glanced back at the magnificent modern stadium, his tone laced with anxiety. Having undergone formal football training since childhood, he possessed a certain understanding of the football cultures around the world. He initially believed that the team introduced by Miss Zhang Yuna was merely an ordinary one, only to discover it was none other than Jianbuk Hyundai Motors. This team has claimed the K-League Championship and the League Cup multiple times, and is a regular contender in the AFC Champions League, having even won the championship in 2006 and 2016. Its stature in South Korea is akin to that of Evergrande. It is indeed a formidable powerhouse. Lu Dongong, however, was merely an obscure player in the Chinese second division, having never even stepped onto the field for an official match. It would be a lie to say he wasn't nervous during the recent trial. "Rest assured, my son, didn't their head coach come over personally? He praised you quite highly, which attests to your commendable performance. Let us return home and await good news with peace of mind." Lu Gang heartily patted Lu Dongdong's shoulder, his face beaming with a smile as he shook his head, saying, "Indeed, in Country H, the conglomerates wield tremendous power. In less than 2 days, Miss Zhang Yuna has managed to secure you a national ID. This is advantageous. Having an ID will certainly be more convenient than a visa for your future football endeavors in Korea. Chapter 7. The carp leaps over the Dragon Gate, Dad. They've increased my age by 2 years. Will that pose a problem? What issue could there possibly be? Lu Gang remarked, scanning the towering Lu Dongdong with a playful grin. You've always been taller and more robust than your peers. No one will doubt your true age. Besides, it's an increase, not a decrease. Domestic players often lower their ages by 6 or 7 years for better prospects. If you succeed, people will only commend you, not scorn you. Now, let us celebrate your successful trial with a sumptuous feast. Modern youth? K2 League? Indeed, that's quite impressive, Brother Dong. You see, the K-League corresponds to the Chinese Super League, so the K2 naturally aligns with the China League 1. You've practically leaped over the Dragon Gate. Meanwhile, I'm still muddling through the China League 2. It's quite embarrassing for me. Enough of that. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Holding his phone, Lu Dongdong chuckled for a moment before seriously inquiring, Bin, how skilled is that lad replacing me? Humph, that fellow is all about flashy tricks. Like bicycle kicks and Marseille roulettes, but he can't even juggle the ball properly. He merely deceives the untrained eye. Old Qian is clearly unimpressed, always wearing a stern expression. Rest assured, Brother Dong, I will reclaim your honor during training and make him unrecognizable. Bin, please refrain from such actions. I was merely curious, without any ulterior motives. That chapter has closed. You should focus on your own game. Very well, I will heed your advice. A frustrated sigh emanated from the other end of the line. All right, let us end our conversation here. I still have work to attend to. Work? What kind of work? I'm currently only in a trial period. Whether I officially join the team depends on the evaluation at the end of the month. Moreover, as far as I know, the salaries in the K2 League are not particularly high. I'll be working at the construction site in the evenings to help my father with household expenses. Lu Dongdong said, rubbing his nose and laughing heartily. Brother Dong, let's not waste words. Take good care of yourself, and let us both strive together and reunite at Hongda. Absolutely, we shall reunite at Hongda. Lu Dongdong emerged from the container dormitory adorned with a yellow safety helmet. Before him lay a construction site ablaze with light, where industrious workers traversed back and forth, the air resonating with the deafening roar of machinery. With practiced ease, he maneuvered a handcart, commencing the unloading of bricks. It wasn't long before he was drenched in sweat, his entire being soaked through. That little rascal, remarked Wang Pongzi, his face adorned with stubble, as he approached and plopped down onto a towering pile of bricks. Casting a furtive glance around and finding no supervisor in sight, he discreetly ignited a cigarette and took a drag. Lu Dongdong broke into a foolish grin, wiping the sweat from his forehead. As he set down the bricks and turned back, Xiaodong, give it your all and show those Koreans the strength of the Chinese. Wang the Fat One exhaled a puff of smoke, raising his arm in a fist, and declared loudly, on the day you officially step into the arena, I will definitely bring your father and all our fellow workers to the scene to cheer you on. Chapter 8. The stern coach Lu Dongdong remained silent, merely lifting his youthful face, glistening with perspiration, and nodded earnestly. Wang Fatty, stop being lazy and come help me with the line, shouted a co-worker leaning out from the third floor, casually tossing a hefty bundle of black wire with a plug board attached. You rascal, are you trying to prevent me from enjoying a proper smoke? Wang Fatty grumbled as he took a couple of deep puffs from his tobacco, cursing under his breath. He rose slowly, but Lu Dongdong dashed past him, exclaiming, Uncle Wang, please sit and rest. I can handle this. Heh, you little rascal. It seems my kindness towards you has not been in vain, Wang Fatty replied, a hint of satisfaction spreading across his face as he propped up his legs. Savoring his cigarette with delight, Lu Dongdong dashed to the base of a newly constructed building, receiving the plug board that was slowly lowered from above. He picked up the power socket reserved on the ground and plugged it in directly. A burst of blue-green sparks erupted from the socket. Initially, he paid it no mind. But as his arm began to tingle, he realized something was amiss. Before he could react, his eyes rolled back, and he lost consciousness. To the onlookers, including Wang Pongzi, Lu Dongdong's handheld plug board suddenly erupted with a flurry of sparks, emitting clouds of black smoke. His entire body trembled violently before he collapsed backward onto the ground. Alarmed shouts rang out from the workers above. Someone has been electrocuted. Witnessing the accident unfold, Wang Pongzi did not even have time to discard his cigarette, but, hurriedly rushing forward, surrounding workers, hearing the cries, immediately surged in from all directions. In the distance, another building where Lu Gang was cutting steel pipes. He heard the commotion and sprang to his feet, noticing the crowd rapidly converging towards the southwestern corner of his site. He instantly recognized it was the location where his son worked. A sense of foreboding gripped his heart. Chapter 4. The Green Soccer Field Modern Youth Soccer Arena. Head coach's office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed as a tall man clad in black sportswear entered the room, a conspicuous green whistle hanging from his neck. Coach Chui, you called for me? The man stood with his hands behind his back, chest out. His jaw and cheeks adorned with a thick stubble, his features rugged and deep, exuding a potent masculine charm. Sitting behind the desk, Chui Shimin lifted his head and observed the man quietly for a moment before tossing a document onto the table, his tone icy as he inquired, "What is the situation with this trial player, Lu Donggong? Given his skill level, how did he manage to join our team?" At 62 years old, Chui Shimin had once coached the South Korean youth team with remarkable success. Known for his integrity and strictness in the realm of South Korean soccer coaching, he tolerated no mediocrity. Recently, in preparation for the upcoming professional league season, he had been diligently collaborating with the club's technical department to identify players suitable for the team's tactical style, striving to bolster the squad's strength and lay a solid foundation for championship aspirations. However, just one day after his return, he heard whispers from his assistant about a player who had secured a position on the team through connections. Such behavior was utterly intolerable to him. Chapter 9. Awakening of the System, Part 1. Coach Choi Hyunbin, do you have anything to say to me? Chui Shimin, arms crossed and expressionless, gazed at the man who had remained silent. Yes, I orchestrated everything regarding him. However, this situation is rather exceptional. He was directly recommended by Coach and from Jianbuk Hyundai, along with a personal letter of endorsement from Miss Zhang Yuna. Chui Shimin remarked, another individual who relies on connections. Chui Shimin's face betrayed a knowing smirk as he responded, regardless of who he is or what background he possesses, in my team, it is genuine skill that determines one's standing. Inform him immediately that he is no longer welcome in my team. Coach Chui, that's unacceptable. What did you say? Chui Shimin hesitated for a moment, gritting his teeth as he said, Coach Chui, you are more aware than I of Miss Zhang Yuna's status. If we proceed this way, we will undoubtedly offend her. Moreover, to my knowledge, this player was initially directed to Kwanbei Modern, yet Coach and Shoujo promptly transferred him to us, clearly wishing to avoid crossing Miss Zhang Yuna and passing this hot potato into our hands. If we act in this manner, we will be playing right into his hands. And what of it? Are we to retain a player of such mediocre skill? Chui Shimin retorted. Youth football represents the future of a nation. To replace a diligent player simply because the other party wields power is the epitome of injustice. Some may choose to compromise, but in my team, Chui Shimin, such occurrences are absolutely intolerable. Pausing, he locked eyes with Chui Shimin, his tone unyielding. Even if Miss Zhang Yuna were to blame me for this, I am willing to shoulder the consequences. Coach Chui Shimin faltered. For he had been by Chui Shimin's side for many years and understood his character better than anyone. He realized that no amount of further dialogue would sway his decision. Make the call. At once. Understood. Chui Shimin retrieved his phone and dialed the number, his mind racing to find the most tactful way to convey the message. In the next moment, the call connected, but as he opened his mouth, his expression shifted abruptly. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he hung up the phone. Looking towards Chui Shimin, who sat in his office chair, he spoke with a peculiar expression. It was his family who answered the call. They said he accidentally suffered an electric shock last night and is currently in the hospital, fighting for his life. He may not be able to come to the base for some time. Zhangong Hospital in Jeollabuk-do. Lu Gang and Wang Pengzi stood in the hospital corridor, engaged in continuous conversation with a bespectacled doctor. Behind them, the patient room was shrouded in darkness, as heavy curtains had been drawn closed. Lu Donggong lay motionless upon the bed, his fingers entangled with various specialized medical examination devices. Beside him, on the bedside cabinet, a cardiac monitor displayed undulating lines, incessantly flashing a myriad of values. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through Lu Donggong's fingers. The data on the cardiac monitor, previously steady, began to fluctuate violently, flashing incessantly and emitting a series of alarming beeps. Where am I? Lu Donggong abruptly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in a pitch-black void. Chapter 10. The Awakening of the System, Part 2. He glanced around, unable to perceive anything, as if he had become utterly lost in the depths of darkness. At that moment, a chilling voice echoed in his ears. Welcome to the Greenfield Football Stadium. The Greenfield Football Stadium, What manner of place is this? Lu Dongdong turned his head, striving to locate the source of the sound. This is a place where you can realize your dreams. Dreams? Bang, bang, bang. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow, suddenly catching sight of a dazzling light ahead. Almost immediately, radiant beams illuminated the surroundings from both sides and behind him. These were the brilliant floodlights. The intensity of the light caused him to squint slightly. Yet as he acclimated to the brightness, his expression shifted dramatically. He realized he was situated within a colossal cylindrical structure, where tiered seating cascaded downwards from all directions. Beneath his feet lay a vast expanse of lush green grass. The scene before him was astonishingly familiar. He had long envisioned, through sheer determination, standing in this very place to play football. This was an immense stadium, capable of accommodating nearly 100,000 spectators. Although he had never visited the Bernabéu, he firmly believed that this arena could rival its grandeur. "Who are you, and why am I here?" Lu Dongdong exclaimed, his voice tinged with uncontainable excitement. "You need not concern yourself with my identity. What truly matters is whether you wish to become the master of this stadium. If you choose yes, I shall guide you on a journey of growth, leading you to become a legend in the annals of football history. Will you embrace the chance to become a legend?" "Legend? I?" Lu Dongdong's mouth hung open in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he clenched his teeth and declared, "I am willing. I am willing." Thus, he was beckoned to ascend to his rightful throne and embark on his verdant legend. A cylindrical beam of light suddenly illuminated Lu Dongdong, and before him, at the very heart of the arena, a podium in the shape of the number 3 materialized. A dazzling brilliance concentrated upon the apex of the central structure. Chapter 5. Becoming an exceptional defender, Lu Dongdong stood there in a daze. As if compelled by some unseen force, he took a step forward, then another, ascending the steps of the podium until he reached the pinnacle at its center. The two most radiant beams of light converged upon him, enveloping him in their brilliance, rendering everything else momentarily devoid of luster. The green canopy legend system was officially activated. Loading. 20, 60, 90. Initiating. The sky erupted in a cascade of dazzling fireworks. The red and green hues reflected upon Lu Dongdong's face as he lifted his gaze, entranced by the resplendent night sky and the mysterious voice that had just resonated in his ears, leaving him utterly bewildered. There is no need to doubt what you see and hear. It is all unfolding in reality. I am here because I have sensed your profound yearning within. I shall assist you in becoming the premier star of the globe, a legend of your generation. The cold voice interrupted Lu Dongdong's impending inquiries, shifting its tone to declare, "In this green field." Chapter 11. Becoming a legend. Here, I will guide you through the world's finest training, teaching you to confront the myriad challenges and opponents on the field. I will gradually unveil the details in due course. Now, let us discover the unique attributes that will mark you as a legendary superstar. As the words settled, an exquisite glow emanated from Lu Dongdong, visibly radiating from his chest and spreading to his arms and legs at a remarkable pace. He raised his glowing hand, feeling a warm current coursing through his body, enveloping him in unparalleled comfort. In the next moment, a ripple appeared before him. The water's surface quivered slightly, gradually revealing a virtual figure, identical in stature and appearance to Lu Dongdong himself, vivid and lifelike, as if sculpted from a single mold. "This is..." Lu Dongdong's eyes widened in curiosity as he inquired. "Do not ask why, simply observe closely." "All right." Suddenly, around the phantom, a gentle ripple emerged, slowly displaying rows of elongated bars, all identical in length, yet varying in the white area within. From the first row to the last, they bore seemingly random numbers such as 58, 68, and 48. At the forefront of each row, several shimmering golden words were inscribed, including speed, stamina, agility, strength, explosiveness. Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow and meticulously scanned the surroundings, a vague notion stirring within him. Indeed, what you perceive is precisely a comprehensive assessment of your physical attributes. It offers a detailed analysis of your various metrics. Our purpose in providing this analysis is to help you gain a clear understanding of your strengths and weaknesses. To aspire to be a professional athlete, one must possess a lucid awareness of both advantages and shortcomings, enabling the enhancement of strengths while compensating for weaknesses. As you can see, your current metrics are rather ordinary, even slightly disappointing. However, your desire to attack is commendably robust, scoring a 68. So what does that imply? Lu Dongdong inquired hastily. Although the revelations before him were somewhat difficult to digest, he felt they resonated profoundly with his physical condition, particularly in terms of speed, reflexes, and physique. They mirrored the frequent advice of his former coach. Thus, as a professional football coach, I would recommend your position to be in the forward line or as a striker. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, responding, but throughout my life, my coaches have always assigned me to the defensive position due to my height. Is your height truly sufficient? A voice scoffed. Your coach is rather misguided. Positions on the football field are not dictated by height. What matters is the unique characteristics of each player. Only when one occupies the most suitable position can one unleash their fullest potential. However, I have always played in a different role. And now to suddenly switch to a forward or striker position seems utterly impossible, Lu Dongdong lamented. A professional football player, from a young age, typically undergoes specialized training for a fixed position, with offensive, defensive, and positional movements becoming second nature. Chapter 12. The Weakling: A Sudden Shift. Akin to a collision of celestial bodies, can yield unimaginable consequences. Of course, this does not apply to versatile players. I am well aware of this. Hence, I do not expect an immediate transformation from you. Moreover, as a professional football player, the fundamental ability lies in adhering to the tactical arrangements set by the coach. Since you are currently positioned as a defender, let us first focus on cultivating you into an exceptional football defender. All right, Lu Dongdong nodded gently. As a top-tier defender in the world, what do you believe is most essential? Physicality and awareness, Lu Dongdong exclaimed, contemplating for a few seconds before adding, speed. Particularly in turning, and above all, the synergy with teammates and the degree of mutual understanding. Is that so? The voice chuckled mysteriously. Is it not? Did I err? Lu Dongdong said cautiously. No, you have not erred. It is merely that you may be overthinking it. Among the various qualities you mentioned, if a defender possesses even one of them, they can ascend to the ranks of the world's elite. What I wish to convey is that before you attain the status of a top-tier global player, refrain from lofty aspirations and coveting too much. Instead, focus on grounding yourself and advancing step by step. Do you understand? I understand. Look, your current physical statistics, as you just mentioned, all maintain a score of 4,055, particularly your physical confrontation ability, which stands at a mere 48. As a defender, this is unequivocally inadequate. However, rest assured, under my training, you will surmount these challenges and rise to legendary heights. Really, Lu Dongdong lifted his head, his gaze radiating a fervent brilliance. Dongdong, you are awake. Lu Dongdong gradually opened his eyes, only to be startled by the sight of his father, Lu Gang, and Uncle Wang, whose faces loomed before him. He scanned his surroundings, his expression bewildered, and stammered, "What are you doing here? Where am I?" "You are in the hospital," Lu Gang replied with concern. "You accidentally received an electric shock while working, but fortunately, Uncle Wang rushed you here immediately. You have been in a coma for a full 3 days. Are you feeling all right now?" "I'm fine, Dad. I'm all right." Lu Dongdong gently shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression changed dramatically. He exclaimed, "You said I've been in a coma for 3 days. What about the team?" Chapter 6. The Korean Nurse. Hyuna, don't worry. I already called your assistant coach and requested a leave of absence. They are very understanding and said you can participate in training once you have fully recovered. That's good. That's good. Lu Dongdong sighed in relief and lay back down on the bed. Beside him, Uncle Wang, perceptive to his needs, adjusted the pillow to provide Lu Dongdong with greater comfort. Lu Dongdong expressed his gratitude to Wang Pengzi several times, then, in a hushed tone, remarked, "Dad, I have genuinely been lying in the hospital for the past 3 days. I haven't gone anywhere." Lu Gang had yet to utter a word when Wang Pengzi, with a grin revealing his yellowed teeth, placed his hand upon Lu Dongdong's forehead and feigned astonishment, exclaiming, "Xiaodong, surely your head has been singed to a crisp by 220 volts of alternating current, has it?" Chapter 13. The Nurse After Your Electric Shock. You were rushed to the hospital for emergency treatment. Where else could you possibly be but lying in a hospital bed? Off to the football field, perhaps? Lu Gang chuckled lightly, pouring a glass of water and offering it to Lu Dongdong. "Dongzi, you have no idea. The day you were admitted, you were in perfectly good health. The doctor even asserted that there was nothing amiss. However, by the afternoon of the following day, for reasons unknown, the monitor tracking your heartbeat and pulse began to flicker incessantly, emitting a continuous stream of alarming beeps that startled both us and the medical staff." "And then?" Lu Dongdong inquired eagerly. Then they took you to the emergency room. What else could be done? Wang Pengzi replied. You little rascal, do you have any idea? Your father was in tears. He was so concerned about your mother that he didn't dare to call home. Truly, it was divine intervention this time. Dongzi. Uncle Wang advises you. Next time you encounter dangerous tasks on the construction site, such as handling live wires, you must refrain from assisting. Understood, Lu Dongdong nodded earnestly. Exchanging a glance with his father, Lu Gang, who visibly felt the moisture welling in his eyes. It was evident that this incident had indeed instilled a profound fear in his otherwise fearless father. Ah, Lao Wang, Lu Gang sighed, let bygones be bygones. As long as Dongzi is unharmed, that is all that matters. Lu Gang turned his head slightly, wiping the corner of his eye, and spoke with a hint of sob in his voice. Dongzi, please give your mother a call later. She has been trying to reach you for the past few days. And I have told her that you were already asleep. That woman tends to be overly suspicious. She is likely becoming anxious. Just call her quickly and reassure her that you are safe. All right, Dad. Lu Dongdong's face revealed a hint of a smile as he concluded the call with Lu Gang. Dialing the number with a sense of anticipation. In the stillness of the night, the vast hospital room was empty, leaving only Lu Dongdong alone. He lay quietly on the bed, gazing through the glass window at the starry sky and the vibrant neon cityscape outside. Was it all merely a dream? Yet, why did it feel so tangible? Could it be the electric shock that had impaired my neural pathways? He tossed and turned, unable to find sleep. After what felt like 3 days of slumber, his mind was now wide awake, devoid of any drowsiness. Suddenly, footsteps approached, and a nurse entered, pushing open the door with a stainless steel tray in hand. It's time for your medication, sir, the beautiful nurse announced in crisp Korean. All right, Lu Dongdong replied hastily, rising to receive the pills from her. He tilted his head back and swallowed them in one swift motion, perhaps amused by Lu Dongdong's comical and flustered actions. The lovely nurse stifled a laugh behind her hand. Lu Dongdong scratched the back of his head, chuckling shyly, when he suddenly realized that the nurse before him seemed familiar. Summoning his courage, he struck up a conversation with the beautiful nurse, discovering that she was the very same enchanting woman he had encountered at the consultation desk during his father Lu Gang's previous hospital stay. They exchanged pleasantries and introduced themselves, Lu Dongdong and Hyuna. Are you Chinese? He inquired. Yes, I hail from Shanghai in China, she replied. What brings you to Korea? Hyuna smiled, revealing 2 delicate dimples. I am a football player. I came here to play, Lu Dongdong stated earnestly. Chapter 14. A return. You are a football player? I have a friend who plays football as well. If the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to, she offered. That would be great, Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously. Which football stars do you admire? Which stars? Hyuna tilted her head, lightly tapping her fair cheek with her fingers, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons as she said. I admire Ronaldo, Kak, and Torres. You also like Torres? Lu Dongdong's interest piqued instantly. Are you a fan of his too? Indeed, she responded. When I was younger, I always aspired to be a forward, but as I grew taller, my coach advised me to play as a defender. Nevertheless, if the chance arises, I would love to aspire to be a great forward like Torres. Absolutely, keep striving. The two engaged in an animated conversation for a while longer. But Lu Dongdong felt a tinge of reluctance as Hyun shyly shook her finger and playfully stuck out her tongue. I must take my leave now. I have other wards to attend to. Let us chat again next time. Certainly, he replied with enthusiasm, as Hyuna picked up her tray and approached the door. Just as she pulled it open, Lu Dongdong suddenly called out, Hyuna. Yes? I was wondering, when might I be able to be discharged from the hospital? He hesitated before asking. He had finally secured a trial opportunity in the K2 League, but now, after being struck by an electric shock, he had been confined to the hospital for 3 days and nights, although his father had taken leave. There was no guarantee that the club's coach would view his absence favorably. Reporting to the team promptly was imperative. I'm not entirely sure, but Dr. Lee mentioned today that your condition has improved significantly. You should be able to rest for just a couple more days before you can be discharged, she reassured him. That's good to hear. Thank you. You're welcome. If you need anything, you can press the button beside your bed. With that, Hyun exited the room. Lu Dongdong reclined upon his bed, gazing at the ceiling above. Unbeknownst to him, a wave of weariness washed over him, and he gradually closed his eyes. You have arrived. A voice echoed from the darkness, deep and hoarse, imbued with the unique magnetic allure of masculinity, yet devoid of any trace of emotion, imparting an unmistakable air of remoteness. Where am I? Lu Dongdong looked around in confusion, his hands extended to either side, finding nothing but impenetrable darkness. You were here just yesterday. Surely you haven't forgotten so quickly. I have been here. Could it be that this place is? A series of clicks reverberated in the distance. As lights flickered to life one by one, illuminating the vast, hazy contours of a colossal football field, Lu Dongdong lowered his gaze to the verdant grass beneath his feet. He stood on the lush green field, the very place he had visited the previous day. Chapter 7. Tenfold training intensity. Wasn't I just confined to a hospital bed? I should have been asleep. How did I suddenly arrive here? Lu Dongdong inquired, his expression one of bewilderment. Because this is your dream. You can only come here when you are asleep. Realization dawned upon Lu Dongdong. Ah, now I understand. Now, let us cease the trivialities and return to the matter at hand. Do you remember the footage I showed you yesterday? Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment before gently nodding his head. Chapter 15. Commencement. Now, let us embark on today's lesson. What shall I learn today? How to become an exceptional world-class defender. A figure emerged step by step from the shadows that enveloped the court. Tall and imposing, he donned a sharply tailored suit, complete with a tie, and his polished black shoes gleamed under the dim light, a quintessential image of a professional coach. Yet, his face remained shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to discern his features. Who are you? And how should I address you? Lu Dongdong gazed in astonishment, feeling a palpable aura of authority emanating from the coach that made him slightly uneasy. You may call me Coach G. Of course, this is merely a title without significance. What truly matters is whether you are prepared to embark on this journey. Coach G lifted his head, although his facial features were indiscernible. Lu Dongdong distinctly felt two searing beams of intensity directed at him. I am ready. Lu Dongdong inhaled deeply, clenching his fists resolutely. I initially believed this was merely a dream, yet it turns out to be a reality. Then let us begin earnestly with Coach G's guidance. I shall strive to become a world-class defender. Come here. Coach G beckoned with a wave of his hand. Lu Dongdong immediately ran forward. After watching yesterday's video, what do you believe is essential for becoming an excellent defender, aside from awareness, physique, and speed? It is the relentless pursuit, an unwavering chase. At every moment, one must remain ever vigilant against your adversary. Indeed, your assertion lacks precision. It should be characterized as tireless running. Lu Dongdong echoed this sentiment, his eyes ablaze with fervor. Yes, it is precisely that, tireless running, perpetually focused on your teammates, never yielding. With our objectives now clearly defined, you should already be aware of today's lesson. You are tasked with completing a 30-kilometer weighted run. Coach G gestured with his arm, illuminating a vast, shadowy field where a radiant light continuously flickered, revealing a track encircling the arena. Shall we commence now? Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback. This training method was entirely foreign to him. No. This course is quite straightforward. All you need to do is stretch your legs and shed a little sweat. Furthermore, on this verdant field, you will experience a training intensity tenfold that of the outside world. What does that entail? Lu Dongdong inquired, a look of confusion etched upon his face. It means that running 30 kilometers here is equivalent to 300 kilometers outside. Each time you juggle the ball here counts as 10 times juggling it outside. Do you understand? Understood. Lu Dongdong blinked in disbelief, joy swelling within him, even as a smile broke forth on his face. He was acutely aware of his own abilities. Becoming a professional player in China might be within his reach through diligent effort. However, aspiring to achieve world-class status merely through hard work was insufficient. Moreover, at 17, he had already passed the optimal period for player development, and his playing style was gradually solidifying. Chapter 16. Your opponent. The evolution of one's playing style cannot be altered fundamentally through mere repetitions of training. Now, with the prospect of tenfold training intensity, everything becomes feasible. All right, enough of these musings. Let me teach you something else. Coach G seemed to penetrate Lu Dongdong's innermost thoughts. What is it? Lu Dongdong chuckled sheepishly, scratching his head. Defense. Coach G replied with a mysterious smile, gesturing with his arm. From the sidelines, a figure emerged, clad in a yellow jersey and green shorts. With yellow hair and brown skin, he took a few powerful strides to limber up. Upon receiving a nod from Coach G, he jogged onto the field and approached Lu Dongdong. He is your opponent for today. Do not concern yourself with his name or any of his attributes. Your sole focus must be to intercept the ball at his feet. Do not allow him to breach your defense. In a single stroke, beneath the enigmatic fan's feet, a black and white leather football materialized. With a gentle flick of his foot, the ball adhered effortlessly to his shoe, and with a subtle shake of his calf, it soared into the air. He began to juggle it with an air of nonchalance, regardless of how he moved or whether he employed his shoulder or head. The football behaved like a toy under his command, remaining perpetually within his control. Such a seemingly simple maneuver showcased an extraordinary sense of the game. Lu Dongdong was taken aback, and he immediately discerned that the enigmatic player before him possessed formidable skills. Penalty kicks are a fundamental aspect of training for every football athlete, and most can demonstrate a commendable level of proficiency. However, the mysterious player before him effortlessly executed a variety of techniques that Lu Dongdong knew he could not replicate. Moreover, such finesse was not something that just any footballer could achieve with such ease. Rest assured, today's objective is not to compare your skills with his, but rather to prevent him from breaching your defenses, and it is the simplest form of defense, Coach G remarked, seemingly perceiving Lu Dongdong's inner uncertainties. The simplest defense? What kind of defense? Lu Dongdong blurted out. Close marking, and strive to seize the opportunity to intercept the ball at his feet. Close marking. Let us commence. Do not squander everyone's time. With that, the scene shifted. Lu Dongdong stood at the center of the field alongside the enigmatic player, with a playful smile. The mysterious athlete glanced at Lu Dongdong several times before skillfully controlling the corner kick with his foot. He deftly maneuvered the ball with the inner part of his foot, then swiftly approached Lu Dongdong. Prepare yourself. Remember, if you fail to accomplish your task, you shall face my punishment. Let us begin. Coach G blew the whistle. The mysterious player immediately dribbled the ball, turning his back to Lu Dongdong, closing the distance between them. Yes, this is the essence of defense, close contact. The enigmatic player's body pressed against Lu Dongdong's. Lu Dongdong's expression grew somewhat peculiar, for he was acutely aware that the player before him was entirely virtual. Yet, the corporeal presence pressing against him felt as tangible as that of a real athlete engaged in a contest. It was simply astounding. The enigmatic player continuously nudged against Lu Dongdong's body with his back. Chapter 17, Humiliation, Part 1, with the football at his feet. Lu Dongdong dribbled back and forth, appearing somewhat self-conscious, his arms crossed and resting against the mysterious player's back. As this was his inaugural experience with such an unusual training regimen, he found himself unable to fully immerse in the activity. Focus on the task at hand, casting aside any irrelevant distractions that cloud your mind. This is the football field, and you are partaking in a fiercely competitive training session. Engage your utmost concentration, utilizing every technique you have acquired, while adhering to the rules of the game, to intercept the ball from your opponent. Bear in mind that the training I conduct is merely supplementary. It cannot alone transform you into a superstar or fulfill your aspirations. That is contingent upon your own dedication. Each match, every single training session. If you perform exceptionally well, your scores will soar, and subsequently, the experience you gain will multiply exponentially. However, if you approach this endeavor with a lackadaisical attitude, merely going through the motions, or if you seek shortcuts to success without effort, I advise you to relinquish your football dreams and accept a mundane existence. The better my demeanor, the greater the experience I accumulate. Does this not imply a significant enhancement in my overall abilities? Lu Dongdong inquired, his gaze fixed on the enigmatic player. Indeed. As long as you exert yourself diligently and showcase exceptional performance, the experience you garner will grow geometrically. Conversely, should you perform poorly, while your experience points may not diminish, your condition will gradually deteriorate. Even if you shine in the next match, the experience gain will be considerably lessened. How can I acquire a higher amount of experience points? It is quite simple. Give your all, even if it means exhausting every last drop of sweat from your body. Give my all. Lu Dongdong repeated this mantra internally, his eyes shimmering with determination. Do not allow distractions to deter you. Commence your endeavors now. Yes, Lu Dongdong exclaimed loudly, drawing the attention of all towards the enigmatic player. He exerted himself in a vigorous physical contest, utilizing his physical advantage to gradually constrict the elusive player's space for ball control, perhaps influenced by Lu Dongdong's fervor. The football at the feet of the mysterious player unexpectedly slipped from his grasp, rolling several paces away. Upon witnessing this, Lu Dongdong's heart leaped with joy. Now is the moment. He braced himself against the pressure exerted by the enigmatic player. As the weight bore down upon him, he swiftly pivoted to the side, seizing the opportunity while the mysterious player was caught off guard. With a sudden burst of speed, he maneuvered around to the right, emerging from the player's flank. Extending a foot, he aimed directly at the black and white football resting at the player's feet. At this instant, the round ball lay still on the ground, waiting for Lu Dongdong to deftly nudge it away with a gentle flick of his foot. Lu Dongdong's heart soared with elation. Could it be that his first steal came so effortlessly? However, just as he prepared to execute his predetermined plan and kick the football away, the black and white sphere before his eyes suddenly vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the enigmatic player beside him appeared to execute a graceful waltz, swirling past him with fluidity. This was Lu Dongdong was taken aback, momentarily comprehending the predicament he found himself in. It was the Marseille turn. The enigmatic player had executed the Marseille turn. Chapter 18. The Humiliation, Part 2. The mysterious athlete employed this highly aesthetic and technical maneuver, leaving all the defenders he had evaded feeling utterly embarrassed. He had never envisioned such a day would come, nor had he anticipated encountering a player who would wield the exquisite skill of the Marseille turn against him. In disbelief, he swiftly turned his head. The elusive star, deftly dribbling the ball, surged forward like a gust of wind, as if mocking him mercilessly. Do you realize that in a genuine football match, due to your recent reckless misstep, the goal behind you and your goalkeeper, along with your teammates, would be laid bare before your opponents? That blunder was catastrophic, something no coach could ever condone. Coach G's voice was cold and grave. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame, offering no retort. Again, Coach G's voice was devoid of any emotion. Lu Dongdong found himself once again closely entwined with the enigmatic player clad in yellow. It is imperative to remember that as a defender, his primary duty is to safeguard his goal. Without absolute certainty, without 100% assurance, he must refrain from recklessly extending his foot, lest he lose his position. If one fails to grasp this fundamental principle, they will never ascend to the ranks of a competent defender. Lu Dongdong took a moment to glance at Coach G. Nodding vigorously in affirmation, the confrontation resumed. The mysterious player firmly pressed his shoulder against Lu Dongdong's chest, his foot deftly controlling the ball. Utterly disregarding the presence of Lu Dongdong behind him, exuding an air of nonchalance as he shielded the ball, Lu Dongdong incessantly pressed against the mysterious player, striving to leverage his towering physique to push him aside. Yet, every movement he made was anticipated by the enigmatic player. As the ball rolled seamlessly from one foot to the other, leaving Lu Dongdong in futile pursuit. How infuriating. Indeed impressive. How is it that he can always decipher my intentions, as if he possesses an eye at the back of his head? Lu Dongdong felt a mix of anxiety and helplessness. Despite his towering stature, strength was not his forte. The enigmatic player before him, utilizing his agile physique and adept footwork, seemed to lead him around effortlessly. Foolishness. As a defender, is your role merely to obstruct your opponent? You must learn to leverage your physical advantages, perpetually pressuring your adversary, inciting their frustration, anger, and discomfort. The words of Coach G echoed in his ears, and Lu Dongdong stood there, dazed and confused. Raise your arms. Forcefully press against his back, and use your knees to apply pressure to his joints. Exert all your strength to instill a sense of oppression. Observe his dribbling patterns. Do not squander your energy blindly. Be quick in judgment, precise with your gaze, seize the opportunity, and strike decisively. As a defender, your presence must be felt at all times, not merely a wooden figure standing idly by, but rather like a formidable octopus, clinging tenaciously, continuously creating pressure. Your objective is clear: to delay your opponent's offensive momentum. If possible, intercept the ball at their feet. The wisdom of Coach G illuminated Lu Dongdong's mind like a flash of lightning, as if a key had unlocked a door to uncharted territory. He heeded Coach G's advice, firmly pressing his arms against the mysterious player's back, raising his knees, and persistently challenging the player's stability. In an instant, the previously composed player began to falter. Swaying unsteadily from side to side, the black and white ball beneath his feet no longer obeying his commands. Observe his dribbling patterns. Await your moment. Remember, your task is not to seize the ball, but to disrupt your opponent's pace, buying precious time for your teammates to regroup. Do not be deceived by any feints. As Lu Dongdong saw his actions yielding noticeable results, a surge of confidence washed over him, compelling him to attempt to snatch the ball from the enigmatic player once more. Just then, he recalled Coach G's words, and clarity struck him. He instinctively withdrew his foot from where it had been poised to strike. He sensed that the enigmatic player, though appearing to struggle, was likely orchestrating a ruse, enticing Lu Dongdong to take a gamble, only to exploit the opportunity. As anticipated, Lu Dongdong exerted more force. Yet every time the mysterious player seemed on the verge of losing control of the ball, he miraculously reeled it back in, defying Lu Dongdong's efforts. It was indeed a performance. Lu Dongdong, though initially hesitant, was spared from repeating past mistakes thanks to Coach G's timely reminder. Nonetheless, This experience signifies a notable advancement for him. As a defender, it is imperative to maintain a state of alert composure at all times. Intercepting the ball is not the ultimate goal, but rather, the true mission lies in hindering the opponent's offensive tempo. Your primary responsibility is to safeguard the goal behind you with unwavering diligence. Lu Dongdong seemed to repetitively whisper a phrase within his mind, his expression growing increasingly exhilarated. Suddenly, he felt an emptiness in his arm as he leaned forward, his body uncontrollably tilting ahead. The enigmatic player standing closely before him lifted his foot, gently nudging the ball backward, causing it to roll briefly before seamlessly gliding between Lu Dongdong's legs. In that fleeting moment, the player sprang into action, executing a swift return run that elegantly swept past Lu Dongdong's frame. The slowly rolling ball fortuitously intersected with his rapidly moving feet, and in an instant, he dashed away, ball in tow, disappearing into the distance. Whether one serves as a defender or a player, maintaining unwavering focus on the field is imperative. A mere lapse in concentration could lead to irrevocable consequences. Coach G's voice resonated with an unmistakable gravity, tinged with admonition. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame. Everything stemmed from his earlier excitement. He had not anticipated that the enigmatic player would seize the opportunity to liberate himself from Lu's physical control. He raised his head and steeled his resolve. I shall state this only once. A football match lasts for 90 minutes and until the final whistle is blown. Even if your consecutive blunders have led your team to concede 4, 5, or 6 goals, you must maintain unwavering focus at all times. Chapter 20. A new beginning. This is the arena where professional players strive for excellence. When you stand on the pitch, it is imperative to give your all for your team, to pour every last drop of sweat from your body, leaving all guilt and remorse behind the scenes. You must present your finest self to your team, your coach, and your supporters. Lu Dongdong raised his head in a daze, gazing at Coach G, whose lips were pursed and whose tone grew increasingly severe. In that moment, he felt as though his years of dedicated football practice had amounted to nothing more than a futile game. The confrontation resumed. On the expansive pitch, a brilliant beam of light illuminated Lu Dongdong and a mysterious player. Their bodies were tightly entwined in a fierce struggle, with the black and white football behaving like a mischievous sprite, rolling back and forth across the grass. Standing by the edge of the field, Coach G was nearly shrouded in darkness, fervently waving his arms and shouting loudly. At this instant, the only sound was the steady drip of sweat. A young man, driven by his dreams, was striving vigorously, making relentless strides towards the pinnacle he yearned for. Dad, I'm leaving. Xiaodong. Do you really not want me to see you off in person? Dad. It's fine, you can rest assured. I will work diligently. No matter what, I will pass the Team S assessment and successfully become a player for Ulsan Youth. With a wave and a beaming smile, Lu Dongdong exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. He lifted his head, squinting at the radiant sun above, clenched his fist, and raised his arm with determination. Let us go. A bus pulled up at the station. Lu Dongdong alighted from the rear door of the vehicle, the entrance to the club directly across the road. He cast a few silent glances before swiftly dashing across. The clock struck 10. Beneath the blazing sun, on a verdant expanse of grass, a group of men clad in yellow or green vests had gathered, forming 2 parallel teams. A black and white soccer ball danced at their feet as they energetically kicked it about. Each player was drenched in perspiration, occasionally erupting into hearty laughter. Coach Chui arrived, and everyone stood at attention. A clear whistle pierced the air as the assistant coach, dressed in black athletic attire, hurriedly waved his hand and stepped forward. The spirited players immediately ceased their activities, standing in a neat row, heads held high and gazes unwavering. Coach Chui, with his graying temples, and Chui Xianbin, who held the players' dossiers, approached the assembly. Instantly, all players bowed their heads in respect, greeting them with deference. South Korea places great emphasis on etiquette, mandating that sufficient respect be shown to elders and superiors. Coach Chui, his expression impassive, nodded slightly, while Chui Xianbin, standing behind him, smiled and acknowledged each player with a nod. Coach Chui, these players have joined our team during your absence. Here is their roster and detailed information. Chui Xianbin presented a clipboard to Coach Chui. Chui's gaze swept over the faces of the players as he slowly extended his arm to accept the clipboard. Li Huanlong, Jin Jinwan, Lu Dongdong. Step forward, he called out loudly. All the players whose names were called automatically stepped out from the lineup. Chapter 21. An ordinary training match. Part 1. Chui Xianbin loudly recited the basic information of each player, while Coach Chui, with his head bowed, perused the clipboard. With each page he turned, he looked up to examine a player. Lu Dongdong. Coach Chui set down the last page, raised his gaze to Lu Dongdong, and meaningfully remarked, "You are Lu Dongdong, of Chinese-Korean descent?" Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, nodding slightly while uttering a sound of acknowledgement. "The information indicated that you played as a defender, and your height should now exceed 188 meters, correct?" "Indeed, Coach Chui, the document you hold is my previous profile. My current height is 191 meters. "Very well," Coach Chui Shijiao remarked with a hint of significance, then addressed everyone, saying, "Continue your training, everyone. This afternoon, we will conduct a simulated match between Groups A and B. This match is merely to provide me with a fundamental understanding of your abilities. Yet I still hope each of you will exert yourselves and showcase your finest form." With that, he turned and departed. Chui Xianbin flashed a radiant smile at all present and gently waved goodbye. Once Coach Chui Shijiao's figure had completely faded from view, the players, who had stood rigidly, finally relaxed and began to excitedly discuss the upcoming group match. Although Coach Chui Shijiao had spoken in a calm tone, suggesting that it was a simple exercise, all the players understood that from the moment they entered the club, they were not just teammates, but also fierce competitors. On the football field, there are always only 11 starting positions. Each individual must give their utmost effort to secure that precious spot. Many regarded the reticent Lu Dongdong with a hint of envy, puzzled as to why someone of ordinary appearance, albeit with notable height, could capture Coach Chui Shijiao's attention. In a team, if one wishes to stand out, the best approach is undoubtedly to attract the head coach's notice, whether on or off the pitch. In contrast to the envy and jealousy of others, Lu Dongdong felt a subtle twinge of concern. Throughout his life, he had occupied a marginal position within the team, acutely aware of his coaches' and teammates' perceptions of him. He could not fathom why Coach Chui Shijiao had singled out his name, and he sensed a flicker of discontent emanating from the coach's gaze. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the scorching sun, the football match commenced as scheduled. What was meant to be an ordinary contest transformed into a high-stakes affair, ignited by Coach Chui Shijiao's words, prompting all players to muster their utmost focus and diligence, leaving no room for carelessness. Lu Dongdong took to the field for the B team, assuming his familiar position as a defender alongside a tall teammate who towered over him by half a head. Their opponents, the A team, comprised of key players from last season's youth squad, were bolstered by a few substitutes, as several main players had yet to return. It was evident that in terms of combat effectiveness and synergy, the A team and B team bore no comparison. The outcome of the match seemed almost predetermined. However, there was no need to be overly concerned about the score, as Coach Chui was more interested in understanding each player's abilities and characteristics than the final result. Chapter 22, An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2. Coach Chui's focus was not on the outcome of the match, but rather on discerning the unique strengths and talents of each player. All that was required was for everyone to showcase their full potential. To the players of the A team, a warning was issued: do not underestimate your opponents, as last season's mainstays and substitutes. The consequences of a loss today were clear to you. Chui Xianbin stood at the edge of the field, cupping his hands around his mouth, calling out loudly to the players. Upon hearing his words, the previously boisterous group of A team players fell silent, their faces turning grave. In contrast, the B team members, who had been dispirited, lifted their heads, their eyes igniting with fervor. Indeed, while the outcome of the match was predictable, any individual brilliance or the ability to score against the A team could leave a lasting impression on the coaching staff and Coach Chui Shijiao. Just a single goal might alter one's fate within the team. Strictly speaking, the psychological pressure on the B team players was likely far less than that of their A team counterparts. Let us get started. Chui Xianbin glanced at his watch, raised his arm, and signaled for the players on both sides to take their positions. The warmed-up players assumed their roles, and with the long whistle of a referee coach, the match officially commenced. Give it your all and show your best form. Coach Chui is watching your performance from upstairs, Chui Xianbin shouted, hands cupped around his mouth. All the players, running at full speed, instinctively glanced towards the coach's building not far away. In a room on the 3rd floor, Coach Chui Shijiao, his hair graying, stood at the window, intently observing the scene on the field. A forward from the A team received a pass from a teammate. Faced with an approaching defender, he opted not to immediately collaborate with his teammate to evade the challenge. Instead, relying on his robust physique, he withstood the defender's relentless pressure, leaning slightly to one side. Seizing the moment when the opponent lunged for the ball, he executed a graceful turn and surged forward. His impressive maneuver was met with cheers from the group of substitutes along the sidelines. Standing resolutely at the back as a central defender, Lu Dongdong couldn't help but mentally applaud the brilliant display. The moves executed by this companion mirrored those of the enigmatic player on the green pitch during their previous encounter, both executed with precision and grace. In a fleeting moment, he not only showcased his formidable physical prowess, but also demonstrated an exceptional sense of the game and remarkable agility, undoubtedly capable of achieving a high score. Yet, contrasting his inner admiration, Choi Hyunbin, who stood quietly on the sidelines observing the unfolding events, could only muster a cold smirk within. Indeed, the player who had just performed the impressive maneuver exhibited exceptional talent. However, the athletes who made it into the youth club, with few exceptions, all possessed outstanding skills. To think that one could breach Team A's defensive line single-handedly was sheer folly. As expected, the forward, having evaded his previous marker, saw a clear path ahead and, without hesitation, surged forward with the ball, akin to a sword piercing the heart of Team A's territory. Chapter 23, An Ordinary Training Match, Part 2. The midfielder, responsible for the last line of defense, charged in like a ferocious tiger, intercepting the advancing forward before he could attempt a deft touch to evade. The forward was sent crashing to the ground with a heavy thud, emitting a pained groan as the ball rolled away, landing at the feet of a Team A player. The referee rushed over, arms flailing in a cross pattern, signaling to all players that the prior attack had not been a foul. The fallen forward expressed his vehement dissatisfaction to the referee, yet no one paid him any heed. The defensive midfielder, who had executed the tackle, approached him with a derisive smirk, uttering a few condescending remarks. Choi Hyunbin observed the scene quietly, reflecting that the attacking forward was still too young, without experiencing hardship. He remained oblivious to the notion that there are always greater heights and more skilled individuals beyond one's own abilities. Li Dedong, forget about him and press on with the attack, he urged. The captain of Team A, adorned with a yellow armband, waved his arms and shouted loudly towards the midfield. Li Dadong smiled sheepishly and, alongside his teammates, swiftly advanced towards Team B's half. At that moment, most of Team B's players remained stationed in their defensive half, dismissing Team A's overwhelming offensive as inconsequential, certain that their opponents would find no opportunity to prevail. Unexpectedly, a midfielder from Team A, while darting forward with impressive dribbling, unleashed a powerful kick, sending the ball soaring towards the left sideline. The strike was forceful and swift, causing all of Team B's players to turn in unison, convinced that the ball would inevitably sail out of bounds. However, to their astonishment, just as the ball touched the ground and began to bounce high, a flash of green dashed into their line of sight. With rapid footwork reminiscent of pedaling a stationary bike, the player deftly hooked the ball back just before it could roll out of play. At this juncture, nearly all of Team B's players were positioned in the back line, with no one covering the flanks. The player, upon regaining possession, seamlessly traversed across the midfield, merging with the ball, and dashed toward the penalty area with the speed of the wind. "Hurry back to defend," yelled Neo Dongdong, prompting his defensive partner to pivot and sprint towards the box. The other members of Team B quickly reacted, rushing back to defend in succession. Jin Shanha, the center-back partnered with Lu Dongdong, was the first to confront the advancing player, throwing himself to the ground in a desperate sliding tackle, intent on dislodging the ball from the opponent's feet. His movement was sharp and decisive. He spread his arms, utilizing his towering stature to block the attacking player, regardless of whether his tackle succeeded, thereby buying precious time for his teammates to recover. Yet, aspirations often clash with harsh realities. His determined attempt faltered as the attacking player unexpectedly halted, allowing the ball to glide past his outstretched foot. As he lifted his head in disbelief to gaze at the attacker, the latter deftly nudged the ball sideways, skillfully maneuvering around his body and storming into the small penalty area in a flurry of rapid strides. It became evident that all his intentions had been anticipated by the attacking player. Without a moment's hesitation, the attacker raised his right foot high, delivering a powerful shot. Chapter 24, Sprint, Sprint. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a blue figure charging towards him. Just as the ball was about to leave the attacker's foot, she dove to the ground, executing a sliding tackle with precision. The ball, propelled like a cannonball, struck her shin with considerable force, rebounding sharply in a zigzag pattern towards the midfield. The crowd erupted in applause, their fists raised in celebration of the defender's remarkable interception. Standing at the edge of the field, Choi Hyunbin's eyes sparkled with determination as he suddenly raised his hand, shouting loudly, What are you daydreaming about? Quickly kick the ball out of bounds. His commanding voice jolted the B team players, who had just relaxed, back into reality. A few players immediately sprang into action, racing towards the ball. However, after only a few strides, they were startled to see a green figure sprinting towards them. Before they could close the distance to the ball, the figure had already reached it, unhesitatingly lifting a foot to strike the ball decisively. The ball surged forward with a fierce gust, whizzing past the ears of the B team players. Instinctively, they turned to witness the B team goalkeeper leaping high, stretching his arms to their utmost, yet still unable to prevent the ball from sailing into the far corner of the net. Goal! A chorus of jubilation erupted as all the A team players surged towards the scorer, overwhelming her in a celebratory embrace. Conversely, the B team players hung their heads, their spirits plummeting to an all-time low. Don't dwell on it. You performed admirably, Zhao Yaoding, the captain of the B team, said as he approached Lu Dongdong, extending his hand to help her up. The one who had scored was Zhao Donghai, an indispensable player from the previous season's youth team, renowned for his midfield prowess. He possessed an exceptional ability to read the game, remarkable long passing skills, and a powerful long-range shooting technique. With a thoughtful expression, he pointed towards the speedy winger who had earlier intercepted the ball from Lu Dongdong, stating, "This player is Jin Xia, also a key figure from last season's youth team, famously known throughout the league for his swift runs on the flanks. Had it not been for injuries, he would have undoubtedly been the top assist provider last season." Pausing for a moment, a smile graced his face as he added, "Thus, the goal we conceded is not without merit. You've done exceptionally well. Let us keep pushing forward." He gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder before leisurely making his way up the field. Lu Dongdong turned his head and cast a glance at the despondent goalkeeper, then shifted his gaze to the jubilant players of Team A positioned before him. Internally, he silently vowed that he would not allow them to score another goal. The match resumed once more. Pay attention to your cooperation. Football is a sport for 11, not a solitary endeavor, shouted Cui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, his hands cupped around his mouth. The recent goal conceded by Team B was not solely due to Team A's aggressive offense, but also partly attributable to the selfishness of the forward who had the ball. Had he opted to pass at the first opportunity, it could have initiated a promising attack, potentially leading to a goal, while also safeguarding his team from conceding. Upon hearing Cui Xuanbin's words, all the players on the field restrained their fervent emotions and embarked on a renewed tactical confrontation. "Receive it," exclaimed a midfielder from Team B, glancing ahead with his body leaning forward. He lifted his right leg high and executed a powerful kick, sending the ball, which lay quietly upon the grass, soaring away. The ball spun rapidly, akin to an intercontinental cruise missile with eyes, slicing through the midfield, soaring over the heads of teammates and opponents alike, and landing directly at the feet of a swiftly running teammate in the upper left corner of the field. This pass was nearly identical to the manner in which Team B had previously scored, save for the direction. This precise delivery tore through the entirety of Team A's defensive line, causing disarray among the players. Defenders scrambled desperately to retreat, while midfielders hastily advanced, keeping a vigilant watch on their assigned opponents. The player stationed on the flank surged forward at the first opportunity, fiercely colliding with the ball carrier, intent on leveraging his height and long legs to force the ball out of bounds. However, the player in possession of the ball, despite his diminutive stature, exhibited remarkable agility and an impressively rapid footwork. Braving the physical pressure exerted by the defending player, he maneuvered skillfully towards the baseline, charging near the penalty area. Realizing he could not thwart the advance, the defender resolutely threw himself to the ground, unhesitatingly extending his legs to bring both the ball and the dribbling player crashing to the turf. As this was merely a routine internal scrimmage, he evidently moderated his strength, allowing the ball handler to land clumsily on the ground. The coach officiating the match swiftly approached, decisively brandishing a yellow card at the defender. The defender, taking the initiative, helped the attacking player to his feet and offered a few polite words of apology before leisurely returning to the penalty area. Being teammates, and given the defender's actions were not excessively aggressive, the incident was deemed a mere technical foul. There were no complaints or appeals. Under the referee's direction, a highly threatening set piece was executed by a player from Team B, the ball soaring through the air with a rapid spinning arc, descending towards Team A's penalty area. Inside the box, bodies jostled as figures darted to and fro, each player craning their necks, fixated on the slowly descending ball. As it drifted downward, a surge of anticipation rippled through the area, and two defenders from Team A, misjudging the trajectory, collided with one another. The goalkeeper of Team A, who had been closely monitoring the ball's descent, made a decisive move, arms outstretched, intent on clearing the ball. However, impeded by his fallen teammate, he found himself tripped and sent sprawling. Before hitting the ground, the seasoned goalkeeper, maintaining his composure, extended his arm, striving with all his might to propel the ball away. Yet, as the arm stretched with utmost effort, it became evident that the distance to the slowly descending ball was still a mere fraction too far, leaving one to helplessly watch it plummet from before their outstretched hands. In the next instant, the towering goalkeeper crashed into the fray, sending the already chaotic mass of bodies into disarray. The ball, fiercely contested by all, fell unceremoniously to the ground, bouncing off the grass. A player from Team B, clad in a blue vest, was the first to rise from the ground, shaking off the grasp of a Team A player behind him and executing a swift shot, his toes connecting with the ball. The black and white sphere rolled out from the tumultuous crowd, traversing the only narrow path available, slowly making its way towards the goal line. The players from both teams, entangled like a precariously stacked tower, could only watch in anticipation. The Team B player, his face alight with excitement, clenched his fist in preparation for jubilant cheers, while the Team A players wore grave expressions, their eyes fixated, silently praying that the ball might miraculously halt just before crossing the threshold into the goal. However, it seemed that fate did not heed their fervent wishes. As the ball continued its languid journey, gradually rolling toward the goal line and eventually slipping in, just then, a foot clad in green shoes abruptly entered the scene, darting past with blinding speed, the robust figure crashing into the net. Yet, maintaining an exemplary professional demeanor, he preemptively kicked the ball away just before it completely crossed the line. It was on Ji-hyun, the backbone of the youth team's defense. On the sidelines, several substitute players erupted in cheers, elated by this remarkable act of salvation. Choi Hyun-bin, standing nearby, nodded in quiet approval. As an observer, he had witnessed the entire sequence of events unfold. On Ji-hyun, the pivotal defender for Team A, had inadvertently collided with a teammate while attempting to mark an attacking player. Had the goal been scored, it would have been entirely his fault. Yet, as a seasoned defender with unwavering resolve, he refused to concede defeat, managing to rectify his earlier misstep by intervening just in time to kick the ball away before it crossed the line. What defines a core defender? What embodies a defensive leader? This is precisely it. The substitute players on the sidelines rejoiced, but their laughter abruptly ceased upon realizing that the ball, cleared by On Ji-hyun, had tragically landed at the feet of an attacker from Team A. This moment mirrored their previous goal with uncanny resemblance. Surely, the heavens would not play such a cruel trick twice in succession. Everyone, including Choi Hyun-bin, felt a sudden tightening in their hearts. At that moment, the penalty area was in complete disarray, with most players, including Team A's goalkeeper, sprawled on the ground. And Chi Xuan, the leader from the back line, had just managed to prop himself up with his hands while lying in the net. Anyone, not hailing from a professional basketball background, could effortlessly score by simply striking the ball into the net with their foot. Yet, Team A's defense had no recourse but to watch helplessly with their eyes wide open. Was a goal about to be scored so easily? It seemed like an extraordinary stroke of luck. Choi Hyun-bin let out a quiet sigh, his eyes suddenly brightening as he noticed a figure rapidly charging from behind. Just as a player from Team B lifted his foot to take a shot, he acted decisively, sliding in to intercept. It was Chae-zai, a key midfielder for Team A in the absolute core of the youth team. The timing and angle of his tackle were impeccably executed, completely blocking the attacking player's shot path. Should the opponent force a shot, the ball would undoubtedly strike him. Seizing this opportunity, all defensive players from Team A sprang into action immediately. They were, after all, seasoned professionals who had battled in the K2 League for years. Steadfast mainstays of the youth team. They would never allow anyone a second chance so easily. The heart of every player on Team B hung in suspense, particularly Lu Dongdong, who stood resolutely in the back line, clearly witnessing everything unfold. Amid the chaos in Team A's penalty area, as players tumbled and the ball fortuitously rolled to a teammate, Chae-zai, the midfield linchpin, sprang into action while his teammate was still in a daze, rushing back to defend without hesitation. His speed was remarkable. Lu Dongdong had intended to shout a warning, but before he could utter a sound, Chae-zai had already dashed past him, executing a decisive slide tackle that left his teammate no room for adjustment. Chae-zai's slide tackle was fierce, yet halfway through, he instinctively retracted his foot, ensuring that he could disrupt the ball while bracing himself for a potential impact. After all, This was merely a routine training match. He did not wish to inadvertently injure a teammate. In the next moment, however, to his and Lu Dongdong's astonishment, as the attacking player lifted his foot high, he unexpectedly lowered it, deftly nudging the ball backward with the tip of his foot, cleverly evading Che Zai's anticipated slide tackle. How could this be? The attacking player had seemingly anticipated Che Zai's movement, executing an impressive yet deceptively simple feint that tricked Che Zai and everyone else. It was hard to believe that a player who had just joined the youth team could display such skill. It is astonishing to witness such a calm and composed mind. One must bear in mind that the adversary he faces is none other than the best midfielder in the K2 League, Che Zai. The spectators were left in a state of utter disbelief, their minds blank with unparalleled astonishment. With an effortless feint, the attacking player deftly nudged the ball forward. Making minimal adjustments, he executed a delicate flick with the back of his foot, sending the ball arcing through the air like a willow leaf caught in a swift breeze, ultimately finding its way into the net. And Qi Xian, positioned as the core defender, scrambled to his feet in a flurry, straining his neck in an attempt to intercept. But his speed was always a fraction too slow. The ball seemed to glide past his eyes, lifting the net that hung low to the ground high into the air. A goal. Team B had scored, leveling the match. The arena fell into a profound silence, no one daring to utter a word. After a few seconds of stunned silence, Lu Dongdong raised his arms triumphantly, letting out a fierce roar. Immediately, all players from Team B surged towards Team A's half, embracing the goal scorer in a jubilant frenzy. Shoulders linked, they shouted exuberantly towards the spectators. In that moment, their inner excitement and exhilaration reached a zenith. On the contrary, Team A appeared dejected, each player wearing a morose expression. As the central figure of the midfield, Che Zai stood with his hands on his hips, glancing at the jubilant players of Team B, shaking his head in resignation. Chapter 28, Beautiful, Part 1. He turned away, clapping his hands vigorously to capture the attention of his teammates, offering them words of encouragement. He then darted to the small penalty area and exchanged a few hushed words with Qi Xian, who bore undeniable responsibility for the situation. It wasn't long before the once downtrodden teammates, inspired by his rallying spirit, found renewed determination etched upon their faces. They extended their hands, interlocking them in deafening solidarity, before dispersing to their respective positions on the field. Today's match might surpass all our expectations. Standing at the edge of the pitch, Cui Huanbin stroked his thick beard, his eyes sparkling with excitement. 25 minutes into the first half, run, came the commanding shout, prompting Team A's two wingers to sprint fiercely, aiming to pierce the flanks of Team B's half like two sharp blades. The bewildered defenders immediately retreated, tightening their defensive formation. Under the captain's urgent calls, all players surged forward to harass Che Zai, who was in possession of the ball. The two forwards from Team B, one tall and the other short, were both swift and agile. Yet, facing Che Zai, they resembled children vying for a lantern held by an adult. Each time they nearly reached the ball, they found themselves unable to make contact. Their frustration grew, and their movements became increasingly animated, determined to intercept the ball beneath his feet. Even at the risk of a foul, Che Zai found himself suddenly struck on the outside of his foot, causing the ball to roll away just before two defenders from Team B could intervene. It landed squarely at the feet of another player from Team A. The two forwards from Team B exchanged glances, their synergy evident as they abandoned their pursuit of Che Zai and surged forward. Just a few strides into their run, the player in possession deftly angled the ball, sending it rolling across the lush green grass, perfectly landing at the feet of the hastening Che Zai. In that fleeting moment, as he kicked the ball, he had forcefully charged between the two center forwards, transforming into a trident alongside his teammates, directly piercing the heart of Team B's half. His sudden emergence instilled trepidation among the midfielders of Team B, prompting the two defensive midfielders to instinctively advance, seeking to disrupt and impede Che Zai's progress. However, a teammate from Team A flanked him, continuously darting about. A rash attempt to press forward could easily expose a critical vulnerability in their formation. Thus, as the unequivocal linchpin of the youthful squad, Che Zai effortlessly carried the ball towards the central zone of Team B's half, drawing ever closer to the penalty area. Should he choose the flanks or advance through the center? Forward Jin Xiao's ability to capitalize on openings was not particularly remarkable, making a crossing from the wings a slim prospect for scoring. It seemed prudent to opt for the sidelines and engage in a battle of attrition. On the sidelines, Cui Huanbin stood with arms crossed, his gaze unwavering on the evolving dynamics of the match. In the next moment, as Che Zai dribbled the ball, He lifted his gaze to assess the positions of his opponents. His eyes swiftly darted to the left flank, where a teammate, energetically waving his arms, sprinted forward. Without hesitation, Chazai lifted his foot. The flank? A miscalculation. Chui Hyunbin paused momentarily, his brow furrowing slightly, struggling to comprehend Chazai's approach. Simultaneously, all players from Team B instantly shifted to the left flank, with the defending fullback charging forward, positioning himself firmly in front of the speedy winger and completely severing the passing lane. If Chazai were to loft the ball, the winger's speed would assuredly allow him to seize it, yet he would immediately find himself ensnared in an offside trap. The fullback glanced up, exchanging a triumphant look with the defenders, Lu Dongdong, and another center back, who maintained the same line of defense. At the instant Chazai prepared to strike, the two forwards leapt high, attempting to use their bodies to block the ball. In the next moment, suspended in midair, the two players, arms crossed, watched in disbelief as they brushed past Chazai, while the ball beneath him remained utterly motionless. It was but a feint. A fleeting thought crossed the minds of two individuals. Before they could utter a warning, the ball at their feet suddenly darted in a straight line, skimming the lush green grass with remarkable speed, akin to a swift arrow, piercing directly between a teammate and an opposing player. Under the bewildered gaze of onlookers, it landed squarely at the feet of the forward, Jin Xiaoan, who stood at the forefront. Although Jin Xiaoan was not particularly tall, standing at merely 172 centimeters, he possessed remarkable agility and an extraordinary speed, especially in his initial burst, outpacing even the fastest winger on his team. The pass from the vehicle was unexpected for everyone. However, Jin Xiaoan seemed to have anticipated it. With his slender frame, he firmly held his ground against the defender marking him. As the ball reached him, he deftly nudged it forward with the sole of his foot, then executed a sudden pivot, bursting past the defender with astonishing speed. The ball, maintaining its velocity, glided seamlessly between the defender's legs. At that moment, with only the vast expanse of verdant grass before him and the solitary figure of the goalkeeper, a brilliant one-on-one opportunity was about to unfold. The forward, bearing the weight of the goal-scoring responsibility, faced the seemingly feeble goalkeeper like a fierce tiger confronting a lamb, devoid of any trepidation and determined not to relent. "Come, allow me to showcase a splendid one-on-one maneuver." Jin Xiaoan's lips curled into a confident smile, as if the ball had already been sent sailing into the net. The watching substitutes held their breath, fixated on Jin Xiaoan, eagerly anticipating his moment of brilliance. With arms crossed, Choi Hyunbin observed intently, his expression betraying a mixture of astonishment and admiration. He marveled at the seamless pass from the vehicle, which bore no hint of deception, and at the intuitive synergy between Jin Xiaoan and the vehicle, as well as Jin Xiaoan's astute handling of the ball. Such flawless collaboration and exquisite footwork, if it did not result in a goal, would be a travesty. However, a flicker of confusion suddenly crossed Choi Hyunbin's face, swiftly transforming into disbelief. Chapter 30, A Beautiful Scene, Part 2, for he witnessed the defender, who had been humiliated by the nutmeg, suddenly topple to the ground, losing his balance entirely before pivoting and forcefully kicking the ball, which had swiftly traversed his range of control, out of bounds with a swift motion, leaving a white streak in its wake. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. This clean and decisive clearance had not incurred a foul, merely indicating that it was a throw-in. Remarkable. For a moment, I almost believed that he had truly brought you here. The tall center-back, with a triumphant stride, approached with a radiant smile, extending his arms to lift the fallen Lu Dongdong from the ground. Several players from Team B hastily followed, offering thumbs up and admiration for Lu Dongdong's remarkable performance. Lu Dongdong, scratching the back of his head, smiled bashfully and exchanged a few casual pleasantries. To be honest, Jin Xiaoyan's handling of the situation was exceptionally astute, particularly when coupled with Che Zai's inexplicable sudden pass, which left almost no hint of what was to come. Lu Dongdong's ability to intercept the ball was entirely due to the instinctive reactions cultivated during his close encounters with the enigmatic player at the Green Camp Stadium. Having been eluded by the mysterious athlete through an array of swift maneuvers and agile spins, he had developed a natural reflex. This enabled him to calmly drop to the ground at the pivotal moment, leveraging his height and long legs to deftly nudge the ball out of bounds. Indeed, Coach Ji's training proved to be invaluable. Lu Dongdong wore a seemingly simple smile, yet within him surged a wave of excitement, his blood boiling with fervor. Jin Xiaoyan, having missed a golden opportunity, passed by him with a look of dejection. However, as they were teammates, he offered a thumbs up and spoke a few words of praise for Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong chuckled foolishly, at a loss for words of comfort, unable to utter. You were truly remarkable just now. The match resumed, with a player from Team B poised to serve from the sidelines. Perhaps due to their recent offensive failure, Team A swiftly altered their strategy, opting for a man-to-man marking approach. The serving player coordinated with his teammates darting around the field. However, they found no promising opportunities and were compelled to launch the ball forcefully towards the midfield and defense. Standing tall in that direction was the imposing center back, Li Xingli. Perhaps distracted or simply due to the initial adjustment period of the match, Li Xingli stood idly as the ball rolled slowly towards him, showing no inclination to intercept. In that critical moment, players from Team A surged forward with an overwhelming presence, breaking through from behind the swiftly retreating players of Team B. With unparalleled speed, they seized the ball, asserting control, and hurtled directly towards Li Xingli and the goal behind him. It was the swift winger. His pace was astonishing. Before Li Dongdong could even retreat a few steps to assist, the winger was already upon him. With a deft feint to the left, he easily left the tall but clumsy Li Xingli off balance. As Li Xingli tumbled to the ground, the winger dashed past him like a bullet, accompanied by a whirlwind, charging into the penalty area. Chapter 31. Another goal. The winger raced toward the small penalty area, heading straight for the goalkeeper. His speed was blinding. The moment he entered the large penalty area, the goalkeeper attempted to intercept. Yet, just like his physique, he hesitated for a fleeting second or two, and the winger was already upon him. At that moment, any rash move would leave the goal completely exposed to the adversary. A hint of panic flickered across the goalkeeper's face. After all, he was merely a substitute, struggling to maintain composure against a one-on-one situation. Moreover, his opponent was no ordinary player but the fastest winger in the K-League. He instinctively raised his arms, swaying them up and down in an attempt to intimidate the winger. However, the seasoned winger remained expressionless, unfazed by the flustered and panicked goalkeeper, and without hesitation, struck the ball with precision. The goalkeeper lunged to the left, extending his arm, yet the ball rolled leisurely and decisively into the net from the right side. He had misjudged the situation. Goal. The referee blew the whistle, declaring the goal valid. The swift winger raised his arms high, each finger pointing upwards, resembling a king surveying his domain, triumphantly overshadowing the goalkeeper of Team B and all its players. In this moment, he epitomized supreme glory, unmatched by any adversary. The players of Team A erupted in jubilation, rushing towards him one after another. One player knelt before the swift winger, placing the foot that scored the goal upon his knee, raising both hands in a gesture reminiscent of polishing shoes, expressing profound admiration for the winger's spectacular strike. In stark contrast to the exuberant cheers of Team A, the goalkeeper of Team B sat despondently on the ground, striking the turf in frustration. Although the goal resulted from a miscommunication among teammates as the last line of defense, the goalkeeper not only failed to fulfill his role but also committed a humiliating error in judgment. This was indeed a deeply disheartening situation. The captain of Team B, adorned with a yellow armband, helped the beleaguered defender, Li Xingli, to his feet, also assisting the disheartened goalkeeper. He whispered words of consolation and, with a vigorous clap of his hands, rallied both players, urging them to regain their spirit. Lu Dongdong approached his partner Li Xingli and expressed his apologies. He had exerted himself in the recent play, but the speed of the opposing team's swift flankers was simply too overwhelming, leaving him feeling powerless and lamenting from a distance. While the responsibility for the conceded goal was not solely his, as a teammate and a partner in defense, he still felt the weight of accountability. Nevertheless, the moment had passed. There was no need for excessive contemplation. Let us rally together. We have conceded one goal, but we can certainly equalize. Having conceded a second goal does not preclude us from recovering again. The captain of Team B gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder, offering further words of comfort to the trio. With a sweeping gesture, he called upon all teammates to take their positions as the match resumed. With the sound of the referee's whistle, the players of Team B, standing at the center circle, gently nudged the ball to a teammate's feet, signifying the restart of the game. However, they soon found themselves conceding another goal to Team A. Chapter 32. The intense atmosphere of competition, Part 1. In the wake of conceding a goal, Team B's players exhibited no signs of trepidation. Through the synergistic efforts of the two forwards, they charged from the center circle directly into the heart of Team A's midfield. The defenders, including Lu Dongdong, advanced steadily under the captain's guidance, inching closer with each passing moment. Faced with Team A's full-court press strategy, they showed no fear. The match was characterized by fierce confrontations, with physical clashes occurring frequently, resulting in players being brought down by tackles and others being forcibly restrained during attempts to break through. The atmosphere on the field grew increasingly charged. It was quite intriguing. Having conceded one goal, they were determined to equalize. Their bravery was commendable, yet caution was warranted. For they were up against a team that had reached the top four in the K2 League last season. Standing at the sidelines, Chui Huanbin wore a suave smile. The mark of a seasoned man, watching intently every movement on the pitch, exuding a sense of both daring and caution. A group of substitute players nearby shone with anticipation. Today's match was an opportunity for each of them to impress, particularly with Coach Chui personally encouraging them to exert their utmost effort. However, no one had anticipated that a seemingly ordinary training match would unfold with such intensity. Surprisingly, before the match commenced, it was hardly conceivable that Team B, composed entirely of new recruits and bench players, would possess the capability to engage competitively with the main players of Team A from the previous season. As professional footballers, none could resist the allure of an exhilarating match. Back on the field, amidst the fierce battle for midfield dominance, Team A employed a tight man-marking strategy, denying Team B's players any chance to comfortably possess the ball. However, the players of Team B were equally relentless. With tenacious pressing, they swiftly regrouped after losing possession, encircling their opponents and denying Team A any opportunity to transition the ball, ferociously reclaiming it like a pack of wolves. Thus, the entire half of Team B resembled a battlefield devoid of gunpowder, as the struggle escalated to a boiling point. At this juncture, it became imperative for someone from either side to rise to the occasion. Their prowess could potentially alter the course of the match. Che Zai, after several unsuccessful attempts by his teammates to regain control, the swift winger surged forward unexpectedly from the rear, skillfully prying the ball away from the tightly guarded B player. Anticipating the approach of 2 or 3 B players attempting to block his path, he deftly passed the ball back to the midfield general of Team B, Che Zai. As Che Zai received the ball, several B players, positioned not far from him, lunged forward like ravenous wolves. Prior to the match this afternoon, each player of Team B had been thoroughly briefed by their captain about Che Zai's capabilities, coupled with the display of his skills over the course of the preceding minutes. No one on the pitch understood better than the B players the lethal threat posed when the ball found its way to Che Zai's feet. At the same moment that a group of B players pressed forward, the speedy winger erupted into action, dashing away like the wind. In the blink of an eye, he crossed the midfield line. Chapter 33, The Intense Atmosphere of Conflict, Part 2. Several attacking players from Team A simultaneously launched their assault, akin to a multitude of swords piercing in various directions towards Team B's half. This exemplified an unwavering trust, absolute faith. They believed in their midfield linchpin, their captain, Che Zai, who possessed the complete capability to handle the 3 advancing B players and decisively deliver a precise pass, possibly orchestrating a brilliant assist. "Quick, fall back!" shouted the captain of Team B, donned in a yellow armband, his arms gesticulating vigorously to signal his defenders to retreat swiftly, lest they allowed Che Zai an opportunity to execute a splendid counterattack. Niu Dongdong promptly sprang into action, swiftly turning and racing towards the penalty area. Alongside him, Li Shengli lagged slightly. By the time he fully accelerated, Lu Dongdong had already extended the distance between them by a substantial 4 to 5 meters. At that moment, a swift player from the flank surged forward, positioned right before him. This was a fleeting opportunity where a high-quality pass could effortlessly dismantle their defensive line, seamlessly combined with the astonishing speed of the flank player to execute a lethal counter-offside maneuver. Of course, such opportunities are ephemeral. Not every player possesses the awareness to seize them, and even if they do, it is not guaranteed that they have the extraordinary technical prowess to accurately deliver the ball to the feet of the player in need. However, Che Zai, the linchpin of the midfield, epitomized both of these attributes. Confronted by 3B team players rushing from both sides ahead, he exhibited no signs of panic, unlike his teammates. Calmly, he nudged the ball backward, evading the oncoming first B team player. As the 2 defenders lunged forward, he deftly maneuvered the black and white ball between their feet, narrowly escaping their grasp. With a swift motion, he propelled the ball forward, his body swaying as he skillfully slipped between the 2B team players. By the time the trio regained their senses and prepared to reclaim possession, he had already surged ahead. Raising his head, he cast a decisive glance forward and promptly lifted his foot. "Here it comes, my midfield maestro. Let me witness how much you have evolved since last season." Standing at the sidelines, Chui Kwambin's smile deepened as he fixated intently on the focused Che Zai. eagerly anticipating the brilliance of his impending pass. With his right leg raised high, he descended rapidly. Just then, a B team player clad in a blue vest sprinted towards Che Zai. It was the very forward responsible for the first goal conceded. His speed, while not reaching the astonishing heights of the flank player, was still sufficient to leave ordinary players trailing far behind. With mere seconds remaining before the ball would be launched skyward, the forward seemed to grasp Che Zai's intent, charging forward with a grim determination, intending to intercept both the player and the ball. Yet, would Che Zai allow him to succeed? No, certainly not. Just as the forward bore down upon him, Che Zai abruptly pivoted his elevated right foot to the left. In that instant, as the forward extended his leg to intercept, Che Zai executed a graceful lateral movement, deftly evading him and leaving the forward grasping at air. Chapter 34. A Potent Aroma of Gunpowder, Part 2. With his target completely vanished from view, the forward suddenly realized the error of his ways. Instinctively, he reached back, attempting to forcibly grasp Che Zai's clothing, willing to commit a foul to bring him down. However, just as his fingers brushed the fabric, Che Zai surged forth like an arrow released from its bow, propelling himself into the open field. He could only gaze in despair, feeling utterly frustrated. The forward watched helplessly as the vehicle sped away, growing increasingly distant. Just as he anticipated another devastating blow to his team's goal, a familiar figure suddenly came into view. A man, clad in a turquoise vest like the forward, dashed towards the vehicle, lifting his right leg to intercept the ball at its feet with a forceful thrust of his shoulder. The vehicle, maintaining its rapid momentum, faced a barrage of defenders. Slightly breathless, it remained unfazed by the approaching adversaries, calmly nudging the ball to the left. As the defender lunged with an outstretched leg, the vehicle abruptly halted, skillfully trapping the ball beneath its feet. It glanced up to assess the position of its teammates, then decisively raised its right foot and struck the leather ball with precision. Despite the relentless pressure from Team B's defenders causing a delay, the swift player on the flank and the attacking players from Team A intelligently created space between the two central defenders of Team B. At that moment, the flank player found himself sandwiched between Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, using his agility and speed to weave and maneuver, leaving Lu Dongdong bewildered as to which direction he would sprint. If the vehicle could deliver a high-quality lofted pass, it would effortlessly create an opportunity to exploit the offside trap. The flank player, relying on his remarkable speed, could surge forward, directly confronting the goalkeeper in a one-on-one situation. On the sidelines, a group of substitute players held their breaths, fists clenched, uncertain if the vehicle, positioned at the rear, could recognize this precious opportunity for the flank player. The dynamics of the match were ever-changing. Once this chance slipped away, there would be no second chances, no matter how spectacular the previous dribbles. Failure to execute a decisive assist or remarkable pass rendered it all futile. In contrast to the anxious hearts of the others, Choi Hyunbin stood with his arms crossed, a smile gracing his face, confident that the midfield maestro, the pivotal player of the team, would seize this rare opportunity to deliver another crushing blow to Team B. If this goal were to be scored, it would undoubtedly deliver a significant psychological blow to all players of Team B. On the field, once a player loses confidence, the tide can turn dramatically. At that point, Team A would establish a definitive advantage, claiming a 100 victory in this match. Come on, vehicle. Show the rookie players just how valuable the core of the midfield and the league's most valuable player truly is. Choi Xianbin wore a profound smile as he quietly observed the ball resting beneath the arch of his foot, preparing to strike it with force. Chapter 35. The Essence of the Veteran. The ball gradually departed from the surface of his foot, ascending inch by inch, soaring slowly into the sky. Just when everyone believed the matter was settled and anticipated a splendid pass, a figure suddenly burst forth from the side, leaping high and using his robust chest to intercept the swiftly traveling ball with sheer determination. The sunlight overhead cast a glow on his back, shrouding his face in shadow until he landed, lifting his head to reveal a conspicuous yellow armband on his arm. It was Guangu. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Had he not just been completely outmaneuvered by the vehicle? How had he suddenly positioned himself in front of the ball? Choi Xianbin, too, was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. Could it be that the vehicle underestimated him? Guangu raised his head and glanced at the slightly astonished vehicle, then dashed forward like the wind, seizing the ball that was rolling slowly on the grass. Every action he had taken moments ago was merely a feint. He understood the vehicle all too well, having been teammates for several years, thoroughly studying his style of play. To intercept the ball from under the vehicle's feet, one must anticipate his movements, synchronize with his performance and seize that fleeting opportunity to snatch the ball unexpectedly. Just now, he had accomplished that. As the ball rolled gently across the grass, Guanggu sprinted with all his might, a swift silhouette appearing behind him in an instant. Guanggu, your performance was indeed remarkable just now, but you're still far from taking the ball. The vehicle's voice rang out beside him. Guanggu caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, realizing the vehicle was accelerating, swiftly closing the distance from behind. At that moment, the rolling ball lay 3 to 4 meters ahead of them. Relying solely on speed, he could not possibly match the vehicle. However, the football field is not governed solely by speed. Unfazed, Guanggu maintained his composure as the vehicle surged past him. Suddenly, he took a lateral step, forcefully positioning himself in front of the vehicle, halting its momentum. The two ran shoulder to shoulder, engaging in a fierce struggle. The vehicle, slightly more slender in build, found its path obstructed by Guanggu, ultimately stumbling and falling to the ground, losing the chance to pursue the ball entirely. Guanggu staggered forward a few meters, striving to regain his balance while controlling the ball beneath his feet. Well done. Go for it, Guanggu. A series of fervent shouts erupted from the sidelines, emanating from the substitute players who were watching intently. The recently showcased series of dribbles, composed demeanor, and solid footwork had earned resounding applause from everyone present. However, Guanggu's performance was equally commendable. As a challenger, he emerged as a victor, deserving heartfelt encouragement from all. Indeed, it was truly spectacular. Cui Xinbin, with arms crossed, gazed unwaveringly at Guanggu, who was sprinting across the field, a glimmer of complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Both Guanggu and Che Zai were midfield players for the youth team, yet in contrast to the extraordinarily gifted Che Zai, Guanggu could only be regarded as an ordinary professional player. In Chapter 36, Youth, it was evident that compared to the metronomic midfield core Che Zai, Guanggu was merely a diligent worker, laboring in the shadows. Now nearly 33 years old, Guanggu faced the harsh reality that not every footballer could maintain peak performance past the age of 30. With age came an increase in injuries over the past few seasons. Guanggu had transitioned from a starting midfielder to a primary substitute, even finding himself in the reserve team. Before the season commenced, he had privately discussed with Coach Cui whether to transfer him while he still held value, in exchange for a promising younger player or perhaps for a monetary sum. Looking back, it seemed their decision had been astute. Despite his advancing years, Guanggu still possessed an unwavering determination to command the field. Run forward! A loud shout jolted Cui Xinbin back to reality. He focused intently and witnessed Guanggu, in a state of frenetic motion, suddenly halt in front of an approaching defender from Team A. He lifted his head to glance ahead and resolutely struck the ball at his feet. With great power, the black and white ball skimmed the lush green grass and rolled away, tracing a white line directly towards Team A's goal. It was an unremarkable straight pass. On the trajectory of the ball, aside from A's core player and Xishuan, there were no B team players in sight to receive it. Such a splendid opportunity, was it merely a passing blunder? What a pity. A look of regret crossed Cui Xuanbin's face as he watched the ball slip past an 8-team midfielder, who appeared relieved. Just then, a nimble figure suddenly surged forth. The rolling ball gently came to rest at his feet. He was the forward for Team B. This soccer ball, along with his very being, seemed to share an unspoken connection, converging perfectly at a singular point. It was a beautifully executed and precise through ball. Although Guanggu was merely a laborious and unglamorous defensive midfielder, this did not diminish his significance. He could not deliver the lethal and effective passes akin to the midfield maestro Che Zai. Experience, as they say, holds its weight. The youth ought not to be overly arrogant. Cui Xinbin subtly shook his head, seemingly mocking himself for questioning Guanggu's passing while simultaneously critiquing Che Zai for conceding the goal. As the ball rolled toward him, and Qiyuan, firmly positioned in its trajectory, concentrated intently. Initially, he intended to rush forward and seize the ball. But upon noticing the advancing forward from Team B, he assessed the opponent's dribbling speed and, with seasoned decisiveness, opted to retreat swiftly, establishing himself firmly in the path of the advancing player, patiently awaiting his opportunity. The two soon found themselves face to face. The forward controlling the ball had previously demonstrated both speed and agility. In contrast to Qiyuan, the seasoned defensive linchpin, the forward appeared somewhat inexperienced. Yet his face revealed no trace of panic. His feet moved rhythmically while his gaze remained fixed on Qiyuan's face, as he oscillated between advancing and retreating, slightly bending his waist and lowering his center of gravity, his shoulders subtly swaying in motion. Chapter 37. One-on-one with a keen eye for opportunity, he prepared to break through. His footwork was rapid, and his prowess undeniable. The black and white ball maintained a brisk velocity, seemingly magnetically attracted to his foot, always within his control. The confrontation was fierce, akin to two tigers meeting in a narrow passage, each glaring intently at the other. Team B's attacking player and Team A's defender dashed past each other, while a teammate on the flank raised his arm, persistently calling for the ball. Yet, the forward did not even glance away, his focus unwaveringly locked on Chi-Huan. Intriguingly, was he preparing for a forceful breakthrough? And Chi-Huan, a seasoned defender, was not easily outmaneuvered. Nonetheless, the youth would benefit from a few failures and tumbles. Such experiences are invaluable. Cui Xianbin watched intently, filled with anticipation. The forward from Team B and Chi-Huan from Team A, one advancing and the other retreating, gradually approached the edge of Team A's penalty area. The B team's attacking players, responsible for support and coordination, surged forward, closely shadowed by a Team A defender. A few players constantly maneuvered, attempting to shake off their markers and find space. Meanwhile, Team A's midfield defenders quickly advanced from behind. Although the forward of Team B has already reached the penalty area, both his attempts to shoot and break through are firmly thwarted by On Ki-hyun, who stands like an impenetrable iron gate, making it far from easy to evade him. They sprint swiftly, and with defensive support forming a pincer movement. Regardless of the prowess of Team B's forward, he is rendered as helpless as a fish in a barrel, easily dispossessed of the ball. The defenders have advanced, and you must find a way to handle the situation swiftly. If you lack confidence in breaking through, it is wiser to pass the ball to the flanks. Playing football requires intellect. One cannot always rely on brute force. Choi Hyunbin glanced back and noticed the A-team defender charging in from behind. Drawing upon his extensive experience, he quickly assessed the situation. The B-team forward, hesitating to break through, was clearly lacking confidence to outmaneuver On Ki-hyun. However, further delay would squander a rare scoring opportunity and could even lead to a counterattack from Team A. After all of Team B's midfield and forward players have surged forward. Hurry up, time is running out. As the distance closed, a glimmer of excitement crossed the faces of the Weifang players. At this moment, the B-team forward controlling the ball was merely 3 or 4 meters away. With just a couple of steps, they could easily encircle On Ki-hyun. Seeing his teammate rushing towards him, On Ki-hyun remained composed, exemplifying the poise expected of a seasoned defensive linchpin. The forward in front of him, despite deliberately lowering his center of gravity and swaying his shoulders, was transparent to On Ki-hyun, who discerned that his opponent was merely feigning aggression, with no real intention to outpace him, merely attempting to bait him into committing. Such a simple maneuver. If you think I will fall for it, you underestimate me, rookie. On Ki-hyun narrowed his eyes, unwaveringly studying the forward's face, internally scoffing. Yet as a battle-hardened professional athlete, he maintained a heightened focus and seriousness. As the A-team defender inched closer, the joy on his face became increasingly evident. Perhaps due to the adrenaline surging through him, the B-team forward seemed completely oblivious to his approach. Thus no cooperation from On Ki-hyun was needed. With a casual strike, he could easily disrupt the ball. Too simple. Come on, kid, let me show you why we are the main players of the youth team. The distance continued to diminish, and the B-team forward remained blissfully unaware. Everyone on the field, including Choi Hyunbin, was holding their breath in anxiety. 3, 2, 1. The A-team player, sprinting back to defend, finally reached him and unhesitatingly extended his leg. Blocking his path was the stalwart defender and Chi-Huan of Team B, who stepped forward in perfect synchrony with his teammates, compressing the space around him. At that moment, the forward from Team B, fixated on Chi-Huan, finally sprang into action. He first pivoted his shoulder to the right, then quickly spun back, feigning a leftward move. This series of agile feints led the spectators perched at the edge of the field to believe he would force his way through with the ball. Indeed, the next second, he shifted his body to the left and executed a sudden lateral dash, darting past Chi-Huan's left side with the swiftness of a hare, just before the defender's toes could touch the ground. Foolish boy, does he truly think such simple tricks could deceive Chi-Huan? That is utterly impossible. Choi Hyunbin mused to himself. As the assistant coach of the team, no one understood the capabilities and characteristics of each player better than he did, aside from head coach Choi Shijiao. Currently, Chi-Huan, at the age of 29, was in the prime of his career as a central defender, embodying the perfect blend of experience and skill. Tall and imposing, and Sichuan possessed formidable physicality, yet he was not burdened by the clumsiness that often accompanies towering defenders. He also boasted remarkable speed. Particularly, his ability to pivot and defend in transition ranked among the top 10 in the entire K2 league. A mere upper body feint could never hope to shake him off. True to form, as the forward from Team B launched his advance, and Sichuan moved simultaneously. His feet retreating with astonishing speed, turning smoothly to keep pace with the 8 teams forward. Their shoulders collided forcefully, while the forward was not lacking in physical prowess. He was no match for the seasoned and powerful Sichuan, who had the upper hand. The forward began to falter, looking as though he might tumble to the ground at any moment. Spectators shook their heads, convinced that Team B's forward stood no chance against Sichuan, and that this solo breakthrough would undoubtedly end in failure. However, as they quietly shook their heads, they suddenly realized a grave issue. The ball was gone. Yes, the ball had vanished. More accurately, it had never been at the feet of the Team B player. The crowd quickly shifted their gaze, scanning the field until they spotted the black and white ball, which was slowly rolling towards the center of the penalty area. What on earth was happening? The scene rewound to the instant the Team B player executed his breakthrough. He had feigned a dribble with his upper body, hoping to mislead the experienced Sichuan, a defensive linchpin. In that very moment of initiation, he had kicked the black and white ball through Sichuan's legs, while his body propelled in a completely different direction. What purpose does this serve? The spectators flanking the field wore expressions of bewilderment. Although the B team's forward had deceived Sichuan with his handling of the ball, it had slipped away from his feet and was now rolling gently towards the A team's penalty area. The goalkeeper could easily emerge to seize the ball. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, the B team's forward, gritting his teeth, unexpectedly surged past Sichuan, accelerating in a graceful arc into the penalty area. How could this happen? Sichuan had been outmaneuvered. Everyone, including Choi Hyunbin, was taken aback. A novice, previously unknown, had managed to overpower the core defender Sichuan with sheer speed and strength. Instinctively, Sichuan reacted, gritting his teeth and desperately pursuing. Drawing on his extensive experience, he reached out to grasp the B team's forward's shirt, attempting to hinder his momentum. Simultaneously, the A team's goalkeeper, fully focused, made a decisive move, sprinting towards the black and white ball that had come to a halt at the center of the penalty area. All three converged on the ball almost simultaneously. The seasoned team goalkeeper opted not to scoop it up, instead executing a slide tackle to disrupt the ball's trajectory. Sichuan closely shadowed the B team's forward, engaging in subtle tactics, continually tugging at his shirt to prevent the forward from escaping his grasp. Although he engaged in various fouls, he was astutely aware that they were within the penalty area and, to avoid a penalty call, he conducted himself discreetly. The B team's forward raced forward like an untamed stallion. The A team's goalkeeper, utilizing his explosive speed, managed to poke the ball just ahead of him. With tremendous force, he propelled himself forward, carrying Sichuan along, and in a moment of instinct, struck the ball towards the goal before his body could fully tumble. The black and white ball, propelled by this force, slid past the B team's goalkeeper, who could only watch in disbelief as it rolled towards the unattended goal. All eyes on the sidelines fixated on the black and white ball, following its rapid journey as it approached the unguarded net, barreling toward the goal line, before striking the post and veering out of bounds. Beep. As the whistle resonated, a group of spectators at the edge of the field, along with Choi Hyunbin, shook their heads, not out of disappointment with the performance of the B team's forward, but rather due to the profound regret over the near miss that was just a hair's breadth away from being a goal. It was so close, yet so far. If only it had been a fraction of an inch closer, the ball would have found the net. Such is the nature of football. A mere whisper of distance can sever the connection to scoring. The B team's attacking players, stationed in the A team's half, exchanged helpless glances and shook their heads in unison. This scenario is undoubtedly the least desirable for any player, as a wayward strike sends the ball sailing off course. Chapter 40. Penalty Kick, Part 2. The ball had soared over the goalpost or sailed out of bounds, leaving them to wallow in disappointment at their own technique. Yet, this particular instance left them with an acute sense of regret, for it was a matter of sheer misfortune. With downcast spirits, they trudged back, only to suddenly spot their whistle-bearing coach sprinting towards them, blowing fervently on his whistle while raising his arm to point towards the A team's penalty area. Could it be? A collective thought raced through their minds. A penalty kick. The referee, with whistle in hand, dashed to the A team's penalty box, pushing aside the encroaching of players without hesitation, and boldly declared the penalty spot's direction. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Only the B team's forward and the team's defensive stalwart, On Ki-hyun, remained silent, each absorbed in their own thoughts. Choi Hyun-bin, puzzled, did not utter a word, as all his attention had been captivated by the ball, leaving him oblivious to the events that transpired in that fleeting moment before the B team's forward made contact. It was indeed a clear-cut penalty. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang in his ears, prompting Choi Hyun-bin to turn in surprise. It was none other than the team's head coach, Choi Se-ju. "You came down?" he inquired. "Watching from up there alone was rather dull. So I thought I'd come to the sidelines for a closer experience," Choi Se-ju replied, his gaze fixed intently on the pitch. At the moment the B team's forward struck the ball, On Ki-hyun had indeed exhibited a noticeable pulling motion, causing the B team forward to lose his balance. There was an 80 chance that my shot would have rolled straight into the net. Thus, it unfolded. Choi Hyun-bin nodded, his gaze following Choi Se-ju, both of them turning their attention to the pitch. Within Team A's penalty area, a throng of players surrounded the referee, vociferously expressing their dissent. However, the referee remained resolute, steadfast in his judgment, declaring it an unequivocal penalty. With the matter settled, the captain, Chae-zai, swiftly intervened to restrain his agitated teammates, urging them to comply with the referee's decision. Meanwhile, a jubilant crowd of Team B players erupted in cheers, and after a brief consultation, it was decided that the forward responsible for the foul would take the penalty kick himself. "Go on, show them your prowess," Gwang-gu urged, giving the Team B player a firm pat on the shoulder. The forward, devoid of expression, merely nodded, walking with determination toward the penalty spot. The goalkeeper of Team A stood in the center of the goal, arms outstretched, his eyes fixed on the forward with a predatory intensity, akin to a tiger poised to pounce. As a seasoned mainstay in the K2 League, he understood better than anyone that facing a penalty often boiled down to a psychological clash between the goalkeeper and the penalty taker. The Team B forward stared coldly at the goalkeeper, his face inscrutable, betraying no hint of anxiety, excitement, or joy. Choi Se-ju and Choi Hyun-bin stood at the edge of the field, arms crossed, silently observing with remarkable synchronicity. With a sharp whistle, the referee raised his arm, signaling the commencement of the penalty kick. Chapter 41. An offensive duel. Players from both Team B and Team A positioned themselves outside the penalty area, adopting a ready stance for an imminent sprint. Should the ball fail to find the net, they would be poised to rush in for a rebound or to clear it from play. The Team B forward pressed his lips together, casting a glance at the ball on the penalty spot. He then lifted his head to assess the A-team goalkeeper, who was bouncing on his toes in the center of the goal, unable to extend his arms. Coldly studying the goalkeeper's face, he took several steps back, then, with a measured run-up, launched himself forward, decisively striking the ball with great force. In that fleeting moment, the entire stadium held its breath. On the vast expanse of the field, only the Team B forward, the Team A goalkeeper, and the starkly contrasting black and white soccer ball on the penalty spot remained. As the forward's foot rose, delivering a powerful shot, the ball soared off the grass, hurtling toward the goal. Simultaneously, the goalkeeper leaped high, arms outstretched, striving to reach the ball aimed at the lower left corner of the net. The rapidly moving soccer ball, under his watchful gaze, surged directly towards him, more precisely, towards his outstretched hands. A smile flickered across the goalkeeper's face, only to freeze in an instant. The black and white ball, much like his judgment, collided with his palms. However, the sheer force of the impact caused it to rebound at an angle, forcefully slipping away. With a resounding thud, it struck the goalpost before descending onto the ground. At that moment, the ball had entirely crossed the white goal line. A goal! Hooray! The members of Team B erupted in jubilation, raising their hands in celebration. Several teammates dashed into the penalty area, embracing the forward who had successfully netted the goal. Meanwhile, the players of Team A could only shake their heads in resignation. The most joyous moments on the field arise when one or one's teammates score, while conversely, the most disheartening moments occur when one's goal is breached by the opponent. Watching them revel in exuberance before one's eyes. How infuriating, it was so close. The goalkeeper of Team A slammed a fist into the grass. It seemed that every time a goal was conceded, all goalkeepers exhibited a similar reaction. Just moments ago, he had been on the brink of deflecting the shot from Team B's player. All one could do was lament the overwhelming power of the opponent's strike. He glanced up at the forward from Team B, now surrounded by teammates, turning his back to the goal, and felt a twinge of apprehension. Or rather, a sense of caution. The rookie who had just joined the team this year seemed to possess extraordinary prowess. Following the cheers and dismay, The players of both teams resumed their positions, ready to restart the match at the referee's whistle. A flurry of sweat-soaked bodies engaged in an intense struggle, with shouts echoing across the field and the black and white ball soaring through the air. With a flurry of goals and subsequent equalizers, both Team A and Team B had ignited a fervent competitive spirit, launching all-out assaults, each believing in their sufficient capabilities to triumph over the other. Chapter 42. The coach's perspective. How intriguing. It was unexpected that a seemingly ordinary training match would unfold with such intensity. If this trend continues, today's match is likely to yield a significant scoreline. Coach Choi Hyun-bin glanced upwards at the animated group of substitute players on the sidelines. As previously mentioned, one of the most exhilarating aspects of being a football player is the opportunity to witness a thrilling match. Coach Choi, who would have thought that your simple words could ignite such fierce determination in every player? I believe that in the future, should you have the chance to graduate, you might consider speaking even more. Choi Hyun-bin turned his head, a smile adorning his face as he gazed intently at Choi Shi-zhao on the field. Choi Shi-zhao remained silent, merely adjusting the transparent frames perched on his nose, seemingly captivated by the fierce competition unfolding before him, his attention unwavering. After a moment of silence, Choi Hyun-bin glanced at the entranced Choi Shi-zhao, a smile gracing his lips, and remarked, "Coach Choi, to be frank, I harbored some concerns regarding our team's transfers this season. However, after witnessing today's match, I now believe my worries were unfounded. Every player on the field is performing exceptionally well. Particularly, the swift winger has almost single-handedly shouldered the team's offensive maneuvers on the flanks. If he manages to avoid injuries and illness this season, I believe he can reclaim the title of best assister in the K2 league that he missed last season." Choi-zai's performance has also grown increasingly seasoned. He has entirely shed the hesitance you frequently admonished, and each of his touches is now both decisive and precise. As for Guanggu, although he is only 33 this year, I am confident that he will firmly secure a position as a reliable substitute this season. With a bit more effort, he might even contend for a starting role. Moreover, aside from them, several players from Team B have also exhibited remarkable brilliance, presenting a delightful surprise. Notably, the B team forward who just scored has rekindled my faith in the youthful exuberance and the fearless courage of the younger generation. When facing Nketiah, he displayed no trepidation whatsoever, boldly using his physicality and speed to challenge his opponent, and most importantly, his diligence earned a precious penalty. I am now contemplating that if the few guys still on vacation were to watch the match footage today, they would surely rush back to the team. By the way, Lu Dongdong seems to be performing better than we initially anticipated, showcasing commendable skills. Choi Hyun-bin spoke in a single breath, all the while discreetly observing the changes in Choi Shi-zhao's expression. The roars from the stadium echoed continuously, the players engaged in a fierce back-and-forth struggle that left spectators breathless. "Coach Choi, do you agree with my observations?" Noticing Choi Shi-zhao's continued silence, Choi Hyun-bin inquired with a grin once more. Choi Shi-zhao, fixated on the unfolding action, shook his head without turning around and replied, "Most of what you said holds truth. However, I wish to convey that a football match spans 90 minutes. A fleeting performance cannot adequately reflect one's true capabilities. Furthermore, both teams are currently engaged in a relentless offensive onslaught." Chapter 43. A Clash of Titans. At this moment, both teams are locked in a fast-paced and intense confrontation, characterized by an all-out offensive and defensive struggle, rendering the performance of a defensive player less significant. As the head coach of a team, I have never relied on favorable conditions to assess an individual's genuine strength. What truly matters is how one performs in the face of adversity and numerous challenges. Choi Shi-zhao shifted his gaze, intentionally or not, casting a glance towards Team B's defensive line, and continued, "I must concede, Lu Dongdong's performance in the recent match was commendable. However, his shortcomings are equally apparent. His tall stature is undermined by a lack of physical resilience, particularly in terms of his turning speed, which reveals no discernible difference between him and Li Xingli." Choi Shi-zhao spoke slowly, while Choi Hyun-bin listened attentively, a faint smile of resignation gracing his features. He acknowledged that Choi Shi-zhao's observations were indeed valid. Lu Dongdong possessed an array of flaws, yet Choi Hyun-bin was acutely aware that Choi Shi-zhao's remarks were tainted by subjective bias stemming from preconceived notions. Thus, he chose to remain silent, despite his internal disagreement. During the nearly 40 minutes of play, Lu Dongdong had executed several crucial interceptions and tackles, demonstrating moments of brilliance. Nevertheless, when compared to his teammates on the field, His overall capabilities, as Chui Shirzhao indicated, fell short, rendering him unfit to be a member of the youth team. As the match continued, Team A's midfield maestro, Che Zai, deftly evaded the attempts of two Team B players to thwart him, decisively lifting his foot to deliver a series of exquisite passes to the forwards. This particular play mirrored the swift, precise through ball he had executed earlier, skimming along the grass and reaching the feet of Team A's striker stationed at the forefront. This allowed his teammate to effortlessly control the ball without expending any significant effort. Upon receiving the pass, the striker employed his back to shield against Lu Dongdong's defensive efforts, with the ball rolling between his feet. Should Lu Dongdong show even the slightest falter, the striker would rely on his agility to break free. Surprisingly, this time, Lu Dongdong did not remain stationary as in previous instances. Instead, after bending his knees and applying pressure, he angled his shoulders to the left, sliding past Team A's striker. Utilizing his towering physique, he effectively displaced the slender forward, intercepting the ball at his feet with decisive accuracy, and without hesitation, he surged forward with the ball in tow. When the forward of Team A, sprawled on the ground, extended his foot, it was already too late. He could only watch helplessly as the opponent sauntered away with ease. Upon gaining possession, Lu Dongdong did not linger. He raised his head to glance at his teammates ahead, and with a powerful swing of his leg, sent the ball towards Guanggu, who was positioned in the center circle. Under Guanggu's orchestration, a group of players from Team B swiftly surged towards Team A's half. In the final moment, the B team forward took a shot, and had the ball not soared too high, it would have surely found the net once more. Frustrated, the B team forward shook his head and raised his hands in a gesture of gratitude and apology towards the assisting Guanggu and the orchestrating Lu Dongdong. Chapter 44, A Clash of Titans, Part 2. Standing at the edge of the field, Chui Xianbin wore a smile, casting a glance, either intentionally or inadvertently, at Chui Shirzhao, who was quietly observing. Perhaps it was tied to personal growth, but despite Lu Dongdong's overall abilities being inferior to those of his opponents, his relentless effort on the field increasingly endeared him to Chui Xianbin. Coach Chui, this is the fourth time. Each instance has been a clean and decisive interception. Personally, I believe we should give him a chance, Chui Xianbin remarked, tilting his head slightly. Chui Shirzhao, with a serious demeanor and keen eyes fixed on the field, responded, I have stated that certain aspects of his performance are indeed commendable. However, his overall performance still falls significantly short of my standards. He raised his arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong, who was sprinting back towards their own half. Did you see that? His turning speed just now pales in comparison to Li Xingli's, and his off-the-ball movement awareness is nearly abysmal. Particularly concerning is his positioning. He consistently lags behind, showing little understanding of how to collaborate with his partner, Li Xingli. Of course, a significant part of this issue arises from the fact that today is their first time partnering, which could be summed up as a lack of chemistry. Nevertheless, as a competent center back, one must learn to read the game and understand teammates. With the first half drawing to a close, he has shown no signs of adaptation and remains oblivious to the issues at hand. Moreover, the most critical point is that he has faced the A-team's forward in direct confrontations several times. Yet he still fails to discern the type of forward he is up against and has no realization of the appropriate defensive strategies required to counter his opponent. In my eyes, such a center back is utterly inadequate. Furthermore, as I previously mentioned, a football match lasts for 90 minutes. A proper defender should not focus solely on fleeting moments of brilliance, but rather on maintaining consistent performance throughout the entirety of the match. His current display does not inspire my trust. Chui Xianbin listened quietly, expressing some disagreement as he spoke. Coach Chui, I acknowledge the validity of your words. Yet he is merely a novice who has just joined the team, having recently turned 19. While he indeed possesses several shortcomings, I firmly believe that if he continues to exert effort in this manner, there remains considerable potential for his development. Hyunbin, you are mistaken. The reason our perspectives diverge so markedly is that you are still entrenched in your former role. This is not a youth team. It is a professional football club competing in the K2 League. As a head coach, we must continuously identify and nurture promising players, while also bearing responsibility for the club's performance. Choi Seju slowly articulated, turning to gaze at Choi Hyunbin. If Lu Dongdong were merely 13 or 14 years of age, he could indeed be considered a promising prospect. However, at 19, his technical skills have already become ingrained. And both you and I are acutely aware that little can be altered at this stage. Thus, from the standpoint of a head coach concerning the team's league performance, his current capabilities render him unfit to be a true player on our roster. He exchanged a profound look with Choi Hyun-bin. Chapter 45. A Clash of Titans, Part 3. He turned his head back, as if speaking to himself. Currently, the players on the field are all holding their breath, employing an all-out offensive and defensive strategy in their quest for supremacy. However, once this fervor wanes, the experience of Choi Zai will undoubtedly reveal the vulnerabilities in Team B's defense. At that moment, it will be the time of Team B's complete collapse and utter defeat. This year, every team in the K2 League has recruited a significant number of strong reinforcements. If we wish to stand out and seize the championship, his ability to read the game must advance further. Yet, his performance now. Choi Seju shifted his gaze to the center of the field, where Choi Zai was engaged in an intense battle with the players of Team B, squinting as he remarked, "To be frank, his performance over the past 40 minutes has been quite remarkable. However, he has failed to recognize such a glaring opportunity, which is truly disappointing." Coach Choi, I understand your expectations for Choi Zai, but I personally believe you are setting the bar too high. After all, this match has only just reached the 30-minute mark, and it is our first practice match of the season. Each player inevitably undergoes a period of adjustment. I am confident that, given Choi Zai's abilities, he will improve with subsequent matches. As his words settled, both men suddenly heard a loud shout from the field. Run. Turning to look, they saw Choi Zai, with the ball swiftly breaking free from the encirclement of two players from Team B. With a powerful swing of his foot, he struck the ball forcefully. Their eyes followed the soaring, rapidly spinning ball as it swiftly descended towards Team B's half. The ball sailed over the heads of everyone, heading straight for the penalty area of Team B. The ox raised its head, gazing intently at the soccer ball soaring overhead. At that moment, a fleeting figure caught its peripheral vision, darting swiftly past. Instinctively, it muttered an exclamation of dismay, turning abruptly to sprint forward, extending its arm in an attempt to grasp the opponent's jersey. Yet, the adversary had already surged ahead, leaving it grasping at empty air. Upon closer inspection, the forward of Team A, clad in a green vest, raced across the vast field like a cheetah, dashing into the penalty area with the swiftness of the wind. Just before the ball touched the ground, he deftly lifted his foot, expertly controlling the ball. Simultaneously, the goalkeeper of Team B, recognizing the imminent threat, sprang into action. Arms and legs outstretched, lunging forward with a sliding tackle to intercept the forward's shot. As the two were about to collide, the momentum of the Team B forward rendered him unable to halt his advance. Just when onlookers thought all hope was lost, the forward skillfully hooked the ball with his foot, sending it soaring upward. Utilizing the momentum from his sprint, he twisted at the waist, propelling himself into an elegant backflip, executing a stunning scissor kick just as the goalkeeper lunged forward. The two players crashed heavily into one another, groaning as they tumbled to the ground. Meanwhile, the ball, under the gaze of the entire crowd, soared downward, plunging into the white net. Chapter 46. A Spectacular Goal. Goal. The ball had found its mark in a breathtaking display of athleticism. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the arena, followed by an eruption of jubilation. All players of Team A surged forward, and the recently grounded forward was once again engulfed by his teammates. Like a tower of blocks, they piled upon him, their faces glowing with radiant smiles. The speedy winger, brimming with childlike joy, playfully tousled the forward's slick hair into a wild mess. A chorus of laughter erupted among the men, fists pumping in the air, as they shouted encouragement to the dejected Team B players trudging past. The goalkeeper of Team B, cradling his cheek, rose from the grass. His face had collided directly with the shoulder of the team of forward, leaving it swollen and bruised. Yet, at that moment, he paid no heed to his physical pain. His gaze was fixated entirely on the white soccer ball lying quietly in the net. As a goalkeeper, nothing is more disheartening than conceding a goal to the opponent. To make matters worse, he had just witnessed 3 consecutive goals, an unfortunate hat trick against him. There was no denying it. He had done his utmost in that last play, but alas, his opponent had proven to be exceptionally skilled. Guanggu walked up and firmly patted the goalkeeper on the shoulder. This marked the 3rd time during this match. The goalkeeper, feeling disheartened, lowered his head and, alongside Guanggu, directed his gaze towards the A-team forward who had just risen from the grass. In stark contrast to their own gloom and despondency, the A-team forward, who had just scored a brilliant goal, radiated joy. The pent-up emotions that had been restrained for over 40 minutes were finally dispelled by his triumph. What little confidence remained surged in an exponential manner in that fleeting moment. The challenges in the ensuing match would undoubtedly escalate. Lu Dongdong approached the goalkeeper and Guanggu, extending his apologies. The group chose to forgive him, smiling and assuring him not to dwell on it. They huddled together for a brief exchange before dispersing, preparing to resume the match. Just before departing, Guanggu firmly grasped Lu Dongdong's arm, advising him to pay attention to positioning in the future. I know Che Zai well. He will undoubtedly target your blind spots. Ensure that a team's forward does not succeed in an offside play again. Understood, Captain, Lu Dongdong replied, nodding vigorously, a hint of shame coloring his face. Guanggu patted his shoulder and turned to join Li Shengli at the other end, whispering similar counsel. The match resumed promptly. With 6 minutes remaining before the end of the first half, it appeared that Che Zai had once again exceeded our expectations. Wouldn't you agree, Coach Chui? Coach Chui Xianbin turned to Chui Shijiao, who stood at the edge of the field. I suppose so. He hasn't completely disappointed me, Chui Shijiao replied, finally nodding slightly, his eyes gleaming with a momentary brilliance behind his glasses. No head coach would fail to harbor high hopes for the core of their team. The more remarkable his performance, the more confidence the coach felt within. Chapter 47, striving for the championship this year as a formidable contender in the K2 League. They aim not only to secure a spot in the top 4, but to ascend further and clinch the championship. This was the solemn promise made by Chui Shijiao to the club's leadership last month. Naturally, the ability to win the K2 League championship was crucial for his future prospects. Therefore, failure was not an option. What's wrong, Coach Chui? Chui Xianbin inquired. What? Nothing. I just noticed you seem a bit distracted, Chui Xianbin murmured, a hint of confusion on his face. Nothing at all. I was simply reflecting on a few matters. Let us continue watching the match, Chui Shijiao replied nonchalantly, his gaze fixed on the field. The game resumed. After experiencing success, as Guanggu had predicted, every time a team's defensive anchor, Che Zai, intercepted the ball, he decisively initiated a high-profile pass. The A-team's forwards, brimming with newfound confidence, darted around Neo Dongdong like slippery eels. The moment they spotted the ball approaching, they surged forward with the swiftness of the wind. Had it not been for Neo Dongdong and the goalkeeper's prior preparations, they would have been caught off guard by multiple one-on-one opportunities created by offside plays. Nevertheless, although a team's forwards were thwarted from scoring, they left the field with disheveled appearances and racing hearts. This turmoil consequently disrupted B team's midfield and defense, leaving their forwards unsupported and ensnared in a series of solitary confrontations. The dynamics of the match gradually tilted in favor of Team A. As seasoned players thriving in the K2 League, they quickly established their footing and unleashed a formidable offensive that thoroughly subdued Team B, leaving its players with scarcely a moment to catch their breath. The halftime whistle pierced through the fervent intensity of the contest, prompting a collective sigh of relief from Team B, while Team A's players wore expressions of lingering dissatisfaction and unfulfilled ambition. In the face of their relentless assault, Team B's increasingly constricted defense had been rendered utterly vulnerable. Had the whistle been delayed by just a few seconds, Team A might well have breached Team B's goal. However, the match had concluded, leaving nothing but a sense of resignation. As the players descended from the field, each was drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The relentless back-and-forth running and the high-intensity battle of the past 45 minutes were challenges that few could endure. Are you aware that Coach Choi had been observing the match from the sidelines the entire time? Lu Dongdong sat with a group of B team players on the sidelines of the court, tilting their heads back, holding water bottles and gulping down water fervently. A substitute player, after distributing the water to each of the on-field players, curiously leaned forward. Upon hearing a certain remark, the weary expressions of everyone instantly brightened. However, the B team's forward remarked persistently, Coach Chui Xianbin has always been present on the sidelines. He has never left. What is the fuss about? A chorus of teammates nodded in agreement, affirming his statement. Oh, if it were Coach Chui Xianbin, do you think I would intentionally remind you? It's not him. A teammate raised his head, puzzled, yet the fleeting expression on his face betrayed his inner thoughts. He clearly understood which Coach Chui, his fellow player, was referring to. Chapter 48, Rising Aspirations. It was Coach Chui Shijiao who personally came down during halftime. He stood alongside assistant coach Chui Xianbin, engaged in conversation for quite some time. Perhaps they were evaluating your performance on the court just now. At this revelation, those who had been sipping water with their heads tilted back set down their cups, exchanging glances filled with a mixture of complexity and excitement. The fervor displayed in today's match was largely inspired by the words of Coach Chui Shijiao. Naturally, each individual was now eager to know what impression their recent performance had left on Coach Chui Shijiao. Did you hear what Coach Chui said? Of course not. I was far away from where they stood. I can't just sneak up and eavesdrop on their conversation. The substitute player immediately shook his head. A wave of regret washed over the group. One player glanced enviously at the B-team forward sitting opposite him and remarked, "Your performance was outstanding earlier. You even scored a goal. Coach must have a lasting impression of you." I, on the other hand, performed terribly, feeling like an invisible man. Sigh. This time I must have messed up. Indeed, I feel the same. At the beginning of the match, I was quite pleased with my performance. But as the game progressed, it deteriorated. I lost possession several times. I fear this time, too, I have failed. A collective sigh echoed among the group, each person engaging in self-deprecation while praising their teammates. Lu Dongdong was modestly praised by Li Shengli, who considered his own performance to be subpar. He sheepishly scratched his head and courteously remarked that everyone had performed admirably, only to be overshadowed by the formidable opponent. Indeed, the A team was comprised almost entirely of key players, renowned stars of the K2 League. One player commented that trailing by just one goal at halftime was a commendable feat, just as Coach Choi Hyun-bin mentioned before the match. Coach Choi Se-ju was not solely focused on the outcome. Rather, he was assessing the unique abilities of each of us. As long as we give our utmost effort, I believe he will recognize our dedication. Guanggu clapped his hands energetically and addressed the team. Now that the first half has concluded, regardless of our past performance, we must strive in the second half to showcase our full potential. I acknowledge that our opponents are indeed strong. However, our performance in the first half was also remarkable. I trust that everyone shares my sentiment, and we must not give up. Let us unite our efforts and surprise Coach Choi Se-chao by defeating the A team before his very eyes. With these words, Guanggu raised his arm, his gaze piercing as he looked at each individual. A group of B team players exchanged glances, and the forward was the first to extend his hand, followed by others who placed their palms together with determination. In unison, they declared with resounding voices, "Let us go." As the thunderous cheer erupted, the weariness and frustration on their faces dissipated, replaced by an overwhelming sense of confidence. Chapter 49, Aloft Hehe. It seems our little group still possesses considerable spirit. Undaunted by our earlier challenges, the second half will require our utmost effort. The speedy winger, sporting golden hair, glanced back at the B team players seated at a distance, a playful grin adorning his face. "You cheeky lad, the leader Guanggu is right there, and you dare refer to him as a child? Such a lack of manners," Che Zai remarked, playfully tapping the thigh of the winger, his tone reproachful, yet smiling. "Oh, I certainly did not include the esteemed Guanggu among the children. He remains formidable, showing no mercy as he took me down several times in the first half, leaving my legs sore." The winger, seated cross-legged on the grass, declared with a smirk, "Who told you to insist on playing solo? You had opportunities to pass, but chose to go it alone. You brought this upon yourself," teased the B team forward. "I didn't intend to play solo. I merely wished to impart a lesson to these youngsters. However, I did not anticipate that they would be unfazed by my feints, and Guanggu would charge in without hesitation. I was left with no options," he lamented. "Without hesitation. You should release the ball with greater swiftness instead of stubbornly holding on. Otherwise, if the class is missed, you might end up being schooled by others, which would be quite embarrassing." The coach turned to face the spirited players, articulating clearly, "Within this team, there are several newcomers whose performances have been remarkably impressive. They might pose a significant threat to our starting positions. Indeed, especially that forward from the B team, who, when faced one-on-one with me, displayed no hint of trepidation. Moreover, his footwork was exceptionally quick, rivaling that of a speedy winger." And Chi Huan furrowed his thick brows, observing the forward among the B team crowd. A teammate sitting cross-legged beside him nodded in agreement. "Come on, don't undermine others to elevate yourselves. While he has performed admirably, our forward line has also shown great prowess. For instance, both Jin Shioga and I have scored goals, particularly Jin Shioga, who executed a spectacular bicycle kick that left the A team utterly astonished," remarked the swift winger with a grin. "Indeed, that goal was truly remarkable. I initially thought the goalkeeper would save it," the coach said, giving a thumbs up to the A team forward who had scored the exquisite goal. Jinsi, slightly bashful, scratched his head and humbly replied, "I was just improvising at the moment. If you asked me to replicate that shot now, I truly couldn't." After a pause, he turned his gaze towards the B team players and earnestly stated, "This group of youngsters possesses remarkable talent, particularly the forward from the B team who scored. If he maintains this form, he may indeed pose a formidable challenge to our starting positions in the future." A serious expression suddenly broke into a smile as he looked at the speedy winger diagonally across from him, saying, "Especially you. Make sure to avoid injuries this year. Otherwise, by the time you recover, your spot might be taken. As for me, I certainly won't allow anyone to usurp my rightful position." "Hey, Jinshioga, what are you saying? You wouldn't, would you?" As the conversation flowed, the A team erupted into laughter. In contrast to the B team's fervent determination, the seasoned team approached today's match with a more relaxed attitude, with many not showcasing their full capabilities. As the second half commences, we shall continue executing our mid to long-range tactical offensive. The two center backs of the B team are slow to turn, lacking synergy, thus leaving ample space for us to exploit. Just be mindful to avoid offside. I will undoubtedly provide you with the ammunition you need. In the vehicle, Chazai nodded, glancing sideways at Lu Dongdong and the others with a hint of sympathy, and remarked, "These two central defenders are still quite young. Are we really going to be so ruthless with them today? Won't this completely undermine their confidence?" With that tone, "You make it sound as if you could score under their defense." Chazai couldn't resist teasing, prompting a chorus of laughter from the teammates. The rebellious winger, feeling indignant, coldly retorted, raising 3 fingers with bravado, and declared, "In the second half, I intend to score 3 goals. I will show these youngsters what it truly means to be the king of the flanks." As the second half commenced as anticipated, a team swiftly employed long passes and offside traps, fully unleashing the speed and prowess of their forwards, Jinsi and the rebellious winger. The dynamics on the field tilted uncontrollably in one direction, with each pass from a team posing a lethal threat. B team's defense was in disarray, with central defenders, including Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, flustered and overwhelmed. Were it not for the experienced Guanggu, who made several remarkable saves, B team's goal would have been breached multiple times by a team. Nevertheless, it was evident to all players from both sides, the substitutes watching from the sidelines, and coaches Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju, that B team's defense was riddled with vulnerabilities and on the brink of collapse, if they could not effectively regain their confidence. It was merely a matter of time before goals would be conceded. Chazai's keen analytical skills regarding the match were indeed sharp, yet their frenzied offensive strategy, exploiting B team's positional weaknesses and executing offside traps, seemed rather merciless. Football is a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. It's either your victory or my defeat. With no room for sympathy, Choi Hyunbin remarked with a smile. Furthermore, an effective offense hinges on seizing upon the opponent's vulnerabilities and striking decisively. Even in a mere training match, one cannot blame the opponent for being ruthless. Instead, one must reflect on their own lack of skill and experience. Choi Seju, with an impassive expression, added, as the head coach of the youth team, he had been at this field for 3 full years. Chapter 51. A wise elder at home. Choi Seju is well known in the K2 League and even within the realm of Korean football for his stern demeanor. Choi Hyunbin, meanwhile, remained silent, maintaining a gentle smile on his face. He clearly understands that the divergence in opinions between him and coach Choi Seju stems from their fundamentally different coaching philosophies and perspectives on players. Such entrenched beliefs are not easily swayed by mere words or fleeting discussions. On the field, both teams' players are engaged in an intense battle, fiercely running and defending without yielding an inch. The seasoned Guanggu, after aiding the center back in several clearances, finally perceives Team A's determination to execute an offside trap. He immediately shouts out, rallying his teammates to closely mark Chazai, the core midfielder of Team A, through whom every ball must pass. As soon as Chazai gains possession, 2 players from Team B rush towards him without hesitation, regardless of their chances of intercepting the ball. Their singular focus is to prevent Chazai from easily distributing the ball, thus averting any potential deadly assist to his forwards. Team B's tactical emphasis on marking soon yields results, with Chazai being restricted. Team A's passing opportunities plummet dramatically, and the quality of their passes deteriorates noticeably. The forward and the speedy winger, who roam the field, consistently fail to receive favorable passes. Despite several attempts to exploit their speed and experience to break the offside trap and seize a rare one-on-one opportunity, they find themselves thwarted by poor passing speed and accuracy, unable to catch up as they helplessly watch the goalkeeper effortlessly gather the ball. Frustration mounts, particularly for the winger, who incessantly grumbles while impatiently kicking at the grass. Their repeated sprints are physically taxing, and if this continues, even if Chazai eventually manages to deliver precise passes, they may lack the stamina to keep up. As the saying goes, an elder at home is like a treasure. Guanggu's indomitable spirit and wealth of experience are invaluable assets to our team. Choi Hyunbin watches intently as Guanggu sweats it out on the pitch, his eyes glimmering with admiration. Guanggu is a quintessential late-blooming talent. Had he encountered me a few years earlier, I might have brought him to Europe. His playing style bears a striking resemblance to that of Gattuso. The only lament is that he has been overlooked, lacking a suitable platform to showcase his talents. Choi Seju lets out a sigh, the only sign of emotional fluctuation on his face throughout this lengthy observation. If you had told me this 3 years ago, I would have merely scoffed. Yet now, I can empathize with your sentiments. Sometimes, the comparison between individuals can indeed be infuriating. Perhaps a seemingly insignificant choice could alter the trajectory of one's destiny. Choi Hyunbin murmured softly, pausing for a moment, inhaling deeply, and revealing a hint of helplessness accompanied by a resigned smile. He said, "Although we cannot alter the fate of Guanggu, I firmly believe that in the future of the Republic of Korea, we will encounter an increasing number of Guanggis. Through our efforts, we can guide them onto a path entirely different from the one they tread now." Chapter 52, The Encirclement Tactic, Part 1, Perhaps. A deeply entrenched coaching philosophy cannot be transformed overnight. Choi Shirzhao turned his head, casting a meaningful glance at Choi Hyunbin. However, with the concerted efforts of many, the atmosphere of football in South Korea is indeed progressing towards a brighter future. Perhaps one day, those in positions of authority will come to realize that a commendable football team is not merely defined by an exceptional forward or a remarkable midfielder, but rather by the collective average capability of the entire squad. At every position, there exists a stellar player, even with spectacles perched upon his nose. The brilliance in his gaze cannot be concealed. At that moment, a fervent cheer drew their attention to the field. In the center of the pitch, the player Che Zai, with the ball firmly underfoot, was locked in a fierce contest with two defenders from Team B. The two players from Team B, one in front and the other behind, surrounded him, displaying their determination to intercept the ball at all costs. Their objective was to stifle Che Zai's ability to transition the ball and disrupt Team A's offensive rhythm. To achieve this, their feet were not the only instruments of their strategy. Their hands were equally engaged, although the subtlety of their movements did not escape the referee's scrutiny, who remained observant without blowing the whistle just yet. In Team B's half, while Che Zai was entangled in his struggle with the two defenders, a swift winger with golden locks and forward in Jinsu was incessantly maneuvering around Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli. Originally a winger utilized for sideline play, this fleet-footed player, having failed to seize promising opportunities, decided to cut into the midfield area, leaving his mark-beat team defender behind. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli have both experienced the extraordinary speed of their opponents firsthand, each of them maintaining a taut vigilance, never straying far from one another. In a bid to thwart any attempts at an offside trap by their adversaries, they continuously adjusted their positions, retreating almost to the precipice of their own penalty area. As the final bastion of defense in the midfield, Guanggu was acutely aware of the prowess of the swift wingers and the quiet yet formidable Xiao, deliberately narrowing the gap between himself and the duo of Lu and Li. Should the midfielder Che Zai or any other player from Team A execute a high, lofted pass, they would be poised to pivot swiftly and provide immediate support. Observing Che Zai being cornered with no feasible options, the two flank defenders from Team A did not hesitate to surge forward, raising their arms to signal for a quick distribution of the ball. Facing the relentless pressure from the two defenders of Team B, Che Zai cast a glance at his two frontline teammates, deftly evading their grasp with an elegant turn, breaking free from their clutches and raising his foot to strike. However, just as the defenders from Team B lost their positioning, they swiftly regained their composure, charging forward in unison to obstruct Che Zai's south passing lane, compelling him to retreat once more. A group of substitutes watching from the sidelines shook their heads, concluding that under such circumstances, Che Zai would likely have to minimize his touches and allow his teammates to deliver the decisive assist. Otherwise, persisting in this manner would merely squander time for both sides. The two advancing flank defenders from Team A, seeing that Che Zai could not release the ball in a timely manner, felt helpless and returned to their designated positions. Chapter 53, The Encirclement Tactic, Part 2. The reckless advance of Team A's flank defenders, if not synchronized with their teammates to create a lethal threat, would leave them vulnerable to a perfect counterattack should Team B seize the opportunity due to the exposed defense on the flanks. It appeared that Che Zai had been thoroughly neutralized. Nevertheless, he had made notable progress. Last season, physical confrontations had been his Achilles heel. Earlier, He had managed to hold his ground against the close marking of two defenders from Team B, maintaining firm control of the ball at his feet. Cui Xianbin offered a candid assessment of the situation. However, Cui Shichao, casting a serious glance at Cui Xianbin, remarked, as the core of the midfield, "One must always be prepared for being marked closely by opponents, even multiple defenders. If Che Zai's performance today remains at this level, I shall surely persuade the club's higher-ups to acquire that player at any cost. The adversaries he faces today are merely rookies who have just joined the team. If he can be so easily contained, what do you think our chances of winning the championship this year would be?" He paused, answering his own rhetorical question. If he performs like this, we would have no hope whatsoever. Cui Shijiao's words were rather blunt, his piercing gaze fixed on Che Zai, who was skillfully maneuvering the ball at the center of the field. Cui Xianbin, well acquainted with his character, quickly discerned that although Cui Shijiao's tone was stern, he harbored hopes for Che Zai's performance. Yet, it remained uncertain whether Che Zai, upon whom Cui Shijiao placed such high expectations, would be able to fulfill them. The fierce contest in the midfield persisted. Che Zai, in control of the ball, found himself under relentless pressure from two B-team players, leaving him with no opportunity to pass. Helplessly, he shifted the ball and quickly advanced, yearning for a chance to collaborate with his teammates. However, the two defenders remained unyielding, shadowing him closely. Indifferent to his attempts to distribute the ball, when Che Zai finally received a pass from a teammate, the two opponents clung to him like stubborn adhesive. What ensued mirrored the previous scenario. Che Zai struggled to maintain control of the ball, and after a taxing effort, he had no choice but to pass it sideways. Upon receiving the ball, his teammate found himself completely constrained by the B-team players, forced to awkwardly shift the play towards the attacking front. Yet, the quality of the pass, in stark contrast to Che Zai's capabilities, resembled that of a toy model compared to a genuine intercontinental missile, entirely disparate in caliber. Not only was the pass intercepted with ease by the steadfast Guanggu, who had firmly established himself in the midfield and defense, but also, Guanggu orchestrated several counterattacks, delivering exquisite passes to the B-team forwards stationed at the forefront of A-team's half. As previously observed, the B-team forwards exhibited remarkable skill. Had their supporting teammates not shown signs of inadequacy, they would have undoubtedly breached A-team's goal and equalized the score. Barely 10 minutes into the second half, the momentum shifted dramatically. The once dominant A-team, hindered by Che Zai's lackluster performance, began to falter like a precariously tilting scale. If they failed to overcome these challenges. Chapter 54. A grave danger without a player stepping up to become a secondary passing option in the face of the B-team's dazzling counterattacks. Conceding a goal was an inevitable outcome. Cui Xianbin quietly observed the unfolding situation on the field, watching the ball repeatedly shift from the feet of Che Zai to those of his teammates, resulting in a series of futile passes that inevitably culminated in failure. Whether it was the teammates responsible for the passes or the speedy wingers and forwards stationed at the flanks, each wore expressions of frustration and helplessness. Che Zai's countenance was equally grim. However, as the core player in the back line, his ability to manage emotions, honed through countless trials and tribulations, was superior to that of his fellow players. Yet, even if he feigned a smile, pretending that everything was fine, the entire A-team remained ensnared in a progressively dismal atmosphere, a decidedly ominous sign. Cui Xianbin crossed his arms, casting a sidelong glance at Cui Shijiao standing beside him. Regardless of how the outcome of the match would unfold, or which player might ultimately rise to turn the tide or deliver a decisive blow to the A-team, he believed that coach Cui Shijiao would overlook these nuances, as he was plagued by a grave concern, a potentially fatal issue. If the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, were to be effectively neutralized, there would be no one within the team capable of stepping up as a secondary playmaker. This was a terrifying prospect, a catastrophic vulnerability for a team aspiring for championship glory. Of course, perhaps Guanggu, now in the B team, could assume this role. However, at the age of 33, he was no longer capable of enduring the rigors of a high-intensity season, serving only as a supplementary asset rather than a vital resource. Che Zai, you must devise a solution quickly. Do not let us down. Cui Xianbin narrowed his eyes, fixated on Che Zai, who was locked in a fierce contest at the center of the field against two defenders from the B team. He believed, much like Cui Shijiao, that the player they valued most would undoubtedly find a way to overcome the current predicament. The match continued. With Che Zai effectively neutralized, the defensive pressure eased considerably. Lu Dongdong, whose stamina was nearly depleted, finally had a moment to catch his breath, disregarding the frenetic movements of a team forward and Jinxiu nearby. For him, as long as his teammates in the midfield of the A team were unable to deliver effective passes, nothing else mattered. On the verdant pitch, under Coach G's meticulous tutelage, Lu Dongdong, already noted for his defensive prowess, had made significant strides in his abilities. Confronted by the forward's direct assault, he exuded absolute confidence and capability, effortlessly intercepting the opponent. Moreover, an insurmountable barrier, the defensive midfielder Guanggu, stood resolutely before him. Positioned at the center circle, the beleaguered Che Zai struggled in vain, left with no alternative but to once again pass the ball sideways to a teammate. Upon receiving the ball, the fullback surged forward, deftly bypassing the defenders of Team B. Unhindered as he reached the flanks of their half, the B team's fullback, responsible for guarding the wing, trailed Lu Dongdong closely. Chapter 55. Danger. They followed the footsteps of Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, retreating towards the penalty area with the intent to constrict their defensive zone. Guarding the center, Guanggu, witnessing the A team's fullback poised for a forward thrust, decisively charged ahead, aiming to intercept the ball before the A team's teammates could swiftly support. Faced with Guanggu's pressing, the previously confident fullback, who had elegantly eluded the B team defenders, now appeared somewhat hesitant, shielding the ball with his body. He controlled it for a moment before gritting his teeth and making a sprint, launching the ball towards the B team's penalty area just before Guanggu could reach him. In that position was the forward and Jinxiu, a teammate. The ball descended rapidly, spanning several meters. The agile Jinxiu, quickly assessing the drop point, darted away from Lu Dongdong's side. His speed was remarkable, and by the time Lu Dongdong reacted, Jinxiu had already covered 4 or 5 meters. Due to the previous poor quality of a team's passes, Lu Dongdong's guard had relaxed considerably. However, to the surprise of him and everyone else, this particular pass, though lacking in finesse, found its mark precisely at the edge of the penalty area, granting Jinxiu the opportunity to accelerate. In that moment, if he took just a few more steps, he could effortlessly bring the ball under his control. Meanwhile, Lu Dongdong, tasked with marking him, found himself completely outpaced and could only watch helplessly. The pass was intriguingly executed, prompting the B team's goalkeeper to consider rushing out. However, as the ball landed near the edge of the penalty area, he realized that charging out would mean contesting with the B team's forward at an equal distance. The goalkeeper knew well he lacked the speed to match the B team's forward, leaving him no choice but to remain rooted on the goal line, helplessly watching. Guanggu, the last line of defense in midfield, rushed back at once, his speed far surpassing that of Lu Dongdong. Yet, the distance he needed to cover was still considerable. Even as he gritted his teeth and sprinted fervently, he remained out of reach. All eyes in the stadium were fixated on the ball. Should it find the net, the dynamics of the entire match would be irrevocably altered. Team A, poised to score, would seize a commanding victory, even if Che Zai continued to be closely marked by B team's players. As teammates endowed with passing capabilities, they will undoubtedly experience a significant boost in confidence regarding their passing skills due to this goal. Conversely, Team B, having already fallen behind by a goal, will likely see a considerable decrease in their morale. In their quest to equalize the score, they will undoubtedly resort to an all-out offensive strategy. Should they fail to breach Team A's defenses in a timely manner, the inevitable outcome will be a merciless barrage of goals from Team A. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth, striding forward with long strides, desperately sprinting. However, the forward from Team B was increasingly distancing himself, moving with a rhythm akin to pedaling a stationary bike, leaving Lu with no means to catch up. He had even contemplated that if the opportunity arose, he would unhesitatingly pull down the Team B player, regardless of the potential red card. As a central defender, he was the backbone of the Team's defense, an indispensable member. Chapter 56. An intolerable mistake, Part 1. Yet, compared to conceding a goal, receiving a red card had become a desperate measure. The forward from Team A, however, was accelerating, seemingly intent on denying Lu Dongdong any chance. As the ball approached, the Team B forward quickened his pace, his gaze illuminated with determination. The only thing in his sight was the goal ahead, an empty net awaiting his strike, while the goalkeeper standing on the line was disregarded. As a forward, the presence of a goalkeeper was never acknowledged, only the ever-open goal. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Finally, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the forward from Team A successfully seized the ball. With a deft touch, he propelled it towards the penalty area, simultaneously casting a glance back at Lu Dongdong. Noting the distance of 4 to 5 meters between them, he felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. In that moment, All his focus and spirit were directed solely at the goal ahead. Nothing else mattered but scoring. A smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth, a habitual gesture before every goal, signifying his unparalleled confidence. Suddenly, a towering figure surged in from the left, charging with speed and executing a tackle that sent the unsuspecting forward of Team A crashing to the ground, taking both him and the ball down. The ball bounced a few times before rolling towards the goal, easily collected by the Team B goalkeeper, who cradled it securely. Li Xingli rose from the ground, spitting out a mouthful of grass. The A-team forward, and Jin Xiao, lay on the ground, clutching his thigh in agony. Li Xingli instinctively reached out to help him up, but remained motionless, only holding his leg, his face contorted in pain. The A-team players, observing from a distance, erupted in outrage, waving their arms and pleading with the referee, asserting that Li Xingli's actions had clearly constituted a foul. A foul occurred within the penalty area, undeniably warranting a penalty kick. The referee raised both hands, forming a cross, and decisively shook his head. He explained that Li Xingli had first played the ball before making contact, constituting a legitimate tackle. The players of Team B, under the guidance of the seasoned Guanggu, swiftly surrounded the referee, vociferously asserting their perspective. They insisted that the interception was clear and devoid of any foul play. A throng gathered around the referee, engaging in a spirited dispute for some time before finally dispersing. The referee waved his arms, signaling for the match to resume. Lu Dongdong lowered his head as he returned to his defensive zone. The previous play, although salvaged by Li Xingli, was undeniably a grave mistake on his part. His dejection was palpable. Observing his demeanor from a short distance, Li Xingli swiftly approached him, offering words of comfort to Lu Dongdong. With a wave of his arm, he gestured towards the boundary of the court, saying, "Lu Dongdong, do not dwell on it. Focus on your efforts. Coach Chui and the others are watching us closely. Keep pushing." With a spirited handshake with Lu Dongdong, he trotted back to his defensive position. Chapter 57. Adhering to Strategy, Part 1. Lu Dongdong's expression was a tapestry of complexities as he quietly cast a glance at the positions of Cui Shizhao and Cui Quanmin. Having gazed for an extended period, Cui Xianbin, who was engaged in hushed conversation, sensed the unusual attention and lifted his head, locking eyes with Lu Dongdong in a moment of mutual recognition. Lu Dongdong, much like a bashful young man, immediately lowered his head, eliciting a mixture of surprise and amusement from Cui Xianbin. The match continued. This time, an exhilarating offensive display, though it did not culminate in a goal, significantly boosted the morale of Team A's players. One by one, they became increasingly proactive, much to the dismay of Team B, whose players were already struggling with fatigue. A group of newcomers had intended to capitalize on Li Xingli's remarkable interception to deliver a decisive blow to Team A, but instead found themselves retreating under the relentless pressure of Team A's counterattacks. Two midfielders remained closely marked against Che Zai. Yet their newfound confidence allowed for a flurry of passes emanating from various players of Team A. Sticking to their previous tactics, Team B's defense began to falter, their structure collapsing under the mounting pressure. At 32 years old, Guanggu's unwavering spirit could not compensate for his diminishing stamina. The intense physical demands of the match had begun to take a toll, and he struggled to keep pace. His continual errors left Team B's precarious defense in disarray, resorting to a haphazard style of play driven solely by sheer will. While the quality of passes from Team A was not particularly high, they had not encountered the stroke of luck that had previously favored them. Guanggu was clearly exhausted. It was time for a substitution. Cui Shizhao adjusted his glasses and remarked with a hint of detachment. Cui Shiwebi nodded in agreement and raised his hand to signal the assistant referee on the opposite sideline. The ball was gathered by Team B's goalkeeper, who, hearing the loud call, delivered it to Lu Dongdong. Without hesitation, Lu Dongdong sent the ball soaring out of the field. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the weary Guanggu exchanged farewells with Lu Dongdong and a few teammates, gradually making his way off the pitch to the fervent applause of the substitute players. A substitute raised his arm, exchanging a high five with Guanggu before sprinting onto the field. "Remember, we will stick to our previous strategy, opting for long passes and utilizing the offside trap to breach their goal. Their two center backs, much like Guanggu, have likely reached their limits. Moreover, with Guanggu absent from midfield, their interception capabilities will undoubtedly diminish. We have ample opportunities, so let us remain composed." Che Zai whispered a few words to the wing players, signaling the forward Ding Zai and the swift winger with a gesture to charge ahead. Understanding their cue, the two nodded in silent agreement. "Everyone, be mindful. Boss Guanggu wants me to remind you that Team A will certainly continue employing the offside tactic. Pay close attention to your positioning. The newly introduced substitute dashed towards Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, whispering a brief reminder into each of their ears. Both nodded in acknowledgement, exchanged glances, and then dispersed to return to their respective defensive zones. With the match resuming, Team A initiated a throw-in. Chapter 58, Adherence to Tactics Part 2. Without the pivotal presence of Guanggu in the midfield, Team B's strength plummeted, their interception and passing capabilities starkly diminished compared to before. As the midfield linchpin for Team A, Chazai found himself relentlessly marked by two players from Team B. However, with the pressure from his teammates significantly alleviated, he frequently breached Team B's defensive line, compelling his two markers to abandon their pursuit of him and hastily return to bolster their defense. Initially, the back-and-forth movement in defense did not seem overly taxing for the two midfielders of Team B. Yet, as the match wore on and the intensity of the confrontation escalated, their stamina waned, and they began to feel the strain. Crucially, the moment they strayed from Chazai, an A-team female player would promptly return the ball to him. They were not machines. It was impossible for them to run tirelessly. Several opportunities arose for Chazai to make a play. However, perhaps due to being closely marked and lacking favorable chances, the quality of his passes was subpar, leaving the prepared forwards and speedy wingers of Team A to helplessly raise their hands in encouragement. Yet, any discerning football enthusiast would recognize that should this trend continue, Chazai's passing quality would inevitably improve, leading to a potentially lethal assist for his attacking teammates. The match had lost its allure. It was merely a matter of observing how many goals Team B would concede. Cui Huanbin remarked with a smile, after all, everyone on Team B is still a newcomer. Their ball handling, defensive anticipation, and attacking choices appearing quite juvenile. They have a long journey ahead of them. Cui Shizhao adjusted his glasses and stated, "Football is round. Exerting oneself does not guarantee rewards. A true footballer must always play with purpose, avoiding the squandering of precious energy when opportunities are lacking. When a chance to convert into a goal or seize an attacking advantage arises, one must unleash their full effort to deliver a decisive blow to the opponent." Currently, they are entirely suppressed by Team A. The stamina of all players has reached its limit due to the relentless exertion of the first half. I estimate that Team A could score at least 3 more goals today. Of course, they must also understand the importance of moderation, so as not to undermine the confidence of these newcomers. Coach Cui, you seem to lack any faith in Team B's defense. It's not a matter of lacking faith. The disparity in strength is evident. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengying share numerous overlapping abilities, with scarcely any areas where they complement each other's strengths. Both towering figures. They are slow to pivot and are positioned as central defenders. Although they have previously executed some remarkable tackles, their physical stamina has now reached its limits. Have you not observed? Each time the entire team advances in attack or retreats in defense, they exhibit a complete lack of positional awareness, moving instinctively rather than strategically. This indicates that they are so fatigued that they can no longer attend to such matters. Chapter 59, Adhering to Tactics, Part 3, Their Opponents. The swift wingers and Ingencio possess abundant stamina, which, although not traditionally their advantage, surpasses that of these two newcomers. Having been seasoned players in the K2 League for many years, their physical reserves are vastly superior, even after a lengthy hiatus. Particularly, I believe Ingencio may surprise me this year. Don't you think so? I concur. Choi Hyunbin nodded at your remark, his smile deepening as his gaze turned toward Ingencio. This forward, who previously oscillated between being a starting striker and a key substitute at his former youth club, possesses considerable talent. However, due to coach Choi Seju's tactical arrangements, the keenly perceptive Ingencio often finds himself on the bench rather than in the starting lineup. Yet, in this match, Ingencio's playing style appears more diversified than in the previous season, and his ball handling has grown increasingly composed. Though he had been intercepted multiple times by Lu Dongdong and Li Shengying, he has notably adapted his approach upon recognizing that his physicality cannot match theirs, opting instead for a more elusive strategy. This explains why Lu Dongdong's performance has dimmed in brilliance compared to the beginning of the match. Choi Hyunbin observed Ingencio on the field, noting how he continuously darted around Lu Dongdong, leaving the inexperienced defender utterly perplexed. Lu Dongdong could only instinctively mimic Ingencio's movements, as if being led by the nose. This is a perilous situation for a central defender, as their speed cannot rival that of a forward. The reason world-class central defenders become stalwarts in defense largely stems from their extensive experience. Such invaluable insights garnered through countless matches, enabled them to anticipate a forward's movements based on their runs, allowing them to intercept passes from the midfield preemptively. However, as a newcomer, Lu Dongdong is entirely at the mercy of Jinxiu, failing to realize he has fallen into the opponent's trap. Che Ziming had several opportunities to deliver a powerful pass. With the swift wingers and Jinxiu already positioned effectively, why does he not make that pass? Have they truly resolved to abandon the offside trap tactic? Inquired Choi Hyun-bin. The two center backs had completely lost their composure. A single exquisite pass could effortlessly tear apart their defense, executing a brilliant offside maneuver. Why would they forsake such a strategy? The player known as Che Zai seemed to be feigning passes, likely intending to distract the two center backs, who were increasingly compressed in the midfield. I suspect that Guanggu would certainly have reminded each midfielder before the next match that Team A would persist with their counter-preparation tactics. The two continued their discussion. Choi Hyun-bin cast a casual glance at Che Zai, stationed in his half, before his gaze fell upon An Jin-soo, standing in Team B's half. Controlling the ball at his feet, Che Zai feigned a pass, deftly evading a defender from Team B who had been closely marking him. As he did so, another defender quickly closed in. Chapter 60. A dazzling dribble this time. Che Zai showed no hesitation, swiftly shifting the ball laterally to a teammate positioned on the wing. In the instant of the pass, he surged forward, and his receiving teammate, in perfect synchrony, delivered the ball without so much as a moment's pause. The black and white sphere traced a beautiful triangle in mere moments, accurately returning to Che Zai's feet. A splendid 2-on-1 ensued. After receiving the ball, Che Zai found himself with no defenders from Team B in sight. With the ball at his feet, he surged forward, charging directly into Team B's half. All the defensive players from Team B, stationed in their own half, sprang into action, a collective retreat toward their defensive positions, preparing to compress their defense against Team A's onslaught. The forward and the speedy winger of Team A, positioned directly ahead, immediately sprang to life, weaving around their assigned defenders. The winger, with his golden locks, deftly shrugged off the grasp of a Team B fullback, opting for an unconventional route as he cut sharply into the center. His sudden maneuver left Lu Dongdong, who had been closely shadowing An Jin-soo, momentarily at a loss. If left unchecked, a simple through ball from Che Zai, the midfield maestro of Team A, could enable the winger to receive the ball and charge unimpeded toward the penalty area. However, if he advanced to defend, he would have to relinquish his mark on An Jin-soo, who was no easy opponent to contend with. Unmarked, An Jin-soo loomed like a razor's edge, ever threatening. What was to be done? Lu Dongdong instinctively took 2 steps forward, but quickly retreated, deciding it was best to keep a vigilant eye on his players. However, in those fleeting seconds of distraction, the ever-watchful Jinxiu, initially trailing Lu Dongdong's movements, took a few steps back and then, like an arrow released from a taut bow, shot forth with remarkable speed. Simultaneously, he dashed into the midfield of Team B, facing the swift onslaught of opposing defenders. Without hesitation, he lifted his foot and struck the ball with considerable force. Although the pass lacked speed and power, it soared high into the air, effortlessly clearing all of Team B's defenders and landing centrally in their penalty area. Guanggu, seated cross-legged on the sidelines, sprang to his feet, waving his arms and shouting loudly to the B team players, who were still in a state of confusion, alerting them to the offside pass and urging them to retreat immediately. The group of B team players, upon hearing the call, wasted no time and rushed towards their own penalty area. Li Xingli, as a center back, also sprang into action, gritting his teeth as he pursued Lu Dongdong. The individual at the center of the situation was the last to realize the gravity of his mistake. He instinctively turned to chase back, but at that moment, his gaze caught the 2 coaches, Choi Hyun-bin and Choi Se-ju, standing at the sidelines, their eyes fixed intently upon him. Realizing the magnitude of his blunder, an unsettling anxiety washed over him, leaving him rooted to the spot. Chapter 61. An unforgivable mistake. Part 1. Lu Dongdong stood inexplicably in place, remaining utterly motionless. He simply gazed silently at the 2 individuals. Lu Dongdong, hurry and defend yourself. Why are you still in a daze? Guanggu shouted loudly, cupping his hands around his mouth. Lu Dongdong cast a glance at his teammates, who were rushing past him in a frenzy, their expressions tinged with a hint of anxiety, particularly in the positions occupied by Choi Xianbin and Choi Shichao. After stealing another glance, he hurriedly turned and sprinted forward. However, at that moment, it was already too late for anything. As the pivotal force from the back line, Che Zai may not always deliver a decisive pass that guarantees a goal for his teammates. Yet this time, his delivery was nothing short of impeccable. The black and white ball descended gracefully from the heights, gently bouncing a few times on the lush green grass before rolling barely half a meter away. The swift and silent Xiao was racing towards it, and with a deft flick of his toe, he effortlessly brought the ball under his control. Simultaneously, behind him, Li Xingli was still a good 2 to 3 meters away. In his line of sight, beyond the solitary goalkeeper standing in the center of the goal, there was only the net itself. As a skilled forward, his focus was unwavering. The goalkeeper was merely a backdrop to the goal. With the ball under his command, he dashed into the small penalty area without a moment's hesitation, lifting his foot to strike. The B team's goalkeeper leapt into the air with all his might, stretching his arms. But the black and white ball traced a perfect arc over him, soaring past and crashing into the white net. Goal! The ecstatic cheers erupted, reverberating throughout the stadium. Countless A-team players, along with the substitutes on the sidelines, surged forward in a jubilant swarm, surrounding the goal-scorer Xiao and celebrating fervently. The B-team players, who had been desperately sprinting, gradually came to a halt, their faces etched with despair. The P-team's goalkeeper, having suffered yet another breach of his defenses, sat dazed on the grass, his fist pounding the ground in frustration, his head bowed in defeat. As a goalkeeper, conceding 4 goals in a single match was a tremendous humiliation, a profound sorrow. He even dared to lift his gaze, catching sight of the jubilant players embracing each other in celebration. In that moment, he felt that guarding the goal today might not end with just 4 conceded goals. Lu Dongdong stared blankly at the scene before him, the jubilant cheers of Team A echoing incessantly in his ears, while the dim faces of his teammates flickered in and out of his vision. Before the commencement of today's match, he had already realized the vast chasm in strength between his Team B and Team A. Yet perhaps due to his inexperience or youthful ambition, he foolishly believed that after receiving a few training sessions from Coach G on the verdant pitch, he could astonish everyone and shine brightly in the game. Indeed, if a football match were merely 30 minutes long, his performance during that span would have drawn no criticism. However, the harsh reality is that a football match lasts 90 minutes and possibly even longer depending on the referee's disposition. Chapter 62, An Unforgivable Mistake, Part 2. As a center back, serving as the final bastion of defense for the team, one might shine brilliantly for 89 or even 90 minutes without committing a single error, yet if in the final minute an opponent scores a goal that leads to the team's defeat, one is deemed an inadequate center back. This was a recurring admonition from Coach G during their brief training sessions. Furthermore, in today's match, as a defensive player and center back, he had allowed his adversaries to score a total of 4 goals against him. This was an exceedingly disgraceful scoreline in any formal match. Regardless of how much blame he could allocate for the goals conceded, he could not shirk responsibility. What was he just doing? Staring into space while we fought on. Coach Chui Shijiao's tone was somber, cold, almost devoid of emotion. Chui Xianbin glanced back at him, opened his mouth as if to speak, yet found himself at a loss for words. Having worked alongside Coach Chui for several years, he could recognize that the coach was on the brink of fury, merely suppressing his anger. The source of this ire was entirely due to Lu Dongdong's recent lapse in concentration. This was not Northeast China, where a mere glance could incite violence. Yet Lu Dongdong stood on the field, a player meant to engage in the game, while all his teammates were valiantly retreating in defense, and as a center back, he had neglected to mark his assigned opponent, remaining transfixed on the pitch. This was an act that no professional football coach could tolerate. Moreover, the notoriously stringent Coach Chui was already deeply dissatisfied with Lu Dongdong's integration into the team. This latest indiscretion would only serve to exacerbate his future prospects and deepen Coach Chui's disappointment in him. Coach, I did my best for that particular goal. Perhaps I simply could not run anymore. After all, given his speed of turning, it was utterly impossible for him to catch up with Jin Xiao, who had already fully engaged. Choi Hyunbin pondered for a moment and could only come up with a single conciliatory remark. As a football assistant coach, he found Lu Dongdong's behavior incomprehensible and was filled with indignation. However, unlike Coach Choi Seju, he did not harbor preconceived negative judgments against Lu Dongdong. Based on the entirety of his performance throughout the match, Choi Hyunbin believed that although Lu Dongdong still had significant shortcomings in skill, his on-field performance was at least passable. This incident, albeit a grave misstep, should not lead to a total dismissal of all his previous contributions on the pitch, for he was, after all, merely a newcomer. Seeing Choi Seju's impassive silence, Choi Hyunbin licked his dry lips and continued, Coach Choi, I understand that you are typically very strict with every player. However, many of those who faltered today are merely fresh recruits who have just joined the club. They are bound to make various errors on the field. Enough. Choi Seju suddenly raised his hand, casting a fleeting glance at Lu Dongdong's position on the field. A match is a match. I can tolerate a player having numerous flaws and deficiencies, but while on the field, he must maintain a heightened level of focus. You may be outpaced by your opponent and unable to catch up, but you must still strive to pursue. This is a matter of attitude. I will head upstairs now. Please inform me of the match results later. With this remark, Coach Choi Seju turned on his heel and departed. Choi Hyunbin watched quietly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. His gaze returning to Lu Dongdong, standing on the field. He mused that Lu Dongdong's impression in Coach Choi Seju's mind was likely irreparably damaged this time. The opportunity for redemption had slipped away, signifying that his departure from the team was not far off. The subsequent match held no suspense, with B team's morale plummeting. A team surged forward with exuberance, led by their midfield dynamo, as the swift wingers and striker in Jin Xiu executed a spectacular display of scoring. The final score was sealed at 7-3. As the match concluded, the 8 team members wore expressions of sheer delight, their joy unrestrained. In stark contrast, the B team players were dejected, particularly the key figures in conceding goals, goalkeeper Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, who could barely lift their heads in shame. Among the dozen or so teammates, only the B team striker held his head high, seemingly unyielding to the disappointing scoreline. Choi Hyunbin gathered everyone together and, in front of all, praised several players for their outstanding performances. In order to bolster the morale of all the newcomers on Team B, only a few simple praises were bestowed upon the winged sprinter and Jishio, who had performed a hat trick, merely skimming over their achievements. The consistently dazzling central midfielder, Che Zai, received a brief commendation, yet the coach did not hesitate to point out several areas of dissatisfaction. Team B, the Gwangju team, and all the players who had shone brightly were met with generous accolades. The coach particularly lauded the outstanding performance of the B team forward, the ever-reliable Gwangju. Additionally, Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli were also praised. However, the coach subtly highlighted Lu Dongdong's shortcomings and his unprofessional demeanor on the field. Hearing Coach Choi Shuabin's remarks, the dejected Lu Dongdong was deeply moved and his spirits were momentarily lifted. In contrast, the winged sprinter, known for his rebellious nature, pouted in displeasure at what he perceived as unfair treatment. Had it not been for Che Zai's discreet intervention, he might have openly protested in front of everyone. In summary, today's match was an exhilarating offensive battle, showcasing the exceptional abilities of numerous players. Coach Cui Shizhao had been observing from the sidelines, and I am confident he has gained a profound understanding of each player's characteristics. Of course, today's game was merely a routine training match. I hope everyone remains humble and motivated, continue to excel in areas of strength, and strive to improve in areas of weakness, for the sake of our team and our collective effort. Now, everyone is dismissed. Go enjoy a warm shower and relax. We shall meet again tomorrow. Chapter 64. Flickering lights with a smile, Cui Xianbin bid farewell and made his way to the coaching building. What is this? Today, every one of us, including Golden Ball, scored 3 goals, showcasing our hat tricks. Yet, Coach Cui merely offered a few words of praise to the 2 of us. Meanwhile, that lad from Team B who scored received unbridled adoration. How is that fair? If you truly believe he is that remarkable, you should have him start in the league opener and see if he can actually score. The winged sprinter, with his golden hair, kicked at the grass in frustration. Enough with the complaints. Didn't you hear Coach Cui Xianbin's final words? He refrained from praising you specifically because he understands your personality well enough to prevent you from inflating your own ego. Besides, Team B is merely a group of newcomers, and it is only natural to offer them more encouragement than criticism. Surely, you can grasp such a simple principle. Che Zai retorted. I understand, but it is simply excessive. While he can commend them, he should also consider our feelings. His words made it seem as though we were the ones who lost. The winged sprinter continued, still simmering with discontent. Come now, it was just an ordinary internal training match. Is it really necessary to take it so seriously? Moreover, if you are truly willing, I could propose that the young man from Team B take your place in the starting lineup, and I would promptly speak with Coach Choi Hyunbin and Coach Choi Seju. And Jinsu swiftly removed his shirt, revealing a physique of remarkable strength. As he spoke, he lifted his foot and began to stride toward the head coach's office. Hey, I was merely jesting. Having taken only a few steps, he was immediately intercepted by a fast player from the sidelines, who, with a hint of defiance, remarked, Our team's primary positions are awarded through fair competition. Why should I concede my spot to someone whose abilities will never match mine? A group of individuals laughed heartily, linking arms as they made their way to the locker room. After taking a warm shower in the changing room, Lu Dongdong exited the club alongside a group of teammates from Team B. Several teammates, like him, had recently signed trial contracts, while others were merely earning meager salaries. Relying on public transportation to reach the club, Lu Dongdong, don't take it too seriously. This is merely a training match. Guanggu walked over from the parking lot, gently patting Lu Dongdong on the shoulder. After offering a few words of encouragement to Li Xingli and others, the group smiled and nodded in gratitude towards Guanggu. In contrast to the unattainable players of Team A, Guanggu, who had just fought valiantly alongside them on the field, felt remarkably approachable. Akin to an older brother from the neighborhood, Lu Dongdong, whose spirits had initially been rather low, experienced a slight uplift in his mood. As he strolled along, he engaged in a brief conversation with a few acquaintances. With a wave, Lu Dongdong bid farewell to the group and made his way directly to the bus stop that would take him back to his accommodation at the construction site. After waiting for approximately 10 minutes, a bus arrived at the platform. Lu Dongdong boarded the bus. At this moment, the city was adorned with the glow of evening lights, and the rush hour had already subsided, leaving the bus sparsely populated with numerous vacant seats. Lu Dongdong, having reached the end of the line, settled into a seat by the window. Chapter 65, A Chance Encounter. The bus gradually departed from the station, the sky outside shrouded in darkness and gloom. Countless households illuminated their homes, and through the glowing windows, one could glimpse families joyfully gathered around the dining table, savoring a sumptuous and delightful dinner. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly at the scene before him, suddenly filled with a longing for home and a deep yearning for his mother, who remained in China. Today's match had initially ignited his ambition to make a striking impression, yet as the game progressed, his performance inexplicably deteriorated, diverging drastically from the aspirations he had set for himself, especially in the final moments, when the forward from Team A, Quanan Jingxiu, skillfully evaded the offside trap. He found himself momentarily paralyzed, watching in a daze as he stood at the sidelines, fixated on his coaches, Cui Shizhao and Cui Shuabing. He needed no imagination to comprehend the judgments they must be forming about him. Having undergone professional football training in China since childhood, under the tutelage of his mentor, Qian Feng, he had been incessantly reminded that as a professional player, one must maintain unwavering concentration on the pitch at all times, without allowing distractions to interfere. Yet today, he had committed a grave error. He silently prayed that this day would merely be a minor setback and would not result in Coach Cui expelling him from the team. As the bus rolled to the next stop, a few passengers boarded, among them a young woman clad in a floral dress, her hair cascading over her shoulders. Although she turned her back to Lu Dongdong, he could discern that she appeared to be a rather demure girl. Lu Dongdong's gaze was momentarily captivated. As he found the silhouette of the girl before him strikingly familiar, he observed her intently for a few moments, until she serendipitously turned around. Their eyes met, revealing a girl with a delicate visage, her face adorned with two subtle dimples that appeared as she smiled. With a cheerful demeanor, she approached Lu Dongdong briskly. Lu Dongdong's cheeks suddenly turned slightly red, and his demeanor became somewhat restrained. "Mr. Lu, what brings you here today?" Xianya sweetly inquired. Lu Dongdong quickly stood up, stammering. "I just reported to the club today, and we just finished a match, preparing to take the bus back. Today marks your first day reporting to the club. Is it the same one you mentioned last time?" Xianya expressed her interest, elegantly taking a seat beside Lu Dongdong. He nodded, feeling somewhat at a loss. "What is the matter? Did you pull a muscle? Do you need to stand for a while?" Xianya raised her head, her eyes sparkling like crescent moons, radiating a mischievous glint. No. Lu Dongdong hurriedly waved his hand, flustered as he sat down. "How does it feel on your first day at the club? How did your match go?" Xianya asked curiously. "The club is quite good, but regarding the match, my performance wasn't stellar." Heh. Lu Dongdong chuckled awkwardly, unsure of how to respond. "Really? On your first day, it's natural to feel a bit out of place. Stay a few more days, get to know your teammates, and things will surely improve." "Yes, perhaps," Lu Dongdong absently replied. "The youth club is one of the premier teams in our city, a strong contender for the championship in the annual K2 League. I have a friend who also works at the youth club. I truly did not expect you to be a professional football player." Lu Dongdong was taken aback, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. "Yes, he has been working there for several years now." "What is his name, and what does he do?" "His surname is Cui, and he is Cui Hyunbin. a football assistant coach. He has always assisted the head coach, so you might have met him today. Assistant coach Choi Hyun-bin. Lu Dongdong was momentarily speechless. Right. Did you meet him today? What was your impression of him? He is a very amiable person, and like you, once he starts talking about football, he can't stop. He knows everything about various teams and their players, Xianyu replied with a sweet smile. I saw him a few times today, but we didn't really talk. Lu Dongdong lowered his head, feeling a flush of warmth on his face. In that moment, he was not merely shy, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. If Choi Hyun-bin, Xianyu's friend, were to share Lu Dongdong's performance with her, he could hardly bear to imagine how the words he spoke during that night in the hospital would be reduced to mere jokes, an extravagant boast that would serve as the greatest folly in the world. Really? What do you think he would say? He should be quite easy to get along with. Certainly, before you, he presents himself as an assistant coach, likely adopting a rather serious demeanor. However, in private, he is an individual brimming with humor and charm. Would you like me to introduce you? I have his number on my phone, Xianyu said sweetly while retrieving her device. No, that's unnecessary. Lu Dongdong hastily waved his hand. Noticing the puzzled expression on Xianyu's face as she looked up at him, he stammered. After all, today is my first day at the team. It would be better to get to know him gradually. I wouldn't want others to misconstrue our relationship and fuel any gossip that could reflect poorly on assistant coach Choi Hyun-bin. Is that so? But I don't see a problem with it, Xianyu replied, resting her chin on her hand, pouting adorably as she blinked at Lu Dongdong. If you think it's not a good idea, then let's leave it for another time. Next opportunity, I'll arrange for you both to meet. As she spoke, she returned her phone to her pocket. All right. Thank you for your kindness. Lu Dongdong nodded gently, unable to meet her gaze. His reluctance to meet Choi Hyun-bin stemmed not from disinterest, but rather from his dismal performance today. He was uncertain about what Choi Hyun-bin might say in Xianyu's presence. Should they connect through a mutual friend? As a 17-year-old young man, his emotional resilience was rather fragile. The bus moved slowly through the city, which was relatively devoid of traffic at night. Perhaps the peak hours of commuters returning home had long passed as the bus driver navigated the streets leisurely, gazing out at the nocturnal scenery through the windshield. Chapter 67. Passionate youth to him, this job felt more like a leisurely pursuit, embodying the aspirations of many, particularly all men, for a life of fulfillment. Lu Dongdong engaged in a casual conversation with Hyuna. He had never been particularly sociable, and due to his commitment to football at the club, he seldom had opportunities to interact with women, especially someone as stunning and fashionable as Hyuna. However, Hyuna's personality was remarkably generous and vivacious, effectively steering the dialogue between them. They exchanged questions and answers, enjoying a delightful rapport. After 20 minutes, the bus gradually approached a stop. This is my stop. I'll see you next time, Hyuna said as she stood up and waved goodbye to Lu Dongdong. All right, goodbye, he replied, hastily rising to his feet, his movements appearing rather awkward. He was concerned that his actions might lead Hyuna to perceive him as impolite. Like Japan, South Korea is a nation that places great importance on etiquette. Before Lu Dongdong arrived in South Korea, his father Lu Gang had given him countless admonitions. Thus, he was particularly attentive to this aspect. I sense that you have been quite anxious while conversing with me, your eyes darting about restlessly. Next time, you may relax a little. After all, we are good friends. After descending the steps, Hyuna squinted one eye and playfully flashed a peace sign at Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong glanced around, offering an awkward smile. As the car door swung open, Hyuna waved once more at Lu Dongdong. The passenger, who had just disembarked, slowly descended the steps and exited the vehicle. After alighting, he did not immediately choose to depart. Instead, he stood in place, waving at Lu Dongdong through the bus window. Lu Dongdong stood there, a sheepish smile gracing his face as he instinctively waved his arm. The vehicle slowly began to move, preparing to leave the platform. At that moment, as Lu Dongdong was about to take a seat, he noticed a man stealthily reaching into Hyuna's backpack. Hyuna swiftly realized the situation and yanked her bag back. But the thief was quicker, snatching a wallet from within before making a hasty escape. Someone stealing. Catch the thief, Hyuna shouted, causing the surrounding passengers to glance up in bewilderment, but the thief had already sprinted far away. Inside the bus, Lu Dongdong sprang into action, leaping from his window seat as the vehicle crawled forward. With long strides, he dashed in the direction the thief had fled. The thief ran with remarkable speed, showcasing an impressive athleticism, but having been trained from a young age, Lu Dongdong, now a football athlete, was not about to let the thief slip away so easily. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted after him. After a chase of several hundred meters, the out-of-breath thief was finally tackled to the ground by Lu Dongdong. They both fell and immediately began to struggle. The thief, caught red-handed with stolen goods, menacingly pulled a dagger from his pocket, threatening Lu Dongdong and warning him to mind his own business. However, as a passionate young man, Lu Dongdong was not easily intimidated. Ignoring the thief's threats, he charged forward, swiftly seizing the thief's wrist that held the dagger, and executed a graceful sweep of the legs, toppling the thief to the ground. Chapter 68. Invitation, Part 1. In the midst of the struggle, the thief inadvertently slashed Lu Dongdong's face with the dagger. Just then, a police car stationed at the intersection, alerted by a passerby, sped over. Two officers from H country leaped from the vehicle, rushing to Lu Dongdong and the thief's side. With a swift shoulder throw, the officers brought both Lu Dongdong and the thief down. A crowd of onlookers gathered, pointing and murmuring in excitement. Lu Dongdong vehemently asserted that he was not a thief, but rather a person acting out of righteousness. The two H country police officers, however, paid him no heed. At that moment, Huna, clutching her bag, hurried over and quickly explained the situation to the officers. Later, at 9 p.m., outside the precinct, Huna exited the police station with Lu Dongdong. She bowed deeply to the departing officers as a gesture of farewell before stepping out of the station's courtyard. "Are you all right? Is the injury on your face serious?" Huna inquired, gently reaching up to touch the scars on Lu Dongdong's face. Lu Dongdong's face instantly flushed, and he quickly averted his gaze, saying, "It's nothing. The blood from the wound has ceased flowing. It's merely a minor injury. How can it be a trivial matter? That gash appears to be several centimeters long. Allow me to take you to the hospital for a checkup. In our country's police department, we always adhere to protocol. It is imperative to gather detailed information from both parties. Otherwise, the police will simply escort individuals back to the station. I understand that they're unaware of the circumstances surrounding the incident and must conduct a thorough investigation. What if they mistakenly release the wrong person?" Lu Dongdong, displaying his understanding, smiled gently and said, "I assure you, I'm truly fine. It's getting late. I should head home. Let us meet again another time." "Absolutely not." Huna firmly grasped Lu Dongdong's arm, her expression serious. "The injury on your face is genuinely not a trivial matter. If you insist on not going to the hospital, then come to my home. I have a first aid kit, and I can tend to your wound." Pausing briefly, she added, "My home is conveniently located near the police station, so it's not a long walk." Without heeding Lu Dongdong's objections, she resolutely led him to her residence. The two walked side by side, exiting the police station grounds and making their way down the road ahead. 10 minutes later, they arrived at the mobile building and took the elevator to the 12th floor. Huna's apartment, a cozy single unit, was not particularly spacious, comprising 2 bedrooms and a living room, approximately 60 square meters. In the highly valued real estate market of our country, the price of such an apartment was indeed exorbitant. She ushered Lu Dongdong into her abode, which was adorned with a warm ambience, the soft yellow light enveloping the room. Huna instructed Lu Dongdong to sit on the sofa while she proceeded to the bedroom to retrieve a first aid kit. Lu Dongdong sat restlessly on the sofa, inhaling a faint, delicate fragrance. It was his first time alone in a woman's room late at night, and the apprehension in his heart was palpable. Xianya, however, paid no heed to his unease. Engaged in the act of familial redemption, she retrieved her mobile phone, gauze, and antiseptic from the medical kit. With meticulous care, she first cleaned Lu Dongdong's wound with a cotton swab, then gently applied ointment, and finally secured it with a bandage. She knelt quietly before him, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the injury adorning his face. As Lu Dongdong sat on the sofa, observing Xianya's earnest expression, his cheeks flushed crimson. In the soft, hazy light, he suddenly perceived her beauty in a truly captivating manner. Chapter 69. Invitation, Part 2. Remember, though your wound is not deep, it is relatively long. Upon returning, try to avoid contact with fresh water to prevent infection, she stated seriously, pausing her actions to address Lu Dongdong with utmost sincerity. Lu Dongdong gazed vacantly into Huna's eyes, entirely oblivious to her words. Observing Lu Dongdong's gaze, Huna repeated herself once more. Suddenly aware, Lu Dongdong's face flushed crimson, resembling a ripe apple. "Aren't Chinese boys particularly fond of blushing?" Huna tilted her head and remarked with a sweet smile. Lu Dongdong shook his head in a flustered manner, exclaiming, "No. It's just that I feel a bit warm, not shy." As the words left his lips, he suddenly realized the absurdity of his excuse, and his face flushed an even deeper shade of red. Hyunya observed Lu Dongdong quietly, her smile growing ever sweeter. After exchanging a few words in the living room, Lu Dongdong suddenly remembered something. He sat upright and exclaimed, "Oh, I forgot to call my father. He must be worried." Apologizing to Hyunya, he took out his phone and moved to the window ledge, dialing Lu Gang. He spoke softly, stealing a glance at the sofa where Hyunya stood, and hurriedly ended the call, flustered. "Do you have to call your father every night when you come home late?" Hyunya inquired curiously. No. It's just that I told my father today was my first day reporting to the club. I mentioned that I would return as soon as training was over. So he must be waiting for news from me. Seeing that I'm so late, he would undoubtedly be worried," Lu Dongdong hastily explained. "I see," Hyunya nodded gently, her tone shifting as she cheerfully suggested, "It's already 9:30. Since it's quite late, why not have a cup of coffee before you leave?" Lu Dongdong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, with a beaming smile, Hyunya stood up as if she had received a positive affirmation from him and walked directly to the bar. Expertly, she began to brew coffee. The sound of boiling water filled the air, and soon, Hyunya returned with 2 cups of coffee to the side of the sofa. "Here you go, the coffee is ready. Would you like some sugar? But considering you play football, you must be quite strict with your diet and probably don't like sugar," Hyunya remarked. "Not really. I don't have any restrictions in that regard," Lu Dongdong responded, feeling somewhat uneasy as he sat at the edge of the sofa, his eyes darting around nervously. "What do you think of my home decor?" Hyunya inquired with a playful smile, seemingly sensing Lu Dongdong's discomfort and intentionally steering the conversation. "It's quite nice, much better than my home," Lu Dongdong replied instinctively. "Is that so? This house was just renovated today. I've been living here for less than half a year. My parents wish for me to live with them. But due to my work, I often come home late, so I decided to move out on my own. Yes, I think it's for the best. Nurses often have to work in shifts, and living with parents might affect them." Lu Dongdong nodded gently, genuinely unsure of what else to say. "Where is your home in China? I've heard from friends that China is vast, far larger than Korea. My dream is to travel to China one day." "Traveling to China is a dream of yours? Isn't it? Nowadays, there are numerous flights between China and each country, and acquiring a plane ticket could easily fulfill that dream," Lu Dongdong remarked, puzzled. "Of course, it's due to work. Our nurses endure exhausting shifts, and during our time off, we can only enjoy a single day of rest, never a consecutive vacation, even when we occasionally have a day or two free. All I desire is to stay at home and indulge in a leisurely slumber. If only I could take an extended leave one day, I would set aside everything and joyfully embark on a meaningful journey to China." A friend once told me that China is an incredibly fascinating country, with each region boasting its own unique culinary delights. Indeed, China encompasses over 30 provinces, and each province is defined by its local specialties. Even we, as Chinese people, have scarcely tasted them all. If you ever have the chance, you must explore China thoroughly. Perhaps as Lu Dongdong spoke of her aspirations, a proud smile graced her face, and her tone relaxed considerably. "Really? The more I hear, the more I anticipate the moment I can fly to China." Xuanya settled beside Lu Dongdong, leaning against the shared backrest with a coffee cup cradled in her hands, gazing thoughtfully at the warm yellow light above. Her exquisite profile was entirely visible to Lu Dongdong, who, for a moment, found herself entranced, having never encountered such an enchanting girl, whether from China or Korea. "By the way, you haven't yet told me where in China you are from." "I hail from H province in China. Have you heard of it?" "H province. Isn't it true that everyone there has a penchant for spicy food?" Xuanya exclaimed with longing. "I once came across an introduction to H province online, and it was said that the people from your region are the most skilled at consuming chili peppers in all of China." "That is somewhat accurate, as we live in an area with considerable humidity, which makes spicy food a staple in our diet. However, personally, I'm not particularly fond of spicy dishes and find them a bit hard to endure." Lu Dongdong chuckled bashfully, adding, "The information on the website only represents one aspect. I suppose I am an anomaly, as I truly cannot handle chili peppers and break into a sweat just from seeing others eat them." "Is that so? Doesn't that mean you miss out on a lot of delicious foods?" "Yes, and since coming to Korea, I find that the local cuisine is quite to my liking." Lu Dongdong smiled gently and even made a playful joke. "Of course, each country's kimchi is an exception. It's almost as spicy as our Chinese chili peppers, and I can hardly bear it. The first time I tried it, I ended up gulping down 2 bottles of mineral water in one go." "No way. Is it really that exaggerated?" Hyuna gracefully flipped back and forth, her lustrous black hair swaying with an enchanting allure. exuding beauty and charm in equal measure. At that moment, a fellow townsman deceived me, claiming that the kimchi from country H was not spicy at all, prompting me to take a hearty bite, only to nearly regurgitate it. Chapter 71. A clear understanding. However, I have always adhered to a principle of not wasting food, compelling myself to swallow it down. Lu Dongdong stated earnestly. You. Haraha. Hyuna blinked her eyes, glancing at Lu Dongdong, momentarily at a loss for words. She found Lu Dongdong to be exceedingly amusing. The two continued to chat, laughter echoing between them, until 10 o'clock p.m. When Lu Dongdong felt it inappropriate for a young man to linger too long in a young lady's room and took the initiative to bid farewell. Hyuna personally escorted Lu Dongdong to the elevator, expressing her hope to share another cup of coffee on a future occasion. Lu Dongdong descended the elevator. For public transportation was scarce at night, thus he opted for a taxi to return to his residence at the construction site. Upon his arrival home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening. His father, Lu Gang, and Wang Pengzi had long since grown impatient and were sound asleep in bed. Lu Dongdong stealthily entered the room, heading straight to the bedroom to take a shower. After thoroughly drying his hair, he donned his pajamas and reclined on the bed. With his hands cradling his head, visions of Hyuna's enchanting smile danced through his mind. Suddenly, he realized he might be falling for Hyuna. However, she was now employed as a nurse, 4 or 5 years his senior. If he were to pursue her, would she accept him? His mother, a remarkably traditional Chinese woman. Would she be able to embrace the idea of him marrying a woman significantly older than himself? Lu Dongdong found himself lost in a reverie. After a prolonged contemplation, he suddenly chuckled softly, realizing that he had been overthinking. At present, he and Hyuna were merely ordinary friends. Today, he had simply shared a cup of coffee in her apartment. Furthermore, his visit to her single residence was solely due to the fact that he had retrieved her stolen handbag from a thief, sustaining a slight cut on his face in the process. Without that incident, he would undoubtedly have had no opportunity to enter Hyuna's abode. Her invitation for coffee today was likely born out of gratitude. Perhaps every girl in H country interacted with boys in a similar manner as Hyuna. Most importantly, it was improbable that her interest stemmed solely from the fact that he was a boy from China. Her curiosity about traveling to China was likely driven by a desire to learn more about its culture and customs through him. He had truly overthought everything. Lu Dongdong bit his lip forcefully, expelling all thoughts of Hyuna from his mind. In the next moment, a flicker of guilt crossed his face as he suddenly recalled his abysmal performance in today's training match. He sternly reminded himself that, with his father's assistance, he had finally managed to join the youth club and become a player in the K2 League. What he needed to focus on now was not the whims of romance, but rather striving for success through hard work and determination in order to secure a place on the youth football team and ascend to the K2 League. He must strengthen his skills and, under Coach G's guidance, evolve into the competent defender he aspired to be. His thoughts must be centered on becoming a professional footballer, rather than indulging in romantic fantasies. Chapter 72. Self-assessment. This moment could potentially be the final opportunity of his life. He must seize it. Should he fail to succeed in the trial, it would not only disappoint his parents but also confine him to a future devoid of football, forcing him to pursue a career entirely unrelated to his passion. This was his destiny, and he had to fight with every ounce of strength he possessed to claim it. Lu Dongdong gazed at the ceiling above, and before he realized it, his eyes fluttered shut. A profound darkness enveloped him. It was an immense expanse of utter blackness. Lu Dongdong stood in place, gazing around in confusion, his body incessantly turning, utterly unable to perceive anything. Suddenly, a crackling sound erupted, and a dazzling beam of light appeared above his head. The brilliance of the illumination rendered him nearly unable to open his eyes. As his vision gradually adjusted to the blinding radiance, he found himself standing in the center of an expansive stadium, upon a lush green soccer pitch. Before him, at the edge of the field, stood a tall man clad in a suit and tie. His hair gleamed with an unnatural shine, each strand distinctly visible. His entire face was shrouded in shadow, obscuring any discernible features. Coach G. Lu Dongdong stared vacantly at the man before him. Welcome back. On behalf of the Green Camp Stadium, I extend a warm welcome to you once again. The coach's voice remained as frigid as before, devoid of any emotion. Lu Dongdong nodded blankly. All right, time is precious. Let us not squander it with pleasantries. Let us formally commence our training, he stated. What is our training agenda for today? Lu Dongdong inquired softly. Today, we shall review your football footage, identify your shortcomings during the match, and work on rectifying and enhancing your skills. Coach G replied with utmost seriousness, his voice tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. At that moment, his mannerisms, tone, and gestures bore an uncanny resemblance to Coach Choi Se-jiao of the youth team. With a flourish of his arm, the coach raised his hand, pointing to the left side of his body. In the next instant, a screen materialized in the space indicated by his finger, approximately 60 inches in size. Reminiscent of a home LCD television, the screen initially displayed a lush green field. With a subtle flick of Coach G's finger, the footage transformed to show Lu Dongdong during the afternoon club match. The image depicted him drenched in sweat, laboring intensely, as he focused intently on the defender, who shadowed his every move with unyielding tenacity. His performance was undeniably remarkable. Lu Dongdong gazed intently, his focus unwavering. Perhaps during the afternoon's game, he remained oblivious to the nature of his performance. However, upon reflection, he now perceived it as remarkably commendable, even beyond his own expectations. He blinked in disbelief, struggling to accept that the person on the screen was indeed himself. How do you evaluate your performance in this video? Coach G inquired with a detached demeanor. Lu Dongdong remained silent, tightly pressing his lips together. Do not hesitate too long. Use your own judgment and rate your performance out of 110, Coach G instructed. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Dongdong, lacking confidence, replied, perhaps a score of 7. 5. To be honest, this score is rather modest. Coach G cast a profound glance at Lu Dongdong and decisively stated, Chapter 73. Terrible, too poor. From the perspective of a professional football coach, I would rate your performance in the recent video an 8. 5. During that period, your focus, positioning, and anticipation showcased an exceptionally high level. You possess the caliber to be deemed an outstanding central defender in the strictest sense. Upon hearing the coach's assessment, Lu Dongdong maintained a stoic exterior, yet a surge of excitement welled within him. He could hardly fathom that his performance could garner such high praise from the coach. However, in the next moment, the coach's words brought his elation crashing down. Do not rejoice too soon. What I have stated pertains solely to your performance in that video. Yet, this is precisely what I have previously communicated and repeatedly emphasized to you. A football match, excluding extra time, lasts a full 90 minutes. As a central defender, no matter how commendably you perform in the preceding moments, if you make a single error in the final minute or the last second before the final whistle, leading your team to defeat, you are deemed inadequate. This afternoon, in our internal training match, you thoroughly demonstrated the myriad mistakes of a failing central defender, one of which is the tendency to start strong and decline as the game progresses. As the coach concluded, his tone grew increasingly stern. Lu Dongdong began to feel increasingly unsettled. With a flick of his fingers, the images on the screen began to shift. The focus remained on Lu Dongdong, yet his performance, once remarkably brilliant, had now deteriorated into utter disarray. He found himself caught offside several times, allowing the opposing forwards to break through with a clear path to the goal. Confronting the goalkeeper directly, each mistake made by Lu Dongdong almost invariably resulted in the loss of a goal, particularly in the final instance. After being successfully outmaneuvered by the forward, he not only failed to promptly turn and pursue but also foolishly remained rooted to the spot, staring blankly at his head coach and the assistant coach. Meanwhile, his teammates desperately endeavored to chase back, while he stood there, motionless and dazed. At that moment, Lu Dongdong was blissfully unaware of the folly of his actions. Now, from a third-party perspective, he perceives his performance as utterly abysmal. So much so that words fail to encapsulate its inadequacy. Were Coach Choi Se-jiao to evaluate Lu Dongdong's performance, he would undoubtedly assign a failing grade. Reflecting upon this particular segment of video, what score would you bestow upon yourself, Coach? Lu Dongdong lowered his head, remaining silent. This time, he hesitated not at all, his mind already providing an answer, yet he lacked the courage to voice his score. The number was simply too embarrassing to utter. You cannot express it, can you? Do you feel ashamed? Coach G inhaled deeply and remarked calmly. During our last training session, I explicitly informed you that as a professional football player on the field, you must maintain unwavering focus. You cannot afford to let your guard down for even a minute, not a second. Yet, what was your performance? In the face of the forward's evasion, in the moment of the forward's successful offside trap, you stood there, utterly unmoved. Chapter 74. The Test, Part 1. Not only did you remain impassive, but you also stood there in a stupor. Can you tell me what was going through your mind at that moment? Coach G spoke coldly. I was terrified. I saw my head coach watching me, worried that my mistake would leave a profoundly negative impression on him. Lu Dongdong muttered, his head bowed, hesitant to speak. Humph, foolishness. The incident has occurred. Do you think that by standing idle, your head coach would not form an opinion of you? I can guarantee you, with utmost certainty, that your unprofessional demeanor has undoubtedly left a very poor impression in his mind. If you were a key player and I were your coach, I would ensure you spent time on the bench or be removed from the roster altogether. Are you saying that Coach Chui is utterly disappointed in me? Does that mean I will not pass the trial and cannot remain with the team? Lu Dongdong murmured, his mind racing with thoughts. Do you believe these concerns are what you should be contemplating right now? Coach Ji raised his head, his eyes emerging from the shadows. They were bright and cold, filled with an unspeakable severity that left a lasting impression. Shouldn't I be considering this? My performance is so poor, I surely cannot stay with the team. At that point, my parents will undoubtedly be very disappointed. Still clinging to delusions. Do you think you play football merely to avoid disappointing your parents? Or that your passion for the game is solely about winning or losing a single match? Have you ever pondered why you chose football in the first place? Lu Dongdong slowly lifted his gaze, meeting Coach Ji's eyes. After a long silence, he spoke deliberately. I chose it because of my dream. Because playing football is my dream, because I love the game. Precisely. Since you have chosen football out of love, why then do you concern yourself so deeply with momentary gains and losses, with the feelings of others? What you must do is to play your own game well. After each defeat, reflect on your experiences, learn from them, and then pour forth your sweat, continuously striving to improve and push forward. Coach Ji took 3 steps forward, positioned himself within the sidelines of the field, lifted his gaze to the distant bright floodlights, and remarked, when I was a player, standing on this very pitch made me forget all external distractions. In that moment, my mind was solely occupied with one thing, football. My singular purpose was to aid my team, collaborate with my teammates, and secure victory in the match. Lu Dongdong looked at Coach Ji, his expression transforming into one of complexity. He seemed to grasp some of it, yet there remained an air of uncertainty. As a footballer, particularly a professional one, you will undoubtedly encounter numerous setbacks throughout your career. If this afternoon's match signifies the beginning of a new chapter in your football journey, then from this moment onward, you must learn to embrace adversity. In the face of challenges, summon your courage, indomitable spirit, and unwavering will, and march forward relentlessly against the tempest. Chapter 75, The Test, Part 2. If, during a match, your sole concern revolves around a single play or your coach's opinion of you, then you are unworthy of this verdant field. I have never trained individuals with such limitations. Coach Ji, it's not that I am overly concerned about your opinion. I merely realize that my inclusion in the club does not stem from exceptional skill. I fear that the poorer my performance, the less likely the coach will allow me to pass the trials. I am genuinely anxious about my place in the team, Lu Dongdong confessed. Is that all? Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded gently. If your worries are confined to this singular aspect, then I can unequivocally assure you that you are overthinking the matter, regardless of how you manage to join the team. And irrespective of your coach's views on your methods, the undeniable truth is that you are now a member of this squad. What you must focus on now is to play your football well and exert every effort to remain in the team. Do you understand? I comprehend. But my performance this afternoon was abysmal. Our team conceded 6 goals. Nearly half of them were due to my shortcomings. Do you still not understand? Coach Ji suddenly thundered. Lu Dongdong shuddered, staring blankly at Coach Ji. Regardless of your past performances, regardless of the heights or depths of your abilities, all that has transpired is now behind you. What you must focus on is not wallowing in the failures of yesteryear, but rather understanding what you must do in this very moment. What must I do in this second? Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow, his gaze filled with confusion. I have just stated that as a professional football player, one must possess unwavering determination, the courage to face myriad challenges, and an indefatigable spirit of perseverance. Defeat is a chapter that has closed. What you must now do is to reflect on your shortcomings and work diligently to enhance your weaknesses, continually striving for improvement, and yet more improvement. At this very moment, you should seize the football at your feet, pour your sweat onto this field, rather than standing idly, like a fool, gazing at me and lamenting the errors you have committed. Coach Ji raised his arm, pointing at Lu Dongdong. His voice grew louder, his tone increasingly stern, filling the vast expanse of the field with his commanding presence. Lu Dongdong gazed at Coach Ji with a look of innocent bewilderment, but as time passed, the confusion on his face gradually faded away, and a radiant glow began to blossom in his bright eyes. What I must do now is to seize the football at my feet and pour my sweat onto this field. tirelessly striving, perpetually enhancing, relentlessly endeavoring, and continuously elevating. Lu Dongdong repeatedly murmured the words spoken by Coach Ji, his expression growing increasingly resolute, and his gaze more steadfast. Coach Ji, please tell me, what should I do now? How can I elevate my football skills and ensure that I do not commit such foolish errors in the next match? He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes blazing as they locked onto Coach Ji. The coach remained silent, his unwavering gaze fixed on Lu Dongdong, until Lu Dongdong, unable to contain himself, posed the question once more. Only then did Coach Ji respond. Chapter 76. The Trial, Part 2. Now, have you comprehended everything? I have. Lu Dongdong replied. Failure is the most commonplace aspect of life. What we must do is not dwell on past failures, but rather look forward, striving diligently with our sweat to ensure that we do not falter again in the future. Excellent, Coach Ji said, clapping his hands vigorously. He turned and walked step by step to the edge of the field, then turned back to Lu Dongdong and declared, Congratulations. You have just passed the second trial of our green camp. I hereby announce that you are officially a player of the green field. I am your head coach, and you may call me Coach Ji. In the time to come, I will guide you on this verdant pitch to become one of the finest players in the world. As the words settled, a sudden radiance emanated from Lu Dongdong, with stars of varying sizes and myriad particles of light bursting forth from him. Resembling a kaleidoscope in full bloom or a lit firecracker, crackling and erupting in splendid fireworks. Simultaneously, Lu Dongdong distinctly heard a voice resonate in his mind. Congratulations. You have leveled up, earning 5 skill points. Coach Ji, what is happening? I just heard someone say, upgrade. Lu Dongdong raised an arm, pointing to his ear, his face a picture of bewilderment. Do not doubt that voice. What you see and hear now is entirely real. You have just successfully passed the second challenge of the green field, and you have now obtained the eternal heart. Your experience points have surpassed level 2, and the system has rewarded you with 5 ability points. You may allocate these 5 points across your various attributes. With a swift motion of his arm, a luminous shadow materialized beside him. The physique, appearance, and attire were strikingly similar to Lu Dongdong. Beside this interplay of light and shadow, a faintly glowing circle emerged, reminiscent of the television screen previously encountered. However, this time, what was displayed within the circle was not a moving image, but rather a diamond shape, approximately the size of a palm, which seemed disproportionately small compared to the circle, occupying merely a tiny central portion. Above each corner of the diamond, several lines of text gradually materialized, reading, strength, speed, jumping, shooting, technique. Each word flickered with a subtle luminescence, radiating an array of colors akin to a darkened night sky adorned with distant, flashing neon lights, truly captivating. Coach Ji, what is this? Lu Dongdong blinked several times, instinctively stepping closer for a clearer view. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that beneath each line of text, individual numbers were inscribed: 46, 48, 52, 37, 36. Previously on the green pitch, I demonstrated your overall qualities. The values you saw then represented detailed metrics of your physical abilities. What you now observe is, in fact, quite similar to what you encountered before. This time, however, we've simplified it for your ease of understanding regarding your physical condition. Coach Ji explained while pointing at the circle. The 5 values you see now represent an analysis of your physical capacity indicators. As the term suggests, the larger the number, the more pronounced your corresponding ability. Chapter 77. Upgrade, Part 1. For instance, concerning strength, a higher number indicates greater physical resilience and signifies that your power will also be enhanced. Speed refers to your running velocity, the swiftness of your turns, and your ball handling pace. While this presents merely an average, the relative values reflect your true capabilities in terms of speed. So that's how it is. Lu Dongdong stared blankly, feeling as though what lay before him was somewhat surreal, akin to a scene from a football simulation game. Had his mind not been deeply imprinted with the physical confrontations of football players and the various techniques of close defense, he would surely believe that all of this was merely a dream, an absurd dream. To put it bluntly, your current capabilities are quite rudimentary among professional football players. At this level, you may not even meet the standards of a relatively proficient amateur player, Coach Ji remarked coldly. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame, his face flushed with embarrassment. However, there is no need for you to worry, since you have arrived at the Green Camp Arena and stood before me. I shall assist you in overcoming various challenges. Thus, your 5 attributes will steadily improve, ultimately enabling you to stand shoulder to shoulder with world-class athletes. Of course, as I mentioned previously, everything hinges upon your own diligence. Only through your unwavering commitment during every training session and each match can you significantly and continuously enhance your experience. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his fists clenched tightly. All right, we have digressed for long enough. Let us return to the matter at hand. You have just received a reward of 5 points from the system, which you may allocate to these 5 attributes. With each point you invest, your corresponding abilities will experience a proportional enhancement, Coach G stated. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, then took several steps forward until he stood approximately 1 meter from the light circle. Furrowing his brow, he cast several glances at the diamond within the circle and inquired, Coach G, do these 5 distinct values reflect varying requirements for each football player's position? As a central defender, is my primary focus on increasing strength? The question you pose pertains to the training we are about to commence. Here, I can provide you with a brief response. For a central defender, the most crucial attribute among these 5 capabilities is undoubtedly strength. However, it is noteworthy that in the world of football, alongside world-class central defenders endowed with formidable physical prowess, there are numerous exceptional players who possess remarkable speed. Some central defenders can pivot and chase down opponents with astonishing swiftness, allowing them to effectively counter forwards employing offside tactics. Typically, central defenders are perceived as tall and robust, often lacking finesse. Yet, in the realm of football, particularly among Brazilian central defenders, there are many who exhibit outstanding technical skills, with some even possessing the ability to execute spectacular free kicks. Hence, while these 5 values are indeed closely linked to each position, they are not absolute determinants. What aspect do you believe I should focus on enhancing? Lu Dongdong humbly sought advice. Having received Coach G's elucidation, he felt he had gained some understanding, but with an expert before him, he saw little reason to overthink. Chapter 78, Advancement, Part 2. Your current average values are all 10 points below par. If they remain at this average, there will be no significant improvement in your abilities. Moreover, your self-identified position as a central defender indicates that physical confrontation has consistently been your weak point. My personal recommendation would be to increase your strength by 3 points and your speed by 2. As for stamina, it depends on your own preferences. Then I shall allocate 3 points to strength and 2 points to speed, Lu Dongdong declared without hesitation. He did not lack confidence. However, compared to his initial encounter with this extraordinary system, he placed greater trust in Coach G's expertise. Are you certain? Once your attributes are set, they cannot be altered. Coach G stated with earnestness. I am certain. Very well, Coach G gently nodded, snapping his fingers. The values for strength and speed, hovering beside the light circle, immediately burst forth in a cascade of brilliance. The numbers beneath the attributes incrementally rose, with strength increasing by exactly 3 points and speed by precisely 2. As the radiance dissipated, normalcy was restored. Now, your skill points have been fully expended. Let us commence our formal training session, Coach G proclaimed as he walked toward the edge of the pitch, heading directly to the center of the field. Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback but quickly caught up. The two arrived at the center of the court. With a swift motion of his arm, the coach summoned a screen, which displayed footage of Lu Dongdong's match earlier that afternoon, showcasing his relentless back-and-forth defense against the team's forward, Jinxiu. Let us watch this segment in its entirety without interruption, the coach interjected. Lu Dongdong, with a semblance of understanding, nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixated on the screen above, attentively observing without a blink. 5 minutes later, the recording came to an end. What is your objective assessment of this player's abilities? Inquired the coach. At the onset of the match, I perceived his skills to be rather unimpressive. I easily intercepted several of his attempts. I also employed the technique you taught me, persistently harassing him during close marking. For the first 30 minutes of the first half, his offensive efforts posed virtually no threat to me. Lu Dongdong contemplated earnestly before continuing. However, in the second half, perhaps due to a shift in my mindset, I found him increasingly difficult to defend against. Particularly during those few instances of exploiting the offside trap, I felt utterly helpless. I truly exerted myself each time. Coach G remained non-committal, asking, "What characteristics do you observe in his offensive style? Was there anything that left a lasting impression on you?" "Speed," Lu Dongdong replied without hesitation. Pausing for a moment before elaborating, during the second half, or rather, in the last 15 minutes of the first half, I sensed a change in his attacking strategy. He ceased to confront me head-on, opting instead for a strategy of constant movement, collaborating with their midfield players to orchestrate repeated offside attacks. When you engaged in physical confrontation with him, did you feel at a disadvantage? The coach probed. No, strength is not his forte. If I were to defend him head-on, I believe I would have a 70% chance of completely overpowering him. However, his positioning is exceedingly troublesome, compounded by the precision of their midfielders' passes. The 7th chapter discusses 4 types. The accuracy of those passes left me with no opportunity to defend. Each time the ball descended, he had already surged at least 4 to 5 meters beyond my reach. Speed is not my advantage. I simply could not keep up. Now, I ask you, if you were to label him as either a speed player or a technical player, which would you choose? Speed-oriented, though this player also possesses commendable technical skills. Strictly speaking, he should be classified as straddling the line between speed and technique, Lu Dongdong replied, somewhat hesitantly. Very well, the coach acknowledged with a gentle nod. Suddenly, Lu Dongdong tapped his forehead. What is it? Having faced this player in a match, I felt a profound impression left upon me. What impression? Confidence. Each time he handled the ball, he exuded an air of unwavering confidence. Even during the first 30 minutes, when I intercepted his every attempt, he displayed no signs of fear or trepidation. Particularly after he scored his first goal, I sensed a remarkable uplift in his spirit and demeanor. Indeed, it appears that this player can be regarded as a top-tier forward. A forward may lack in ability and technique, yet what is indispensable is an unwavering confidence in his ability to score. Coach G chuckled softly, then paused before stating, "All right, I shall refrain from further elaboration. As you yourself mentioned, the most striking impression he leaves is his speed, complemented by commendable footwork. Today, I wish to convey that all players in the world can essentially be categorized into 4 principal types." 4 principal types? Lu Dongdong's face revealed a hint of perplexity. Indeed, they can be classified into 4 categories: speed-oriented players who excel in pace, skill-centric players who prioritize technique, and strength-based players who focus on physical power. Additionally, there exists a 4th type that amalgamates these 3 attributes, possessing commendable capabilities in each aspect. Many head coaches favor such players, as they can seamlessly substitute for any role on the field. We refer to them collectively as utility players. Utility players. A smile graced Lu Dongdong's face as he nodded gently. Do not be amused. Although the term may sound somewhat amusing, such players are indeed essential to every team. Not all players possess this versatility, as becoming a utility player requires extensive experience across various positions. Whenever he steps onto the pitch, embodying different roles, he comprehends precisely what is required of him. Of course, due to the necessity of adapting to different positions, while he may balance all 3 attributes, none will be particularly exceptional. This is why many utility players often serve as substitutes or secondary players. However, there are exceptions. A player who accumulates sufficient experience or attains adequate skills can emerge as the most formidable presence on the field. You will see him in attack. You will encounter him in defense. He will be present in midfield, and you will find him at the back. He is, in essence, ubiquitous on the pitch. Lu Dongdong listened quietly, a slight furrow forming on his brow. Chapter 8. Recognizing the problem. As someone who has trained in Chinese professional football since childhood, he sought to understand the versatile players. Though these players are often favored by the protagonist, they indeed lack specialization, as Coach G aptly noted. Possessing a plethora of positions, yet excelling in none, resulting in generally mediocre abilities. His formative coach had once candidly advised Lu Dongdong that to become a professional footballer, one must hone a particular skill to an exceptional level, for only then can one secure a place within a team. It was unexpected that a player, often underestimated by many Chinese coaches, would receive such high praise from Coach G. We will delve deeper into the topic of versatile players in subsequent lessons, but for now, that is all we shall mention. Coach G paused, speaking earnestly. Aside from versatile players, the realm of Chinese football encompasses 3 other types of players. This moment today will ensure you gain a profound understanding of these 3 types, equipping you with the knowledge to effectively engage with such players on the field. Lu Dongdong's spirit lifted as he realized that Coach G was about to emphasize critical points. Speed-oriented players, as the name suggests, are characterized by their remarkable swiftness. Typically, they occupy roles such as center forwards, wingers, or fullbacks on the field. The forward you are marking this afternoon exemplifies such a quintessential speed player. Currently, your speed capabilities are simply inadequate for a contest against them, which explains why you fell victim to their successful repeated offside traps in the second half, leading to the primary reason for conceding goals. What should I do to defend against such players? Lu Dongdong inquired, a hint of impatience in his tone. When confronting such speed-dominant athletes, it is evidently a grave misjudgment to engage them on the basis of speed. What you must do is to leverage your strengths while avoiding your weaknesses, targeting their vulnerabilities. Generally, speed players lack physical robustness. Therefore, during direct defensive maneuvers or close confrontations, you will often be able to intercept the ball from them. Thus, your defensive efforts should focus on preventing them from successfully executing offside traps. Lu Dongdong remarked, however, when I lost the first ball, our midfield player informed me that they would definitely employ an offside trap. I was quite clear about their tactics in my mind. Yet each time their midfielder delivered the ball, that forward would skillfully dart past me. Several times, I had already anticipated and surged forward to create an offside. But my partner, the center back, lagged behind. I understand your point. A significant part of your defeat this afternoon stems from the lack of synergy between your two center backs. This issue cannot be resolved with mere words. It requires continuous practice and the development of mutual understanding between these two defenders. This is also why, in many matches, when one center back is absent and a substitute takes their place, significant vulnerabilities arise in defense alongside the other starting center back. Sometimes, this is unrelated to their technical skills or experience. It simply arises from a lack of cohesive timing. Coach G stated. Chapter 81, Clarifications and Answers, Part 1. Lu Dongdong gently inclined his head. Regarding your performance in this afternoon's match, which was marred by miscommunication with your teammates leading to a goal, I prefer not to dwell on it. What I wish to impart is that when you next encounter a pacey forward, strive to maintain a certain distance from him. Do not position yourself directly in front of him or too close by his side. While marking him, also remain vigilant of his teammates who may be responsible for passing the ball. Such speedy players rely on their swiftness as an advantage. Yet this very speed can also be a double-edged sword in certain contexts. Beyond their velocity, they possess little else to evade your challenge. Lu Dongdong nodded gently. Regarding this afternoon's match, the goals conceded were primarily due to miscommunication with your teammates. I do not wish to dwell on this matter. What I wish to convey is that in your next encounter with a pacey forward, you must strive to maintain a certain distance from him, neither positioning yourself directly in front of him nor beside him. While marking, you must also remain vigilant of his teammates who are responsible for passing. Such swift players possess speed as their greatest asset. Yet it can also be a weakness in certain respects. Apart from their velocity, they lack alternative means to evade you. The coach lifted his gaze, glancing at Lu Dongdong, and remarked, different types of players exhibit distinct stylistic characteristics. As a central defender, you will, with increased experience and exposure to numerous matches, easily discern these traits. Only by understanding their vulnerabilities can you gain the upper hand and maintain an undefeated stance in the game. Of course, there is another crucial point. What is it? Lu Dongdong inquired curiously. Preparation is essential. Before each match, delve deeply into understanding your opponent, viewing footage of their previous games. This practice will provide you with a comprehensive insight into their abilities and reveal how they tend to handle the ball under various circumstances. Once a person's thought patterns are established, they are not easily altered. Football is no different. Lu Dongdong listened attentively, his brow slightly furrowed. Are you suggesting that I, like the head coach, should review videos of the players I am tasked with marking before each match? Indeed, the coach affirmed with a nod. This method is undoubtedly a sound recommendation, especially in an age where the internet provides ample access to relevant materials. However, Lu Dongdong glanced at the coach. Hesitating as he spoke, in a football match, each coach selects different players based on the dynamics of the game. I cannot guarantee that the video I watch will feature the starting striker. Your question is rather naive, the coach remarked with a cold chuckle. Typically, each team has a steadfast main player, and that is precisely whom you should study. Furthermore, as a competent center back, you must invest time observing other forwards on the opposing team. This is a meticulous endeavor that allows for no negligence. Do you think that world-class center backs rely solely on their own skills to secure victory? Behind the scenes, they have long since acquainted themselves with the strengths of their opponents. For instance, when faced with a one-on-one breakthrough. Chapter 82, Clarifications, Part 2. They possess a heightened success rate in anticipation, knowing whether their opponent will opt to pass or attempt to break through in such situations. Additionally, consider a free kick from 20 or 35 yards. The goalkeeper will discern whether the player taking the kick intends to shoot directly or to loft the ball into the semicircle for a splendid assist. This array of insights is supported by detailed statistics. Although not every scenario will unfold identically, the foundational principles are invariably accurate. Lu Dongdong listened intently, his brow furrowed in contemplation. He realized that the training methods articulated by Coach Ji before him were entirely dissimilar to the traditional Chinese football training he had received since childhood. These represented two fundamentally divergent philosophies. Domestic coaches merely urged players to enhance their basic skills, improving their breakthroughs, teamwork, ball control, and so forth. He had never encountered a coach who suggested relying on big data analysis to comprehend one's opponents. I understand that you may find my assertions somewhat perplexing at this moment, yet I implore you to experiment with my proposed methods a few times. I assure you, you will discern their efficacy, the coach confidently proclaimed. Lu Dongdong nodded with a mix of skepticism and belief. All right, let us commence our formal training. What I shared with you earlier is merely an effective approach. Whether it proves successful ultimately depends on your genuine abilities. Without the requisite skills, my dear, no matter how thoroughly you understand your opponent, all efforts will be in vain. The coach clapped his hands emphatically and proclaimed loudly. Lu Dongdong cast a penetrating glance at his coach, furrowing his brow as he quietly inquired, "Coach, may I pose a question?" "Speak." The coach replied decisively. "According to your earlier assertion, if we thoroughly understand our opponents, there exists a considerable likelihood of completely suppressing them." However, his tone faltered slightly, infused with hesitation, as he continued, "Aside from the exceptional world-class center backs, there are numerous outstanding world-class forwards among football players. In facing such formidable adversaries, I have rarely witnessed any team that could effectively contain them. For instance, in the Champions League final or the World Cup final. Prior to these grand tournaments, both coaches diligently strive to comprehend their opponents in detail. Yet, once the actual match commences, these remarkable players remain elusive and difficult to defend against. Does this not suggest that your earlier statement may not be effective against them?" The coach gazed into Lu Dongdong's eyes, seemingly perceiving the doubts within him. With a cold smile and an air of unwavering confidence, he remarked, "If it were truly effective, would you believe what I say?" Lu Dongdong chose to respond with silence, refraining from uttering a word. "Do you realize that when you made that statement, you failed to consider a crucial question?" "What question?" Lu Dongdong asked, his expression one of confusion. "The question is that your opponents will also thoroughly familiarize themselves with you through video footage and relevant materials. Understand me." Lu Dongdong's brow furrowed deeply for a moment, gradually giving way to an expression of dawning comprehension. As a professional football player, any exceptional athlete will undoubtedly engage in the preparatory work I just mentioned before each match. In many encounters, numerous newcomers can outshine seasoned veterans. Yet there are also instances where experienced players find themselves thoroughly outmatched by a seemingly obscure contender. Now, do you grasp the reason behind this? I understand. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, squinting as he spoke. The reason these unheralded young players can overpower the seasoned and famous veterans is due to their meticulous preparation before the match. The veterans are caught off guard because these players have scant information available on them, or they are simply underestimated. You are not entirely foolish. You have demonstrated the ability to draw inferences. The coach nodded in satisfaction, stating, "On the football field, particularly in high-profile international events, we often witness new players astonishingly rise to prominence, stepping over the corpses of veterans. However, when they confidently transition into the next season, many fade into obscurity, often labeled as flops by the media. In truth, this phenomenon is not solely due to a lack of skill. Rather, it stems from their performances not being sufficiently outstanding. Their dribbling habits, attacking styles, and even their acceleration have been meticulously analyzed by all their competitors, making it challenging for them to shine on the field thereafter." Pausing, the coach addressed Lu Dongdong, who was nodding in agreement. "As for your earlier comment regarding facing world-class strikers, it is indeed challenging for even world-class defenders to hold their ground. This explanation is somewhat complex, and you will gradually come to understand it. For now, allow me to outline a few key points. First, in every match, each player may exhibit varying states of form. Those in peak condition naturally perform better. Second, the designation of world-class signifies that their abilities have reached an apex, and their flashes of brilliance far exceed the ordinary. Many remarkable goals arise in the blink of an eye, rendering defenses utterly helpless. Furthermore, as a central defender, the margin for error is significantly less compared to a forward, who may squander several opportunities. As long as they score a decisive goal before the end of the match, all previous shortcomings will be forgotten. Thirdly, Never forget that football is a sport played by 11 individuals. No matter how formidable your skills or abilities may be, one person can never contend with 11. Of course, unless your capabilities are so extraordinary that you might deem this assertion trivial. Upon hearing these words, Lu Dongdong chuckled softly. As a professional football player, every coach, every assistant, and all related materials clearly state this fundamental truth. Football is a collective endeavor, reliant on teamwork rather than individual prowess. Yet, this notion presents a paradox. For in many matches, when the game becomes ensnared in a stalemate, it often requires a player to bravely step forward and utilize their abilities to alter the course of events. Chapter 84. Strength, Defiance of Rules. This concept resonates with the coach's earlier statements. When your abilities are sufficiently formidable, you may disregard all regulations. Well, we have spoken at length. Let us commence our formal training, the coach declared. With a sweep of his arm, he pointed towards the center of the pitch, where a hazy figure emerged, emanating a faint glow. As it slowly turned, Lu Dongdong's eyes widened in surprise, recognizing that the figure before him was none other than his opponent from this afternoon. Jinxiu, the forward of Team A. Is this also virtual? Lu Dongdong asked, somewhat foolishly. Of course, it is virtual. On this verdant pitch, apart from yourself, everyone you see is merely a simulated entity. The coach paused before continuing. Although this figure is entirely a construct, his playing style, abilities, and various attributes are meticulously replicated from your opponent this afternoon. Moreover, as a product of virtual construction, his condition remains perpetually optimal. Thus, his abilities will be superior to those of your actual opponent. Today, you shall employ the techniques I have just taught you to effectively defend against him. But he is just one person. If it comes to face-to-face or tight marking, I still have confidence in my ability to handle him. Lu Dongdong murmured. I have already instructed you on one-on-one defending. Today, we shall engage in genuine offside defending. As the coach's words settled in, two figures materialized on the opposite half of the pitch where Lu Dongdong was stationed. One was tall, towering over him by at least half a head. A moderately built individual with mid-length hair exudes an ethereal and nimble aura. Present alongside him are his defensive partner, center back Li Xingli, and the midfield linchpin of Team A, Che Zai. In that moment, Lu Dongdong's mind went blank, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. The verdant pitch is a manifestation of your inner world. Everything you have encountered or contemplated materializes within your psyche. Thus, we can effortlessly replicate the memories residing in your mind. The players before you possess abilities that mirror those of your companions from this afternoon, and once again, their performance remains at its peak, with their prowess only growing stronger, never diminishing in the slightest. Lu Dongdong listened intently to the coach's words, yet his mind did not delve into the profound meanings behind them. Instead, another thought emerged. If the verdant football field could truly replicate every player he had ever encountered in their entirety, then through relentless practice on this green expanse, he would naturally come to understand the abilities and characteristics of each teammate, thereby attaining an exquisite level of synergy. As previously stated, football is a sport involving 11 individuals. Until one's skills allow for the disregard of all rules, it is only through harmonious collaboration that one can lead companions and assist the team in achieving victory. Under Coach Ji's guidance, Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli positioned themselves on one side of the pitch, while the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, stood on the distant half. And his teammate, forward Jinxiu, quietly took his place beside Lu Dongdong. Chapter 85, Simulated Training Part 1, with the sharp sound of the coach's whistle. Mirroring the earlier session, he sprang into action, continuously maneuvering around Lu Dongdong, darting out and swiftly returning, as if engaged in a game. Behind him, the ball under Che Zai's deft control danced within a realm suffused with blue luminescence, ceaselessly gliding to and fro. While managing the ball, he occasionally glanced forward, perpetually poised to elevate his foot and send the sphere soaring. Lu Dongdong lifted his gaze and glanced at Li Xingli, who stood parallel to him. Before positioning himself beside Jinxiu, he extended a hand and discreetly tugged at Jinxiu's garment. This was a technique imparted to him by Coach Ji during their last encounter, a subtle defensive maneuver. One must not solely focus on the forwards in close proximity, rather, one should broaden their perspective to observe the movements and passing intentions of the opposing midfielders. In a football team, there is typically a singular midfield linchpin, the architect of most assists. If one can accurately anticipate his passing trajectory and timing, they significantly enhance their chances of intercepting the forward. Many forwards rely predominantly on their instinct and speed in front of the goal, lacking the ability to engage in one-on-one confrontations, Coach G remarked. Lu Dongdong gently nodded, his gaze shifting towards the midfield maestro on the opposing side, Che Zai. Che Zai commanded the ball at his feet, as if he and the sphere were one entity. Wherever he moved, the ball followed, firmly under his dominion. He dashed back and forth a few times, lifted his head to survey the field ahead, and raised his right foot high before striking the ball with force. The distinct black and white orbs soared into the sky, tracing a high arc and descending rapidly, soaring over Lu Dongdong's head and heading towards the penalty area behind him. As the ball passed overhead, Lu Dongdong swiftly turned, gripping the arm of Jinxiu tightly to impede her forward motion. Jinxiu found herself obstructed by his body, while Lu Dongdong accelerated towards the ball's anticipated landing spot. Just as he believed the ball was within his grasp, Jinxiu, whom he had blocked, unexpectedly surged past him, seizing the opportunity and claiming the ball that had fallen into the penalty area. Before receiving the pass, she took 3 quick steps, her body slightly inclined, and lifted her right leg high, unleashing a powerful shot that sent the ball hurtling into the far corner of the net with tremendous force. How could this be possible? Lu Dongdong stood still, disbelief etched upon his face as he gazed at the scene before him. Stop daydreaming, keep moving, Coach G's voice resonated, offering no further explanation. Lu Dongdong glanced at the coach before obediently returning to his position. A group of players took their places once more. And as the whistle hung from Coach G's neck sounded, the midfield maestro Che Zai commenced his dribbling. He moved incessantly within the luminous blue circle, occasionally lifting his foot high. In the next moment, he executed a sudden inward feint, followed by an abrupt acceleration and a swift lateral shift, propelling himself forward from his original stance. It turned out to be merely a deceptive maneuver. Lu Dongdong remained intently focused on the vehicle and the serene show beside him. The moment he noticed the vehicle's acceleration, he immediately... Chapter 86, Simulated Training, Part 2, Lu Dongdong sprinted backward in haste, only to be thoroughly deceived by the vehicle's maneuver, leaving him no choice but to return in disappointment. When it comes to mastering the art of feint techniques, one must cultivate a robust psychological preparedness. Whether facing an opponent's forward or their midfielders, as a central defender, possessing the ability to read such situations is paramount. However, this skill cannot be acquired merely through a few cursory words. It necessitates the accumulation of experience through repeated failures. Nevertheless, I can share a method for you to learn judgment. Each individual possesses a certain equilibrium. Once this balance is disrupted, the ball at their feet becomes uncontrollable. Thus, even the most convincing feint shot will not result in a loss of bodily balance. If you can discern this, you will remain invincible. Coach G remarked. Do you comprehend why you just conceded a goal? It is because you failed to leverage your strengths, opting instead to confront your opponent's greatest attributes with your own most significant weaknesses. The player you are currently defending possesses exceptional speed. However, as you have acknowledged, his physical confrontational abilities are not his forte. Therefore, when executing offside traps and defending, there is no need for you to chase him down. Instead, use your body to firmly obstruct his path of advancement. Employ the defensive techniques I imparted to you previously. Instigate his frustration, provoke his anger, and compel him to commit a foul. Stay alert and continue. As these words resonated, the vehicle on the opposite side of the field decisively lifted its foot, delivering a precise through ball. The forceful strike sent the ball skimming across the grass, reaching Lu Dongdong just as he began to react. The ball glided past him and landed at the feet of the agile Jinxiu. In an instant, as the ball passed his body, Jinxiu deftly flicked it back with the sole of his foot. In the next moment, the nimble Jinxiu executed a swift pivot, akin to a quicksilver rabbit darting past Lu Dongdong. Simultaneously, the ball rolled seamlessly between his legs, heading straight toward the penalty area, perfectly aligned with Jinxiu's sprinting trajectory. By the time Lu Dongdong realized this, Jinxiu had already surged ahead, creating a half-body advantage. With no alternative, he extended his leg and tripped Jinxiu by snagging his calf, bringing him crashing to the ground. The sharp sound of the whistle rang out, signaling the inevitable foul. Lu Dongdong's face was etched with remorse as he extended his arm, attempting to assist the quietly fallen Jinxiu. However, Jinxiu, seemingly oblivious, rose to her feet and brushed past Lu Dongdong, making her way directly back to the spot where the competition had commenced. Lu Dongdong suddenly recalled that the adversary before him was not a living, breathing teammate, but merely a figment of light and shadow. I had emphasized the necessity of heightened focus. On the court, One can never anticipate the forthcoming tactics of their opponent. What is required is adaptability, not mere memorization of a single approach. Otherwise, one will perpetually be led astray by their opponent. Coach G's voice was chillingly severe, clearly expressing his dissatisfaction with Lu Dongdong's performance. Lu Dongdong lowered his head deeply, rendered speechless. Chapter 87. Whispers in the Wind. However, regarding your defense just now, if I were to rate it on a scale of 10, I would grant you a 7. As a central defender, when you find yourself unable to entirely intercept your opponent, it is imperative to decisively resort to tactical fouling. For conceding a goal is far more detrimental than receiving a yellow card, or even a red card. Of course, this match is not akin to the UEFA Champions League final, where the absence of a key central defender could spell disaster for the team, Coach G remarked. Let us continue. The 4 players on the field took their positions. Forward Jingxiu stood before Lu Dongdong, who grasped his shirt with one hand, closely observing his movements while remaining vigilant of the situation concerning the midfield linchpin, Che Zai, on the other half of the field. Che Zai, commanding the ball at his feet, darted with agility across the blue zone, occasionally glancing up as he played. Each time he lifted his foot, and Jingxiu, positioned beside Lu Dongdong, began to move, weaving left and right or sprinting straight in a particular direction. Lu Dongdong diligently heeded his coach's teachings, always remaining at his side, steadfastly positioned behind Jingxiu in a quiet manner. In the next moment, the ball soared from the foot of a player, tracing a graceful arc through the air and effortlessly surpassing Lu Dongdong's head. And Jingxiu, standing beside him, instantly dashed forward like a cheetah sprinting across the vast savanna. However, unlike the previous occasion when Lu Dongdong opted to pursue with speed, he obeyed his coach's advice this time, stepping forward to position himself in front of Jingxiu. As Jingxiu sought to maneuver around him, Lu Dongdong mirrored his movements, consistently blocking her path. The lightning-fast Jingxiu appeared akin to a cheetah tethered by a rope, as she struggled to operate within the confines imposed upon her. The ball, descending towards the penalty area, bounced twice on the grass before gradually rolling out of bounds. A whistle pierced the air. Well done, but you were a step slow in your intervention, nearly allowing your opponent to slip past you. Remember this for next time, remarked the coach from the sidelines. Lu Dongdong, feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head and nodded gently. Remember, as a central defender, aside from your teammates, your best ally is your goalkeeper. It is imperative to understand the goalkeeper's habits. With proper coordination, you can unleash immense potential, the coach remarked. Understood, coach, Lu Dongdong replied, nodding in acknowledgement. As soon as he spoke, the coach waved his arm, and a luminous shadow appeared at the center of the goal behind him, revealing the goalkeeper from his team, who would be playing alongside him in the afternoon match. Continue. That was merely a warm-up. Now we commence in earnest. Do not let a single successful defense breed complacency. The challenges you face will only intensify. Your opponents are far from weak, the coach admonished. Lu Dongdong remained silent, his hands firmly placed on his hips, gazing straight ahead. Within him, a fervent flame burned as he resolutely vowed to reclaim victory on the verdant soccer field that evening. Despite having endured the humiliation of a series of foolish mistakes during the afternoon match, in the subsequent training sessions, Lu Dongdong effectively defended against Jingxiu, his positioning becoming increasingly adept and his anticipation of Che's passes growing ever more precise. Time and again, as the ball soared overhead, he was quick to spring into action, intercepting it with skillful agility. As the coach wisely noted, soccer is a round game. One must employ intellect while playing on the field, adapting to circumstances without becoming stagnant, and striving to attack or defend in the most effortless manner possible. Observing the scene, the coach recognized that Lu Dongdong had thoroughly subdued Jingxiu and blew his whistle. After a brief pause, he declared that the next phase of training would focus on fostering synergy with his teammates. With that, he tossed a bottle of mineral water towards Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong, with no hesitation, swiftly unscrewed the cap of the bottle and tilted his head back, gulping down the refreshing water. The transparent liquid trickled from the corner of his mouth, cascading down his neck, which was adorned with glistening beads of sweat. A dazzling spotlight shone directly behind him, radiating brilliance akin to that of a blazing sun, symbolizing the emergence of a star athlete rising slowly amidst the night. 10 minutes later, on the court, Lu Dongdong was positioned alongside 4 virtual players. As the midfield linchpin, he deftly maneuvered the ball, darting back and forth within the area illuminated by a blue glow. At times, he sprinted with remarkable agility, while at others, he would halt, pivot, or lift his right foot high before swiftly retracting it, executing a seamless feint followed by a rapid lateral shift, performing an impressive display of deceptive dribbling. In contrast, Jinxie, standing before Lu Dongdong, remained still, not darting back and forth but instead observing quietly. Lu Dongdong, with unwavering focus, gazed intently at the ball in front of him, noticing that the opposing player showed no intention of passing the ball after a prolonged moment. His eyes shifted towards the coach standing at the sidelines. At that juncture, the player controlling the ball suddenly lifted his head to glance ahead, decisively struck, and sent the ball soaring. The striking black and white sphere spun rapidly through the air, resembling a falling leaf as it swiftly passed by Lu Dongdong. In an instant, the motionless Jinxio sprang into action, his shoulders sinking to the left. As Lu Dongdong turned in the same direction, Jinxio's upper body, which had been inclined, swiftly reverted, transforming him into a whirlwind as he dashed out from Lu Dongdong's left flank. Lu Dongdong silently cursed his misfortune, realizing he had fallen for Jinxio's trick. He immediately raised his hands, resolute in his determination to grasp him, even at the risk of committing a foul. Yet, Jinxio had already dashed away, leaving Lu Dongdong with no chance to touch the fabric of his shirt. Jinxio moved with the swiftness of lightning, hastening to intercept the ball before it touched the ground. With a delicate flick of his toe, he ensnared the ball and, without a moment's hesitation, surged into the penalty area. Confronted by the goalkeeper, who swayed from side to side with arms outstretched at the center of the goal line, Jinxio displayed remarkable composure, executing a precise push shot. The black and white ball skimmed across the verdant grass, rolling directly into the lower right corner of the net. Only after the ball had completely nestled within the net did the goalkeeper rise and leap in vain. "What on earth are you doing? Do you expect me to treat your words as mere whispers in the wind?" Chapter 88. Coordination. As a player, particularly as a central defender responsible for the final line of defense, failing to maintain constant focus is your greatest defeat. The coach's voice was icy, clearly filled with anger. "I'm sorry, coach." Lu Dongdong lowered his head, feeling ashamed for an extended moment before uttering an apology that had long lost its significance. As a central defender, even if you shine brilliantly for 89 minutes, a single catastrophic error in the final second will cast all blame upon you. You must cultivate the habit of unwavering concentration at all times. Unless you are off the pitch, you cannot afford to lose focus. Do you understand? The coach bellowed. Understood. Lu Dongdong clenched his fist and responded loudly. Continue. The game resumed, and the 5 players on the field took their positions once more. The midfield maestro, Che Zai, continued to charge forward with the ball, darting tirelessly around the area aglow with a cerulean light. Lu Dongdong stood behind Jinxio, one arm subtly resting upon his garment. Having been deceived once more, he cast aside the flicker of pride that had momentarily ignited within him and steeled himself with utmost determination. The vehicle continued to carry the ball as Lu Dongdong mirrored Jinxio's movements. Suddenly, a green line appeared beneath her feet, extending laterally towards both sides of the court, reaching all the way to the white boundary lines. Lu Dongdong lowered his head, casting a curious glance, but quickly withdrew his thoughts, directing all his attention to Jinxio. He was reluctant to endure another reprimand from Coach G. Who could tell if this time was yet another trick of misdirection from the coach? This line denotes the positional relationship between you and Jinxio, and beyond this line lies the offside area. In the face of a team that favors behind-the-back passes and offside tactics, I shall impart to you a simpler method, the creation of an offside trap. The coach's words echoed in his ears as Lu Dongdong quietly listened, diligently following Jinxio's movements, not daring to lose focus for even a moment. As I mentioned earlier, you must consistently monitor the players you are marking, as well as the midfielders or others initiating passes. Now, I need you to alter your previous defensive strategy. Before each pass made by the midfielders, you should swiftly position yourself in front of the forward you are defending, thereby directly leading them into your offside trap. Do you understand? Understood, Lu Dongdong replied without turning his head. Let us begin with the simplest exercise. You go first, keeping a keen eye on the midfielder ahead. Moments later, a player swiftly dribbled the ball, raising his right leg to strike the black and white ball beneath him forcefully. Run forward. The coach shouted immediately. Lu Dongdong, fully focused, reacted promptly, taking a step forward and leaping over Jinxio's body. At that very moment, the green line on the ground shifted, following Lu Dongdong's foot as it passed over Jinxio. The ball soared through the air, hurtling toward Lu Dongdong, while Jinxio, standing still, darted forward like an arrow released from a bow. Just as he covered 4 or 5 meters, a whistle pierced the silence. An emotionless voice resonated across the empty field. Offside. And Jinxiu halted abruptly, hands on hips, shaking his head in resignation before retreating. The ball fell from the air, rolling several meters before being scooped up by the approaching goalkeeper. After this round, the coach had Lu Dongdong attempt the exercise several more times. Once he became accustomed to it, the coach declared, "All right, let us begin in earnest. Do not regard your previous success as significant. It was merely the most basic of drills, intended to familiarize you with the purpose of the green line. You must remember that this green line serves as the offside line. Should you misjudge, your opponents can easily seize the ball, embarking on an unobstructed path toward the goal. Exercise caution when you are certain of your judgment. Furthermore, there is a crucial point to consider. This green line will continuously shift with your movements and those of your teammates. For instance, while standing on the field, you must closely observe your partner's positioning before deciding to engage. You must coordinate with him on how to execute the offside tactic, as a lack of synchronization between the two center backs can lead to conceding an easy 456 goals in a match. Do you comprehend? Understood, coach. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, casting a glance at Li Shengli not far away. At that moment, they stood on the same horizontal plane, both of their feet firmly planted on the vibrant green line beneath them. The match commenced, filled with confidence. Lu Dongdong had barely taken a few strides when he suddenly recognized a complication. Resolute in his intention to create an offside trap, he persistently shadowed the forward, and Jinxiu, fully prepared to surge forward and ensnare her in the offside predicament. However, to his astonishment, Li Shengli, who had maintained a parallel position with him, occasionally darted behind and then surged ahead, continuously shifting the conspicuous green line on the grass, thereby utterly disrupting his offside strategy. "What is the matter? Have you recognized the issue?" the coach remarked with a hint of schadenfreude, echoing sentiments he had previously shared. Football is perpetually a game of 11 individuals, each contributing simultaneously. You can dictate your own actions, yet you cannot govern the choices of your teammates. Lu Dongdong came to a halt, raised both hands in a gesture of pause, and earnestly inquired, "Coach, what should I do now? If this continues, a mere casual pass will allow the forward to effortlessly seize the chance to score, let alone create a counter trap." It's quite simple. Collaborate with your teammates and communicate with them, came the response. Collaborate. But right now, there are no defenders at all. If I maintain a parallel position with her, the opponent I am marking will have a direct opportunity, leaving me unable to assist her. At this point, Lu Dongdong suddenly paused, turned to glance at the coach, then at Li Shengli, and his eyes sparkled with realization. He quickly dashed over to Li Shengli, exchanged a few hushed words, and then hurried back to his original position. "Coach, let's begin." Lu Dongdong raised his hand, signaling with an okay gesture. The coach, shrouded in shadows with his face obscured, curved his lips into a smile and blew the whistle. The match resumed. Chapter 89. Scoring a point. As the core midfielder, Chazai propelled the ball forward, sprinting with vigor. This time, the area he was maneuvering within was double that of before, nearly encompassing the entirety of his half. The forward, Jinxiu, marked by Lu Dongdong, incessantly darted left and right, his speed and agility burgeoning, each evasion catching Lu Dongdong off guard, as if he had transformed into a different player altogether. Engage your full spirit. Everything prior was merely low-difficulty adaptation. Now, this is the true training match. The better you perform, the richer your experience will become. With greater experience, your progression will accelerate, and correspondingly, you will accumulate more skill points. Press on. The coach encouraged. Lu Dongdong remained silent, channeling all his focus on the forward he was defending, occasionally lifting his gaze to check on Chazai ahead. On the opposite end, Li Shengli, maintaining a parallel stance, was also in constant motion, sometimes retreating to the back, other times charging to the forefront. As the green line of the field passed beneath his feet, Lu Dongdong swiftly raised his arm, calling out loudly to Li Shengli, urging him to pay attention to his positioning and maintain a parallel stance with him. The players darted across the field, occasionally punctuated by Lu Dongdong's calls. In the next moment, as the core midfielder, Chazai glanced ahead without hesitation and lifted his foot. It was a powerful long pass, the ball spinning rapidly as it soared through the air, arching over the heads of Lu Dongdong and Jinxiu. Descending toward the penalty area, Lu Dongdong and Jinxiu commenced their endeavors almost simultaneously. However, Lu Dongdong, leveraging his height, long legs, and superior physical resilience, forcefully stepped forward, effectively positioning himself to block Jinxiu behind him. Subsequently, the two swung their arms backward while their bodies swayed from side to side, steadfastly obstructing Jinxiu, who was eager to break free, leaving him with no opportunity to advance. The deflated ball descended from the lofty heights, crashing down upon the penalty spot at the center of the penalty area, where it bounced high before being securely caught by the swiftly approaching goalkeeper. A successful defense. Earning a point. A cold and emotionless voice resonated across the field. Lu Dongdong raised his head and glanced around, striding back to his original position alongside Jinxiu. From this day forth, every training session will be meticulously recorded. You must achieve success at least 7 times within the allotted time to pass. Failure will require you to start anew. For the sake of your precious time and the upcoming trial assessment, bring forth all your strength and showcase your finest state. Coach Ji stated indifferently. Lu Dongdong cast a glance back at him, his eyes half squinted, and nodded vigorously. In the second round, the central playmaker, after receiving the ball, took a step forward and, without any warning, lifted his foot to deliver a forceful low drive. The ball surged forward with remarkable speed, landing at Jinxiu's feet. Jinxiu extended his foot to control the ball, while Lu Dongdong, positioned directly behind him, swiftly moved forward, pressing his chest against Jinxiu's back, poised to apply close pressure as soon as Jinxiu paused to collect the ball. Through relentless confrontation, he had realized that he could completely overpower Jinxiu in terms of strength. Faced with his octopus-like tight marking, he was 90% confident in his ability to intercept Jinxiu's ball. However, in the next moment, to his astonishment, Jinxiu withdrew one foot just as it was about to make contact with the ball. In a flash, he pivoted with remarkable speed and darted past Lu Dongdong like a gust of wind. With his line of sight obstructed, Lu Dongdong could only make a rough estimate of the ball's location, unable to accurately gauge it. He could only watch helplessly as the ball zipped past him. Yet, he did not surrender. He pulled back his arm and seized Jinxiu's shirt, yanking him down to the ground as his momentum had already been fully engaged. The whistle blew, signaling a successful defense and a point gained. That cold, indifferent voice echoed once more in his ear. Once the sound faded into the emptiness of the field, the coach standing at the sidelines interjected, saying, "If this were a formal match, your handling of the situation would undoubtedly warrant at least a yellow card. However, since we are on the training ground, our sole concern is whether the defense is successful. But you must clearly understand that you should strive to control your hand movements on the field. Avoid receiving yellow or red cards unless absolutely necessary." Lu Dongdong nodded and said, "I understand. Although you employed a foul method to thwart our advance, I am quite pleased with your defense. Being prepared with a contingency plan is an essential trait that a seasoned center back must possess. Always remember, while you are devising ways to thwart your opponent, they too are tirelessly strategizing on how to evade you." Coach G's tone was almost unbroken as he continued, "Thus, football is not solely a contest of physical endurance. It is also a clash of intellects. This is why many world-class forwards consistently deliver breathtaking moments when challenged by equally formidable center backs. They are pushed to their limits by conventional defensive tactics, and only by accomplishing what others cannot can they achieve breakthroughs and score goals." Round 3, commence. The midfield maestro, Che Zai, propelled the ball swiftly forward, advancing from the center of the half to the midfield circle. His teammate, Jinxiu, moved quickly in tandem, yet Lu Dongdong, brimming with confidence, maneuvered around, shifting back and forth. The moment Che Zai attempted to pass, Jinxiu would inevitably fall into an offside trap. The experienced Che Zai, recognizing the absence of a suitable opportunity, retreated from the midfield circle. As he controlled the ball, his back turned to Lu Dongdong. He jogged forward step by step. Suddenly, Jinxiu, who had been standing beside Lu Dongdong, darted out with remarkable speed, racing to the midfield circle. Che Zai decisively flicked the ball, sending it deftly to Jinxiu's feet. Lu Dongdong, perplexed yet resolute, hesitated for but a fleeting second before charging forward. As his designated defender, he was compelled to maintain a vigilant watch over his opponent on the court. Chapter 90, The Decisive Showdown. However, as he dashed past Jinxiu, she swiftly returned the ball to the station. Just before Lu Dongdong could reach her, a gust of wind surged past him, darting diagonally toward the midfield position. Lu Dongdong silently cursed his misfortune, instantly grasping their intentions. Yet, he found himself powerless, helplessly watching as the vehicle unhesitatingly lifted its right foot, sending a ground pass that precisely and swiftly directed towards the trajectory of Jinxiu's rapid sprint. As the player approached, so did the ball, with Ingencio demonstrating an impeccable blend of speed and technique, barely pausing as he deftly controlled the ball at his feet, racing like a gust of wind towards the penalty area. Perhaps having been suppressed by Nyo Dong Dong for too long, he chose not to storm into the box despite having ample time and space to confront the goalkeeper. Instead, from a considerable distance of 30 yards from the goal, he lifted his foot and unleashed a powerful shot, sending the black and white ball crashing into the white net. Ingencio raised both arms high, roaring to the heavens, venting his pent-up frustrations, mirroring Lu Dongdong's own smoldering anger. The challenge had merely begun. Successful defense, 1 point gained. Successful defense, 1 point gained. Failed defense, no points earned. Failed defense, no points earned. On the vast expanse of the pitch, the match continued. Lu Dongdong initially showcased remarkable performance. Yet as the vehicle and Ingencio gradually intensified their efforts, he too faced 3 consecutive failures. This was now the final round of the training match, a crucial moment. If he could not secure victory in this round, all the training of the night would culminate in failure. A failed training assessment would not only deprive him of any valuable experience, but also hinder his training progress. This was his last chance. Give it your all, the coach remarked calmly from the sidelines. Drenched in sweat, Lu Dongdong glanced up at him, nodding breathlessly. The 10th round commenced. Ingencio stood motionless beside Lu Dongdong. On the opposite side of the field, the midfield maestro, Che Zai, deftly controlled the ball at his feet. Sprinting rapidly within the glowing blue zone, the black and white ball seemingly merging with him. Wherever he went, the ball followed. The tall center back, Li Xingli, stood adjacent to Lu Dongdong. As Lu Dongdong's earlier shouts resonated, their synergy with Nyo Dongdong appeared to strengthen, now moving in unison with Lu Dongdong's every step without the need for reminders. The two maintained a parallel stance as Che Zai skillfully navigated the ball toward the center of the field. Upon encountering his teammate Ingenci, who found himself devoid of any opportunities, he eschewed any reckless decisions and opted to pass the ball. Instead, he maintained a leisurely control over the sphere, advancing slowly while occasionally pivoting, nonchalantly managing the ball at his feet. Lu Dongdong, having been deceived previously, remained unfazed, steadfastly positioned beside Ingenci. The intentional feints executed by Che Zai had become utterly ineffective against him. As time inexorably ticked away, witnessing Che Zai persistently failing to release the ball, forward Ingenci departed from Lu Dongdong's side and proactively ventured into the center of the field. Lu Dongdong swiftly followed suit, but this time, before making his move, he loudly called out to Li Xingli. As his partner in the central defense, the latter immediately sprang into action, positioning himself at the center of the field. Should Ingencio attempt the same old trick and execute a 1-2 maneuver with Che Zai, Lu Dongdong was resolute. Even if he couldn't intercept the ball at the first instance, Li Xingli would promptly step in, ensuring that Ingencio would not have a clear path to advance. Upon receiving Che Zai's pass, Ingencio lightly tapped the ball with his foot, pivoting to face Lu Dongdong head-on. The ball danced between his feet. And as an opponent in this match, he had suffered considerably at Lu Dongdong's hands, fully aware that his adversary was not easily subdued. Lu Dongdong fixed his gaze intently upon Ingencio's face, utterly disregarding the ball at her feet. His knees were slightly bent, arms hanging loosely, and his center of gravity lowered, adopting a stance that allowed for both advance and retreat. The match had progressed through 9 rounds, and he possessed a clear understanding of Ingencio's speed. He knew that even a minor misstep on his part could enable his opponent to effortlessly glide past him and dash into the penalty area. In the face of such an adversary, as Coach G had emphasized moments earlier, one must act swiftly, decisively, and with precision, never to strike lightly. Should one choose to engage, failure was only permissible if the ball was merely bypassed, not lost. Come what may, though I succumb to you this afternoon, this time, I shall not accept defeat. Lu Dongdong swayed his body rhythmically, maintaining the same frequency of motion as Ingencio. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, contemplating the various potential maneuvers Ingencio might undertake next, whether to break through or to pass the ball back, initiating a 2-on-1 play with Che Zai once more. The likelihood of opting for the 2-on-1 seemed minimal. Even if he managed to evade me, he would still face Li Xingli behind him. If he hesitated even slightly, he would find himself trapped in a pincer movement. A forceful breakthrough appeared improbable as well. He had failed in my grasp several times before and must surely realize the scant chances of success in such an endeavor. This was the final opportunity for both him and me. The coach had once remarked that while you are devising strategies to thwart your opponent, they too are contemplating ways to outmaneuver you. Should Jinxio truly possess the capacity for strategic thought akin to that of a genuine playmaker, he would undoubtedly refrain from choosing such a foolish course of action. The two locked eyes, neither daring to strike impulsively. After a brief stalemate, sensing an absence of opportunity, Jinxio astutely redirected the ball to Che Zai, now positioned on the opposite side of the court. As the ball glided away, he immediately accelerated towards Lu Dongdong's rear. Having already been deceived once, Lu Dongdong surged forward without a moment's hesitation, gritting his teeth as he propelled himself onward. Simultaneously, Li Xingli, who had previously coordinated their movements, began to retreat swiftly, aligning himself with the rapidly advancing Jinxio. At this juncture, should Che Zai opt to pass, Jinxio would find himself ensnared in a predicament, caught between the approaches of Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong. Chapter 91. Gaining the upper hand, dispossessing the opposing player of the ball, was merely a matter of moments. As the midfield linchpin, Che Zai's experience allowed him to discern that should the ball be passed, it would generate no threat, but rather fall into the feet of the opposing team. Thus, he decisively chose to halt and observe. Realizing the ball would not be delivered to him, Jinxio stopped his rapid advance like a gust of wind. On this field, he and Lu Dongdong were both players constrained by their physical limits. In the absence of opportunity, what purpose did it serve to exert oneself fruitlessly? Jinxio came to a halt, and Lu Dongdong, who had been trailing closely, followed suit, and they ambled leisurely together, as if indulging in a stroll upon the pitch. Li Xingli, exhibiting a seamless understanding with his teammates, pivoted and retreated to his designated defensive zone. Che Zai, as the midfield orchestrator, controlled the ball at his feet, gradually making his way back to the midfield. Within a few minutes, he re-emerged, the ball still under his command. Lu Dongdong quietly observed everything before her, realizing that this was merely a simulated training exercise. Although her opponents demonstrated a level of prowess in certain aspects that surpassed typical circumstances, for the most part, they resembled AI characters from a video game, operating under pre-programmed logical frameworks. As the coach had indicated, this was simply a practice match, specifically designed for Lu Dongdong to hone her defensive and offside tactics. The midfield maestro skillfully maneuvered the ball at his feet, advancing step by step to the center of the pitch. He lifted his foot, feigning a deceptive maneuver, but upon noticing that Lu Dongdong was unfazed by his ruse, he reluctantly lowered his foot and continued dribbling the ball towards the opposite side. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly, a flicker of pride igniting within him. However, he swiftly cast aside this sentiment. To lose focus on the court is an exceedingly perilous endeavor. During the internal training match held that afternoon, as well as in the recent practice game, he had already made one mistake each time, and he resolutely refused to allow a third transgression. Run. Suddenly, as if emerging from a dire predicament, the player in the vehicle lifted his head, waved his arm, and shouted loudly. As his voice resonated, he forcefully struck the ball with his elevated right leg, sending the distinctly black and white sphere soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, his teammate Jinxio sprang into action, sprinting swiftly towards the anticipated landing point of the ball. Lu Dongdong initiated his sprint simultaneously. However, he did not run at a rapid pace, for his strike was not directed toward the penalty area behind her, but rather hurtled towards the upper left corner of the field, near the sideline. This location was a considerable distance of 40 to 50 yards from both the goal line and the goal itself, posing no threat whatsoever. What then was the purpose of such a pass? What strategy were they attempting to implement? Lu Dongdong wore a perplexed expression, his senses heightened. Although his adversaries were merely virtual constructs, each one was far from a fool within the game. Every action they took carried its own significance. His ignorance did not imply the futility of their passing. The moment Jinxio extended her toes to hook the ball, Lu Dongdong surged towards her side. He cast aside all distracting thoughts, drawing close in an attempt to leverage his height and long legs to exert pressure on Jinxio, hoping to force her into a mistake. However, having faced numerous setbacks in the past, Jinxio was not about to grant him that opportunity. As Lu Dongdong approached, she deftly flicked the ball backward with her foot, pivoted swiftly, lowered her center of gravity, and assumed a stable stance, facing Lu Dongdong head-on. Upon realizing that the opportunity had slipped away, Lu Dongdong, possessing remarkable intelligence, refrained from recklessly lunging forward to intercept the ball. Instead, he occupied a strategic position, lowering his center of gravity and letting his arms hang down. adopting a quintessential defensive stance. The ball rolled back and forth beneath Jinxio's feet as the two found themselves once again in a standoff. Neither was inclined to initiate an offensive move. Rather, they opted to let time elapse, patiently waiting for the other to reveal a flaw. Lu Dongdong fixed his unwavering gaze upon Jinxio, diligently defending while casting a furtive glance behind him. At this moment, both players stood on the left flank of the field, a considerable distance of at least 50 yards from the goal area. Setting aside the question of whether Jinxio could evade him, there was also Li Xingli positioned just in front of the penalty area, complicating matters further. Lu Dongdong found it difficult to conceive of any effective strategy that Jinxio might employ to breach his defense or even create a scoring opportunity. As time ticked away, a hint of anxiety began to surface on Jinxio's face. Lu Dongdong wore an expressionless face, yet within him stirred a subtle hint of joy. The moment one manages to induce restlessness in their defensive opponent, it signifies the imminent loss of possession. This wisdom was not imparted by a coach, but rather echoed from his mentor. Observing the scene, Lu Dongdong felt a deepening sense of calm and burgeoning confidence, his body swaying rhythmically in sync with Jinxio's movements. Poised to advance and apply pressure at any moment, Jinxio deftly controlled the ball at his feet, casting a glance backward at Che Zai, who was encircled in the far half of the field. Due to regulations, Che Zai, possessing both remarkable skill and formidable offensive prowess, was confined to this area, thus limiting Jinxio's capabilities and rendering him isolated in his endeavors. In terms of momentum, Lu Dongdong, bolstered by the support of his teammate, held a distinct advantage. With 5 minutes remaining in this training round, Lu pondered the necessity of perseverance. Should he fail to score within this time frame, the system would automatically declare him the victor. The coach's voice resonated in his ears. Focused intently, Lu Dongdong instinctively glanced at the large clock positioned at the back of the field. Merely a fleeting glance. He quickly turned his head back. He understood that distraction in such a moment was inadvisable, and he compelled himself to suppress this instinctive habit through sheer will. In this fleeting instant, an ordinary person might falter, yet he overlooked one critical detail. The forward he faced was far from ordinary. Jinxio, a key striker for the youth team, though not as dazzling as a winger, was nonetheless one of the most sought-after forwards in the K2 League. With a combination of speed and skill, he had never been underestimated by anyone. In that moment, he made Lu Dongdong acutely aware of his true prowess. The ball rolled gently before Jinxio suddenly struck it with force, propelling himself forward with the swiftness of the wind. Pressing closely against Lu Dongdong's body as he surged ahead, Lu Dongdong reacted with remarkable swiftness, immediately extending a foot to obstruct his path, to avert being tripped. Jinxio had no choice but to leap high into the air. Yet, even as his feet touched the ground, Lu Dongdong, having already experienced the prowess of his speed, swiftly maneuvered back into position. It would not be so simple to surpass me. Lu Dongdong fixed his gaze unwaveringly upon Jinxio, entirely oblivious to the ball at her feet. As a central defender, his focus was solely on the opponent he was marking, dismissing the ball as irrelevant. In simpler terms, the ball could pass him, but not the player. Jinxio swayed her feet from side to side, and the ball, which had initially seemed beyond her control, promptly obeyed her command. A sudden smile curved her lips, forming an arc, and just as Lu Dongdong heightened his vigilance, she sprang into action once more. With deft control, she forcefully maneuvered the ball past Lu Dongdong's left side. Lu Dongdong, however, was quick to react, retreating a step and then shifting laterally to obstruct her path. Jinxio's physical strength was no match for him, and any attempt to breach his defense would be met with resistance. Yet, Lu Dongdong could not have anticipated that Jinxio, having committed to her movement, would abruptly halt her high-speed advance. Deftly shifting to his right side in an astonishingly swift motion, as if she had flown through the air. This unexpected agility left Lu Dongdong unprepared. Realizing he was about to lose his position, he instinctively reached out with both arms, seizing Jinxio's jersey. Undeterred by his grip, Jinxio gritted her teeth and accelerated. Akin to a wild stallion bound by a rope, her indomitable spirit enabling her to gradually free herself from his grasp. With remarkable determination, she extricated herself from Lu Dongdong's hold. Unbound, she surged forward, her speed transforming instantaneously, propelling her like a rocket as she took long strides, the ball at her feet. Cutting through the air like a tempest, diagonally entering the penalty area. She sprinted with increasing velocity, covering the 50 yards in what felt like the blink of an eye. Arriving at the edge of the penalty box in an instant, Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth and pursued relentlessly from behind. Li Xingli, who had been stationed in the defensive zone, swiftly surged forward to confront the rapidly advancing Jinxiu. Lu Dongdong felt a flicker of hope within him. At his current pace, if he could delay Jinxiu for just a second or two, he would be able to reposition himself instantly. With Li Xingli flanking him in a tight defensive maneuver, it would render Jinxiu's speed and skill futile against their formidable defense. Hurry, hurry! Lu Dongdong clenched his molars tightly, sprinting with fervor. He pushed his speed to the utmost limit, striving to secure even a single second in reaching his defensive position. Jinxiu faced Li Xingli, exhibiting almost no hint of hesitation in his movements. His feet advanced rhythmically, one after the other, employing a continuous dribbling technique to propel himself forward. Li Xingli, with his head bowed, fixated intently on the ball at Jinxiu's feet, lacking the confidence to intercept. He could only trail behind, retreating step by step as Jinxiu surged ahead. Upon witnessing the unfolding scenario, Lu Dongdong was instantly consumed by anxiety, realizing that Li Xingli was utterly incapable of halting Jinxiu's relentless advance. The opponent could break through with a series of feints at any moment, rendering Li Xingli's defense futile. Indeed, scarcely had this thought crossed Lu Dongdong's mind when Jinxiu, executing a series of deft bicycle kicks, suddenly accelerated, deftly shifting her body to the left. With a speed akin to lightning, she surged past Li Xingli, a gust of wind propelling her forward. Li Xingli instinctively extended her foot, aiming to disrupt the ball beneath Jinxiu. Yet, as her toes barely reached the position of the ball, Jinxiu, along with the ball, had already slipped past her, leaving behind a flustered and kneeling Li Xingli. With the last defender outmaneuvered, the path ahead lay unobstructed. As an exceptional forward, Jinxiu displayed no hesitation, her strides effortlessly commanding the ball as she advanced from the penalty area into the box. Before her stood nothing but the white goal, alongside the final line of defense, the goalkeeper. With unparalleled confidence in her footwork, she had rarely faced a one-on-one situation against a goalkeeper without scoring. The goal seemed all but assured. The goalkeeper charged. At that moment, Lu Dongdong's voice rang out sharply. The goalkeeper, stationed at the goal line, heeded his call without hesitation, lunging forward with arms outstretched, a wave of determination surging toward Jinxiu. Having accelerated away from Li Xingli, Jinxiu found herself propelled by momentum, the ball slightly distanced from her as she maintained control. The goalkeeper's sudden advance caught her off guard. As he raced towards the ball, arms outstretched, he knelt and lunged directly at her. The diminishing distance and the outspread arms severely narrowed her shooting angle, leaving any ordinary forward to sigh in resignation. However, Jinxiu was no ordinary forward. She was one of the most illustrious strikers in the K2 League, currently in remarkable form. Confronted with a seemingly impossible angle, she remained composed, pausing briefly before delicately flicking the ball with her toes. Just before the goalkeeper could fully commit, the white ball traced a graceful arc through the air, soaring above the goalkeeper's head and bypassing his outstretched arms. With a picturesque parabolic trajectory and a languid pace, it sailed toward the lower left corner of the goal. It was a masterful chip shot. The ball moved at an exceedingly slow pace, barely surpassing the speed of an average person running. With just one defender, it would be effortless to sprint up and easily intercept the ball with a swift kick. However, at that moment, within the entire small penalty area, there was no one but the goalkeeper, who knelt helplessly on the ground, his head involuntarily tilting back, displaying a look of utter despair. Chapter 93. Tomorrow begins, Part 1. The black and white ball descended gently, bouncing lightly a few times on the grass before slowly rolling away in the direction of its trajectory. Under the watchful eyes of the coach standing at the sidelines and the entire audience, it gradually rolled toward the white goal line. This goal had become an undeniable reality. Was everything coming to an end? Would today's training match conclude in failure? No, I refused to accept that. Amidst the gaze of everyone present, a figure suddenly burst forth from the small penalty area. He sprinted forward with great strides, teeth clenched, and an expression of unwavering determination on his youthful face. He would not give up. Lu Dongdong strode forth with great determination. At that very moment, he found himself at least several meters away from the slowly rolling soccer ball. Despite the ball's leisurely pace, it was nearly certain that before he could reach it and intercept its path, the starkly contrasting black and white sphere would inevitably roll into the white net ahead. Was his endeavor merely a futile exertion? Yet, could it truly be dismissed as such? Lu Dongdong was unaware, and he had no time to ponder this issue. At that moment, his mind was solely fixated on one thought: to exert every ounce of strength to intercept the rolling ball before it could find its way into the goal. He sprinted with all his might, while the ball continued its relentless course without the slightest pause. All eyes in the stadium were riveted upon the two of them. As time slipped away, second by second, Lu Dongdong finally dashed to the edge of the goal line, and without a moment's hesitation, he extended his foot and deftly hooked the ball, which had rolled perilously close to the goal, away from the line. Without pausing for breath, he sent it soaring out of bounds with a powerful kick. The whistle pierced the air, and the vast green expanse of the football field fell into a profound silence. Lu Dongdong cast his gaze towards the coach standing at the edge of the field. Behind him, the forward in Jinxiu, poised to score, stood alongside his partner Li Xingli, both gazing at the coach. The coach remained silent, merely lifting his head to observe the center of the pitch, where a large electronic screen loomed beyond the sidelines. Moments later, the dark screen suddenly illuminated, revealing an image of the ball slowly rolling into the goal line. Simultaneously, a foot appeared in the frame, deftly intercepting the ball just as it completely crossed the white goal line. A successful defense, earning a point. That cold voice resonated once more in everyone's ears. In contrast to the previous annoyance, Lu Dongdong perceived it as the most melodious sound in the world. Joy surged across his face, and he felt overwhelmed to the point of tears. He turned to run towards his partner Xingli to celebrate, but after just a few steps, he noticed that both his partner Li Xingli and their opponent in Jinxiu, along with the midfield linchpin Che Zai, were gradually fading, their bodies shimmering with a faint glow, vanishing at a visible pace until they were completely gone. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed today's training," the coach declared, as applause erupted around him. Lu Dongdong abruptly turned around, his gaze fixed upon the coach. After the recent experience of intense sparring, he found himself teetering on the brink of physical exhaustion, relying solely on sheer willpower to persevere. "If I were to rate your performance today on a scale of 10, I would assign you a score of 7.5. However, for that final shot, I shall grant you a perfect 10. I admire your indomitable spirit of perseverance. This attitude is the most invaluable trait for every professional football player and should always be cherished," the coach remarked. "Thank you," Lu Dongdong replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Nothing brings greater joy than receiving recognition from others, especially when that individual is one's own coach. Congratulations, athlete, on completing this training session. Your assessment score is an A, granting you a 3-point attribute bonus and the card Never Give Up, that eternally indifferent voice echoed in his ears. And upon finishing its proclamation, it faded into silence. Beside Lu Dongdong's form, an orb of darkness materialized, reminiscent of a previously encountered circular black hole. Within this abyss, an asymmetrical diamond pattern emerged, with each vertex corresponding to a distinct attribute: strength, technique, stamina, speed, and agility. Due to your remarkable performance in this training match, you have been awarded a precious enhancement of 3 attribute points, which you may allocate to the abilities you wish to further develop. Be mindful, once your choices are made, they cannot be altered. The coach's voice resonated in your ears. Lu Dongdong nodded, having encountered this mode once before. After a moment of contemplation, he unhesitatingly allocated all his efforts to enhancing his strength. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings, despite his towering stature. He possessed a physical strength that was incongruous with his build, often placing him at a disadvantage when contesting aerial balls against forwards or during defensive maneuvers. It was imperative that he rectified this issue promptly. As a center back, your primary focus should be on physical confrontation. However, bear in mind that while you prioritize strength, you must also enhance your speed and footwork. After all, as a center back, one cannot solely rely on brute force for defense, the coach remarked. Lu Dongdong gently nodded, indicating his understanding. "All right, here is the additional reward you have earned from this competition, a highly valuable card." With a pause in his tone, the coach waved his arm. To the left of Lu Dongdong, a pitch-black void suddenly materialized, revealing a rectangular box emanating a ghostly blue luminescence. Within the box, there were 5 empty slots, and the center was shrouded in darkness, faintly radiating an ethereal blue glow. "What is this?" Lu Dongdong inquired with a puzzled expression. "This is a skill card, an exceedingly precious item that can only be obtained as a reward for your outstanding performance in each match. What you see now is your card slot, which can accommodate a total of 5 cards. Once you load any card, you will gain the corresponding attributes it bestows. The card you have received this time is called Never Give Up, which grants a stamina increase of 3. This means that, prior to the match, as long as you load this card, your overall stamina will increase by 3 points throughout the entire competition, though it is merely a basic level 1 card. Such cards can be synthesized and upgraded. As long as you accumulate enough, every 3 cards can be synthesized into 1. Upon successful synthesis, the corresponding attributes will increase. However, if the synthesis fails, your card will be irrevocably lost. Moreover, you must remember this crucial point. You can only load 5 cards in total, and these 5 cards must be selected before the match begins, as they cannot be changed midway. Thus, you must think carefully before making your selections. Of course, this card is currently your only one, so loading it is entirely beneficial. After attentively listening to the coach's explanation, Lu Dongdong curiously asked, "How do I load it?" "It's quite simple. You can control it through your thoughts." The coach waved his arm, and a card shot forth from his palm, growing smaller as it approached Lu Dongdong, eventually landing before him. This card resembled a playing card, adorned with an image of a man with his head held high, roaring defiantly, his fists clenched. He resembled a professional football player brimming with boundless determination on the pitch. Lu Dongdong, following the coach's guidance, fixated his gaze upon the card before him. In the next moment, the card, which had been floating in his peripheral vision, vanished and reappeared within the elongated slot to his left, simultaneously as he donned the card. His attributes, strength and stamina, augmented by 3 points. Behind the data, a luminous parenthesis emerged, inscribed with the symbol 3. Well, today's training has come to a complete conclusion. Until we meet again, remember all that you have learned today and engage your mind. Always bear in mind that nothing on the football field is immutable. One must employ intellect in the game rather than confine oneself to rigid, self-imposed limitations. As the coach's words echoed, his figure gradually faded from the sidelines. In the next instant, the entire verdant pitch, along with the glaring floodlights above, began to blur and slowly dissipate from Lu Dongdong's view. The following day at the youth club, on the vibrant green turf, a group of players encircled one another, partaking in a football game known as circle stealing. This training exercise is a common mode of practice, colloquially referred to as monkeying around. Those unable to secure the ball are often left feeling exasperated, much like monkeys tormented by their peers. Currently, it was Lu Dongdong, who had just concluded last night's training match, tasked with reclaiming the ball. With an initial sense of confidence, he aimed to prove himself. However, upon commencing the formal training match this morning, he stumbled. As a central defender, he had allocated all the skill points acquired yesterday to strength, leaving speed and agility as his weaknesses. This made the game, which relied heavily on reflexes and nimble anticipation, exceedingly challenging for him. While his teammates could effortlessly switch out after 4 or 5 minutes, he had endured for a full half hour. To alleviate this awkwardness, he had specifically targeted Li Shengli, knowing him to be a similarly clumsy and technically unrefined player. Yet, to his dismay, Li Shengli proved to be quite astute, effortlessly shifting the ball at every opportunity, denying Lu any chance to intercept. How infuriating! The tall figure of Lu Dongdong stands out prominently in his team, and his tireless pursuit of the ball on the field resembles a headless fly carelessly flitting about, eliciting bursts of laughter from those around him, which further ignites the playful spirit of his teammates. This marks the second day of the club's training matches, and most players still retain a carefree attitude reminiscent of their holidays. As a recent addition to the team, Lu, being a rookie, naturally becomes the target of the seasoned players' playful antics, particularly the swift wingers who delight in teasing him. The spectators gathered at the sidelines are thoroughly entertained, as if they are witnessing not a football training session, but a captivating street performance. This group of fans has been granted special access, allowing them to interact closely with the players before each season commences. Such engagement not only fosters a positive atmosphere between the players and supporters, but also enables the fans to witness the team's prowess firsthand, reassuring them that the newly recruited foreign players are formidable and that the goal for this season is to advance further. The ball is skillfully passed among the teammates encircling Lu, who, despite his relentless running in pursuit of the ball, consistently fails to gain possession. Several times, he narrowly misses, provoking gasps from the onlookers, yet he ultimately brushes past the ball each time. Initially, every failed attempt to seize the ball is met with laughter, even mockery, but gradually, these sounds diminish until silence prevails. The essence of a game lies in the joy it brings, be it happiness, satisfaction, or release. However, when the game devolves into a mere one-sided domination, it loses its flavor. No one enjoys the torment of a defenseless teammate. Indeed, Human nature compels one to feel a twinge of cruelty. That poor fellow, one fan sympathizes, shaking his head. What is so pitiable about it? This is an annual ritual. Seasoned players have their own way of welcoming newcomers, even if it feels a bit stifling and undermines one's pride. Indeed, one grows accustomed to it. This is a professional football team, and only those with superior abilities can thrive here, while the less capable inevitably become the jesters of the squad. Yes, it's a harsh reality. Yet, I believe this lad, despite his rough technique and slow reactions, possesses remarkable stamina. After running for so long, his legs are still capable of moving. Indeed, as long as he continues to exert such effort, under Coach Chui's guidance, he will undoubtedly show significant improvement. At the very least, he could become a competent substitute. Coach Chui is renowned as a master in nurturing young talent. Of course, this is contingent upon the individual's ability to withstand his rigorous training. Laughter erupted among a group of fervent fans, their animated discussions and gestures illuminated by the bright sunlight, as they reveled in the joy that football brought them. Yet, for Lu Dongdong, a participant of the moment, a profound sense of discontent and suffocation enveloped his heart. This ordeal had thoroughly eroded the fragile confidence he had just begun to cultivate through his recent successes in training. As Coach G had remarked, the road ahead for him was still long and arduous. 20 minutes later, standing at the edge of the field, Chui Xianbin finally blew the whistle to signal the end of the training session. Everyone present, including him, exhaled deeply, a collective sigh of relief. It was finally over. The nearly hour-long game of possession felt interminable to them. After the whistle blew, Lu Dongdong, who had yet to seize the ball, could no longer endure the frustration. Chapter 95. Tomorrow begins, Part 2. Lu Dongdong, utterly exhausted, collapsed to his knees on the training ground, gasping for breath. Lu Dongdong felt a sense of humiliation as he clenched his fists, forcefully striking the grass beneath him, incessantly berating himself in his mind. It was truly embarrassing, exceedingly so. Just moments ago, there were several opportunities to intercept the ball effortlessly, yet he found himself incapable of doing so. Was it merely a matter of skill disparity? One by one, his teammates ambled past him, occasionally offering a sympathetic pat on his head or shoulder. You did well, although your performance wasn't stellar. Your unwavering spirit undoubtedly resonated with all the players. The mid-level core, Che Zai, extended his arm and gently patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder. Quiet Xiao, who had engaged in a full 10 rounds of confrontation with him the day prior, bestowed upon him a warm smile. Only the golden-haired winger, with an air of mockery, shook his head derisively. In hushed tones, he whispered something to a few teammates, inciting a chorus of laughter. It was certainly not flattering. Don't take it to heart. That's just his nature. However, if you spend enough time with him, you'll realize he harbors no animosity towards anyone in the team, Che Zai remarked lightly, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Dongdong before joining the throng heading toward the sidelines. Lu Dongdong. Once the players had departed, Chui Xianbin approached Lu Dongdong, observing the boy, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, with a sense of helplessness. He was well aware of everything that transpired on the training ground. Lu Dongdong's recent performance revealed numerous shortcomings. His movements were clumsy, and his speed was lacking. His sole advantage lay in his commendable stamina, as he tirelessly ran back and forth, never yielding to the laughter of his teammates. However, these attributes fell woefully short of the capabilities required to become a formal player in the youth team, to the extent that he lacked even the qualifications to serve as a water boy. If Lu Dongdong were merely 13 or 14 years old, and had the opportunity to be recognized by Chui Xianbin earlier, you would be confident that, through diligence and determination, he could flourish rapidly. Yet now, at the age of 19, his playing style had become firmly established, deeply ingrained, and not easily altered by subsequent targeted training. Moreover, Lu Dongdong faced a significant challenge. Coach Chui Shizhao harbored little fondness for him, and his departure from the team was a looming possibility. Chui Xianbin hesitated to speak, always reluctant to utter words that might harm others. Coach Chui, Lu Dongdong respectfully called out as he rose from the ground. I have a general understanding of your situation. You have 1 month left before the team's training assessment at the end of the month. Your current abilities differ markedly from those of most players. Therefore, I would like to take you aside for individualized training during this month. What are your thoughts? Chui Xianbin stated calmly. Coach Chui Shizhao's opinions on Lu Dongdong were already well entrenched. He was currently preoccupied with transfers and club matters, which prevented him from directly advising Lu Dongdong to leave. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Lu Dongdong was certain to depart the team shortly. Chui Xianbin recognized the young man's considerable effort, despite the somewhat disreputable manner in which he had entered the youth team. After all, he was merely a young player. Cui Xianbing hoped to provide Lu Dongdong with individualized lessons, sharing his years of training experience to address the young man's weaknesses. While this might not ensure Lu Dongdong's retention in the youth team, it would undoubtedly benefit him immensely should he pursue football elsewhere in the future. In truth, this matter was hardly his responsibility. It was merely the desire of someone who had experienced the world of football to impart valuable insights to Lu Dongdong. Football was a passion he cherished deeply, and he wished for every young person in Korea to embrace the sport. Upon hearing Cui Xianbing's words, Lu Dongdong nodded without hesitation. Currently, the training model in Korea mirrored that of established European clubs, according to whispers from club staff. The coach before him, Cui Xianbing, had returned from overseas with a wealth of advanced training experience. Such an opportunity was one he would not let slip away. Fully aware that the coach's observations were entirely accurate, within the team, he maintained a significant disparity in technical skills compared to many of his peers. Much like the recently played ball game, this unwavering belief persists, yet it may only render one the subject of ridicule, exhausting them to the extent of a dog, without enhancing their shortcomings in any meaningful way. However, should Cui Xianbing provide him with individual guidance, coupled with nightly training at the Green Camp field, he would possess an immense reservoir of confidence, enabling him to successfully navigate the upcoming tryouts at the end of the month. This time, he cannot afford to fail under any circumstances. For the sake of his parents' hopes and his own future, he must bravely persevere. He is determined to remain with the youth team and commence a new chapter in the K2 League. I have gleaned a general understanding of your technical attributes. Are there specific areas you wish to focus on for improvement? Inquired Cui Xianbing. Well, Lu Dongdong scratched his head, replying, Coach Cui, to be frank, aside from my stamina, I feel I fall significantly short in all other aspects compared to my peers. If possible, as long as you don't mind the trouble, I would greatly appreciate your guidance in enhancing my overall technical skills, including defense, positioning, and anticipating weaknesses. Cui Xianbing was momentarily taken aback by this request. He had not anticipated Lu Dongdong would audaciously ask for such extensive assistance. You are indeed serious about this. Treating it like a formal class. Coach Cui, was my request too excessive? Lu Dongdong asked, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. If you find my words inappropriate, feel free to disregard them entirely. I merely wish to target specific skills for improvement, with the essential goal of passing the tryouts at the end of the month. I absolutely cannot afford to fail. Why? Cui Xianbing's expression shifted to one of curiosity. Because playing football is my dream. If I cannot become an official member of the youth club, my career may very well come to an abrupt end here. I do not wish to see my dreams slip away. Chapter 96. The Astonishing News, Part 1. Thus, in preparation for the upcoming evaluations at the end of the month, he is willing to endure rigorous training and face any challenges, no matter the obstacles he encounters. He is resolute in his commitment. Lu Dongdong. Cui Xianbing found himself at a loss for words. He could not simply tell the young man that no matter how hard he tried or how determined he was, he would never become an official player for the youth club, as that was the edict of head coach Choi Se-ju, who could not tolerate players who gained entry through connections. The morning training match concluded as scheduled. A group of team members, drenched in sweat, made their way towards the locker room, engaging in lively discussions about the delectable offerings at the club's cafeteria during lunch. Cui Xianbing, who preferred to linger at the back of the crowd, exchanged a few words before resolutely heading towards the office building of their club staff. He took the elevator directly to the 4th floor, arriving at the office of the club's head coach, Choi Se-ju. Knock, knock. He gently rapped on the door and stepped inside, only to find Choi Se-ju engaged in a phone conversation. Raising his arm, Choi Se-ju signaled for silence, placing the receiver close to his ear as he patiently awaited the response from the other end. A few moments later, the call connected. Hello. Is this Miss Jang Ura's office? This is Choi Se-ju, the head coach of the youth club. I would like to schedule a meeting with Miss Jang at her earliest convenience. His gaze remained fixed on Cui Xianbing as he spoke. A faint smile of resignation crossed Cui Xianbing's face. Although he had anticipated the swift and decisive actions of Choi Se-ju regarding the dismissal of Lu Dongdong, he had not expected it to happen so soon. If Miss Jang Ura was available this afternoon, Choi Se-ju's character would compel him to rush over immediately, unless she firmly opposed the meeting. Consequently, Lu Dongdong's departure could occur as soon as tomorrow or even today. A troubling thought crossed Hyunbin's mind regarding the conversation he had just had with Lu Dongdong. Would it lead to a misunderstanding? making you think he was intentionally mocking him? Even if Yu Dong did not misconstrue his intentions, Hyunbin's good-hearted efforts would ultimately be in vain, as time was simply not on his side. Indeed, life is replete with circumstances that remain beyond human control. Choi Hyunbin watched Choi Se-jo quietly, and in the next moment, he witnessed the coach's exasperated expression as he muttered a brief thank you before abruptly hanging up the phone. Could there be a turn of events? Hyunbin pondered in his mind. Coach Choi, is there an objection from Miss Jang Ura's side? He inquired cautiously, his mind racing to devise a strategy to persuade the steadfast Choi Se-jo should Miss Jang adopt a resolute stance against the meeting. Regardless of one's fame or ability, one must acknowledge that they are, after all, drawing a salary from someone else. The affluent individuals who own such a large football club are not driven merely by dreams. While a rare few may genuinely wish to contribute to the nation's football legacy, the business-minded among them will invariably prioritize the satisfaction of their commercial partners over a coach's recommendations. Moreover, he had merely facilitated the entry of a player through unofficial channels. In fact, Choi Se-jo could easily replace the entire team with underqualified players, an act that would be of little consequence to him. It solely depends on his willingness. In a fleeting moment, Choi Hyunbin's mind conjured a multitude of possibilities. Miss Jang Ura had urgent business and had already flown abroad, not to return for a week. The last time I called, the secretary in his office mentioned that Miss Jang was available in the afternoon. Choi Se-jo remarked nonchalantly, his tone tinged with mild displeasure. So that is the case. A faint smile involuntarily appeared on Choi Hyunbin's face, as if a heavy heart had been lifted. You seem quite pleased that Miss Jang is not in the country. Choi Se-jo suddenly raised his head and fixed his gaze on Choi Hyunbin. Not at all. I merely feel a sense of happiness for Lu Dong. After all, he gets to stay at the club for an additional week. Pausing for a moment, Choi Hyunbin continued earnestly. I do not concern myself with his presence or absence, and I am aware that he possesses certain shortcomings. Nevertheless, he is merely 19 years old, and his passion for football is evident. His time at our club will undoubtedly benefit his future career. As he spoke, he contemplated the week ahead, realizing that he would have ample opportunity to assist Lu Dong in enhancing his skills and addressing his deficiencies. If you maintain this attitude indefinitely, I believe you are better suited for the youth team rather than a professional football club. Here, we do not prioritize the age of players. What matters is their commercial value. Striking a balance between both is indeed the ideal approach. However, reality often presents its own challenges. Choi Se-jo stood up and turned to gaze out the window, surveying the vast expanse of the club's field and its various structures. While it is understandable for businessmen to pursue profit, we are, after all, former players who comprehend the immense effort required to become professional athletes and the myriad of difficulties faced. Hence, I shall persist in my conviction to provide appropriate help and support within my limited capacity, Choi Hyunbin stated with unwavering resolve. Whenever I express these sentiments to you, you never seem to take them to heart. Perhaps I am too stubborn. If you could truly listen, we would not find ourselves in this situation now. Choi Se-jo sighed softly, yet a mysterious smile curved his lips. Coach Choi, are you not the same? In certain respects, you are even more obstinate than I. Otherwise, with your ambition, why would you choose to coach a K2 League team? You rascal, you truly show no mercy. Do not forget, within this club, I am your superior. Coach Choi, I am always aware of that. I simply wish to convey a principle. In life, each individual has their own pursuits. Just because others may not understand does not imply it is wrong. A light-hearted exchange unfolded between the elder and the younger. Suddenly, Choi Se-jo turned around, hastily walking towards the door. Coach Choi, are you heading out for a meal? Choi Hyunbin followed suit, stepping forward. It was certain that a meal would be had. Chapter 97. Shocking News, Part 2. It was now midday, and a meal was indeed necessary. However, before dining, there was a task to complete. Choi Se-jo turned, his expression stoic as he regarded Choi Hyunbin, stating, I must send the player who does not belong to the team back home. With that, he extended his arm, grasping the oval doorknob. Coach Choi, are you truly intending to confront Lu Dong and demand his immediate departure from the team? Choi Hyunbin was momentarily taken aback, quickly reaching out to seize Choi Se-jo's arm. Realizing his own impulsiveness, Choi Se-jo glanced back, prompting Choi Hyunbin to retract his hand. Assistant coach, I comprehend your feelings and thoughts. Yet, as you just articulated, in life, each individual harbors their own pursuits and aspirations. It matters not whether others understand. What is essential is that one believes in their own convictions. The youth team is a professional squad in the K2 League, and every player who has gained entry here has done so through relentless effort and perseverance. Beyond mere opportunity and serendipity, they must possess the requisite abilities. Lu Dongdong's performance in various aspects is, frankly, inadequate. To be candid, I once considered granting him a chance, yet as you have witnessed on the field, after being outmaneuvered by an opponent, he did not pursue, but rather stood there, vacantly observing the spectators. Did he believe this was a street match? That his poor performance would not invite derision and mockery from the crowd? He lacks even the fundamental qualities necessary to be a professional player. I cannot tolerate someone of his ilk remaining in my team. With those words swiftly spoken, Choi Seju raised his arm, resolute and unwavering in his tone. My decision is final. There is no need for further persuasion. Go rest and enjoy a delightful lunch. Then contemplate what training regimen you ought to devise for the players of your team this afternoon. You must always remain acutely aware that you are currently an assistant coach of the youth team. Your concerns and responsibilities should lie with the players present, not with one who is on the verge of departing. With that, Choi Seju opened the door and exited without hesitation. The sound of his footsteps echoed, thud, 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 as he swiftly approached the elevator, arms hanging by his sides, patiently awaiting its arrival. Choi Hyunbin stood at the threshold of the head coach's office, feeling as though he had been struck by lightning, his head bowed, rendered speechless. In that moment, a tumult of emotions surged within him, conjuring numerous thoughts that incited both anger and frustration, causing him to clench his fists until they crackled. After a while, he gradually relaxed his grip and lifted his head. For there were indeed many matters beyond his ability to change. He may be angry, he may be discontented, yet there remains but one course of action for him: to choose acceptance. Choi Hyunbin took a deep breath and exited the head coach's office. Upon reaching the other end, he was immediately met with the gaze of Choi Seju, their eyes locking in a silent exchange, each expression devoid of emotion. Everything that had transpired moments ago felt as though it had never occurred. Close the door. The elevator has arrived, Choi Seju remarked. As his words echoed, a metallic chime resonated, signaling the long-awaited arrival of the elevator, its iron doors parting slowly. Choi Seju stepped forward, entering without hesitation. Choi Hyunbin extended his arm, grasping the oval doorknob, and gently pulled the door shut. Just as the door was on the verge of closing, a jarring ringtone suddenly pierced the air, incessantly ringing. It emanated from Choi Seju's office. The moment he heard it, Choi Seju swiftly stepped out. Choi Hyunbin, standing at the threshold, willingly pushed the door open, silently watching as Choi Seju approached his desk and picked up the phone. Once the call connected, Choi Seju brought the receiver to his ear, uttering a terse greeting. He spoke little, furrowing his brow as he listened intently. Suddenly, his expression shifted dramatically, and with a sharp click, he hung up the phone and hurriedly exited the room. He rushed towards the elevator door, incessantly pressing the button. A sense of foreboding welled up within Choi Hyunbin, prompting him to hasten his steps and ask urgently, "Coach Choi, what exactly has transpired?" Lee Dong-jae was involved in a car accident on his way back to the club today, due to severe internal bleeding in the emergency room. He has sadly passed away, Choi Seju replied, his impatience evident as he continued to press the elevator button. The usually composed head coach's countenance had transformed into one of grave seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Choi Hyunbin was struck with shock. His mind went blank, unable to fathom the reality of the situation. Lee Dong-jae, like On Ki-hyun, was a key central defender for the team. He had been abroad on vacation with his girlfriend and had yet to return to the squad. Who could have imagined that this player, merely 28 years of age, and someone with whom he had exchanged messages just the night prior, would today meet such a tragic fate in a car accident? Life, indeed, is utterly unpredictable. One can never foresee which will arrive first, an unforeseen event or tomorrow. With a crisp chime, the elevator arrived once more at the 4th floor. Chui Shichao and Chui Xinming exchanged little in the way of words, hastily stepping into the lift and promptly shutting the doors behind them. At 1 p.m., within the confines of the club's general manager's office, a man donned in a loose-fitting suit, his head slightly balding, sat upon the office sofa, a cigarette producing wisps of smoke delicately between his fingers. His forehead, marked by a pronounced furrow, bore the weight of his worries. Opposite him, Chui Shizhao and Chui Xianbin wore matching expressions of despair. What are we to do? What shall we do? The balding man continuously drew on his cigarette, muttering to himself. The ashtray on the coffee table was already filled with numerous butts. Chui Xianbin glanced at the man, then at Chui Shizhao beside him, and softly interjected. Manager Wu, I believe that the incident has already transpired. Overthinking it will yield no remedy. What we must do now is confront reality. Confront reality, indeed. I am well aware of the necessity to face reality, Manager Wu retorted, raising his head in irritation. But the season opener is upon us, and we have scarcely a month left. Li Dongzi is the cornerstone of our team. With his sudden departure, what are we to do in the league? A team that loses its pivotal center back becomes an easy target for others to score against. Chapter 98. Despondency. Chui Xianbin fell silent, exasperated. At a moment when Li Dongzi had unexpectedly passed away, the club's manager offered no words of consolation, instead fretting solely over the team's prospective performance in the league. Such a demeanor, if witnessed by the current players, would surely leave them feeling disheartened. He opened his mouth, intending to counter Manager Wu's approach, thinking one cannot be so devoid of empathy. Chui Shichao, perceiving Chui Xuanbin's intention, raised his hand before he could speak, addressing the troubled Manager Wu. Manager Wu. Assistant Coach Chui is correct. The event has occurred, and lamenting it serves no purpose. What we ought to consider now is how to compensate for Li Dongzi's absence. Who can fill the defensive position left vacant? Are there any exceptional players among our substitutes capable of stepping into his shoes? The balding Manager Wu nodded. Inhaling deeply from his cigarette, his interest piqued. No, Chui Shizhao replied decisively, shaking his head. Within our squad, Li Dongzi and Qi Xuan have always been our unshakable starting center backs, while our three substitute players possess their own abilities. They simply lack the depth required for a full season, especially considering the synergy that Li Dongzi and Qi Xuan have developed. It is unlikely that anyone could seamlessly replace them in the short term. Is Olin not an option? Prior to the transfer, Li Dong was consistently paired with Qi Xuan as the central defenders, and I recall his performance has been commendable. Olin's playing style is indeed quite steady and facilitates collaboration without any issues. However, he is now 34 years old, and we are faced with the relentless demands of the league this season, in addition to cup competitions. Given his physical condition, it is hardly feasible for him to sustain the rigors of an entire league season, let alone contend on two fronts. Manager Wu widened his eyes and inquired, what about the new players we have brought in this season? How capable are they? Are there any who can serve as substitutes? Chui Shizhao shook his head. This season, our budget is quite limited, primarily addressing midfield and forward positions. Had it not been for the incident with Li Dong, our current defensive line would have been entirely adequate for the entire season. Thus, most choices this season have been young defenders. Their capabilities may not suffice to serve as reliable substitutes. What shall we do? What shall we do? A team without a solid central defense is at a disadvantage. No matter how harmoniously the forwards and midfielders collaborate to score, it cannot compensate for the goals conceded. It is improbable to secure a fortunate 4, 3, or 5 for scoreline in every match. Manager Wu scratched his head vigorously, nearly turning his hair gray with worry. Manager Wu, there is no need for such haste, Chui Xianbin interjected. Did you not mention that there is still nearly a month until the opening match? The winter transfer window has not yet closed. I merely need to take this time to find a competent central defender who aligns with our team's style in the transfer market. Though somewhat disdainful of Manager Wu's demeanor, he understood the importance of his role as the assistant coach, tasked with overseeing the transfer market and scouting potential players. It was imperative to offer professional advice when the team was in need. Upon hearing this, Manager Wu still bore no hint of joy on his face, shaking his head as he remarked, while your words hold truth, the transfer window will close in just over a fortnight. Finding a player who fits our style and possesses the requisite skills within such a short time frame is no simple task. If the player acquired lacks the necessary ability, it would not only squander our time and energy but also our finances. In such a case, it would be more prudent to rotate 3 main substitutes instead. Manager Wu, do not be so pessimistic. Although your reasoning holds merit, let us not forget that our coaching staff has consistently kept a close watch on potential central defenders. You do? Manager Wu suddenly lifted his head, a spark of excitement illuminating his gaze. Are you suggesting that you have a suitable candidate in mind? He glanced at Chui Shizhao, who was sitting directly opposite him. Chui Xianbin and Chui Shizhao remained silent, prompting Chui Xianbin to clarify, due to the abrupt nature of the situation concerning Li Dong. We currently do not have any candidates at hand. However, our coaching staff has always maintained a watch list, featuring several central defenders who seem ideally suited for our team. It's just that. Just what? Manager Wu pressed eagerly. Chui Hyunbin glanced at Choi Seju, observing the expression on Manager Wu's face, and remarked, "A significant portion of these players are categorized as non-transferable assets. Whether negotiations can be successfully conducted remains to be seen. Furthermore, there are a few whose price tags are rather steep, potentially exceeding our budget for this season." Manager Wu rolled his eyes in exasperation and replied, "Assistant Choi, your statement is tantamount to saying nothing at all. I have made the club's budget crystal clear to you since the onset of the transfer period. The financial allocation from above is limited. Should we exceed it by a substantial margin, I would be unable to justify it to the higher-ups. Do not make my position any more difficult than it already is." Manager Wu spoke rapidly, his gaze fixed on Choi Hyunbin. Yet his peripheral vision constantly darted towards Choi Seju. Those who rise to the rank of club general manager possess a keen intuition and an exceptional ability to read others, allowing them to discern that Choi Hyunbin's words were likely prompted by external influence. "Manager Wu, both Choi coach and I understand your predicament. However, the current situation is unprecedented for all of us, is it not? You yourself just mentioned that if we take the field with this lineup, we will undoubtedly be at the mercy of our opponents. When that happens, how will we justify our league standings at the bottom? Moreover, we have already invested so much capital this season in acquiring midfield and forward players. Abandoning this now would render all previous efforts utterly futile," Choi Hyunbin stated earnestly. Internally, he reveled in a sense of triumph. A graduate of a prestigious institution in Luxembourg, he may merely be a football assistant coach, yet his intellect is remarkably high. Having been with the team for 3 full years, he had thoroughly grasped Manager Wu's character from their very first encounter. Chapter 99. Racing against time, he was entirely confident that his words would compel Manager Wu to acquiesce. The success of a football club is not solely the responsibility of the coaching staff. It is intrinsically linked to the club's general manager. When one thrives, all thrive. When one falters, all suffer. This, Assistant Choi, are you not presenting me with a conundrum? Our budget for this year has been entirely exhausted. I am currently preparing a report for Chantal, and there will undoubtedly be dissatisfaction." Manager Wu displayed a troubled expression, taking another deep drag from his cigarette. "Manager Wu, it is universally unpleasant to expect others to bear financial burdens. However, the facts are laid bare before us. If we do not take immediate action, we are destined for a catastrophic defeat. In comparison to the current grievances, we may find ourselves facing scrutiny regarding our competence as coaches. Which of these two concerns do you deem more significant?" Choi Hyunbin candidly remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Manager Wu. Choi Shijiao sat upright, hands resting on his knees, his eyes drifting to the window, as if the events unfolding before him bore no relation to his existence. "Well, this." Manager Wu scratched his sparse hair, visibly troubled as he spoke. "Assistant Choi, Coach Choi, you both have been solely focused on the players' training, neglecting the club's overall situation. The company above has now appointed a new leader, Miss Zhang Yula, the chairman's second daughter, who holds full authority. With new leadership often comes fervent enthusiasm, and it is likely that someone will stir up trouble, accusing our team of squandering funds. Manager Wu, I have heard about Miss Zhang's appointment before. However, I have also learned that she possesses remarkable capabilities. Since her tenure began, despite her strict oversight, there have been no issues in management. This demonstrates her receptiveness to constructive dialogue. As long as our actions are sound, regardless of external opinions, I firmly believe that Miss Zhang will understand our position." Choi Hyunbin articulated with precision. Moreover, Manager Wu, the primary reason for establishing the club was to secure commendable league results. We are diligently striving towards that goal. The matter concerning Li Dongzi is simply an unfortunate incident that no one wished for. If the outside world perceives that we, despite our capabilities and available time, fail to take any remedial action, resulting in the team languishing at the bottom of the league standings, it would signify a fundamental failure in our duties. Compared to mere gossip, this situation is an egregious dereliction of responsibility for both you and us, Coach Choi. Well, Manager Wu continued to tug at his hair. Lost in thought, Manager Wu, Choi Shijiao interjected, what Assistant Choi has stated is entirely accurate. As the general manager and head coach of the team, our foremost concern should be the team's performance. The absence of Li Dongzi will undoubtedly exert immense pressure on our defense. If we do not expedite our efforts to address this issue while time permits, we risk witnessing dismal results, which would be a blatant failure on our part. Choi Shijiao sat upright, peering through his bright spectacles at Manager Wu, and remarked, of course, as the coaching staff, we merely offer our suggestions. The final decisions rest in your hands. Whatever choices you make, we shall abide by them. However, I must candidly inform you that should any problems arise, I will relay the truth. I hope you will understand this when the time comes. Coach Chui, how can you say that? We are in this together. We are like a family, facing challenges side by side, Manager Wu lamented wistfully. Chui Shizhao remained silent, offering only a faint smile before turning his gaze to the window, as if captivated by the splendid scenery beyond. Manager Wu, it is nearly 2 o'clock, he remarked. If you are still unable to make a decision, Coach Choi and I shall take our leave, as we are responsible for the team's training this afternoon. With Li Dongzai no longer with us, we must strive to maintain the team's performance as best as we can. Coach Choi and I can only endeavor to elicit the defensive capabilities of each player, praying that they can perform admirably in every match, and aim to keep our goals conceded to an average of below 2 per game, remarked Choi Hyunbin. With those words, he made a motion to rise. Wait, don't be so hasty. There's still nearly half an hour until 2 o'clock, Manager Wu said, glancing at the clock on the wall. After much hesitation, he finally resolved to inquire, Coach Choi, could you give me some insight? If we proceed with acquiring a competent center back, how much might it cost us? Choi Seju, who had been gazing out the window, turned his head back, adjusted his glasses resting on his nose, and replied nonchalantly, approximately 30 to 50 million Korean won. What? Such a sum? Manager Wu gasped, his mouth agape. Why so much? At that price, we could easily acquire a key player from the K1 League. Are you afraid I might constrain your budget and thus intentionally ask for such an exorbitant amount? Choi Seju slightly narrowed his eyes but remained silent. Sitting beside him, Choi Kwanbin, ever perceptive, intervened. Manager Wu, although our youth club is merely a K2 League team, the overall strength of our squad undoubtedly rivals that of the mid to lower tier teams in the K1 League. The players we acquire must correspond to that level of capability. If their prowess is sufficient, naturally, the price will reflect that. Furthermore, the transfer window is about to close. Most teams have completed their transfers or are nearing the end of their dealings. If we act recklessly now, persuading other teams to part with their players will invariably require additional expenditure. If the price were the same as usual, would you agree to a transfer of a key player if you were in their position? Your reasoning is sound. But 30 to 50 million Korean won is no trivial amount. I will immediately apply for this funding from the headquarters, but I can assure you, there will be murmurs. You all know that this group of people always hopes we can stretch a single one into two, Manager Wu lamented. Manager Wu Choi Se-bun chuckled, but was interrupted by Choi Se-ju raising his arm. He said, Manager Wu, we have thoroughly explained the various circumstances and the potential consequences. If you remain indecisive and unable to come to a conclusion, then there is little point in continuing our discussion. Rather than wasting time staring blankly, it would be more beneficial for our coaching staff to contemplate the tactical formations and strategies we should implement this season to avoid dismal results. In a single sentence. With an additional remark, now, just give me a succinct response. Should we consider acquiring new players this season in light of Li Dong's absence? Choi Seju fixed his unwavering gaze upon Manager Wu, awaiting his decision. Choi Hyunbin remained silent, his cheeks twitching slightly as he maintained a stoic expression. It was almost palpable that, given Manager Wu's timid and risk-averse nature, the matter of recruiting new players had already become a foregone conclusion. Indeed, after a considerable pause and a tumultuous internal struggle, Manager Wu finally gritted his teeth and made the call. We must buy players, and we must do so immediately. He lifted his gaze to Choi Hyunbin and Choi Seju, stating, exceeding the budget is preferable to seeing our team languish at the bottom of the rankings. However, Coach Choi, could you provide a precise figure for this budget, or at least impose some strict controls? For instance, would 30 million Korean won suffice? Upon hearing this, Choi Hyunbin felt a chuckle rising, but managed to suppress it. Choi Seju, with an impassive expression, replied, Manager Wu, the transfer market is not a marketplace where one can haggle. Moreover, with only a few days remaining, whether we can secure a suitable player remains entirely uncertain. If we find ourselves short on budget when the transfer window closes, even if we later offer more money, it will be of no avail. We must act swiftly while we still have the opportunity to effect change. Yes, indeed. Very well. I shall make a trip to the headquarters this afternoon and strive to secure these funds today, Manager Wu said through clenched teeth. Choi Seju rose, followed promptly by Choi Hyunbin. Choi Seju declared, the decision has been made. Let us return to the office and commence the transfer proceedings. Each minute we delay is a minute lost. We must race against time and seize every second. During this period, I will personally observe the players on our list. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me directly or communicate with Assistant Choi. With that, Choi Se-ju turned and departed. Choi Hyun-bin bowed to Manager Woo and hastily followed suit. Manager Woo watched the two leave, finishing his cigarette in one deep drag before rising to his desk and swiftly dialing a number. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a long whistle echoed. A group of players, who had been chatting and laughing on the sidelines, gradually approached from all directions. Choi Hyun-bin removed his whistle and, after all the players had gathered, said with a serious demeanor, "Before we commence this afternoon's training, I must share some profoundly distressing news. We received a call from Lee Dong's mother at noon today. Lee Dong tragically passed away in a car accident on his way back to the club." What? Upon hearing these words, the players, standing rigidly, were rendered utterly speechless. The previously tranquil atmosphere transformed instantly into one resembling a boiling pot. A flurry of players began to voice their inquiries, seeking confirmation from Choi Hyun-bin about the veracity of the news. Choi, raising his hand to quell the murmurs of the assembled players, spoke solemnly. "I understand that this news brings profound sorrow to many, just as it does to me. However, I urge everyone to set aside their emotions for the moment. The unfortunate event has transpired, and we cannot alter the past. Yet, our training and our matches must continue." Pausing momentarily, he added, "Coach Choi and Manager Woo have already gone to the hospital to extend their condolences to Lee Dongjae's parents. For the time being, Coach Choi will be absent from the base. Due to Lee Dongjae's absence, we must acquire a central defender in the transfer market before the winter window closes. Therefore, I ask for your full cooperation during this period." With a firm clap of his hands, Choi Hyun-bin declared, "Let us all focus. Our training match will proceed as scheduled in 15 minutes. With that, he blew his whistle forcefully. The players immediately dispersed. Although Lee Dongjae was their close companion and his demise was a shocking occurrence, they were, after all, professional athletes. As professionals, they must always be cognizant of their responsibilities and obligations. "Team, after today's match, shall we visit the hospital together?" said Cha Jae, as he joined a few others on the sidelines, a stark black and white ball resting quietly on the grass, untouched by anyone. The players exchanged glances until Cha Jae spoke again. "Lee Dongjae was our friend. It is only right that we extend our condolences to his family. Once training concludes today, we should go together. However, we must not linger too long, as the opening match is approaching, and we need to be fully prepared. On the day of Lee Dongjae's funeral, we shall collectively request leave from the coach to pay our respects." The group nodded in agreement and, under Cha Jae's guidance, began to juggle the ball, warming up before the training match. 15 minutes later, the daily training match commenced as scheduled. This time, like the previous day, the teams were divided into blue and green, Team A and Team B. Team A featured the midfield linchpin Cha Jae, the stalwart defender on Ki Hyun, the speedy winger, and forward on Jin Soo, among other key players from the youth squad. Team B was led by Gwang-gu, comprising the main substitutes and other players from the youth team. Lu Dongdong, following the instructions given by Choi Shuabin in the morning, refrained from participating in the training session. Instead, he was summoned to a secluded corner of the field. To his surprise, he found that his defensive partner from the previous day, Lee Shengli, had accompanied him. "The reason you two have been called here is quite simple." Choi Shinbin addressed them. "Both of you possess impressive height, yet lack physicality and speed, while your technical skills remain rather rudimentary. I hope my efforts can assist you in rectifying some of these shortcomings and enhancing your capabilities." Chapter 101, A Distinguished Legacy. Choi Shinbin stood before the two. Lu Dongdong and Lee Shengli exchanged a glance, each wearing a bitter smile. Although the words spoken by Choi Shinbin were undeniably true, being confronted with such honesty in front of others left them, as young men, somewhat embarrassed. "On the training ground, I have always been rather forthright. Do not harbor any resentment towards my previous remarks. My intention is merely to ensure that you comprehend the various shortcomings you possess. Furthermore, during the forthcoming training sessions, I expect each of you to be fully attentive, and I do not wish to repeat myself on any matter. Do you understand?" Choi Shinbin declared loudly. "Understood." Lu Dongdong and Lee Shengli responded in unison, their hands clasped behind their backs. "I can't hear you. Speak louder." "Understood." "I still can't hear. A bit louder, please." "Understood." Lu Dongdong and Lee Shengli nearly shouted the words in exasperation. At last, Choi Shinbin nodded in satisfaction. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked before the two, circling them with deliberation. "You both heard the news earlier. Coach Choi will endeavor to secure a competent central defender before the transfer window closes. to fill the void left by Lee Dongzai. However, with the transfer window nearing its end and most clubs concluding their dealings, it remains uncertain whether a suitable central defender can be acquired. Thus, this presents an invaluable opportunity. Standing before the tall Li Xingli, Cui Xianbin articulated each word carefully. Though the passing of Li Dongzai has saddened us all, for you substitutes, this is an extraordinary chance. Not every newcomer excels in their role. Within a team, a coach values players who can collaborate with others and execute tactics effectively. If you strive diligently, you may very well find yourself stepping into the principal role or even soaring to become a mainstay defender for the team. Listening to this, both Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong felt a surge of fervor within. Indeed, Cui Xianbin's words rang true. The tragic news of Li Dongzai's demise represented a significant loss for the team and the club, a painful reality for most players. Yet for them as substitutes, it meant the absence of a formidable competitor. Even if they could not directly replace him as the principal defender, they could at least take a substantial step forward in their journey to becoming key substitutes. Cui Xianbin turned to gaze at the increasingly intense match underway and remarked, in the youth team, and Qixuan is an irreplaceable main defender. However, the other three primary substitutes, despite their individual strengths, share a common trait. They are all slightly older. This season, we faced not only league matches, but also cup competitions. Given their physical capabilities, it is evident that the three of them would struggle to manage a two-front battle. Turning his gaze towards the tall and upright figure of Li Xingli, he expressed his high hopes. As long as you exert yourself and continuously push your limits, there will undoubtedly be an opportunity for you to catch Coach Cui's attention. Subsequently securing a place in the 22-man roster to represent the youth team in your inaugural official match. Li Xingli stood tall, nodding vigorously in affirmation. Beside him, Lu Dongdong also nodded, radiating a remarkable confidence. Observing this, Cui Xianbin displayed a flicker of astonishment on his face, followed by a bittersweet smile. It was apparent that Lu Dongdong had misconstrued his words, believing that they were directed toward him as well. However, the words had been spoken, and he could not simply inform Lu Dongdong that his earlier remarks were not intended for him, as he was destined to depart from the team in due course. The only reason he remained with the squad was due to the untimely passing of Dongzi, which left Coach Cui with no time to address Lu's situation. Sighing inwardly at what seemed to be another foolish action, Cui Xianbin took a few steps away before turning to face the two. All right, let us commence our official training session this afternoon. Before we dive into the practice, I would like to impart some theoretical knowledge. Such theoretical guidance is rarely found within domestic teams in Korea. Many coaches and coaching staff focus solely on practical competitive play. Yet this theoretical approach has become widespread throughout Europe. Football is never solely reliant on physical prowess. The most crucial element is to engage your intellect. Cui Xianbin raised a finger and pointed firmly at his head, stating, "Allow me to introduce myself briefly. I am 33 years old, a graduate of the University of Groningen in the Netherlands, where I studied football management and competitive sports. Upon graduation, I directly commenced my career in Eindhoven, where I served for 4 years as an assistant in the youth training department. Subsequently, I followed the esteemed Coach Van Basten to another formidable club in the Eredivisie, Ajax, where I continued in the role of assistant for the youth team. In 2014, I returned to my homeland and became an assistant coach for the South Korean youth team. In 2016, I joined the Chingtsuan team, where I have remained ever since." After hearing the words of Cui Xianbin, Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng felt a deep sense of respect, their admiration for him growing exponentially. They had never anticipated that the individual before them, Cui Xianbin, had previously held positions at the prestigious clubs of PSV Eindhoven and Ajax. Although his role was limited to the youth teams, these elite clubs, particularly within the Eredivisie, are renowned for their world-leading youth training standards. If they were to receive guidance from Cui Xianbin, their skills would undoubtedly experience significant enhancement. Listening with fervor, Lu Dongdong instinctively clenched his fists, resolutely deciding that no matter the challenges posed by Cui Xianbin's training directives, he would persevere and complete them with determination. "I must clarify that the theoretical knowledge I am about to present may seem somewhat dry," Cui Xianbin remarked. "However, I have endeavored to present it in a lively and vivid manner, and I hope you will listen patiently." "Understood." Assistant Cui, Lu Dongdong, and Li Sheng nodded earnestly. Clearing his throat, Cui Xianbin spoke earnestly. "It is well known that the pinnacle of world football resides in Europe. The top tier of leagues consists of 5 major competitions: the Premier League, La Liga, the Bundesliga, Serie A, and the Eredivisie. These 5 leagues gather nearly all the world's football stars, each fostering distinct and identifiable styles based on their respective team's characteristics. Among these, the Premier League is currently recognized as the highest in quality, also garnering the most global attention. The Premier League's immense following is not solely attributed to its effective promotion, but is inextricably linked to its intense and vigorous style of play. In contemporary football, the emphasis is on a fast-paced, all-out attacking and defending approach. Yet, when one mentions the Premier League, almost everyone conjures images of traditional English football. This style is characterized by long passes and aerial play, utilizing powerful forwards with exceptional individual skills and physical prowess, akin to a tank barreling through, crushing the opposition's defensive line and leaving their goal vulnerable to numerous strikes. This approach is both straightforward and effective, and even today, many teams maintain this style of play. Some teams that prioritize alternative strategies often resort to this extreme offensive approach when faced with a lack of opportunities to breach the opponent's defense, frequently achieving remarkable results. Lu Dongdong and Li Sheng listened intently, nodding vigorously. England has always been renowned for producing strikers, particularly those formidable center forwards. To name a few from the past, there is Alan Shearer, who made his mark at Newcastle, and more recently, Didier Drogba and Hernan Crespo, who both graced Chelsea. These players share a prominent characteristic: their exceptional physical prowess and immense strength, akin to a javelin that pierces through the opponent's penalty area, rendering them immovable. It is no exaggeration to assert that these adversaries are the ones that central defenders dread facing the most. Among these towering strikers, my personal favorite is Drogba. This African giant from CTE d'Ivoire virtually overwhelmed the defensive players of every Premier League team during his era. No one could withstand his might. Chelsea, with Drogba in their ranks, adopted a straightforward yet effective playing style, often relying on the flanks with Duff or Robin charging down the wings to breach the opponent's defense, followed by precise crosses. Owing to Drogba's formidable abilities, even if his teammates' passes lacked finesse, he could still create opportunities and score breathtaking goals, often while being closely marked by defenders. Cui Xianbin animatedly remarked, "I have meticulously analyzed Drogba's skill set. He not only possesses remarkable physicality and stamina, but also exceptional speed, and his technical prowess far surpasses that of other players who rely on their physique. He can transform his teammates' passes into assists, and even when surrounded by opponents, he adeptly utilizes his strength and speed to forge rare opportunities." Throughout his tenure at Chelsea, it was through these attributes that he brought countless trophies to the club, making his presence known to all. At that time, aside from Chelsea, the greatest headache for every opposing coach was devising strategies to defend against him. However, no matter how skilled the defenders were, they found themselves at a loss against him. He is undoubtedly the greatest forward in the world, a paragon of striking excellence. Cui Xianbing exclaimed passionately, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, quietly observing him. It was evident that Cui Xianbing held an immense admiration for Drogba. Undoubtedly, as a beast of Africa, Drogba was entirely deserving of such honor. Players of his caliber, those who command global attention, are meticulously analyzed by every head coach and coaching staff, serving as role models for every forward, particularly those who rely on physical prowess to act as a central figure in the attack. However, for the majority of learners and defenders who scrutinize his offensive tactics, Drogba, this remarkable player, is utterly irreplicable. Countless facts attest to the reality that even world-class center-backs cannot contend with him. For his abilities transcend the very definition of world-class. He stands as the pinnacle of strikers, unparalleled in his excellence. The sole consolation lies in the inevitability that no player can withstand the passage of time. Even the formidable Drogba must eventually step back from the mainstream stage. While he continues to grace the football field for now, it is certain that in the near future, he will join many football legends in choosing to retire, bringing an end to his illustrious career in the sport. Lu Dongdong could not help but ponder whether, if given the opportunity to stand upon a world-class stage and confront a striker of Didier Drogba's caliber, he possessed the requisite prowess to hold his ground. As Coach G aptly remarked, being a defender of international renown, particularly one in a position that allows no room for error, often necessitates a comprehensive defense against forwards. Such players typically exhibit an unyielding strength, fueled by an indomitable spirit that compels them to resist surrendering or yielding in the face of adversity. Lu Dongdong suddenly chuckled, realizing he had been overthinking. Presently, he was merely a substitute for the youth team. And the notion of competing with world-class forwards like Drogba was nothing short of a fanciful delusion. As his father had advised, one must remain grounded to steadily progress and grow. Are both of you familiar with Drogba? Inquired the animated Choi Hyun-bin, his gaze piercing through to Nyo Dong-dong and Lee Sung-hee. Indeed, they both replied without hesitation, exchanging glances. As a professional football player, particularly as a central defender, not knowing the name of such a legendary forward as Drogba would surely invite ridicule. Have you studied his style of play? His common attacking strategies? Choi Hyun-bin asked earnestly. In the past, during our time at the club, our head coach meticulously analyzed Drogba's match footage for us. Our group of players also engaged in relevant offensive and defensive drills, Lee Sung-hee slowly recounted. Lu Dongdong nodded and remarked, we have previously engaged in similar training. Our coach leveraged his connections to enlist a prominent pillar striker from the Chinese Super League, allowing us to gain hands-on experience. Choi Hyun-bin observed the two, gently nodding in agreement, and solemnly stated, Chapter 103, Style, Part 2. If the two of you were to defend against Drogba, do you possess the confidence to thwart him? Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli exchanged a glance, each displaying a faint, wry smile. They resolutely shook their heads in unison, declaring, we lack confidence. It would be absurd to claim confidence when faced with such a formidable world-class striker. Anyone who dares to assert such self-assuredness would merely be boasting, inviting ridicule from others. Choi Hyun-bin seemed to have anticipated their responses, his expression remaining calm as he held their gaze. He articulated each word with precision. Although what you both have said is indeed the truth, as your assistant coach, I must remind you of something. As a central defender responsible for the team's last line of defense, regardless of how formidable the opponent may be, maintaining a sense of fear is the least you must do. Concurrently, harboring absolute confidence is imperative. If you step onto the pitch without the belief that you can even defend against your opponent, then, in that very moment, you have already lost. Do you understand? Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli furrowed their brows in succession, then each nodded gently. Indeed, Choi Hyun-bin's words were not without merit. As a central defender, or more accurately, as a footballer, one must possess the confidence to confront the world. Otherwise, one is unworthy to stand upon the pitch. No matter how formidable the opponent may be, one must strive with all one's might and never retreat. What of world-class strikers? Every day on the football field, new stars emerge, outshining those long-established world-class players. What? Did you fail to comprehend my words? Choi Hyun-bin remarked with a stoic expression. I nodded. Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, then immediately came to his senses, nodding vigorously and proclaiming aloud, confidence. Li Shengli too caught on, mimicking Lu Dongdong and exclaiming loudly. Choi Hyun-bin nodded in satisfaction and stated, the reason I am sharing so much today is that during the upcoming training, you must attack like Drogba facing defenders. Attack? Both Li Shengli and Lu Dongdong exchanged bewildered glances. They were tasked with the role of central defenders. Why were they to engage in offensive training? While it is true that many central defenders advance during penalty kicks or free kicks, utilizing their height, long legs, and exceptional heading abilities to score, and some possess the skill to take free kicks, such defenders are relatively rare. Furthermore, this approach is not a requisite for all central defenders. To expect them to attack like Drogba is, quite frankly, a fallacy. Do not question my previous statement. What I am about to teach you is indeed offense. Choi Hyun-bin stood tall, articulating each word. Although you are central defenders, primarily tasked with defense, you must remember this. Offense is always the best defense. Regardless of your role as defenders, you must maintain this awareness at all times. Additionally, as a central defender, if you wish to effectively defend or completely neutralize an opposing forward, you must understand the forward's common attacking methods. Under what circumstances will they choose which attacking strategy? Only by grasping this can you significantly enhance your chances of intercepting the ball from your opponent. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli's eyes brightened simultaneously. What Choi Hyun-bin articulated resonated within them like the reverberation of a bell at dusk and dawn, striking a profound chord in their hearts. Their aspiration was to become competent central defenders, the backbone of the youth team. Yet, their minds were perpetually consumed with thoughts of intercepting the ball from their opponents. The forwards, without ever contemplating the offensive strategies those forwards might employ against them. If they could fathom the myriad offensive tactics of the forwards, they would undoubtedly devise various defensive strategies, thus effortlessly intercepting the ball beneath their opponent's feet. Such an elementary truth had inexplicably eluded them until now. The two of them lifted their heads in unison, their gazes alight with exhilaration, surprise, and hope. 20 minutes later, Cui Huanbin led Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli to another expansive training field. All right, let us commence our training for today, he declared. Our training session will consist of 3 parts. The first part will focus on intercepting through balls, the second on intercepting long passes, and the third on handling aerial balls. He clapped his hands and spoke emphatically. Before he could finish, Lu Dongdong raised his hand. A look of confusion etched on his face. Assistant Coach Cui, didn't you just mention that we would learn the offensive strategies of the forwards? Why are we still focusing on intercepting and defending? Cui Huanbin chuckled softly and replied, to become an exceptional central defender, it is indeed crucial to understand each forward's offensive tactics. However, before that, you must first master your fundamental skills, and that is defense. If you lack this most basic and vital element, everything else will merely be theoretical speculation. The untimely death of Li Dongzhe meant that Cui Sergio could not return to the club until the transfer window closed. During this period, he had ample opportunity to comprehensively enhance the skill deficiencies of Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli. The meticulously prepared lessons he had devised would undoubtedly come into play. Lu Dongdong and Li Shiying nodded vigorously, refraining from voicing any further doubts. Subsequently, under the guidance of Cui Xianbin, they positioned themselves at the center of the field. We shall commence with part 1 of the training, focusing on intercepting through balls. Cui proclaimed from a distance, standing tall and confident. The interception of through balls, also known as ground ball interception, is one of the most fundamental defensive techniques, both simple and prevalent, to defend against such passes. A central defender must possess extensive experience and precise judgment. They must decisively predict the pass before the player delivers it and then execute a forward interception. Although intercepting through balls is relatively straightforward, a defender's error or lapse can allow the attacking player to seize the ball and penetrate the penalty area, ultimately facing the goalkeeper to score. Hence, this tactic is not only effective but also commonly employed in offensive play. In today's session, I shall instruct you on how to manage the interception of through balls. However, allow me to preface this. While it is merely a routine training exercise, I have always favored a system of rewards and penalties. Today, the two of you will function as distinct teams, alternating between offense and defense. As for the defensive team, my expectation is that you will run 10 laps around the field. Can you accomplish this? Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Cui Xianbin beamed with satisfaction, declaring, then let us officially begin our training, with Li Xingli taking the offensive first. With that, under Cui's command, Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong positioned themselves, one assuming the role of attacker and the other of defender. As an experienced midfielder, one must keenly observe the movements of attacking players when converting direct passes into assists. Meanwhile, the defender should remain vigilant, not only regarding the passer but also the positioning of their own teammates. Remember, a direct pass is essentially a ground pass. If you maintain a straight line with your defending player or make a proactive advance just before the ball reaches their feet, you can effortlessly intercept the ball. However, bear in mind that, in contrast to our current scenario with merely the 3 of us on the field, official matches involve at least 20 players, all in motion amidst the chaos. It becomes exceedingly challenging to discern from whom the ball is being played. Thus, as a central defender, one must remain acutely alert at every moment. Pausing for emphasis, he declared, all right, let us begin. Li Xingli, pay attention to your positioning. Do not remain static. The ball will be passed directly to your feet. If you successfully receive the ball once, you will score a point. Each of us will take turns for 10 rounds. In a best-of-3 format, Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously in agreement. Cui Xianbin lightly pressed his foot down, causing the ball to bounce off the ground and dance upon his ankle. With a swift glance towards the direction of Li Xingli's run, he adeptly passed the ball. The black and white sphere, spinning with remarkable velocity, glided along the verdant grass, heading straight for Li Xingli. In the blink of an eye, the ball traversed the short distance of several meters and arrived at Li Xingli's feet. With a gentle lift of his foot, he could easily bring the ball under control. However, just as Li Xingli came to a halt, extending his foot in instinctive preparation to stop the ball, a figure surged forth from behind him, swiftly claiming his space. Before the foot could connect with the ball, the figure dove to the ground, executing a slide tackle that sent the ball soaring out of bounds. Lu Dongdong rose from the ground, gently brushing the dirt from his trousers, and bestowed a broad smile upon the slightly bewildered Li Xingli. This interception of a direct pass had always been his forte back in China. With his towering height and long legs, coupled with over a decade of training since childhood, He possessed an astute judgment for such simple yet effective through balls. Good, splendid, keep it up, exclaimed Cui Xianbin, nodding vigorously. After a brief pause, he shouted at Li Xingli, don't be foolishly slow, accelerate and envision yourself as a forward responsible for scoring. If you can evade Lu Dongdong, you will have a clear shot at the goal, facing the goalkeeper in a one-on-one duel. Run faster, engage your mind, and utilize your defensive experience to determine how to maneuver away from Lu Dongdong, who has been tightly marking you, and successfully receive the ball that I will deliver to you. Li Xingli nodded earnestly. Cui Xianbin blew his whistle forcefully, signaling the commencement of the second round. Li Xingli resumed his movement, darting back and forth beside Lu Dongdong, suddenly breaking away, only to come to an abrupt halt before swiftly pivoting and sprinting back. He employed his speed to execute various changes in direction. Lu Dongdong remained tirelessly dedicated, steadfastly positioned behind Li Xingli. Dismissing all distractions from his mind, he focused intently, continually enhancing his performance. Cui Huanbin gently nudged the ball at his feet, casting a quiet glance before stepping forward decisively, unleashing a beautifully arched pass. The quality of this corner kick was exceptionally high, accelerating swiftly and skimming close to the ground. However, Lu Dongdong, possessing ample experience with such plays, did not chase the ball's trajectory but maintained his steady pace behind Li Xingli. As the ball traced an elegant arc and rolled to Li Xingli's feet, he promptly advanced, using his body to shield Li Xingli before calmly intercepting the ball. Indeed, his judgment was remarkably precise. Keep up the good work. Cui Kumbin nodded in satisfaction, regarding Lu Dongdong with newfound respect, acknowledging his adeptness in anticipating and handling through balls. Nevertheless, if one were to assume that every interception would be this effortless, they would soon encounter significant challenges. Cui Huanbin cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong, who wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. The three repositioned themselves once more. Cui Huanbin nudged the ball beneath his feet and called out loudly to the swiftly advancing Li Xingli, charge forward, towards the goal. Upon hearing this, Li Xingli immediately surged ahead, accelerating in a fluid motion towards the goal while maintaining alignment with Lu Dongdong. An inkling of doubt flickered within Lu Dongdong, pondering how Cui Huanbin could deliver the ball to Li Xingli's feet through such a direct pass. Yet, he remained vigilant, fully alert. As Li Xingli dashed forward a few meters, Cui Huanbin, without hesitation, lifted his foot and struck the ball. The sphere soared with remarkable speed, tracing a straight line and racing towards Li Xingli like a joyous bolt of lightning. Lu Dongdong instinctively extended his foot, intending to hook the ball down. But the speed of the ball was simply too swift. Chapter 105, The Fast Horse on the Flank. However, due to the ball's incredible velocity, his movement lagged by a fraction, leaving him to watch helplessly as the ball whizzed past him, rolling directly to Li Xingli's feet. Upon receiving the ball, Li Xingli executed his actions without the slightest hesitation, charging into the penalty area and, with unwavering resolve, lifted his foot to send the ball soaring into the goal. A sharp whistle pierced the air. Li Xingli raised his arms in jubilation, his face alight with joy. Yet, at a distance, Cui Xianbin raised his arms and gently shook his head, proclaiming loudly, that goal does not count. Lu Dongdong successfully defended. Why doesn't that goal count? Li Xingli spread his arms, perplexed. His positioning, ball control, dribbling, and subsequent shot had been impeccable, arguably the most splendid strike of his burgeoning career. Because you were offside when I passed the ball, Cui Xianbin replied with a hint of frustration, setting aside Li Xingli's impressive performance. His pass had been flawless in its own right, with perfect speed and remarkable judgment of the ball's landing point, a near-perfect execution. He was utterly confident that Lu Dongdong would not be able to intercept the ball, and indeed, the outcome aligned with his assessment. However, what he had not anticipated was that, as he made the pass, Lu Dongdong, who had been retreating, suddenly darted in front of Li Xingli, rendering the season's brilliant pass futile. Lu Dongdong wore a gentle smile upon her face. The reason she had dashed forward earlier to execute an offside tactic was not merely due to her awareness of the enticing pass from ice, which was undoubtedly unattainable for him, but rather an almost instinctual response during her continuous retreat. All of this stemmed from the relentless training imparted by Coach Ji on the verdant football pitch. She cast a glance at Cui Hyunbin and Lee Sung-ri before advancing to her original position. Cui Hyunbin remained relatively silent, raising his hands high and clapping vigorously as he shouted, "Let us continue. Again, we have 7 more rounds. Lee Sung-ri, let us give it our all." Half an hour later, the back-and-forth training session focused on direct passes finally concluded. The outcome was unequivocal, with Lu Dongdong triumphing over Yang Xingli with a decisive score of 3-0. Yang Xingli, hands on his hips and panting heavily, gazed at Lu Dongdong, the victor, with a face etched in frustration from a year of disappointment. He had never anticipated such a result from the match. Assistant coach Choi Hyunbin, too, wore a look of surprise. In his estimation, Lu Dongdong and Lee Seungri were evenly matched, and strictly speaking, as someone who had entered the team through connections, Lu Dongdong's overall prowess should have maintained a noticeable gap compared to Seungri. However, the results of today's match were rather unexpected, especially during the recent game. Lu Dongdong showcased several moments of brilliance that were far from mere strokes of luck. They were testaments to her underlying capability, instinctively executing flawless defensive interceptions. Both of you take a 5-minute break. We shall commence the second part of our training. Choi Hyunbin cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong and spoke. The two nodded in agreement and walked towards the edge of the field, retrieving a discarded water bottle from the grass, tilting their heads back to gulp down the refreshing liquid. As professional football players, the sweat that trickles down their bodies and the water they consume are inseparable elements of their existence. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the pitch, the match had entered the final minutes of the first half, with the score standing at 1-0. Team A, composed of youthful main players, held a slender advantage. However, Team B, comprised of main substitutes and reserves, led by the seasoned veteran Guanggu, mounted a fierce resistance, launching several relentless assaults on Team A's goal. Had it not been for the goalposts, they would have surely found the net. The continuous barrage of attacks had thrown Team A's defense into disarray, particularly within the penalty area, where chaos reigned supreme. After considerable effort, a player from Team A managed to intercept the ball, but before he could pass, Guanggu, charging in like a predator, seized the opportunity and snatched the ball away. With a deft touch, Guanggu played a penetrating pass into the penalty area, where a forward from Team B received the ball with his back to goal, using his physique to shield it from Nchixuan, the defensive linchpin of Team A. Just as Nchixuan advanced to apply pressure, the forward executed a quick shot while on the ground. However, the experienced Nchixuan denied him any chance, darting forward as the ball left the ground, using his body to deflect the swiftly spinning sphere away. The ball fell outside the penalty area, and players donned in teal vests from both teams surged towards it. With a tactical advantage in proximity, Che Zai, the midfield maestro, seized the ball first. Displaying remarkable ball control, he evaded several pressing Team B players with poise. As Guanggu charged in aggressively, Che Zai glanced ahead and delivered a powerful pass to the ball at his feet. This was a high, arcing ball, black and white in stark contrast, spinning rapidly as it traced a white line through the air, soaring above the heads of countless players and landing in the upper left corner of Team B's half. Che Zai's pass was mighty and swift, prompting players from both Team B, the defenders, and Team A, the attackers, to anticipate the ball rolling out of bounds. Despite its slowing pace, hope waned. Yet, they overlooked one crucial factor. Che Zai, as the midfield linchpin, never hastily made decisions. His choice to pass bore significant intent. Moreover, on this patch of the field, there exists a lad endowed with unparalleled speed. The ball soared swiftly, evading all predictions, and landed beside the boundary line, bouncing high a few times before gradually rolling out of play. At that moment, a boy with golden hair, his feet moving frantically as if riding a Harley on the pitch, darted towards the ball with the swiftness of the wind. With a deft flick of his toe, he rescued the ball from the brink of crossing the sideline. Chapter 106, The Flame of Determination. Upon gaining possession, he did not pause for a moment. Slicing through the air like a keen blade, galloping fervently towards Team B's penalty area, he was the swift flank runner. At this juncture, due to the pressing forward, the majority of Team B's players, including their formidable defender Guanggu, were crowded in the center circle, leaving only two central defenders behind. Seizing this rare opportunity, the flank runner charged towards one of the central defenders without a hint of hesitation. As he surged forward, his legs danced in a flurry of feints, confounding the defender's judgment. As the distance diminished, just as he entered the small box, he suddenly changed direction and accelerated, deftly evading the defender in his path. When another central defender lunged at him with a sliding tackle, he remained composed and struck the ball with precision. The black and white sphere glided along the lush green grass, slipping through the legs of the oncoming goalkeeper and leisurely rolling into the net. From the rapid sprint to the ball retrieval, the dash, the evasion, and the shot, it was a seamless execution, devoid of any unnecessary pauses. Compared to the earlier victory, this performance was exponentially more perfect, leaving spectators in awe. The whistle signaling the end of the first half resounded, and Team A's players erupted in joyous celebration, raising their arms and rushing towards the flank runner still stationed in Team B's penalty area. The substitutes, gathered at the sidelines, waved their arms in exhilaration, reveling in the brilliance of the recent goal. As for the despondent side, that distinction lay solely with Team B. Conceding a goal is one matter, but a last-minute strike can often deal a devastating blow to a team's morale. No one could fathom the extent of Team B's resolve as they entered the second half at a disadvantage. In truth, even they themselves were unaware. Lu Dongdong stood at the edge of the field, quietly observing the exuberant embrace shared by the speedy winger and his teammates. His emotions were tumultuous. He had witnessed that spectacular goal in its entirety, and as a central defender, he could not help but envision himself as the unfortunate defender who had faltered. If he were to confront that swift winger, how would he have handled the situation? Did he possess the capability to thwart such an agile player? He incessantly questioned himself. And the answer was unequivocally negative. Even if he could anticipate the winger's trajectory, the true prowess of such a player lay in his rapid footwork. It was astonishingly swift. By the time one's brain processed the need to react, and one extended a foot to intercept, the winger had already surged past with the ball, leaving no chance for defense. Against a player of this caliber, one felt utterly powerless. It echoed the well-known adage from martial arts tales: in the world of combat, speed reigns supreme. In the face of absolute velocity, excessive technique, and the most formidable defense are rendered futile, akin to mere ornamental displays, fragile as bubbles that burst at the slightest touch. As the speedy winger strolled towards the field, flanked by his comrades, laughter resonated in the air. The intense 45-minute match appeared to have exerted no toll on their stamina, resembling more of a playful endeavor than a strenuous contest. Should I inform Assistant Chui that I'll take the field in the second half? Let me give you a proper lesson, the winger jested, winking at Lu Dongdong as he navigated through the crowd. Lu Dongdong cast a lingering glance at her, remaining silent. A group of teammates from Team A chuckled lightly, while Che's eye playfully ruffled the hair atop the head of the speedy winger, his smile radiant as he remarked, "Do not let a single spectacular goal inflate your ego. Before the match, you boldly declared your intention to score 3. You still have quite a distance to cover." With a friendly glance towards Lu Dongdong, Che Zai and the lively group of individuals erupted into hearty laughter as they departed. Lu Dongdong turned around, watching a group of individuals depart, and slowly clenched his fist. Within his heart, he vowed that one day, during a training match, he would showcase his prowess and utterly thwart the rapid advances along the flanks. He would ensure that the opposing team would not score a single goal throughout the entire match. No, not even a single breakthrough would succeed. He was determined to entirely neutralize the threat posed by the swift players on the wing, making them aware of his formidable skills. Just wait and see. How curious, has his recent goal ignited your fighting spirit? Do you wish to measure your abilities against him? A voice, imbued with magnetism, resonated from behind him. Lu Dongdong turned to find Choi Hyunbin, having stealthily approached without him noticing. Lu Dongdong remained silent, quietly observing Choi Hyunbin. Stepping forward, Chui Xian gazed at the swiftly departing figures of a group on the sidelines, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Every year, newcomers enter with gritted teeth, secretly vowing to make the speedy players on the flanks regret their existence on the field. Yet, during my 3 years in the youth team, I have never witnessed such a scenario unfold. Amusingly, recently, some players who failed their challenges, unable to catch their breath, opted for one-on-one duels with the swift flankers, only to be bested once more. During that period, the victorious flankers, both on and off the field, strutted about with their heads held high, looking down upon others with a sense of superiority. Is that truly the case?" Lu Dongdong replied with a faint smile. Chui Xianbin scrutinized Lu Dongdong from head to toe, teasingly stating, "You stand a full head taller than the speedy flankers. If the two of you were to engage in a match, I firmly believe victory would be yours. I genuinely hope you can teach him a lesson." Lu Dongdong gently shook his head, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Assistant coach, you are overthinking. Regardless of the circumstances, I will never resort to violence against him. Moreover, if victory is to be achieved, I shall do so on the field, defeating him through the art of football." Chui Xianbin shrugged, responding, "I look forward to the realization of your dreams." Pausing for a moment, he turned his gaze toward Lu Dongdong, continuing, "However, as I mentioned earlier, you are but a newcomer, and while you aspire to show the winged horses a thing or two, history has proven that no one has ever succeeded in doing so. You may not be the exception." Lu Dongdong and Chui Xianbing exchanged a few silent glances before turning their heads forward, and Lu remarked softly, "Assistant Chui, I am determined to succeed. Yang Shengli approached with a hearty smile and said, Assistant Chui, the time has come. Shall we continue? Chui Xianbin gazed intently at Lu Dongdong's profile. Chapter 107. Go. He observed for a few seconds, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked. Of course, you certainly embarrassed me in the previous match. This time, we must strive to excel together. With a teasing tone, he took the lead and swiftly made his way to the other side of the court. Yang Xingli chuckled modestly, scratching the back of his head in slight embarrassment. Let us go. Let us give it our all. Lu Dongdong turned his head and gently patted Li Shungli's shoulder a few times. The two of them quickly followed the footsteps of Chui Xianbin. Now, we shall commence the second phase of our training, focusing on intercepting long passes. Chui Xianbin clapped his hands vigorously and addressed Lu Dongdong and Li Shirley, who stood before him. The long pass is one of the most prevalent methods of ball transfer in football matches, characterized by its distinct nature. In contrast to through balls, it can bypass a majority of defensive players while facilitating transfers over a broader range and greater distance. In traditional English football, the tactic of long passes is frequently employed, proving to be highly effective and direct. When defending against long passes, the most crucial aspect is to anticipate in advance, assessing the ball's landing point and direction. A single misjudgment can be as detrimental as allowing an opponent to execute a through ball into the penalty area, granting them an unobstructed opportunity to face the goalkeeper and score. After a brief pause, Chui Xianbin licked his lips and continued, in confronting long passes, we must not only make accurate judgments, but also select the appropriate method of handling the ball. The speed of a long pass is more intricate and variable compared to that of a through ball. If mishandled, even with correct anticipation, the ball could fall to the feet of the opponent, rendering all your efforts futile. Moreover, this scenario is more severe than a mere misjudgment, for if your attempt fails, the opponent has already penetrated the penalty area. In cases of mere misjudgment, you still have the opportunity to catch up with your adversary. Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli, with their hands clasped behind their backs, nodded gently. Although they were not exceptionally skilled or experienced central defenders, they had undergone over a decade of training in football, making them intimately familiar with long passes. They had personally grasped the essence of what Chui Xianbin had conveyed. Now, without further ado, let us commence. Chui Xianbin softly nudged the ball at his feet and, lifting his gaze towards Li Xingli, urged him to exert himself and strive to regain a point in this round. Additionally, he cautioned him to remain vigilant during his positioning and not to fall into the offside trap set by Lu Dongdong once more. Lu Dongdong offered a gentle smile, while Yang Shengli nodded with determination. The training had officially commenced. In the first round, following the previous order, Yang Shengli took the offensive role, while Lu Dongdong assumed the defensive position, acting as a central defender. Chui Xianbin, cradling the ball, made his way to the opposite half of the field. He blew the whistle forcefully, prompting Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong, who stood one in front and the other behind, to spring into action. He bounced the ball, suddenly shouted run, and swung his right foot with vigor, striking the ball with considerable force. The black and white ball soared through the air like a streak of silk, leaving a long trailing arc as it soared across the midfield, heading towards the rapidly advancing figures of Li Xingli and Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong swiftly retreated behind Yang Xingli, glancing upward to assess the trajectory of the descending ball. As the sphere began to plummet, he abruptly halted his retreat, transitioning into a forward sprint that propelled him past Yang Xingli. The ball descended rapidly, and with a determined glare, Lu Dongdong leapt from the ground, executing a kick reminiscent of those seen in martial arts competitions. He struck the surface of the ball with precision, sending it soaring before it could touch the ground, rolling it out of bounds. Yang Xingli, who had been running at a brisk pace, faltered momentarily and could only shake his head in disappointment. What an extraordinary kick! Chui Xian exclaimed, giving Lu Dongdong an enthusiastic thumbs up. The manner in which he handled the ball was distinctly unconventional for a football field, a feat not easily replicated by everyone. At the moment Lu Dongdong soared into the air, his arms spread wide like a great rock taking flight. One leg poised in a stance of balance, while the other rose decisively to deliver the kick. His judgment of the ball's descent and the precision of his strike were nothing short of flawless, meriting recognition from all. Even Cui Shixiao, who harbored a long-standing bias against Lu, would undoubtedly express sincere admiration for this corner kick. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin returned to the center of the court, resuming their previous positions. As Yang Shenglin stepped back, he turned his head slightly and whispered to Lu Dongdong, "Lu Dongdong, did you ever practice Chinese martial arts in elementary school?" The way you executed that kick just now, soaring through the air, was truly impressive. Lu Dongyong offered a faint smile, opting for silence. You actually practiced martial arts in elementary school. What prompted your sudden shift to football? Yang Xingli inquired with curiosity. To be honest, it was rather serendipitous. When I was a child, my parents envisioned me as a martial arts instructor, never anticipating that I would ultimately embark on a journey into the realm of football. I see. Did your parents ever oppose your pursuit of football? Yang Xingli asked. Initially, my mother expressed some reservations, but eventually, through the subtle influence of my father and me, she came to accept my passion for the sport. My father, an ardent football enthusiast, wholeheartedly supported my desire to engage in formal football training. You are truly fortunate, Yang Xingli remarked. My parents have always. As they continued their conversation, a thunderous voice suddenly interrupted. What are you two doing? Do you think this is a park? Focus. If not, I will make you run 10 laps around the field. Cui Xianbin admonished sternly. Lu Dongyong and Yang Xingli promptly offered their apologies, setting aside all distractions and immersing themselves wholeheartedly in the competition once more. Run faster, Li Xingli. Are you merely strolling? Defending your opponent will not wait until you have possession of the ball before attempting to intercept it. Positioning. Li Xingli, utilize your physique. Use your body to block Lu Dongyong. Do not allow him to effortlessly slip past you from behind. Though you are currently an offensive player, it is imperative to leverage your physical advantages. Chapter 108. A transformative change. Half an hour later, the training session concluded. Although Lu Dongyong's performance was not as remarkable as his previous interceptions, it was still significantly superior to Yang Xingli's. In their 10 rounds of competition, he emerged victorious 7 times and faced defeat 3 times. Now, let us take a brief respite of 5 minutes. We shall commence the 3rd segment of training thereafter. Cui Xianbin blew the whistle, clapped his hands, and approached the edge of the field, lifting a bottle of mineral water to quench his thirst. Despite her role as an assistant coach, she had just engaged in the same distance of running as Lu Dongyong and Yang Xingli, continuously speaking passionately without respite. Her throat ablaze as if ignited by fire. Lu Dongyong and Li Xingli strolled back to the sidelines of the court, side by side, only to find on Jihyun, the linchpin of the team's defense, standing there, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon them. Beside her stood Cha Zai, the pivotal midfielder, along with the seasoned veteran, Guan Gu. Both of you performed admirably just now, On Jihyun remarked, her voice calm, yet authoritative. However, as a central defender, it is imperative to always remember to harness the strength of your bodies. Your physicality is your most formidable weapon. Lu Dongyong and Yang Xingli were taken aback, promptly nodding in acknowledgement. To receive guidance from a stalwart of the team's defense is a tremendous honor for a newcomer. You two must strive diligently. The unexpected passing of Dong Zai, though a tragedy none of us wish to witness, presents an opportunity before you. Guanggu took a step forward, raising both arms to gently pat the shoulders of Li Xingli and Lu Dongyong. Having fought alongside them in the past, he felt a deeper connection to them than to Qi Xuan and Che Zai. After exchanging a few words, the training match resumed, and Che Zai's group turned to depart. How wonderful it would be if one day I could become an exceptional center back like Brotherin, Yang Xingli mused, gazing enviously at the departing figures of Qi Xuan and the others. Lu Dongyong turned his neck and said to him, "Let us give it our all. It will definitely be realized." Indeed, Yang Xingli nodded vigorously. After a brief 5-minute respite, they were summoned back onto the field by Cui Xianbin. Standing before him, the two held their heads high, their hands clasped behind their backs, attentively listening. Our upcoming training will focus on contesting aerial balls. As a central defender, one must possess absolute aerial dominance. A central defender's prowess is often manifested in this aspect, as the backbone of the team's defense. Lacking exceptional heading ability can prove fatal for the team's defensive integrity. Cui Xianbin addressed Yang Xingli and Lu Dongyong, stating, "When it comes to contesting aerial balls, possessing formidable physical strength is paramount. You must assert absolute superiority in your confrontations with opponents. Only then can you approach the descending ball with composure. Of course, as I mentioned earlier, aside from physical agility and other athletic attributes, the most critical skill for a central defender is the ability to accurately judge the ball's landing point. Only with precise judgment can you seize the initiative before making your move. On the football field, situations change in the blink of an eye. Gaining even a fleeting advantage over your opponent can lead to vastly different outcomes." Lu Dongyong and Yang Xingli each nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, as Cui Xianbin had articulated, The role of a central defender often necessitates the selection of individuals who possess considerable height and robust physiques. This preference is rooted in the formidable physicality and remarkable leaping ability that such defenders typically exhibit, granting them dominion over aerial duels and enabling them to intercept any ball directed towards the penalty area. Throughout the realm of football, while there are certainly shorter central defenders who exhibit exceptional technical skills and enjoy considerable acclaim, the majority still conform to this stringent criterion. Although your towering stature is an advantage, it is accompanied by a distinct disadvantage. Your long legs, while impressive, lack the requisite physical resilience in confrontations. You may find it hard to accept my assertion, but should you ever face off against an Chichuan or a forward who emphasizes physical strength, you would undoubtedly come to appreciate this truth, remarked Chui Xiebing. Coach Chui, we are well aware of this. In our last match, we contested headers against an Chichuan and were nearly entirely overpowered, Lu Dongdong admitted with a hint of embarrassment. Yang Xingli nodded in agreement, his expression one of shame. Is that so? If you are already cognizant of this reality, then during our training, you will gain further clarity on what is required of you, Chui Xianbing said, a faint smile gracing his face. This time, similar to before, but you two will position yourselves directly within the penalty area. Rather than opting for long passes, you will continue to alternate between the roles of attacker and defender. The defenders are tasked with disrupting the ball, while the attackers must control the ball at their feet upon my delivery. Should you manage to score directly, it will be worth 2 points. Do you understand? Understood. Both responded in succession with nods of affirmation. Let us commence. This training session will extend longer than the previous two. Remember, success in football is never solely reliant on brute strength or physicality, but rather on intellect. One must learn to employ finesse to overcome force, rather than resorting to sheer power. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shirley turned and departed, one following the other into the restricted area. Chui Xianbin approached the center circle, placing the ball upon the grass. The training match commenced, in the role of both attacker and defender, mirroring their previous 2 sessions. Yang Xingli took the offensive while Lu Dongdong assumed the defensive position. Chui Xianbin glanced up to assess Yang Xingli's positioning, decisively lifted his foot, and sent the ball soaring from the ground with a powerful kick. His passing skills were commendable. The ball traced a white arc as it ascended into the sky. Upon reaching its zenith, the rapidly spinning ball, propelled by gravitational acceleration, executed a graceful curve resembling a 7, akin to a shooting star. As it hurtled toward the penalty area, Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli moved almost simultaneously, their footsteps gliding to the left as they made an astute assessment, positioning themselves precisely where the ball was destined to descend. Yang Xingli, towering in stature, standing a full head taller than Yo Dongdong, boasted a physique even more robust than his counterparts. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, jostling against each other, with Yang Xingli, the attacker, holding the advantage. His arms gently swung backward, using his back and arms to firmly pin Lu Dongdong behind him. As the ball descended with increasing velocity, just as Yang Xingli was about to leap, Lu Dongdong, who had been firmly ensnared behind him, suddenly slipped out like a wily eel from under his left armpit, right before Yang Xingli's eyes. She sprang upwards with a fierce thrust, akin to a bamboo shoot bursting forth from the earth, twisting her neck slightly to the left before forcefully striking the fast-spinning ball, sending it sailing beyond the boundary line. Frustration washed over Yang Xingli. He was perplexed, unable to fathom how Lu Dongdong had managed to dart out from behind him when he believed he had secured his position so effectively. Chui Xianbin observed quietly as Niu Dongdong turned to retrieve the ball that had rolled off the field, a hint of confusion crossing his face. During yesterday's match, he had stood at the sidelines, closely monitoring the performance of each of the 22 players on the field, regardless of their physical stature or skill level. He had already formed a comprehensive judgment in his mind. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin, although they played as partners in the center-back position yesterday, with Lu Dongdong being an unqualified player who entered through connections, the disparity in their overall technical proficiency is evident, with Yang Xingli clearly surpassing Lu Dongdong. Particularly, with her advantageous physique, she exhibits a greater strength awareness compared to Lu Dongdong. However, in today's 3 training matches, including the recent aerial challenges, Lu Dongdong, while not entirely dominating, has clearly demonstrated a level of skill that is distinctly inferior to that of Yang Xingli. Yet, yesterday, Chui Xian distinctly recalled that in terms of physical confrontation, Lu Dongdong was evidently outmatched by Yang Xingli. Could it be that Lu Dongdong did not exert her full capabilities during yesterday's match? This seems implausible, as any player with even a modicum of intelligence would seize the opportunity to showcase themselves before the coach. Was she perhaps attempting to create a stark contrast to leave a deeper impression on Cui Shijiao? If that were the case, then her cunning would be rather excessive. Nevertheless, could the youthful Lu Dongdong truly embody such a character? Cui Xianbin wished to dismiss this notion, yet one cannot truly know a person's heart merely by their appearance. The essence of an individual cannot be discerned through fleeting interactions. Assistant Cui, Lu Dongdong forcefully tossed the distinct black and white ball towards Cui Xianbin. Awakening from his reverie, Cui Xianbin glanced at the beaming Lu Dongdong and exclaimed, "Continue." Shifting his gaze to Yang Xingli, he called out, "Utilize your physique, maintain unwavering focus at all times. And do not let your attention waver until you have completely mastered the ball at your feet. Always remember, the ball is round, and anything can happen." Yang Xingli, filled with shame, lowered his head and repeatedly rubbed the back of his neck. The training match resumed. For the second time, the ball descended from above as Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli stood back to back, utilizing their bodies to fiercely push against each other. Both gritted their teeth. Locked in a stalemate, their unwavering gaze fixed upon the slowly descending ball. Chapter 109. Concealed Strength as the distance closed. The confrontation between the evenly matched pair intensified. Their feet pounded against the ground relentlessly, beads of sweat rolling down their faces. In the next moment, Yang Xingli, towering at a height of 6 feet and 5 inches, suddenly stumbled, forcibly pushed aside by Lu Dongdong. Unbound by any constraints, Lu Dongdong leapt off the ground, his tall frame soaring 3 meters into the air. Just before the ball touched the ground, he flicked his head and sent it flying once more. The whistle blew, and Cui Xianbin raised a hand, signaling Lu Dongdong's victory in this round, awarding him a point. "Lu Dongdong, did you intentionally conceal your strength last time? Why do I feel that this time, both your positioning and physical power are significantly superior to yesterday's match?" Yang Xingli remarked, his expression one of frustration. "How could that be? Perhaps I'm just feeling particularly good today." Lu Dongdong chuckled lightly. He could not directly reveal to Yang Xingli that his nimble footwork and enhanced strength were the results of acquiring a system that allowed him to train on the green pitch every night, earning skill points to bolster his physical attributes. Though such claims might sound incredulous to outsiders, he was unwavering in his belief. He had personally experienced the transformation of his strength, which was continuously growing. Everything that transpired on the green pitch was not a mere dream but a tangible reality. He quietly clenched his fists, preparing to utilize all he had learned on the field to thoroughly overpower Li Xingli in the ensuing confrontations. He regarded today's training match as the dawn of his new football career. Suddenly, he lifted his head and noticed Cui Xianbin standing at the center of the field, his unwavering gaze fixed upon him. Their eyes met for a moment, and Lu Dongdong quickly lowered his head, sensing a mysterious glimmer in Cui Xianbin's eyes, as if he had seen through the secrets of his heart. Avoiding eye contact, he pondered, "Could it be that I have truly guessed correctly? Is everything merely an act of feigned weakness, a guise to surprise the team? If you have indeed decided to proceed this way, the last thing you should do is to gain entry into the team through Ms. Zhang Yula's back door. For Coach Cui Shijiao would absolutely not tolerate such circumstances within his team. You took a step, the finest move, yet you chose the most ill-advised opponent." She inhaled deeply, nudging the ball to her feet, and with a resounding shout exclaimed, "Continue. Li Xingli, do you comprehend what your strengths are? Employ your own power. Utilize your awareness. Engage your intellect. Anticipate. Predict. After judging the landing point, position your body in advance to obstruct Lu Dongdong, leaving him no opportunity to leap. As an attacker, no one demands that you must jump to contest. Positioning, positioning. Li Xingli, run faster, run faster. Do you believe your opponent will grant you a moment's respite? On the court, you must exert yourself to the fullest at all times." After nearly 40 minutes of fierce confrontation, the training match finally concluded. Yang Xingli collapsed onto the ground, breathless and exhausted. Compared to his physical fatigue, the weariness within his heart was far more profound, for he had faced 3 confrontations, all culminating in defeat. His performance, or rather, his capabilities, were utterly overshadowed by Lu Dongdong. He never anticipated such a scenario. Just yesterday, he perceived Lu Dongdong's prowess to be on par with his own, perhaps even slightly superior. To his astonishment, today's training session left him thoroughly vanquished by Lu Dongdong, resulting in a disheartening defeat. Lu Dongdong, equally exhausted and drenched in sweat, stood still, panting heavily. He cast a quiet glance at Yang Xingli, devoid of any sense of victory or defeat, but instead filled with unparalleled exhilaration. In any competition, What individuals cherish most is not the confrontation with those who are vastly inferior, nor the challenge against those who are significantly superior. The most gratifying experience arises from battling an opponent of comparable strength, that feeling of giving one's all and forgetting everything else. Of course, achieving success in such encounters would be the epitome of perfection. After a brief respite, Cui Xianbin approached, glancing at both Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli. He clapped his hands together forcefully to draw their attention, and in a solemn tone, he stated, "Today is merely an ordinary training match. Do not become overly entangled in notions of victory or defeat. Take time to reflect on what you performed well and where you fell short during the confrontation. This training session is merely the first in a series, and everything has only just begun. I selected both of you because your skill levels are quite comparable. In certain aspects, you excel far beyond your opponents. However, you must remember that no matter how brilliant your performance today, it pales in comparison to even the main substitutes of the youth team. There is no room for pride. Do you understand?" As he finished, his gaze settled on Lu Dongdong's face. His intention was twofold: to alleviate Yang Xingli's disheartened spirits and to remind Lu Dongdong to remain humble and composed. Despite having triumphed over Yang Xingli 3 times in succession, he knew that Yang was a player who could not even secure a spot as a substitute on the youth team. There was nothing to take pride in. Although Lu Dongdong's performance had indeed exceeded expectations, he still fell significantly short of the standards he envisioned for a competent team member. Upon hearing Cui Xianbin's words, Lu Dongdong nodded gently. Today's victory, indeed, serves as a significant boost to his self-confidence. However, he is acutely aware that if he wishes to establish himself within the youth team and succeed in the upcoming trials at the month's end, he has a considerable distance yet to traverse. His opponent today was merely Yang Xingli. It is only when he can triumph over the core defender of the youth team, and Qixuan, that he will have a moment to take pride in. Yang Xingli sat on the grass, catching his breath before rising. He glanced at Lu Dongdong and nodded earnestly at Cui Xianbin. A true professional footballer must possess a resilient heart, remaining steadfast in the face of triumph or defeat, refusing to succumb to discouragement or arrogance. As the three concluded their training, the whistle for the end of the match echoed from another pitch. Unsurprisingly, the A team, composed of the youth team's main players, decisively defeated the B team, which consisted of substitutes and reserves, with a score of 3-0. The consecutive matches and significant scorelines symbolize the stark disparity in skill levels between the primary and secondary players of the youth team. They highlight the gap that prevents the genuine K2 League player, Yuhan, from stepping onto the field. The B team players, exhausted and panting, bore expressions of desolation and dissatisfaction. Particularly poignant was the B team's forward, who had showcased exceptional performance and scored a splendid goal in yesterday's match. The look of discontent on his face was palpable to all. Yet, the reality remained that, against the formidable defense led by Qixuan, he found no opportunities throughout the entire 90 minutes of play. To put it bluntly, he was virtually invisible, rendering his presence inconsequential. Veteran Guangu approached the B team forward, gently patting his back and offering words of comfort. As someone who has traversed this path, Guangu understands the arduous journey from being a newcomer to becoming a seasoned player, one that is often fraught with challenges and trials. Even those prodigious talents must endure hardships before they can truly shine, and you are far from being an extraordinary genius. Upon returning home today, I urge you to reflect on your experiences and identify areas for improvement. Write your thoughts down in a notebook, and during our next training session, take it out and review it. You will discover that there is much more to learn, Cui Xianbin imparted sagely. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli nodded in acknowledgement. All right, let's regroup. The match on the opposite side has concluded as well. Take a brief rest, and I shall return to seek you out shortly. Cui Xian lightly nodded to Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli before turning on her heel and making her way directly to the office of the club's head coach. With Cui Shijiao now elevated to the position of head coach, he was absent from the club, leaving his assistant coach with numerous responsibilities to fulfill. At 5 in the afternoon, a group of players emerged one after another from the club's main entrance, freshly showered and dressed. Those already basking in fame and fortune, like Che Zai and Bianlu Kuaima, flaunted their driving licenses as they sped away in their sleek sports cars. As newcomers to the team, not a single one among them could hide the glimmer of envy in their eyes. They gazed longingly at the roaring vehicles as they accelerated out of sight, daydreaming of the day they might occupy those coveted seats and own a sports car of their own. Stop looking. The more you stare, the more it hurts. You might find that despite a lifetime of effort, You may never reach their heights. A man forcefully squeezed into the line of rookies. He stood at around 6 feet tall, with slightly wavy hair, approximately 30 years of age, and was a key substitute player for the youth team, playing as a central defender named Olin. Upon hearing his words, the group of newcomers displayed a range of expressions, some impassive yet inwardly defiant, others dismissive, while a few harbored a reluctant acceptance despite their discontent. Chapter 110. Forgotten matters. You shouldn't spout nonsense here. Just because you can't reach those heights doesn't mean others can't. Don't undermine others' confidence or mislead them. Guanggu stepped forward from behind, casting a disapproving glance. As the elder brother among the team, even the captain Zai had to show him some respect, allowing him the liberty to reprimand anyone he wished. Aonan chuckled a few times, waving his hand in apology, indicating to everyone that he was merely joking. As long as you all put in the effort, there will surely come a day when you can drive luxurious cars, pursue models, and enjoy a life of indulgence in every aspect. Aonan spoke animatedly, but was quickly silenced by a glare from Guanggu. The group shared a few more laughs, exchanging farewells before parting ways. Lu Dongdong crossed the street and made his way to the bus station, where he waited for nearly 10 minutes before boarding the vehicle that would take him back to his residence. Half an hour later, as the bus passed through Hagong, passengers who had been waiting for quite some time hurriedly boarded. Lu Dongdong, seated in the front row of the back section, lifted his head to scan the area, but was met with disappointment as he failed to spot a familiar face. Despite his outstanding performance earlier in the day, which filled him with a sense of great satisfaction, he yearned to confide in a friend. He had initially hoped to encounter Hyuna on the bus, but alas, she was nowhere to be seen. He speculated that she might have switched to a different shift and, feeling somewhat disheartened, lowered his gaze. At that moment, he noticed a pair of elegant legs adorned with stunning black high heels striding swiftly towards him, and a familiar voice rang in his ears. Lu Dongdong, hello. Lu Dongdong, hesitant and lacking confidence, dared not raise his head as he gazed at the girl with dimples and a gentle smile, momentarily captivated. Hyuna gently reminded him, prompting the somewhat slow-witted Lu Dongdong to quickly shift his feet, settling into a seat by the window. As the bus commenced its slow journey, the two began to converse, exchanging words sporadically. Lu Dongdong eagerly recounted the events of this afternoon's competition to Hyuna. Delighted by the news, Hyuna raised her thumb in approval, showering him with praise, which left Lu Dongdong feeling somewhat bashful. Lu Dongdong, I have a day off tomorrow. How about I invite Choi Hyunbin out so that you two can meet each other? Hyuna suggested. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment and shook his head, saying, perhaps it is best to let it be. I have always felt that this situation is somewhat inappropriate. In Chinese, we might say it resembles taking shortcuts. I understood his sentiment, as I once had a roommate who was also Chinese. However, you are overthinking this. Your performance today has been outstanding, and I am confident that Choi Hyunbin has taken notice, as have your teammates. This has nothing to do with taking shortcuts. I still feel a bit uneasy about it. Lu Dongdong, truly, it is of no concern. Brother Choi is a good friend of my brother, and we have always shared a cordial relationship. You are a newly acquainted friend, and it is perfectly natural for me to introduce you to him. Do not dwell on it too much. Hyunya, how about this? Let's wait until I have officially passed the assessment at the club, and then we can invite him to dinner together. One of our players recently passed away in a car accident, and our head coach has been absent from the club these days, occupied with finding a suitable player to fill his position. Currently, Assistant Choi is solely responsible for the team's training, and I suspect he is quite overwhelmed. That makes sense then. All right. Hyunya nodded, glancing at Lu Dongdong, and quietly inquired, how old was your teammate who suddenly passed away? What position did he play? He played the same position as us, but he was an absolute key player for the team, which is why our head coach has been absent. As for his age, I'm not entirely certain, but I heard others mention that he was only 28. How tragic. Lu Dongdong sighed softly. Indeed, it is heartbreaking to lose someone so young. His family must be devastated. Hyunya nodded, her gaze drifting to the window, where the twinkling night scenery reflected her delicate features, accompanied by an unmistakable trace of sorrow. What is it? You suddenly seem disheartened, Lu Dongdong said softly. It's because I thought of my brother. Hyunya turned her head to meet Lu Dongdong's eyes, saying, my brother also passed away in a car accident a few years ago, at the tender age of 28, and like your unfortunate teammate, he too played football. Oh. Lu Dongdong paused, quickly expressing his apologies. It is all right. That incident happened many years ago. I only feel a pang of sadness when I think of him occasionally. Hyunya raised her arm to tuck a stray lock of hair behind her ear. Nevertheless, her expression of sorrow lingered, undiminished. Lu Dongdong observed keenly, his heart racing. After a moment's contemplation, he deliberately shifted the topic, inquiring, "Is it through your brother that you became acquainted with Assistant Chui?" Hyunya nodded, responding, "Indeed. My brother and Brother Chui were exceptionally close friends. They played the same position on the field, maintaining a relationship of both competition and mutual support. I used to accompany their team to various competitions across the nation. Those times were truly carefree, and merely reminiscing brings a smile to my face." A blissful smile graced his features as he slightly lifted his chin, gazing through the transparent glass window at the distant sky. "What positions did your brother and Assistant Chui play?" Lu Dongdong couldn't suppress his curiosity. "Defenders," Hyunya replied, turning her head. "Both were center backs. Yet they were recognized as a golden duo within the team, instilling fear in all the forwards." "So formidable?" Lu Dongdong exclaimed in surprise. "Which team did they play for? They must be quite renowned." His inquiry stemmed from his utter lack of understanding, for if one were to boast, Assistant Chui and her now outdated brother should indeed possess considerable fame within the football realm. Although Lu Dongdong is Chinese, he possesses a certain degree of familiarity with football stars from neighboring countries, Japan and South Korea, due to their shared presence in the Asian football arena. However, he had never encountered nor heard of Assistant Choi or his brother. Chapter 111, Striving for Glory. "They are from a South Korean university," Hyunya remarked. Noticing Lu Dongdong's puzzled expression, she chuckled softly and quickly clarified, "You misunderstood my words. At that time, they were not professional football players, but members of the H-Country University football team, a remarkably renowned duo in the realm of university football." "Ah, I see now," Lu Dongdong responded, his face illuminating with understanding. After a few more minutes of conversation, Hyunya reached her stop, stood up, waved goodbye to Lu Dongdong, and exited through the back door towards the bus. Lu Dongdong, standing behind the transparent glass window, waved exuberantly, momentarily dispelling the fatigue that had settled upon him after rigorous training. A half-hour later, as the bus reached its final destination, he rose from his seat, one of the last few remaining passengers. He watched the bus depart towards the terminal parking lot before turning away and walking towards the nearby construction site, still aglow with scattered lights. Upon returning to his room, he was greeted by Uncle Wang, who, holding a large stainless steel basin filled with food, mumbled indistinctly, "Welcome back." "Dongdong, how was training today?" "It went quite well," Lu Dongdong replied modestly. "Our assistant coach even praised me." "Is that so? That's wonderful. You must work hard." "I'm looking forward to the day when I can take our group of workers to watch your match against the Koreans," Uncle Wang said with a grin. "Mind your words. What do you mean by playing against the Koreans?" "She is currently playing for a team in Korea. Regardless, one must always show due respect to their club." Lu's father, Lu Gang, interjected, approaching with remnants of food glistening on his lips, clearly having just finished his meal. Lu Dongdong chuckled softly a few times and inquired, "Dad, have you finished your meal? Was work at the construction site tiring today? Surely, there can't be too much to do, right? What is there to tire you? Aren't the daily tasks always the same? I've long since grown accustomed to it. You, my dear son, have worked hard all day. Quickly take a hot shower. If you delay, you will have to wait for ages." Lu Gang approached Lu Dongdong's bed, seized a towel draped over the iron bed frame, and casually tossed it into Lu Dongdong's hands. "Dad, I'm fine. At our club, we always shower in the locker room after training and matches. Aside from a little sweat on the bus, I'm quite clean," Lu Dongdong replied. "Very well. Are you still hungry? Would you like something more to eat? The cafeteria chef has tea left yet. I can ask old Zhang to bring over another portion," Lu Gang offered. "No need, Dad. Just sit and rest for a while. Our club employs professional nutritionists who prepare our meals. They require us to finish our meals before returning. The food on the construction site is rather greasy, and even if I wanted to eat it, I couldn't," Lu Dongdong smiled as he explained. "Indeed, old Nyo, spare yourself the worry. Simply sit on the bed and listen to your son recount stories." He continued, "Today, my performance was exceptional, and I even received praise from our leaders." Wang Pengzi chimed in, beaming with delight as he tilted his head back and, with a few swift motions, stuffed his mouth with food from the stainless steel bowl, the sound of his chewing echoing around. "Really? Do tell me more," Lu Gang exclaimed, his face lighting up with joy as he patted the bed beside him. Urging Lu Dongdong to come closer, he asked, "You've been at the youth club for 2 or 3 days now. Do you find any differences in their training methods compared to those back home?" Lu Dongdong, with a cheerful smile, approached Lu Gang and remarked, over the past few days. Our team's head coach has been preoccupied with acquiring a new player and has been absent from the club. I have not personally witnessed the specific differences, but I sense that the training methods of the youth team and the quality of the team's facilities are several notches superior to those of previous teams. Pausing momentarily, he mused to himself, such circumstances are to be expected, as the K2 League, in strict terms, is akin to our domestic League One, standing at least one tier above the second division. Moreover, the youth team has consistently maintained a position within the top 4 of the K2 League, which is tantamount to being half of a prestigious club in our country. Lu Gang continuously nodded, eagerly inquiring about Lu Dongdong's performance in the team today. Upon learning the details, he excitedly remarked, Dongdong, although your performance today was commendable, you must remember to remain humble and not let pride overwhelm you. As a newcomer, your primary objective should be to dedicate yourself fully and strive to excel in the upcoming training assessment at the end of the month. Understood, Dad. Rest assured, I will be mindful, Lu Dongdong replied. The conversation then shifted as Lu Dongdong expressed concern, saying, Dad, you must also take care of yourself on the construction site. Don't overexert yourself. Once I pass the assessment at the end of the month, I will have a stable income each month. Though the salary may not be substantial, it will be sufficient to contribute to our household. Your and Mom's financial support won't be necessary anymore, and our lives will undoubtedly improve. Ah, Dongdong, you need not worry about finances at all. Your mother and I have already made provisions for you. Focus entirely on your football. Train diligently and heed the advice of the club's head coach and management. If you can indeed carve out a niche for yourself in the Korean League, it will not only bring pride to your parents but also honor our fellow countrymen, he encouraged. Wang Pengzi interjected, drawing closer and wiping his mouth with a white tissue. Speaking in a gruff voice, I usually don't know much about football, but under your father's influence, I have a general understanding of the state of Chinese football. Dongdong, think about it. If you manage to stand out in H country, it would certainly be a slap in the face to those coaches in Chinese football, showing them what it means to lack vision, as they fail to recognize such a talented individual like you. Uncle Wang, you're exaggerating. I am well aware of my capabilities and have not reached the level you describe. While there are indeed issues with the development of football in our country, significant improvements have been made in our generation. The challenge lies in the sheer number of participants, resulting in fierce competition, Lu Dongdong humbly replied. I don't know or care about the competition. What matters to me is that if you make a name for yourself in tonight's match in H country, it will prove that your previous coaches were inadequate. Wang Pengzi maintained his stance. Chapter 112. The feeling of excitement, Lu Dongdong refrained from further conversation, understanding that such deeply entrenched prejudices could not be dispelled by mere words. The three gathered around the bedside engaged in conversation until approximately 9 o'clock in the evening. Reluctant to part ways, each eventually retreated to their own pursuits, some to bathe and others to sleep. A week later, at 7 in the morning, passengers at the bus stop eagerly awaited their transport. Under their hopeful gazes, the bus finally arrived, albeit tardily. Lu Dongdong followed the crowd onto the bus. Perhaps due to the bus's delay, the number of passengers on this particular trip was exceptionally high. After much effort, Lu Dongdong finally managed to secure a seat at the back. Half an hour later, the bus arrived at Hugang Station, and a new wave of passengers boarded. Among them were both men and women, but one figure, in particular, stirred a profound excitement within Lu Dongdong. He immediately waved his hand. From the throng of people, a delicate figure emerged with great difficulty. Upon raising her head, her face instantly lit up with joy as she hurried over. Lu Dongdong, long time no see. I thought I wouldn't get to see you today. The radiant smile on her face was particularly bright, bringing warmth to the chilly morning. I feel the same way. I haven't seen you for the last couple of days. I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. At this point, Lu Dongdong quickly covered his mouth with his hand, feeling a bit embarrassed. He chuckled softly, then tightly gripped the seat, offering it to Hyunhae. This time, Hyunhae accepted without hesitation and promptly took a seat. Lu Dongdong nestled closely against his seat, grasping the overhead handrail, swaying his body in rhythm with the jolting vehicle. The bus surged forward, carrying a multitude of passengers. Lu Dongdong gazed down with an air of superiority at the boastful face, suddenly remarking, You seem fine. But why does it appear that your dark circles are rather pronounced? Have you not been sleeping well these past few days? Is it that obvious? Hyuna inquired, as she retrieved a small mirror from her bag to inspect her appearance. After a moment, she lifted her head and replied, These past 2 nights I've been on night shifts, finishing work at 7 in the morning. no matter how long I sleep during the day. My body simply cannot keep up. Ah, I see. I truly believe that your work as a nurse must be quite arduous, Lu Dongdong acknowledged. Indeed, especially in our department. We frequently have patients arriving in the early hours. They are often intoxicated, involved in fights, or have had accidents. There is hardly any time to rest. If your job is so taxing, why not seek a different one? With your beauty, I am certain there are numerous opportunities available to you. Hyuna suddenly lifted her head, looking at Lu Dongdong with a smile, and said, who said that a girl's beauty guarantees her more job prospects? Do you truly believe I rely on my looks to make a living? Her expression shifted to one of seriousness, leaving Lu Dongdong momentarily at a loss for words. The next moment, Hyuna chuckled lightly, waving her hand with a hint of embarrassment, and said, I'm not teasing you anymore, whenever I joke with you. You always take my words too literally. As she spoke, a firm light blossomed in her eyes, and she continued, being a nurse has been my dream since childhood. Although the work is somewhat challenging, having chosen this path means there is no turning back. Regardless of how tough or exhausting it may become, I will persevere. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes shone with unwavering determination. Lu Dongdong nodded appreciatively. As a fellow young dreamer, he profoundly understood Hyuna's sentiments. For the sake of their aspirations, they exert every ounce of energy in pursuit. For their dreams, they fear nothing. Regardless of exhaustion, they grit their teeth and press on, firmly believing that one day they shall reach the shores of their dreams and become the individuals they have always yearned to be. Hyuna, keep going. I believe that if you persist, your dreams will undoubtedly come to fruition, Lu Dongdong declared, raising his fist and arm emphatically. Hyuna gently nodded, her gaze fixed on Lu Dongdong's eyes as she said, you too. Let us encourage each other and see who can achieve their dreams first. The one who succeeds first shall treat the other to a meal, shall we? No problem, Lu Dongdong replied without a moment's hesitation. Hyuna extended an arm, lifting 5 fair fingers before Lu Dongdong. He looked slightly puzzled, unsure of the meaning behind her gesture. That's a high-five agreement. Isn't that something you Chinese people love? Hyuna said, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a smile. All right. Lu Dongdong quickly understood, extending his palm to meet Hyuna's, producing a crisp sound. By the way, I work night shifts. How have you been performing at the club these past few days? Hyuna inquired with curiosity. Just like before, quite well. I have consistently excelled in the training plan set by Assistant Chui. Yang Xingli is simply no match for me, Lu Dongdong said, scratching the back of his head. Pfft. Hyuna playfully rolled her eyes and remarked, who praises themselves like that? Not humble at all. After a brief pause, her face brightened with a smile as she continued. But I believe you, because you are truly remarkable. Why do you have such faith in me? You've never seen me kick a ball, he replied. True. But on the very first night we met, I saw a spark in your eyes, a light I have also seen in my brothers. Those who possess such brilliance are always exceptional at football, without exception. A person who possesses an intense passion for what they do can never be hindered by anything in this world, Hyuna stated earnestly. Lu Dongdong nodded thoughtfully, her heart resonating with profound agreement. Is your assessment training scheduled for the end of this month? May I visit your club to watch you play football? Hyuna inquired. Well, Lu Dongdong hesitated for several seconds before candidly replying, I truly do not know whether it is permitted, but if you wish to attend, I can certainly inquire. At this point, a sudden thought struck her, and she smiled as she added, aren't you good friends with Assistant Choi? You could simply give him a call to ask. It's certainly more effective than asking me. Chapter 113. The latest news. That is indeed a thought. Hyuna nodded to herself before suddenly stating, but I would like to know your opinion on the matter. After all, what I am most eager to see is your performance on the field. Upon hearing this, Lu Dongdong's face instantly flushed, leaving her momentarily speechless. Though she had yet to experience romance or even hold a girl's hand, it did not imply that she was entirely oblivious to the subtle hints of affection directed towards her. The bus arrived at the station. Upon reaching their destination, Xianyao stood to bid farewell. The two exchanged glances through the transparent glass window until the bus pulled away, at which point Lu Dongdong finally averted her gaze. Over the past 7 days, apart from the previous 2 days when she had not checked in on Hyuna, they had commuted together almost every day. And even during the exhausting training sessions, she felt an overwhelming sense of happiness in those fleeting moments. In the office of the youth club's general manager, Choi Hyun-bin sat across from Manager Woo, one wearing a calm demeanor while the other was visibly troubled. Assistant Choi, a week has already passed. And with only 4 days left until the transfer window closes, our negotiations have made no progress. Will we be able to execute our recruitment plan? Do you have any idea how restless I have been these past few days? unable to eat or sleep. Manager Wu said, frowning as he instinctively reached for the pack of cigarettes on the coffee table. Just as he placed one in his mouth, he dejectedly returned it to the box. Choi Hyun-bin observed the scene quietly and replied in a measured tone, Manager Wu, you need to relax. As you just mentioned, the transfer window is about to close. And most teams have already finalized their rosters for the upcoming season. If we suddenly attempt to pry a player away from them, it is indeed a complicated matter, not something that can be resolved in a hurry. You must understand that our coaching staff has been working overtime during this period. I understand, Manager Wu replied. But who understands my predicament? Manager Wu scratched his slightly balding forehead and, with irritation, exclaimed, at the outset, you insisted that time was of the essence, urging me to apply for funding at the earliest opportunity. I completed the task that very day, enduring various challenges and criticisms, with people pointing fingers and voicing their opinions right in my face. Now, the coaching staff resorts to this one phrase to placate me. Are you toying with me? Manager Wu, your words are rather harsh. Choi Hyun-bin straightened his posture and met Manager Wu's gaze earnestly. During the execution of this transfer plan, both Coach Choi Se-chow and I clearly articulated the various circumstances in your presence. We unequivocally stated that the transfer plan might not necessarily succeed. After all, the situation with Lee Dong-jae was unforeseen by anyone, including yourself. We are all exerting our utmost efforts. We can only do what is humanly possible and leave the rest to fate. Even if you were to eliminate us all, it would serve no purpose. Manager Wu was left speechless, turning his head away in frustration, opting to ignore the scene before him. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Choi Hyun-bin silently observed the clock mounted on the wall, intending to depart once the hour struck 8. Although there had been no good news regarding the recruitment plans, he maintained his composure, in stark contrast to Manager Wu's anxiety. As a professional well-versed in the football market, he understood the profound difficulties of acquiring a core player who meets the team's requirements as the transfer window drew to a close. It was certainly not a matter of mere desire. The conditions for success included possessing ample funds to spend several times over on a desired player without hesitation. However, such occurrences were typically reserved for affluent clubs and were utterly unattainable for their youth team under Manager Wu's direction. As time ticked away, the minute hand approached 8 o'clock. Choi Hyun-bin adjusted his attire, preparing to rise and take his leave when suddenly, his phone buzzed in his pocket. He glanced at Manager Wu, retrieved his phone, and discovered it was a call from head coach Choi Se-ju. It's Coach Choi. There must be good news, Choi Hyun-bin remarked. Manager Wu, who had been reclining on the sofa, immediately perked up, sitting upright and gesturing for Choi Hyun-bin to answer the call quickly. Choi Hyun-bin placed the phone on the coffee table and activated the speaker function. A few minutes later, the call ended. Slowly, Choi Hyun-bin lifted his head, a sheepish smile adorning his face as he looked across at Manager Wu. Manager Wu, now slumped back on the sofa, appeared entirely deflated. The earlier excitement completely vanished. He covered his forehead with a hand, feeling an overwhelming headache. What on earth is happening? After such a long wait for news, we finally secured a reasonably suitable candidate. Yet the budget must increase by an additional 5 million won. Where am I supposed to find that kind of money? Do you think that by merely uttering a few words, I can effortlessly procure the necessary funds? Manager Wu lamented, his expression clouded with frustration as he sighed repeatedly. Choi Se-bin wore a bemused expression, contemplating the situation before cautiously responding. Manager Wu, I empathize with your sentiments. However, exceeding the budget is a predicament neither of us desires. The true market value of this player does not align with the transfer fee proposed by the opposing club. Yet, the circumstances are now laid bare before us. If we decline, the team's defense could very well transform into a sieve, conceding an average of 3 or 4 goals each match. Pausing for emphasis, he continued in a solemn tone, you are the club's general manager, and we, the coaching staff, merely offer plans and suggestions. The ultimate decision rests in your hands. Please deliberate carefully. It is already 8 o'clock, and the players have arrived at the pitch. I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded Manager Wu's call and swiftly exited the room, closing the door behind him. Outside, gripping the doorknob, Choi Xian let out a deep sigh. Each conversation with Manager Wu felt like an arduous trial, as the latter's indecisiveness was exceedingly vexing. Well, this conundrum is yours to ponder, Manager Wu. I suspect you shall find little rest in the coming days, he mused, casting a glance at the closed door before departing with a lighter heart. Clap, clap, clap. He clapped his hands forcefully, drawing the attention of everyone present. Standing before the assembled players, Chui Xianbin proclaimed loudly, "This morning, I received a call from Coach Chui. He will return to the club tomorrow to commence your training regimen." The players erupted into a flurry of discussion, each exhibiting a glimmer of joy. With the opening match of the new season approaching, how could a team possibly be without its cornerstone, the head coach? Assistant Chui, could you possibly divulge which player Coach Chui will be bringing back with him? Curiously, the vehicle remarked on the departure of Coach Chui Shizhao from the club. Although the reasons behind this decision were not publicly disclosed, it was not a well-kept secret. A select few had managed to uncover the truth. Upon hearing this, the previously boisterous team fell into an immediate hush, all eyes fixated on Chui Kunbin's face. This was especially true for the defenders, including the irreplaceable and Qi Xuan, key substitutes, and other reserve players, including Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli. The sudden passing of Li Dongzi undoubtedly dealt a heavy blow to the youth team's defense. As the head coach, Chui Shizhao recognized the necessity of recruiting a competent central defender to prepare for the forthcoming season. However, as professional footballers, each individual harbored the dream of securing a starting position in their team. Players in the same position were essentially rivals, and no one wished to remain perpetually overshadowed. Even Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli, who were among the substitutes, were unwilling to accept such a fate. Chui Xianbin hesitated for a moment, surveying the group before clearing his throat and stating, "The specifics of the transfer have yet to be finalized, but we are nearly there. Since you all seem so concerned, I can offer you an early revelation." He paused, gazing at everyone, and continued, "The player we are bringing in plays the same position as Li Dong, a central defender." Upon hearing this, the players maintained their composure, as the outcome had long been anticipated. The group of central defenders, led by Qi Xuan, listened intently. Chui Xianbin continued, "The player is someone of considerable repute, possessing commendable abilities across the board. He can play both central and wing-back and boasts impressive crossing skills." Suddenly, the weary-faced Auni interjected, raising an arm, "Just tell us the name directly. We can assess his abilities later. There's no need to keep us in suspense." A chorus of agreement arose from the group as they nodded vigorously. Chui Xianbin offered an apologetic smile, his expression shifting to seriousness as he declared, "He is currently playing for the K1 League, representing the Songnam Club, Li Ronghao." "What? Li Ronghao?" The expressions of Che Zai, the swift winger, and several key players, led by Qi Xuan, shifted dramatically. A significant number of the newer players wore bewildered expressions, glancing around in confusion, quickly seeking clarification from their more knowledgeable teammates. Chapter 114. It's over. Lu Dongdong found himself in a state of bewilderment. Having undergone professional football training in China since childhood, he possessed a certain level of understanding regarding football in each country. However, apart from world-class or notably renowned players, he was largely unfamiliar with others. Through the accounts of those around him, he gathered that a player named Li Ronghao had garnered some renown within each country's league throughout his professional career. He had even been selected for the national team, showcasing commendable skills with both feet. Nevertheless, his primary drawback was his advancing age, as he was now 31. Of course, for a central defender, this age often signifies the peak of experience. As long as he can sustain his condition and avoid injuries, he could easily continue playing for another 2 to 3 years. As the backbone of the team's defense, and Kihian, along with Che Zai and the swift players on the flanks, briefly discussed Li Ronghao before promptly falling silent, their expressions remaining nonchalant. Conversely, the main substitute central defenders, including Yoni, displayed a hint of gravity coupled with a concealed determination, seemingly reluctant to remain mere substitutes. Li Ronghao's reputation and prowess likely eclipsed that of Nkihian. However, with a 4-year age difference, it was clear that Nkihian's future trajectory would surpass that of Li. Furthermore, it was rumored that Li Ronghao had initially withdrawn from the South Korean national team due to both his advancing age and intense competition within the squad, as well as ongoing injuries that had prevented him from completing a full season in the past 2 years at Songnam. Standing beside Lu Dongdong and Li Sungri, Guanggu quietly remarked, "Why would Coach Chui choose to bring in such a player?" Yang Sungri responded with a perplexed expression. Lu Dongdong remained silent, fully engrossed in listening. Guanggu spoke, "Li Dongzai and Qi Xuan are the unwavering mainstay central defenders of the team. Although a few others have also exhibited commendable performances, they are, after all, somewhat inferior in capability. When competing against mid to lower tier teams in the K2 League, our technical prowess is more than sufficient. However, the disparity becomes glaring when facing other formidable teams in the K2 League. Coach Chui, with his wealth of experience, would certainly not take such a risk. After swallowing hard and glancing at those around him, he continued, with the transfer window rapidly closing, the recruitment efforts of various teams are nearing completion. It is utterly inconceivable to allow our main defensive players to join a rival. I suspect Coach Chui was left with no options, which is why he opted for Li Ronghao. This player, after all, competes in the K1 League, a step above us, and has even been selected for the national team of H country. His market value is likely substantial, perhaps even exceeding that of Qishuan or Zai, the core of our midfield. In summary, finalizing this transfer must have cost a significant sum. Our general manager, Manager Wu, is probably sitting in his office, feeling the pinch. Yang Xingli fell into deep thought, while Lu Dongdong curiously inquired if bringing in players strengthens the team's roster. Why does the general manager feel such pain year after year? Hee. You may not be aware, Guanggu replied with a mysterious smile. Hesitating for a few seconds before whispering, I'll tell you more about Manager Wu later. Suffice it to say, he is a truly intriguing person. Lu Dongdong's curiosity had been thoroughly piqued, yet Guanggu was intent on maintaining an air of mystery, leaving him with no choice but to suppress his eagerness. You must all strive diligently. Although Li Ronghao possesses considerable talent, I personally believe that he is unlikely to endure an entire season of competition. As long as you exert sufficient effort, opportunities to participate in matches will undoubtedly arise, Guanggu stated. I can assure you. The others are likely harboring thoughts of seizing the starting central defender position from Li Ronghao. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli nodded vigorously, their gazes reflecting a shared sense of anticipation. As professional football players, the opportunity to take the field as starters is the utmost aspiration of every individual, serving as the driving force behind their perseverance through the monotony of rigorous training. Chui Xianbin raised his hands to quell the murmurs within the team, briefly addressed the group, and then announced their dismissal. A throng of players embarked on a new day of training. As usual, Lu Dongdong and Li Xingli were summoned aside by Chui Xianbin to partake in their dedicated session for the day. The morning swiftly passed, and upon completion of their training, the group dispersed, arms draped over one another, laughing and joking as they made their way to the locker room, eager to indulge in a refreshing shower, followed by a sumptuous lunch and a leisurely afternoon rest. After finishing his shower, Lu Dongdong returned to his dormitory. Although he was merely a trial player, the team had nonetheless arranged accommodation for everyone. It was a double room, yet he occupied it alone. Yang Xingli entered midway, conversed with Lu Dongdong for half an hour, and then rose to leave for his own room to take a midday nap. Lu Dongdong had just changed into a fresh outfit and was preparing to retire to bed when his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the number, he noticed it bore the international dialing code, indicating a call from China. He answered the call and tentatively inquired, only to discover it was his close friend Zhu Peng. Brother Dong, how have you been lately? What differences are there between the training methods of Korean football and those back home? Zhu Peng asked with a cheerful tone. Why is it that each of you always asks that same question? To be honest, I feel they are quite similar. While I must admit that our facilities are superior to those of Team XX, the youth team is still part of the K2 League, whereas Team XX is merely a regular league team. If we were to compare them to corresponding teams in the China League 1, it would seem that the teams in H country do not measure up to those domestically. As for the training methods, they are largely alike. It primarily depends on the tactical acumen of the head coach. However, I have heard that our coach, Choi Seju, was once the head coach of the H country youth team and possesses considerable expertise in nurturing young players, Lu Dongdong explained. Is that so? If what you're saying is true, then your team's head coach must be several tiers above Qian Feng in terms of capability. I truly hope there will be an opportunity for your team to engage in a friendly match with us, Zhu Ping replied. Don't tease me. I know your intentions all too well. Let me tell you, my skills have improved significantly lately. I am no longer the easily outmaneuvered center back you once knew. Lu Dongdong retorted. Brother Dong, you have a penchant for humor. You are my superior. How could I possibly outshine you? I am fully aware that you have always been deliberately holding back. Although you disguise it well, I am well aware, Zhu Peng chuckled. The two friends continued their light-hearted conversation, eventually leading them to discuss the upcoming opening match of the league. Through Zhu Ping, Lu Dongdong learned that their goal this year was to ascend to the China League 1, and that the team had recently secured a substantial investment of 30 million, as well as bringing in several strong reinforcements just before the closing of the transfer window. Lu Dongdong could not help but reflect that Coach Qian Feng, who had always harbored great aspirations, finally had the opportunity to realize them. This individual, his mentor, was someone he had long admired deeply. He firmly believed that Qian Feng's prowess would one day enable him to become an exceptional head coach, and perhaps even fulfill his dream of leading the Chinese national football team. Let us strive onward, Zhu Ping. Together we shall persist. And one day we will achieve success at Guangzhou Evergrande, Lu Dongdong proclaimed with fervor. Indeed, without a doubt, once the boss has spoken, as your junior, I shall persevere. Even if it means grinding my teeth and crawling forward, I shall certainly make my way into Guangzhou Evergrande. Dongge. You must continue to look out for me when that time comes. All right, no problem. After hanging up, he realized it was nearly 1 p.m., leaving only about an hour until the afternoon's official training session. To ensure he was in optimal condition for the training ahead, Lu Dongdong promptly removed his clothing and lay down on his bed. As a professional football player, self-discipline is an essential prerequisite for success. At precisely 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Lu Dongdong walked at the center of the stadium alongside the throng. Dressed impeccably, Cui Xianbin, with a whistle hanging from a green cord around his neck, had been waiting for quite some time. After a brief roll call, Cui Xianbin stood before the assembly and proclaimed in a resonant voice, "This afternoon, we shall engage in a training match. However, this time it will feature a system of rewards and penalties. The victorious team shall enjoy an additional half-hour of rest, while the defeated team will be required to run 10 laps around the field." A chorus of discontent erupted from the crowd, filled with protests and groans, predominantly from the players of Team B. Most of them were substitutes, and in the previous training matches, aside from the first day's commendable performance against Team A, comprised of the main squad, the subsequent games had been overwhelmingly one-sided, merely stirring up fleeting ripples without any significant achievements. The so-called match, infused with rewards and punishments, was evidently designed to subject them to penalties. In stark contrast to the murmurs of Team B, the players of Team A, including Che Zai, the central midfielder, on Jinsu, the fleet-footed winger with golden hair, adept in both technique and speed, and on Chihyun, the steadfast defensive stalwart, all wore enigmatic smiles, exuding an air of assured victory. Particularly, the tempestuous winger brazenly beckoned to a group of Team B players, boasting that during the match, he would graciously limit himself to scoring just 3 goals to achieve a hat-trick. The seasoned veteran, Guanggu, scoffed at such arrogance, defiantly remarking that the match had yet to commence and that all was still uncertain. One must not underestimate the potential for misfortune. Yet, very few rallied to his call, as most were resigned to an outlook of inevitable defeat. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli gazed quietly, both convinced that the outcome of today's match had already been determined. However, they had been engaged in Cui Xuanbin's small class for the past few days, and regardless of how poorly Team B performed, it bore no consequence for them. At this thought, they exchanged glances, both revealing a hint of relief on their faces. Running 10 laps around the field, especially after an intense match, would be a daunting task for a group of physically robust professional athletes. Without necessity, no one would willingly undertake such an endeavor. Cui Xianbin observed the players' demeanor in silence. Once the laughter and commotion subsided, he spoke calmly. "Do not rejoice too soon, nor fret excessively. Today's training match must adhere strictly to my current tactical approach." Upon hearing his words, the raucous team fell silent. Guanggu softly interjected, "Do not fear. As long as we follow the designated tactics, we stand a chance." The expressions of key players like Che Zai, the speedy flankers in Jinxiu and in Qishuan, turned grave. Although they were all pivotal members of the team with commendable abilities, football is ultimately a sport of 11 players, emphasizing the importance of teamwork. While individual prowess and occasional brilliance can indeed salvage a team, executing a strategy that starkly contrasts with their style would render performance exceedingly arduous. Moreover, as core players of the youth team, they had always been mindful of their team's tactical identity. If Cui Xianbin intended to employ the tactics they were accustomed to, his remarks would be rendered meaningless. Hence, they were certain that the tactics to be implemented today would be entirely unfamiliar to them. To have 11 individuals seamlessly integrate a completely alien tactical style and achieve coordinated synergy to score within a mere 90 minutes of play was an insurmountable task. Today's match was fraught with uncertainty. With their extensive experience, they could already envision that the game would devolve into a chaotic tug-of-war, likely decided by a sudden flash of brilliance from an individual player on the field. As professional athletes, they understood that player form could be as unpredictable as winning the lottery. A previously unnoticed player might, in an instant, exhibit an extraordinary moment of brilliance, decisively influencing the outcome of the match. For the losing team, such occurrences left only frustration in their wake. Our tactical execution for today is Cui Xianbin stood at the forefront, gazing at the group, and spoke deliberately. Flank breakthroughs and long passes. Should any player fail to adhere to the tactics I have devised, it will be deemed a loss. Upon hearing these words, the team erupted into a cacophony once more. Every member of Team B wore a countenance akin to that of a bitter melon, and the previously confident Guanggu now bore a grave expression. The tactics of wing breakthroughs and long passes are fundamental strategies that every football team trains in. However, these approaches necessitate players endowed with corresponding skills. Yet, within their squad, there were neither adept wing players capable of executing breakthroughs nor a prominent figure to stand at the forefront, receiving passes from teammates behind him. Although the forward of Team B possessed relatively remarkable individual skills and decent physical resilience, he was not a player who thrived solely on brute strength. He relied significantly on the support and collaboration of his teammates. What was initially thought to be a custom strategy proposed by Cui Xianbin to empower their team now appeared to be a shackle, constraining the already limited prowess of their squad. In contrast to the grim visages of Guanggu and his companions, the midfield linchpin Che Zai and the rapid winger and Qi Xuan wore expressions of relative ease. The youthful team style of play, while not favoring direct long passes, thrived on wing breakthroughs, thanks to their possession of exceptional wing players, allowing ample room for creativity. Moreover, as key players of the team, each of them possessed skills and tactical acumen that far surpassed those of Team B's players. Adapting to a strategy with a 50 fit would merely require a modicum of time. This match held promise, and the scales of victory were evidently tilting in their favor. What is this? Each of you looks utterly dispirited, as if you were ready to lay down your arms before the match has even commenced. Cui Xianbin remarked with a hint of amusement while observing Guanggu and the others. A group of players remained silent, merely shaking their heads gently. Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli observed coldly, exchanging glances that revealed a shared expression of impending doom. They held little faith in Team B's ability to triumph over Team A. Although, on a certain level, both teams employed the same strategy, rendering it quite equitable. The members of Team B, aside from a few individuals from Guanggu capable of standing their ground, were largely ill-equipped to adapt to this tactical approach. Cui Xianbin quietly surveyed the crowd, a smile gracing his lips as he clapped his hands together with vigor. All right, both sides are executing the same strategy, and it is entirely fair. Despite the evident disparity in abilities, have a bit of confidence in yourselves. Who knows, a miracle might just unfold. The members of Team B were too disheartened to respond, while Team A wore enigmatic smiles, particularly the headstrong winger, who audaciously mumbled a few words, clearly convinced of their assured victory. Before the match begins, I need to make some adjustments to the lineup. His gaze shifted towards Che Zai and others, fingers tapping his chin as he contemplated for a moment. The midfield and defense for Team A will remain unchanged, but the forward line requires some alteration. This time, I want you to employ a three-pronged attack. With that statement, he disregarded the astonished expressions from Team A, continuing with his thoughts. The winger will continue on the familiar left flank, and Njinsu will retreat from the central forward position to play as a free agent in the front line. Now, let's select a forward from your substitutes. His eyes scanned the group around Che Zai, finally pointing to a tall, robust man with short hair. Wang Long. You will take the field this time as the central striker. Understood, Assistant Cui. The rugged-faced man nodded emphatically and stepped forward from the crowd. As for the extra player, Cui Xianbin's gaze roved again among those surrounding Che Zai, finally settling on a man of average build. Pei Dongyun, you will enter as a substitute for this match. All right. The man, though displaying a hint of reluctance, complied and retreated into the background. The expressions of Guanggu and the others reflected a mix of joy as a team. The sudden shift in their most potent offensive lineup could yield a period of adjustment, potentially sparking an extraordinary chemistry or, conversely, leading to disastrous outcomes. This presented them with an invaluable opportunity. Team A's members wore complex expressions, while Team B reveled in their delight. In the next moment, Cui Xianbin's gaze fell upon Lu Dongdong and Yang Xini. Just as the two sensed something amiss, he addressed the entire team, stating for this match, Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli will join Team B as central defenders. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli were momentarily taken aback, while the others maintained an expression of indifference. This was due to the fact that regardless of whether the lower Team A's rear partners were those two, they had almost never succeeded in thwarting Team A's relentless assaults. During today's training, if they aspired to victory, there existed but one avenue, an unceasing barrage of offensive maneuvers, likely necessitating the scoring of at least 3 goals to secure triumph. Very well, let us disperse, take 5 minutes to warm up, and we shall commence today's practice match. Chui Xianbin exclaimed loudly. The team promptly dispersed, with players from teams A and B each retreating to their respective sides, engaging in various warm-up exercises. Key midfielders, such as Guanggu and Che Zai, continuously exchanged words with their teammates, secretly strategizing their tactics. After 5 minutes, the practice match commenced, with Team B victorious in the coin toss, securing the privilege to initiate the game. The 2 forwards executed a series of precise passes, directing the ball towards Guanggu, stationed at the center of the field, before sprinting towards Team A's penalty area without a backward glance. Upon receiving the ball, Guanggu opted against an immediate advance, instead waiting for the flanking fullbacks to push up, thereby determining his course of action. He elevated his right leg and delivered a powerful long pass that soared across the field. The ball landed squarely in the upper left corner, where a forward-moving fullback leapt high to control the ball as it bounced off the grass, then sprinted towards the near edge of the pitch. Meanwhile, the fullback, who had been retreating with the team's defensive line, quickly surged forward to intercept. However, Team B's fullback seemed to lack confidence in his abilities. Faced with the aggressive advance of Team A's defenders, he abruptly halted and passed the ball to the advancing Guanggu. At that moment, Team A's half was crowded with players. Lacking exceptional ball control skills, Guanggu barely evaded the pressing defenders of Team A and was compelled to redirect the ball towards the flanks. His teammates had no opportunity to engage, and Team B's fullback, gritting his teeth, made a forceful attempt to break through. Chapter 116. The New Practice Match, Part 2. Utilizing his explosive physicality, he managed to shake off Team B's fullback by about half a meter. Just as the opponent extended his foot to push the ball out of bounds, relying on instinct, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the ball into Team A's penalty area. This pass was executed out of sheer desperation, devoid of any finesse. The B team forward, despite leaping high, could only watch helplessly as the ball sailed over his head, while the other forward positioned at the back post was even farther from the play, merely observing as the ball crossed the boundary line. It resulted in a throw-in. As the whistle blew, Team B's attacking players swiftly returned to their positions. A fervent offensive display concluded abruptly. While somewhat disappointing, it underscored their lack of offensive strategies. To score by adhering to the wing breakthrough tactics proposed by Chui Xianbin, they would need to persistently strive in their attacks, bravely experiment, and, above all, rely on a stroke of rare fortune. Under the referee's whistle, the goalkeeper of Team A launched the ball with a powerful kick, and Qi Xian received the ball and promptly passed it to the midfield linchpin, Che Zai. Upon gaining possession, Che Zai did not immediately surge forward. Instead, he calmly surveyed the field ahead, skillfully dribbling the ball while gesturing to his teammates to hasten their forward runs. The 2 forwards of Team B, adhering to their pre-match strategy, closely marked Che Zai. Their intent was not merely to intercept the ball at his feet, but to incessantly create disturbances, thereby disrupting the rhythm of Che Zai, the team's metronome, and consequently throwing Team A's offensive flow into disarray. However, Che Zai was not easily rattled. His technical prowess was exceptionally refined. As the 2 B team players pressed in from either side, his demeanor remained unfazed. With graceful agility, he maneuvered between them, evading their relentless pursuit with effortless finesse. With a deft flick of his foot, he executed a stunning nutmeg, darting between their bodies. After covering a few meters, his gaze shifted towards the left flank, where a figure clad in yellow surged forward like a sharp blade piercing through Team B's defenses. The central player, Guanggu, urgently alerted the left back responsible for the middle defense to retreat quickly. Just as his voice echoed, Che Zai unhesitatingly lifted his right foot and sent the ball soaring into the air. A group of players, unable to intervene, craned their necks, watching the ball arc gracefully against the backdrop of the sky, descending behind them. The B team's left back, tasked with marking the flank, sprinted desperately in pursuit. Yet, the pace of the wing player was unparalleled in the K2 League, and as a substitute, the defender could hardly keep up. Despite gritting his teeth and straining his legs, he found himself outpaced, left far behind. Disaster loomed. If the wing player seized the ball, he could effortlessly cut across and charge unimpeded into the penalty area. A dismal image formed in his mind. The winged player, fiercely attacking the box, would strike before the retreating center back and the advancing goalkeeper could react, gently nudging the ball into the net's far corner. If that goal were to be scored, it would be a testament to his failure. but I truly did my utmost. She clenched her teeth and sprinted desperately, suddenly noticing that the black and white ball, which had caused her immense concern, was not heading in her direction at all. Instead, it soared over the midfield and descended into the penalty area. At that moment, only 4 individuals occupied the box, the last line of defense for Team B, comprising the 2 center backs, Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli, alongside the agile and skilled Jinsi, and the newly appointed forward, Wang Long, due to Jinsi's deeper positioning. He lingered at the edge of the penalty area, closely shadowed by Yang Shengli, who was intent on marking him. The ball's landing spot was directly in the center of the box, leaving only Wang Long and Lu Dongdong, who stood closely behind him. The pass was not directed towards the speedy wingers but aimed at Wang Long, leveraging his role as the focal point of the attack with a succinct and remarkably effective long pass. This kick deceived nearly everyone, including a rapidly advancing winger. The ball descended gracefully from the sky, heading straight towards Wang Long and Lu Dongdong. Wang Long, tall and robust, embodied the archetype of a central striker. Using his formidable physicality, he effectively shielded Lu Dongdong behind him. The two engaged in a relentless tussle, yet no matter how hard Lu Dongdong tried, he could not advance a step, helplessly watching the ball fall. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, Wang Long would effortlessly receive the ball. In the penalty area, for a forward, receiving a teammate's pass significantly increases the likelihood of scoring, presenting a considerable threat. Guigu led his teammates in a fervent charge towards the box, hoping his speed would allow him to intercept the ball before Wang Long could strike it into the net, thereby assisting Lu Dongdong in reclaiming possession. Meanwhile, witnessing Wang Long's commanding position, Jinsi darted into the penalty area like a keen-eyed fox, unhesitatingly. His offensive coordination could enhance Wang Long's attacking options, allowing for clever shifts or direct confrontations with defenders, culminating in a shot on goal. This posed an even greater challenge and threat to the already beleaguered defenders. Yang Shengli trailed closely behind, his heart racing, acutely aware as a center-back of the perilous nature of the situation unfolding before him. The ball plummeted from the heights, gradually descending until it landed before Lu Dongdong and Wang Long. Towering Wang Long, utilizing his physical advantage, firmly pinned Lu Dongdong. The two of them jostled incessantly, with Wang Long raising his head high, his gaze radiating intense fervor. He was fully confident, having envisioned several possibilities to effortlessly seize control of the ball, which was currently suspended in midair. As a forward and a pivotal center, his mission was to exert absolute dominion over the ball when a teammate delivered it into the penalty area. Today marked his debut as a starter, and he was on the verge of receiving the ball for the first time. Should he seize this opportunity to breach the opponent's goal, it would undoubtedly signify a monumental triumph for him, elevating his worth in the eyes of both his teammates and the coaching staff, including Cui Quanbing. This goal is mine. I shall take the shot myself. Wang Long's inner voice resounded with determination. With his legs slightly bent and his center of gravity lowered, he awaited the perfect moment for the ball to touch down. As it did, he sprang into the air, skillfully using his chest to control the ball. As a quintessential forward, this technique was one he had practiced since childhood, ingrained in his memory. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth, relentlessly using his shoulder to press against Wang Long's formidable physique. However, the towering Wang Long stood like an impenetrable concrete wall, rendering all of Lu's efforts futile, leaving him utterly exhausted. This cannot continue. If it does, the opposing team will undoubtedly seize the ball. This is the penalty area, the most perilous zone for the entire team. Aside from myself, there are no defenders nearby. If the opposition gains possession, a mere turn would grant them an unobstructed shot at the goalkeeper. As a center forward, this is an unparalleled opportunity that must not be squandered. As a central defender, I simply cannot allow this situation to unfold. What am I to do? What can I possibly do? Lu Dongdong incessantly questioned himself, fervently searching his memory for the defensive strategies imparted by Cui Quanbin over the past few days, as well as the various defensive techniques taught by his coach on the verdant football pitch. As the distance closed, the rapidly spinning ball finally descended to a critical point, where the two of them could effortlessly seize control with a mere leap. In the next moment, the poised Wang Long, under the gaze of the entire audience, sprang into action, his legs propelling him upward from the lush grass. Standing at an impressive height of nearly 1.9 meters and possessing remarkable leaping ability, he soared into the air like a majestic bird. As the rain-soaked ball plummeted, the gap between them diminished, drawing them ever closer. A look of elation spread across Wang Long's face, his eyes igniting with an indomitable spirit. He was determined to capitalize on this unexpected pass from his teammate to execute a spectacular goal, thereby demonstrating his worth to everyone, including the coaching staff. He leaped high, chest outstretched, ready to receive the swiftly descending ball. Just then, as he reached the apex of his jump, his movements abruptly halted. In that moment of distraction, he sensed a shadow emerging from behind him. Instinctively raising his head, he was astonished to discover Lu Dongdong, who had been firmly behind him, had now matched his height and was continuing to ascend. With a powerful thrust of his head, Lu Dongdong sent the rapidly spinning ball soaring beyond the boundary line. Forward, and Jinsi dashed in from the left, the ball hurtling past her at breakneck speed. With her vast experience, Jinsi quickly recognized her inability to intercept the ball and decisively halted her advance. Chapter 117. A variety of techniques. Yang Shengli followed closely behind, observing the situation before him, his breathless expression revealing a palpable sense of relief. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long descended from the air, tumbling onto the grass below. Both experienced a significant impact. However, as a professional football player, such pain was an everyday occurrence, and they rose without hesitation from the ground. Wang Long cast a penetrating glance at Lu Dongdong. To an outside observer, it appeared that Lu Dongdong had merely outjumped him, reaching the ball first. Yet, as the one directly involved, Wang Long understood the true nature of the event. Lu Dongdong had discreetly grasped his shirt as he leapt, momentarily stalling his ascent, which allowed Lu to seize the opportunity and head the ball away with a slight delay. This young man displayed remarkable finesse throughout their physical confrontation. He had consistently applied pressure, nearly displacing Wang Long several times. Such skill seemed beyond that of a novice player. Frustration welled within Wang Long. In the next moment, his teammates called out, urging him to prepare for the upcoming corner kick. Without delay, Wang Long pivoted and moved swiftly through the throng, with Lu Dongdong closely following suit. As the core of the midfield, he approached the corner flag with the black and white ball in hand. At the referee's whistle, fully aware of his teammates' movements, he struck the ball decisively. The ball soared, tracing a graceful arc over the heads of the crowd at the front, heading directly towards the less populated rear, where Wang Long stood like a crane among chickens. This was a purposeful long pass, aimed squarely at the team's forward powerhouse. Having comprehended the tactics prior to kickoff, Wang Long was ready, taking a few lateral steps before sprinting forward. He launched himself into the air, propelling himself towards the swiftly approaching ball, and leapt high, directing his head forcefully to the side. The ball, spinning rapidly, hurtled towards him like a comet entering a planetary orbit. Poised to meet Wang Long at the perfect moment, he soared, akin to a majestic bird, emerging from the chaotic penalty area, towering over the crowd. With his neck twisted to the side, his body completed its motion, and at the precise instant of the ball's arrival, he would thrust his head forward, sending the black and white sphere into the net with certainty. This goal was already within his grasp, destined to be his. Surrounding players instinctively lifted their heads, gazing at him in awe, as if beholding a deity suspended in midair. The goalkeeper, tasked with guarding the B team's goal, made a futile attempt to dive to the left, utterly convinced that no one could possibly thwart Wang Long's impending header. Time trickled by, each second stretching into eternity. The scene unfolded like a cinematic moment in slow motion, as Wang Long ascended, while the spinning ball approached with relentless speed. In a moment of inevitable convergence, Wang Long's neck, akin to a compressed spring, rebounded with vigor, striking the ball with tremendous force. The spinning sphere, now altered in trajectory and velocity, soared towards the upper left corner of the goal. Just as the goalkeeper leaped into action, the ball had already breached the net. The crowd erupted. In the penalty area, chaos reigned as players stood, dumbfounded by the spectacle before them. Instantly, all players from Zone A sprang to their feet, while Wang Long, having descended from his aerial feat, raised his arms in triumphant exultation, releasing a roar that echoed his pride and fury. A throng of teammates rushed to his side, patting his head and shoulders, showering him with exuberant praise. As a player often relegated to the bench, nothing could bring her greater joy than scoring a goal and receiving the acknowledgement of her teammates. However, this euphoric moment was abruptly shattered by the shrill sound of a whistle. The assistant referee hastened forward, arms crossed over his chest, signaling that the goal was disallowed, for it had been determined that Wang Long had committed a foul prior to scoring. A wave of disbelief swept through the crowd. Players encircled the referee, vociferously contesting the decision. Astonishingly, they were from the A team, the very side that had thought they had scored. Conversely, the B team players, previously dejected, transformed into a frenzy of excitement, rushing to the referee's side. It soon became clear that the disallowed goal stemmed from Wang Long's apparent infringement, as he had shoved his marker, Niu Dongdong, to the ground before leaping. "Are you certain you didn't misjudge that play?" protested one player. "Body contact is commonplace during an attack. How could that be deemed a foul? Indeed, how could you possibly invalidate such a splendid header?" echoed another. "I was right beside them. Lu Dongdong fell due to a reasonable collision, and Wang Long made no excessive moves. He merely nudged him lightly. It must have been a theatrical fall, for he could not have collapsed so easily otherwise. This decision is unequivocally erroneous," Wang Long shouted loudly, expressing the indomitable spirit within him. However, despite the fervent explanations from Team A's players, the referee remained resolute, declaring that the goal was invalid due to a prior foul. Naturally, the players of Team B were elated upon hearing this, while the members of Team A were visibly displeased, encircling the referee and vociferously protesting, their emotions escalating with each passing moment. In a training match, akin to a formal football game, the referee's word is law, and there are reasons behind such decisions. Thus, the players were instructed to disperse. Cui Xianbing, standing at the edge of the field, could no longer contain himself and called out loudly. The players of Team A were indignant, yet, as the assistant coach, Cui Xianbing, had spoken, they could only reluctantly acquiesce. The tenacious winger, known for his fiery temperament, attempted to argue his case, but the assistant referee, unfazed, brandished a yellow card. However, just as he was about to show it, the seasoned Chazai forcibly restrained him. After much negotiation, the referee reconsidered and retracted the yellow card, adopting a stern expression as he admonished the winger to return to his half. "Well done. I genuinely believe that goal had been scored," Yang Shengli remarked, standing alongside Lu Dongdong, who discreetly gave a thumbs up. He continued, "Although there is some discontent, it must be acknowledged that over the past week, you have learned far more than I have. If you can maintain this level of performance, I predict that in due course, even if you are not a match for Xuan, you will certainly secure a position as a key central defender." "That's a bit exaggerated. Truth be told, I was at a loss just now, but I suddenly recalled a tactic that coach Cui Junbin had taught us. In the Premier League, that collision would likely not have been called a foul. My success was merely a stroke of luck," Lu Dongdong humbly replied. After exchanging a few quiet words, they each headed towards their respective defensive zones. At the edge of the field, Cui Xianbing and Niu Dongdong exchanged a meaningful glance and nodded gently. I express my profound satisfaction with Lu Dongdong's recent performance. As a football coach returning from Europe, Cui Xuanbing's football philosophy starkly contrasts with that of most domestic coaches in South Korea. He emphasizes the intellect. The body is merely a vessel governed by the mind. To excel on the pitch, one must not only rely on experience but also engage in cerebral strategizing. As a central defender, enduring a match that lasts up to 90 minutes demands a strategic approach, even for the most elite players. If one were to run aimlessly throughout the game, their stamina would inevitably wane. Therefore, to avert such exhaustion, one must learn to sacrifice minimal energy and resources to achieve the most effective defense. Although the term simulation carries a severe stigma within the football community, it is a necessary tactic for a central defender to master. Even in prestigious tournaments such as the World Cup, numerous players, including renowned stars, have resorted to such methods to secure goals. Ultimately, if your actions benefit the team, the means employed will go unnoticed by others. This principle applies equally on the field as it does in life. The match proceeds. Team B initiates the play. The two forwards, upon receiving the ball, swiftly pass it back to Guanggu, who stands resolutely in the central area. Guanggu's technical skills may not be exceptional, yet he is the most proficient player within Team B. The strategy they are executing today emphasizes wing breakthroughs and long aerial passes. However, given the severe lack of high-caliber players on Team B, any attempt at wing breakthroughs would likely culminate in failure. Thus, Guanggu's tactical acumen is spot on. They aim to minimize wing incursions and opt for direct, effective long passes, capitalizing on the forward's prowess in hopes of creating a valuable scoring opportunity and perhaps, with a stroke of luck, netting a goal. Chapter 118. Highlights. As long as they maintain a lead, they can adopt a defensive strategy to preserve their victory until the final whistle. While some tactical measures may be deemed dishonorable, it is imperative for every player and coach to understand that, in pursuit of victory, one must make the right decisions under the most appropriate circumstances. Run. Continue to push forward. Although my technical skills may not rival those of top-tier players, Delivering the ball accurately to your head is well within my capabilities. In his heart, Guanggu silently reflected. He carefully controlled his feet, advancing alongside his teammates on both flanks. Once the players on either side, akin to two sharp swords, penetrated the defenses of Team A, he finally lifted his foot. The defenders of Team A sprang into action, with the midfielders and the two fullbacks responsible for the flanks swiftly retreating. They meticulously tracked the two attacking players from Team B who had surged into their territory, maintaining a harmonious positioning that ensured they remained within a strategic distance. The moment Guanggu passed the ball, they possessed a certainty of 100% to effortlessly intercept it. Due to the fact that their passing lanes had been entirely severed, the only possibility lay in the corner kick from Guanggu, executed with remarkable power, soaring over all defenders. However, this approach would prevent them from reaching the ball, and certainly, their teammates would be unable to respond. Not everyone possesses the extraordinary pace of a winger. Contrary to expectations, Guanggu's corner did not find a rapidly advancing winger, but ascended into the sky, tracing a white arc before descending to the forward of Team B, who had already reached the edge of the penalty area. This corner was delivered with considerable quality, rivaling any cross at a grand exhibition. Nevertheless, all players from Team A relaxed, for even though the forward from Team B could easily receive it, the opposing team had effectively encircled them. Unless one possessed divine skill, it was utterly impossible to break through a quartet of defenders. This was not a matter of underestimating the forward's abilities. Rather, such a scenario was fundamentally improbable. In the world, only a mere handful can achieve the prowess of Cristiano Ronaldo or Lionel Messi. Not every ordinary individual can ascend to their level of greatness. As the ball plummeted from the heights, the forward of Team B refrained from jumping. Instead, he took a few steps forward, then pivoted, using his back to shield himself against the defending player from Team A. With a gentle tap of his foot, he controlled the ball rebounding from the ground. Immediately, all Team A defenders, including their steadfast linchpin and Qixuan, converged upon him. He stood resolutely within the penalty area, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the forward from Team B. Should the latter manage to evade his teammates, he was prepared to intervene swiftly, confident in his ability to intercept the ball at his feet. Additionally, two midfielders rushed over, evidently intent on denying the beleaguered forward any respite, thus thwarting any potential support from other attacking players of Team B. With the ball under his command, the forward from Team B utilized his body and shoulders to firmly hold off the defender pressing closely behind him. The two engaged in a persistent struggle, neither yielding an inch, unable to breach the stalemate. Observing the approaching defenders from afar, the forward of Team B deftly maneuvered the ball with his foot, his body suddenly sliding to one side. As the defender swiftly followed, he quickly pivoted back, seizing the moment to evade the outstretched foot of the defender. Lowering his head slightly to glance at the goal before decisively lifting his right foot and launching the ball. The shot was powerful and swift. Although Qixuan instinctively raised his hands to block, the ball grazed his body and sped past. Like a cannonball, it hurtled toward the goal. The goalkeeper of Team A, obstructed in his view, failed to notice the forward shooting motion until it was too late, only able to react instinctively by raising his hands. Fortunately, perhaps due to haste, while the shot had sufficient precision and power, it soared over the crossbar. Nonetheless, it still left the goalkeeper of Team A in a cold sweat. Witnessing the ball sail past, the forward from Team B lowered his head, kicked the ground in frustration, muttering curses, and turned back toward his half of the field. The group of attacking players from Team B gradually halted, following the forward's lead in retreating. Standing at the edge of the field, Chui Xianbin observed intently. Having discerned from the recent offensive tactics that Team B's strategy today was likely to rely on the forward's capabilities, opting for long passes to minimize breakthroughs along the flanks, while Team B's tactical choice might carry an element of opportunism. Even Chui Xianbin had to concede that this strategy was undoubtedly the most appropriate for them. As a team composed of substitutes, each player's abilities were not particularly remarkable. Scoring against Team A's formidable defense required not only a modicum of skill, but also a significant stroke of luck. The highly efficient, direct long ball strategy was indeed the most suitable for their approach. Simultaneously, should Team A intercept the ball, they will not succumb to the opposing side's counterattack, thereby granting their own team ample time to contend with the rival's offensive maneuvers. However, this approach harbors a significant flaw. There exists the possibility that you may overestimate the capabilities of Team B's forward. While his skills are commendable, he pales in comparison to Qixuan, lacking by at least 2 or 3 measures. The reason for scoring during the initial practice match was not solely due to skill. A considerable part stemmed from Xishuan's unfamiliarity with this player's stylistic nuances, which afforded him an opportunity to exploit. It is anticipated that in today's match, Xishuan will not repeat the same oversight and will not grant the opposing forward any chance to score. As an exceptional center back, he is a coveted asset not only in the K2 League, but also at the higher echelons of the K1 League. His prowess necessitates formidable opponents to unleash his full potential. The stronger the adversary, the more formidable he becomes. Lu Dongdong, Yang Xingli. I hope that both of you will surprise me today. I do not expect you to maintain the same elevated level of performance as in Xishuan, but I do hope to witness several moments of brilliance that will allow me to forgive your companion's shortcomings and provide a glimpse into your capabilities, revealing the growth you have achieved over the past week. Cui Xianbin's gaze swept towards the approaching Nu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, his heart brimming with hope. The match continued. Following an intense opening filled with fervent yet fruitless attacks, both teams A and B elevated their defensive strategies, abandoning reckless direct assaults, which rendered the once exhilarating game somewhat monotonous. After a fierce tussle among the midfield players, the ball eventually found its way to the feet of Team A's midfield maestro, Che Zai. He meticulously controlled the ball, and as a defender from Team B surged forward, attempting to flank him, he swiftly redirected the ball, breaking free from their encirclement and sprinting to the opposite end to receive a pass from a teammate. After several exchanges of passing and movement, the relentless duo of forwards from Team B, finally exhausted and panting, began to ease their tight marking on him. As the core of the midfield and the team captain, Che Zai, with his wealth of experience, realized he now had ample time to orchestrate the play. He glanced ahead. Center forward Wang Long had positioned himself near the edge of Team B's penalty area, with Lu Dongdong at his side, maintaining a half-step distance. Their tactical approach for the day necessitated breakthroughs along the flanks and long passes. As a team boasting a genuine center forward, opting for long passes was undoubtedly their most suitable strategy. However, in previous encounters, the towering Wang Long had not gained a definitive advantage over Lu Dongdong, and if anything, he seemed to be at a subtle disadvantage. Being the team's midfield linchpin, Che Zai understood that blindly opting for long passes would not yield any fruitful results. Even if the ball reached Team B's penalty area, it would merely bolster Lu Dongdong's confidence while diminishing Wang Long's. If this continued, with 60 minutes still remaining in the match, hope would be all but lost. Che Zai's attention drifted to the sidelines. A mere glance tightened his brow. The wing player, with her striking yellow hair, possessed remarkable skills and the potential to change the game. Yet, she was encircled by at least two opponents, making it futile to pass the ball to her without squandering the opportunity and increasing the chances of interception. What to do? Today's tactics were indeed proving to be quite laborious. Che Zai pondered silently. In the next instant, a figure flashed before his eyes, and her expression brightened. Without hesitation, she lifted her right foot and sent the ball soaring into the air, spinning rapidly towards Team B's penalty area. Chapter 119. Well done. Once again, a long pass is attempted, yet it seems that Wang Long's prowess is merely insufficient to contend with Lu Dongdong. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbin couldn't help but ponder this. Suddenly, he noticed a figure darting into his line of sight. In the penalty area, the towering Wang Long was closely engaged with Niu Dongdong, their bodies pressed together as they jostled for position. Wang Long's strength appeared to dominate, yet Lu Dongdong remained resolute, denying him any opportunity to seize the ball effortlessly. As the ball descended from the heavens, drawing ever closer, and Jinxiu, positioned at the opposite end alongside Yang Xingli, abruptly surged forward with remarkable speed, almost as if propelled by lightning, just as the ball hovered midair. "Pass the ball to me," and Jinxiu shouted, charging into the small penalty area. In a moment of inspiration, Wang Long, grappling with how to handle the impending descent of the ball, clenched his teeth and leapt high, anticipating Niu Dongdong's jump. With a swift motion, he flicked his head back, altering the ball's trajectory, sending it towards the back of the small penalty area. At that moment, Jinxiu found himself unable to reach the position in time. Nevertheless, he decisively lifted his foot, ready to execute a spectacular volley that would send the ball into the net. His strike was executed with finesse, for within the entire penalty area, besides himself and Wang Long, stood only the defenders of Team B and their goalkeeper. If even a second were wasted, Wang Long's exquisite assist would be rendered futile. A direct volley, without any adjustments, was indeed the most prudent approach. The goalkeeper of Team B, sensing the gravity of the situation, raised his hands, crouched low, and shifted his weight downwards, preparing for a swift leap to thwart the shot. He lacked confidence in his ability to deflect Jinxio's one-on-one shot from within the small penalty area. Jinxio was, after all, a remarkably talented forward, not only for the team, but for the entire K2 league. In a moment of dire urgency, a figure suddenly emerged in the collective gaze of the players on the field, as well as the substitutes and Chui Xianbing watching from the sidelines. This individual, towering and somewhat bashful, scratching the back of his head and grinning sheepishly, was none other than Yang Xingli. It was he. A hint of astonishment flickered across everyone's faces. It was unexpected that, since the commencement of the match, Team A's two lethal attacks had been thwarted by the formidable center-back duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli. Just last week, this very pair had been penetrated by Team A's offensive line, conceding nearly 6 goals, rendering them a veritable liability. Yet today, their performance was nothing short of exceptional. How could these reserve players have improved their skills so dramatically in merely 7 days? A collective gaze turned towards Chui Xianbin, who stood at the sidelines. In recent days, Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli had not participated in team training or matches, instead undergoing specialized training under Chui Xuanbing's guidance. Could it be that this assistant coach had imparted some extraordinary defensive technique to them? It seemed implausible. Many shook their heads internally. As professional athletes, their technical styles had already been established, making significant advancements within such a brief time frame unlikely. The only conceivable explanation was that, akin to their initial practice match, the young center-backs had initially performed well but would falter as the game progressed. Once the team found itself at a disadvantage, these novices, who had only recently joined the squad, would inevitably crumble under pressure, revealing their vulnerabilities and becoming nearly defenseless. Surely, that was the case. Everyone silently concluded. Excellent work. Lu Dongdong stepped forward, extending his arm to grasp Yang Xingli's hand firmly. Just moments ago, it had indeed been a stroke of luck, had he been a fraction slower. That ball would have eluded his grasp entirely. Yang Xingli, with a modest demeanor, smiled continuously, revealing an unmistakable hint of pride. As a central defender and a newcomer to the team, successfully averting such a perilous crisis was a matter of great pride for everyone, and he was no exception. This was not mere chance, it was the result of Assistant Chui's training, which had indeed enhanced our capabilities significantly. Lu Dongdong remarked with a smile, turning to cast a glance at Chui Xianbing, who stood at the edge of the field. Chui Xianbing nodded gently at the two, his palms positioned vertically, subtly signaling them to temper their pride. Niu Dongdong and Yang Xinlin exchanged silly smiles before each retreated to their designated defensive zones. Before departing, Lu Dongdong leaned closer to Yang Xingli's ear and whispered a few words. Let us be vigilant in our positioning. If my estimation is correct, the opponent will likely attempt to exploit our flanks with an offside trap. We must not allow them to succeed this time. Understood. Rest assured. I will give it my all, Yang Xingli replied resolutely. Yang Xingli nodded vigorously, casting a glance towards the station on the other side of the court, her face radiating determination and confidence. The match resumed. Indeed, in alignment with Lu Dongdong's assessment, the midfield linchpin at the station promptly altered the strategy upon witnessing the inability of his passes and teammates to break through. He instructed the swift and Jinxiu to constantly maneuver alongside Wang Long, creating difficulties for Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli's defense. On multiple occasions, as the two advanced, he decisively delivered a stunning and precise long pass. The ball soared over the heads of everyone, gliding past Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, heading straight into the penalty area. Wang Long stood motionless, skillfully using his body to obstruct Lu Dongdong's attempt to turn and pursue. And Jinxiu, with his remarkable speed, darted forward like a galloping steed. However, each time he managed to sprint 2 or 3 meters, the referee's whistle would immediately sound, signaling an offside violation. This scenario unfolded repeatedly, prompting the spectators on the sidelines to recognize the anomaly. They discerned that Yang Xingli and Lu Dongdong had already prepared a counter-offside strategy, executing it flawlessly. The midfield anchor quickly grasped the issue. Every time Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli advanced as he passed, what should have been a brilliant assist transformed into a futile offside pass. Their performances were not overtly conspicuous, and amidst the intricate movements of Wang Long and Jinxiu, they appeared somewhat strained. Yet, each time he lifted his foot to strike the ball, they advanced with impeccable timing, as if rehearsed meticulously. Were it not for the training match, one might misconstrue that the midfield linchpin had accepted bribes from the two, deliberately executing passes devoid of technical quality. squandering time and opportunities. The game concluded with Team A exerting complete dominance, yet failing to mount a lethal offensive. A group of players trudged dejectedly towards the sidelines. While on the opposite side, Team B's players, drenched in sweat, wore expressions of exhilaration. The prospect of holding their own against the mainstay players of Team A in a stalemate during the first half was an outcome they had never envisioned before the match commenced. As long as they did not concede a goal, they held the potential to triumph over their adversaries. All they lacked was a stroke of luck. Well done, you two. You must continue to strive in the second half, but be cautious. The linchpin is no ordinary player. Your repeated counter-offside tactics will surely reveal their essence to him. If he seizes even one opportunity, we may be doomed, remarked Guanggu as he approached Yang Shengli and the others, speaking earnestly while wiping the fine beads of sweat from his forehead with a towel. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli exchanged nods, with Lu Dongdong asserting, Guanggu, rest assured. After the second half, we will be vigilant. Both Victory and I will strive to minimize the use of the offside trap. Indeed, while this tactic is effective, it is not a sustainable strategy for Team A, Yang Shengli added. Well, as long as you both understand, Guanggu replied. Your performance during the first half was truly remarkable. Keep it up. Turning to another group of teammates, Guanggu proclaimed loudly in the second half. We shall adhere to our established tactics and continue with long passes and aerial assaults. Longza, you must remain vigilant. Whenever an opportunity arises, take a long-range shot at goal. After these consecutive matches, Shishuan has become thoroughly acquainted with your style. If you attempt a forceful breakthrough against him and the other defenders from Team B, it will be challenging to secure a chance. In the second half, focus on the precision of your shots. Your attempts in the first half were commendable, and we were merely lacking a touch of luck. Team B's forward, Longza, nodded slightly, and the other teammates silently echoed his gesture. Their faces a canvas of determination and excitement. They were resolved to triumph over Team A today. Brothers, when the second half commences, let us unleash our full potential. With Lu Dongdong and Li Shengli performing so exceptionally today. In Chapter 120, 1+1, they, as the attacking midfielders, must showcase their own prowess and demonstrate their capabilities. As substitutes, there is no shame in losing. However, if we win today, not only will we avenge our previous defeat, but we will also gain recognition in front of Coach Chui, elevating our status. Let's all strive together. With that, Guanggu extended his palm before the group. And in the next moment, arms reached out, layering their hands together, creating a thunderous chorus of cheers. Let us go, let us go, let us go. On the other side of the field, a sense of fervor filled the air. These fellows are brimming with enthusiasm today. I anticipate the second half will be even more challenging than the first. And Shishuan remarked, squinting as he turned to glance. Indeed, their midfielders performed quite ordinarily. But Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli seemed to be invigorated, impervious to the elements. Their defense cannot be breached. If this continues, it will undoubtedly become increasingly difficult. Many players concurred, their expressions betraying their concern. A player with golden hair, positioned on the flank, immediately displayed his displeasure, stating, "What are you afraid of? In the first half, we were merely testing the waters. We have yet to fully reveal our true strength. Moreover, those two lads always tend to perform exceptionally well at the outset. Today, they have been fortunate enough to avoid conceding any goals. However, as long as we maintain our pressure, scoring is merely a matter of time. Wouldn't you agree, Che Zai?" As the central figure in the midfield, Che Zai cast a fleeting glance at the swift winger and nodded subtly before everyone. He could not help but admire the commendable performances of Lu Dongdong and Yang Shengli today. Nonetheless, for the sake of the team's victory, it is utterly inconceivable to bolster the confidence of others while diminishing our own. In front of everyone, he stated, their performances today are indeed noteworthy, and their synergy has improved exponentially compared to the last match. However, they are still new recruits to the team, and there is nothing overly formidable about them. We shall proceed with our strategy of attack, and we will inevitably breach their defenses. Pausing briefly, he turned his head towards Wang Long and continued. As the second half commences, you are to remain at the forefront. Remember, your objective is not merely to score directly, but to seize the ball whenever possible and, when the opportunity arises, to pass it laterally, allowing Jinxiu a chance to break through. Upon hearing this, Wang Long nodded vigorously, while Jinxiu furrowed her brow slightly and inquired with a hint of confusion, "Are you suggesting that we continue with the offside trap strategy in the second half?" We just launched 4 or 5 consecutive attacks, all falling into their offside trap. Do you genuinely believe this approach will yield results? The players gathered in a circle continuously nodded in agreement, deeply resonating with Ingenio's sentiments. They had all witnessed the successive failures firsthand and felt that persisting in this manner would lead only to futility, wasting their efforts in vain. Nevertheless, Che Zai, as the midfield linchpin and captain of the team, chose to voice his thoughts for a reason, and they patiently listened. After a few moments of silence, Che Zai surveyed everyone and remarked, "Indeed, their performances in the first half were commendable. However, they are merely newcomers who, after tasting success, may become overconfident and underestimate our strength. This presents us with an opportunity. If we capitalize on just one moment, it could deliver a critical blow to them." He paused for emphasis before continuing without hesitation. "Moreover, unlike us, they are not seasoned professional footballers. Their physical stamina is likely to diminish, and when their energy wanes, that will be the moment they make mistakes. If we persistently apply pressure, we will surely compel them to reveal their vulnerabilities." A group of individuals listened intently, nodding in agreement, secretly acknowledging the undeniable prowess of the vehicle-mounted system. Confidence surged as they anticipated the commencement of the second half, alleviating the anxieties that had lingered before. In the upcoming half, in addition to persisting with the offside trap strategy, the midfielders were instructed to bolster support for the wingers. When the central play failed to yield results, they would resort to swift maneuvers along the flanks. At this point, a thought crossed my mind, and I shifted my gaze towards the speedy winger, articulating clearly. During the first half, the central defenders of Team B shone brightly, yet their two fullbacks barely scraped by. In their eagerness to execute the flanking breakthrough strategy, they often pushed forward, creating an optimal opportunity for us to exploit. You must endeavor to break through frequently. As long as you can reach the vicinity of the goal line, Wang Long and Ingenio will be ready to sprint in support. With a determined flick of my neck, I focused intently on Ingenio's face and continued earnestly. Lu Dongdong and Yang surely both possess towering physiques, albeit with a lack of speed. If suitable opportunities do not arise centrally, you may opt to draw towards the flanks, luring either Lu Dongdong or Yang surely out, thereby allowing Wang Long to engage them in a one-on-one contest within the penalty area. This strategy significantly enhances our chances of seizing aerial balls for potential scoring opportunities. Furthermore, this tactic would enable the speedy winger to create openings, granting him the chance to make decisive cuts. Among the three of you, should one successfully unlock the defense, it would herald the complete capitulation of Team B. 15 minutes later, the second half officially commenced. Players from Team A made their way onto the field, one after another. Let us go. Whether we can create surprises today hinges on our performance. Do not fear, for the worst outcome is merely a loss. However, a victory would earn us the respect of all, Guanggu proclaimed, rallying the team's resolve. The group nodded in unison, erupting into a deafening cheer. Before dispersing to their respective positions, Lu Dongdong, shall we continue with the offside trap strategy? Yang Shirley inquired softly, approaching Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong glanced up at the players of Team A situated in the opposite half, hesitated for a moment, and remarked, at the onset of the match, "It would be prudent for us to refrain from employing the offside trap. I anticipate that Che Zai will persist with the tactic of delivering through balls to exploit our unexpected positioning. Of course, the circumstances may evolve, so do keep a vigilant watch on my positioning." Understood. Yang Shengli responded with an affirmative gesture before turning and sprinting towards his designated defensive area. Lu Dongdong observed in silence, gradually realizing that, despite both being central defenders, Lu Dongdong had already assumed a leadership role. Much like the directives imparted by a coach on the verdant pitch, a world-class central defender must embody a commanding presence. It is essential to convey this aura clearly, ensuring that your partners and teammates heed your words with unwavering respect. This quality is not merely a matter of demeanor, it is a manifestation of one's prowess. As the match commenced, Team A initiated the kickoff. Following the tactical arrangements set forth by Cui Kunbin prior to the game, Team A's offensive strategy exhibited little variation. The focal point, Wang Long, charged ahead as the primary striker, while Ingenio, positioned slightly behind him, moved with agility, his golden locks streaming as he dashed down the left flank. Lu Dongdong closely followed Wang Long, keenly observing his movements while also paying attention to the other half of the field, particularly to Che Zai, the midfield maestro. He was filled with anticipation, eager to discern how the brain of the team, the metronome of their rhythm, would respond in the face of his squad's persistent struggle to break the deadlock. Would he persist with his current tactics, or would he seek an alternative approach? Come, let the tempest rage even fiercer, Lu Dongdong proclaimed fervently within her heart. Regardless of the tactics employed by her opponents or the strategies they might utilize, her singular objective today was unequivocal. Under no circumstances would she allow the opposing team to score. Over the past week, she had diligently received training guidance from Cui Hyunbin, mastering a variety of strategies she had never previously contemplated. Simultaneously, on the verdant pitch, she had faithfully completed the myriad training tasks assigned by Coach Ji. Engaging in seamless collaboration with Yang Xingli, her virtual counterpart, it is no exaggeration to assert that she had wholly adapted to Yang Xingli's defensive habits and positioning, which elucidates why in today's match, she was able to repeatedly synchronize effectively with him, thwarting the impressive advances of Team A. To the spectators, each exhilarating interception and every narrowly missed clearance might have appeared as mere strokes of luck. Only she comprehended that she possessed an acute awareness of Yang Xingli's defensive choices. As a central defender, the synergy between the two center-backs is crucial, allowing them to manifest a defensive prowess that surpasses the sum of their individual efforts. This is precisely why, upon learning of Li Dongjae's untimely demise in a car accident, Coach Choi Seju felt an urgent need to recruit a suitable central defender. The loss of two players who had established such rapport would inevitably diminish their defensive strength, a void that could not simply be filled by a substitute or a secondary player. Lu Dongdong's mind was flooded with thoughts. Yet the moment he lifted his foot in the vehicle, he swiftly cast aside these distractions and immersed himself completely in the competition. Chapter 121, Scoring, Part 1, as anticipated. Chazai opted for a pass to counter the offside trap, but he and Yang Xingli had long established a tacit understanding, skillfully neutralizing several attacks from Team A with their remarkable defense. Their performance finally captured the attention of the substitute players observing from the sidelines, who recognized that their success was no longer merely a matter of luck. Meanwhile, Cui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, exhibited a look of astonishment. He had never anticipated that the two substitute central defenders, who had previously conceded 6 goals to their opponents and were deemed a liability, would display such exceptional prowess today, effortlessly thwarting Team A's various offensive attempts. It was utterly astonishing, particularly Lu Dongdong. The discerning Cui Xianbin could immediately discern that during the execution of their defensive strategies, it was Lu Dongdong who orchestrated the actions on the field, with Yang Xingli merely fulfilling a supportive role. What astonished him even more was Lu Dongdong's apparent mastery of Yang Xingli's movements. As they set traps for the offside, Lu Dongdong consistently anticipated the play, making proactive strides forward. Whenever Yang Xingli lost position and was overtaken, Lu Dongdong was quick to provide cover and interception. This was a clear manifestation of a defensive leader's potential. This situation was one he had never anticipated. He became increasingly convinced of his judgment that Lu Dongdong had been concealing her abilities since the moment she joined the team, aiming for a spectacular revelation. Indeed, she had achieved this. At least in her mind, her performance today was markedly different from her previous displays. The match continued. Team A made several threatening passes, all thwarted by the formidable duo of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli in central defense. Even when Chazai delivered a pinpoint cross, if Wang Long could connect with the ball, he would face the goalkeeper with ease and score effortlessly. However, Lu Dongdong exhibited remarkable courage, intercepting the shot with a well-timed tackle, sending the ball out of play. Team A's offensive efforts were severely restricted, essentially rendered ineffective. Their morale began to wane. In stark contrast to Team B, who, buoyed by their defensive efforts, launched several effective counterattacks under the guidance of Guanggu. The offensive strategy of Team B mirrored that of the first half. Whenever the ball landed at Long Zhe's feet, he quickly adjusted and decisively took a shot. His accuracy improved with each attempt. Had it not been for the heroic performance of Team A's goalkeeper, who parried 2 shots with lethal potential, the ball would have already found the back of the net, granting Team B a 1-point lead. Yet, everyone on the field and the spectators on the sidelines could discern that if the match continued on this trajectory, it was merely a matter of time before Team B would score. After all, offense is the best defense. Retreating indefinitely could never lead to victory through luck. Guanggu surged forward, executing a sliding tackle to intercept Team A's through ball. He quickly rose and glanced ahead, spotting Team B's forward, Long Zhe, accelerating forward, closely pursued by the defensive core of Team A and Qishuan, who was in hot pursuit. The two raced toward Team A's penalty area like a pair of spirited steeds. Without hesitation, Guanggu lifted his foot. In the next moment, his right foot suddenly curled inward, propelling the ball across the grass with speed. An opposing midfielder from Team A lunged in with a flying tackle, but Guanggu, alert to the danger, deftly sidestepped the challenge. After sprinting a few meters, he glanced once more at Long Zhe's positioning and, without a moment's hesitation, decisively struck the ball. His kick was powerful, sending the small sphere soaring into the air, rapidly heading towards Team A's side. As Long Zhe raced ahead, he glanced back and, in a sudden halt, came to an abrupt stop, causing Qixuan, who had been closely trailing him, to surge forward several meters before regaining his balance. Puzzled, he raised his head, unable to comprehend why Long Zhe had halted. Although the ball was hurtling towards them, no matter how high one could jump, it was impossible to catch the ball mid-air within a few meters, despite his confusion. As a seasoned center back, he immediately closed the distance, positioning himself closely behind Long Zhe. Regardless of Long Zhe's attacking approach, he would keep a watchful eye, ready to intercept the ball or reclaim it for himself. An excellent center back earns his confidence through relentless accumulation in each match. In the next moment, his attention was drawn to someone swiftly darting past him. This was not good, and Qixuan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for the fact that another forward from Team B would opt for a sudden forward run at this moment, while his teammate, tasked with marking the opponent, was left trailing a considerable 3 meters behind. As the two central defenders responsible for the team's last line of defense, there is typically a strong emphasis on synergy and a deep understanding of each other's positional habits. However, one of these central defenders was merely a primary substitute, and due to the steadfast presence of Li Dongzai, who was a mainstay unless sidelined by injury or rotation, he had seldom been called upon to play. Although they had trained together consistently, the reality of the match revealed a significant gap in familiarity within Qixuan's movement patterns. In such circumstances, had it been Li Dongzai, he would have instinctively shadowed the forward, maintaining a close proximity, or upon Qixuan's immediate turn to sprint back, he would have simultaneously surged forward to create an offside trap for the forward from Team B. Regrettably, due to their misalignment, the opposing player seized the moment, darting past them just as the ball was dispatched from Guanggu. If the ball were to reach his feet, it would constitute a flawlessly executed counter-offside pass. Infuriating, and Qixuan inwardly cursed, leaving behind the vigilant Takizawa, and plunged headlong into the penalty area. As a mainstay central defender who had served the team for 7 years, he was acutely aware of the prowess of Guanggu. Although their technical skills fell short in comparison to their rivals, this did not imply that their footwork was crude. With a clear intent behind their passes, they had never disappointed any teammate, and this instance would be no exception. Guanggu's pass was powerful, soaring over the midfield, bypassing all central players, and arcing directly over Qixuan's head toward the penalty area of Team A. And Qixuan moved with remarkable speed yet was still a beat behind. Nonetheless, he did not relent. With ample experience, he discerned that the forward ahead of him, while capable of reaching the ball, would need to pivot. This presented him with a prime opportunity to intercept the ball. The forward of Team B sprinted swiftly, glancing back at the ball, and as it neared the ground, he planted his feet and leapt high, the ball landing squarely on his chest. And Qixuan hastened forward, his mind already conjuring countless strategies to counter the impending attack from the Team B forward, while simultaneously devising numerous ways to snatch the ball away. As the forward from Team B began to descend, and Qixuan lunged behind him, his robust chest colliding with the player, arms outstretched like a colossal octopus, entirely obstructing the forward's path. However, in the next moment, to his astonishment, the forward from Team B preemptively utilized his knee to flick the ball away before landing. The ball sailed toward his left, into an open expanse devoid of defenders. Just as the crowd was engulfed in confusion, a figure surged forth with astonishing speed, darting toward the slowly rolling ball, raising his left foot without hesitation. It was the forward Longzhe from Team B. Before him stood no defenders from Team A, and the angle for the shot was decidedly favorable, merely a few yards from the conspicuous white goal. With just a slight adjustment, any competent forward could effortlessly send the ball into the net. Did he have a chance? Another central defender from Team A, sprinting with fervor, let out a mighty roar before executing a sliding tackle, his body slicing through the air like a sharp sword. Although he lost sight of the forward from Team B, he managed to retreat just in time, intercepting the shot from Longzhe before it could be unleashed. With unwavering resolve, he aimed to take both the ball and the player down. As a professional footballer, certain situations during a match instinctively drive one to exert their utmost effort. Even if the contest is merely an intra-squad training match and the opponent is a teammate, the spectators at the sidelines displayed a hint of reluctance on their faces, already envisioning the pain that would ensue once the defender from Team A collided with Longzhe, despite the latter's attempts at protection. As the distance closed, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Long Zhe, with his foot raised high, suddenly maneuvered the ball deftly to the left, narrowly evading the defender from Team A. His movements were swift, like a gust of wind darting through, as he surged at a 45-degree angle directly toward the goal. Chapter 122, Scoring Part 2. Confronted by the goalkeeper, who stood poised with outstretched arms, Long Zhe decisively lifted his foot and struck the ball with tremendous force. In Chihyun, the midfield defensive stalwart, rushed forward at once, stretching his leg with all his might. However, the ball was simply too swift, darting past him before he could fully extend. It was a ground-level shot, the black and white ball racing across the vibrant green pitch, rolling toward the far corner of the goal. The goalkeeper from Team A made a precise judgment, leaping into action, arms outstretched in a valiant effort, miraculously blocking the ball just before it crossed the white goal line. The white sphere ricocheted off the goalpost and rolled at an angle toward the penalty area. It was utterly astonishing. The spectators at the sidelines, holding their breath, collectively exhaled in relief. Choi Hyun-bin, arms crossed, shook her head gently, lamenting the brilliant goal thwarted by the courageous goalkeeper. Yet, in the next moment, her eyes sparkled with realization as she noticed a player clad in a green vest sprinting forward, directly in line with the slowly rolling black and white ball. It was another forward from Team B, who, having executed a splendid assist, remained ever vigilant. After the ball was heroically parried by the goalkeeper from Team A, he charged ahead. The fallen goalkeeper, quickly regaining his footing, opened his arms wide and lunged toward the ball with fierce determination. In order to excel as an attacking player on Team B, one must first disrupt the ball before gaining possession. Meanwhile, in Chi-Xuan, having failed to intercept from the opposite direction, rose swiftly from the ground and rushed forward. Similarly, another central defender from Team A, deceived by Long Zhe's faint shot, grit his teeth and hastened his pace. The four individuals, with their eyes fixed on a singular objective, aimed to kick the slowly rolling ball off the field. Their proximity to the ball varied, as did their speed. The closest were Team A's goalkeeper and Team B's forward, with Chi-Xuan trailing closely behind. Chi-Xuan's speed intensified, hinting at an imminent overtaking of the two players ahead. Although Team B's forward had the advantage of an initial burst, his sprinting speed was evidently not his forte. Despite his determined efforts, his pace began to wane, and the dynamics of the game were on the brink of transformation. A crowd gathered on the sidelines, their eyes unwaveringly fixed on the unfolding drama, each heart racing with anticipation, fully captivated by the tension on the pitch. The true allure of football lies in moments like these, where one can never predict what will transpire in the next heartbeat. The sprinting forward of Team B finally seized the ball, lifting his foot to shoot. However, Team A's goalkeeper, alongside Chi-Xuan and another central defender, surged forward like voracious wolves, completely obstructing his path to goal and rendering any attempt to dribble through futile. What would he do? The tension mounted as everyone held their breath, instinctively swallowing, their eyes glued to the scene. Would he concede a goal, or would he attempt a forceful shot? Two colossal questions loomed in the minds of the spectators. In the next moment, Team B's forward provided an answer. The crowd remained transfixed, each heart seemingly gripped by an unseen hand. They hoped that Team A's three defenders would intercept the ball at their opponent's feet, while simultaneously wishing for Team B's forward to navigate the perilous situation and find a way to score. Yet, they all understood that the likelihood of success in such a scenario was minuscule. After all, no one could successfully evade defenders from all sides and score, unless they were a superstar of global acclaim. Clearly, the forward from Team B did not belong to that illustrious category. As the distance between the players diminished, just when everyone had lost faith in Team B's forward, he deftly stepped back, played the ball with finesse, and, just before Chi-Xuan could pounce, he executed a powerful heel flick, sending the distinct black and white ball diagonally away. It rolled languidly across the grass, eventually settling at the feet of Long Zhe. The forward of Team B, with unwavering determination, and Chi-Xuan, having committed himself forward, turned to witness the ball come to rest at Long Zhe's feet. At this moment, as the linchpin of the team, seemingly omnipotent, he found himself utterly powerless. A group of players gathered at the sidelines, their astonishment palpable as they comprehended the gravity of the situation. This goal was undoubtedly destined to be scored. Indeed, Long Zhe did not squander this precious opportunity. With remarkable composure, he executed a deft shot that grazed the verdant grass before rolling smoothly into the white goal line. The referee's whistle rang out as anticipated. The ball had found its mark. He raised his hands high, signaling that the goal was valid. After 60 minutes of play, the match saw an unexpected breakthrough, as Team B, against all odds, secured the first goal, earning a precious point. The players of Team B rushed jubilantly towards Team A's half, lifting their forward, Takizawa, aloft in celebration. They cheered exuberantly, releasing the pent-up emotions that had long been suppressed. In the realm of football, nothing is more exhilarating than triumphing over an opponent. Moreover, they were up against the formidable Team A, a super squad composed entirely of the team's star players. They were merely substitutes, perceived by none to possess any real potential. Yet, here they were, having scored a goal. The jubilant cheers persisted for quite some time, and no one could fathom their joy more than they did. In stark contrast, every member of Team A, including their midfield linchpin, Che Zai, the swift winger, and the defensive pillar, and Chishuan, stood with hands on hips or sat despondently on the grass, shaking their heads in disbelief, their faces etched with frustration and disappointment. This sensation was not unfamiliar to them. However, it was one they had never experienced during training matches against substitute players. Never. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli surged into Team A's half, mirroring the exuberance of their teammates. After nearly 60 minutes of stalemate, during which their team endured relentless pressure and found themselves utterly defenseless, they finally exhaled in triumph by scoring a goal. This singular achievement not only shifted the dynamics of the match, but also elevated their spirits to unprecedented heights. In the ensuing gameplay, these players were resolute in their determination to safeguard this precious goal by any means necessary until the final whistle. Today, they were destined for victory. Now, let us unite our efforts to protect this invaluable goal and strive for success in this match. No, it is not merely a matter of striving. We must win, declared Guanggu emphatically. The members of Team B nodded vigorously in agreement, their spirits soaring as they followed Guanggu back to their designated half. Cui Xinbin, standing at the sidelines, absorbed the unfolding spectacle with narrowed eyes. Team B's recent goal was a testament to their remarkable teamwork, showcasing impeccable passing from Guanggu, strategic finesse, and ultimately, the selfless decision of Team B's forward to play a back pass. It was undeniably a series of increasingly splendid moments. However, what many might overlook is that the genesis of this goal was rooted in the existence of an extraordinarily harmonious partnership between their central defenders. These two defenders, through their relentless efforts, thwarted wave after wave of the opponent's aggressive assaults, fortifying their team's defenses against breaches. It was this steadfast resilience that afforded the beleaguered Team B a chance to turn the tide in their favor. The performances of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli have truly exceeded the expectations of Cui Huanbin. The potential of both players warrants a re-evaluation of their futures, particularly Lu Dongdong, who dominated the confrontation with the team's forward Wang Long, exhibiting a calm and composed defensive presence. Complemented by his remarkable ability to rectify Yang Xingli's defensive lapses, he embodies the qualities of a defensive leader. Such attributes are not possessed by every central defender. Even the late Li Dongjie lacked this capability. As for the current Nkihian, he has always exhibited a semblance of these qualities. Yet he still falls short by a fraction. He lacks a certain commanding presence and absolute control over the defensive line and his fellow central defenders. However, Lu Dongdong seems to possess this invaluable trait. This quality can provide a central defender the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of elite defenders and perhaps even achieve greater heights. In contrast, while South Korea boasts an abundance of exceptional midfield and forward players, including several world-class talents whose names resonate widely due to their remarkable abilities, defenders appear to pale in comparison. Not only on a global scale, but even within South Korea, there are few defenders whose names readily come to mind. Can Lu Dongdong truly become such a person? In this moment, Cui Xinbin found himself pondering extensively. As a football coach and a former member of the national youth team's coaching staff, he naturally possesses a broader perspective than the average individual. The referee blew the whistle, signaling the players to take their positions and prepare for the forthcoming match. Suddenly, Cui Xinbin stepped forward, calling Chai Zai over. Leaning in, he whispered a few words, prompting Chai Zai to raise his head, deep in thought. Chapter 123. The Clash of Strengths and Weaknesses. After whispering a few words, Chai Zai lifted his gaze, contemplatively glancing in the direction of Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli before sprinting towards his team's half. He approached forwards in Jinsi and Wang Long, summoning the speedy winger to his side and speaking rapidly. The three exchanged subtle nods. As the match commenced, Team A, having conceded a goal, took the first kickoff. All players of Team B were united in spirit, their morale soaring. No sooner had the whistle sounded than Long Zhe, fresh off scoring, charged forward with his striking partner, aggressively pursuing the black and white ball. Regardless of which player from Team A possessed the ball, a swarm of B team players surged forward, relentlessly pressuring them, denying any opportunity for a serene touch or control. Team B's midfielders withdrew, forming an impenetrable wall. The seasoned players recognized that Team B was employing a strategy of absolute defense, intent on thwarting Team A's ferocious offense while maintaining their slender one-goal lead. "Pass me the ball." Chizai, the linchpin of the midfield, suddenly dashed forward, raising his arm and vocally urging his teammate in possession. Surrounded by two forwards from Team B, an A-team player, barely maintaining his balance, managed to poke the ball away just before falling. However, due to his instability, the quality of the pass was lacking, the ball rolling slowly towards Chizai, coming to a halt a few meters away. Fortunately, all of Team B's midfielders had retreated, allowing Chizai to exert minimal effort as he merely turned and jogged a few meters to effortlessly claim the ball. Immediately, Longzhe and his forward partner closed in like a persistent adhesive. Chizai, composed, met the challenge with his deft ball-handling skills, skillfully weaving away before delivering a precise long pass towards Team B's penalty area. The ball landed directly at Wang Long's feet. Lu Dongdong, tasked with marking him, shadowed him closely, his body pressing against Wang Long. With arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, he incessantly harassed Wang Long. This vexatious defensive technique was imparted by Coach Ji himself on the verdant pitch. Having repeatedly tasted the sweetness of success, Lu Dongdong has become increasingly adept at his endeavors. Wang Long seethed with a deep-seated resentment, his teeth clenched in frustration. Yet, he dared not underestimate the situation. Relying on his superior physical prowess, he steadfastly absorbed Lu Dongdong's charge, using his chest to halt the ball. Subsequently, he feigned a lateral pass before accelerating, harnessing his own strength to swiftly dart toward the flanks. Lu Dongdong felt a twinge of confusion in his heart. However, as the center-back tasked with monitoring the opposing forward, he promptly pursued without hesitation. Together with Wang Long, they sprinted towards the flanks. At that moment, a speedy winger with a shock of golden hair surged towards Lu Dongdong like a gust of wind. The B team's fullback assigned to defend against him trailed closely behind, yet lagged significantly, being outpaced by 3 or 4 strides. Lu Dongdong immediately discerned Wang Long's intentions. However, he found himself powerless, gritting his teeth and exerting every ounce of strength in a desperate attempt to intercept the ball beneath Wang Long's feet. Yet, Wang Long provided him no opportunity. Using his physicality to effectively block Lu Dongdong's advance, steadfastly guarding the ball at his feet. As the swift winger raced past him, Wang Long pivoted sharply, forcefully kicking the black and white ball away, which rolled directly between Lu Dongdong's legs and out of bounds. The winger, akin to a gust of wind, surged forward in an instant. With his remarkable speed, he had ample time to control the ball before it crossed the sideline. At the moment the ball slipped through his legs, Lu Dongdong instinctively weighed his options, and, without a hint of hesitation, turned and bolted forward. The winger's pace was exceedingly rapid. If Lu Dongdong did not intercept him immediately, the winger could effortlessly cut inside, leaving the outcome uncertain. As for the pillar like Wang Long he was tasked with marking, that responsibility would have to fall to the fullback behind him. It was all or nothing. "Come, let us engage in a duel, and see if I can withstand you now. I am acutely aware of your formidable prowess, but this time, I shall not concede defeat. I will not afford you the opportunity to breach my defenses, nor will I allow you to pass the ball from beneath your feet." Lu Dongdong suddenly dashed in front of the swift winger, lowering his center of gravity, arms outstretched and knees slightly bent, adopting a defensive stance typical of seasoned defenders. His unwavering gaze fixated intently on the face of the rapid winger, exuding an aura of formidable confidence that radiated from his very being. The winger deftly controlled the ball at his feet, executing his movements with such rapidity that predicting his next action proved nearly impossible. Thanks to Lu Dongdong's timely interception, the winger was denied the opportunity to penetrate directly down the flank. The fullback, left trailing in Lu's wake, hastened forward, instinctively directing himself toward the advancing Wang Long in the penalty area. The physical contest between him and Wang Long was of an entirely different caliber at that moment. Should a high ball find its way into the box, the remarkable leaping ability and robust physicality of the watchful center forward Wang Long would grant him a significant chance to effortlessly score with a header. The sole entity capable of thwarting this scenario was Lu Dongdong, as long as he could intercept the ball from the feet of the swift winger. Such a situation would be averted. However, The winger's breakthrough was currently the sharpest in the entire team, indeed in the K2 league. And his potential to be recognized as the best player in the league was not merely a product of idle boasting. Lu Dongdong, merely a substitute, was not regarded as someone capable of halting his opponent. Even though his performance had been commendable since the match commenced, the disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Rookie, I know what you are most eager to do right now, but let me tell you, you are merely indulging in a fantasy. Not even on Jaehyun, should he stand before me, could possibly impede my advance. Lu Dongdong wore a stoic expression, entirely unresponsive and unmoved. At this moment, a singular thought occupied his mind: to intercept the ball beneath the feet of the speedy winger. On the lush green pitch, he had long embraced the training imparted by Coach G, understanding that the words recently uttered by the winger were merely an attempt to disrupt his focus. A deliberate utterance of nonsense. A seasoned professional would never allow trifling remarks from an opponent to sway his emotions, especially one well-versed in such tactics. Thus, he would remain impervious to the bait. As the winger continued to ramble on, Lu Dongdong's face remained an impenetrable mask, prompting the winger to realize that her words had failed to elicit any reaction. Exhausted from her own tirade, she fell silent, a hint of frustration flickering across her features. Had she grown weary? If so, it was time for action. Her teammates had already advanced into position. Surely, she would not lack the confidence to break through and was merely engaging in this futile banter. Suddenly, Lu Dongdong spoke, his gaze fixed intently on the winger, keenly observing the slightest shifts in her shoulders. In one-on-one defense, a mature defender never focuses solely on the ball at the opponent's feet. Rather, they pay close attention to the trajectory of the opponent's body. To alter speed or direction, the initial change invariably occurs at the shoulders. It was as if Coach's voice echoed in his ears on that verdant field. The winger, having rambled on in a fit of frustration, was taken aback when Lu Dongdong retorted directly, igniting her fury. She was the brightest star of the entire youth team, and here was a mere rookie, recently joined, who had shamefully endured a hat trick against her in their first training match. How dare this young upstart utter such words in her presence? Not even the average person could endure such insolence. For the headstrong winger, it was utterly intolerable. Humph, you will soon regret the words you've just spoken, I assure you. The winger seethed through clenched teeth, her eyes locked on Lu Dongdong. I will surpass you in the most humiliating manner possible, ensuring that everyone remembers today, the day you foolishly dared to mark me. You will forever recall this moment, forever remember me, for I am a man you shall never conquer. The chasm of our abilities is one you can never bridge. The winger continued her tirade, her anger escalating with each word, her eyes nearly ablaze. You are truly insufferable. If your skills matched the fervor of your tongue, I would indeed be apprehensive. However, I believe a truly formidable player would never engage in a war of words with an opponent, for they understand that such exchanges are utterly devoid of significance. Lu Dongdong mumbled in a sardonic tone, You arrogant little rascal. Do you even realize to whom you are speaking? The swift steed of the side road, brimming with indignation, interjected, Have you finished your tirade? What if you haven't? Do you wish to confront me, you insolent brat? You are utterly oblivious to the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Lu Dongdong's lips curled into a cold smile as he fixed his gaze upon the speedy player on the flank. I have no desire to harm you, he stated. But I must inform you that once you finish speaking, I shall seize the ball beneath your feet. Upon uttering the final word, Lu Dongdong glared at one foot, suddenly stepping forward and inserting himself between the legs of the speedy player. Simultaneously, he shifted his body to collide with the opponent using his shoulder. His actions were driven by two objectives. First, to snatch the ball directly with his foot, and second, should that attempt fail, to leverage his physical advantage to block the player's path and disrupt their advance, regardless of whether the speedy player chose to confront him or evade. The outcome was inevitable, defeat. For before the fleet-footed adversary stood Lu Dongdong, a figure of towering height and strength, while the agile player, diminutive and frail, stood no chance against him. Moreover, even if the speedy player possessed unparalleled agility and rapid footwork, evading Lu Dongdong's shoulder charge was simply unattainable, unless, of course, the opponent were endowed with superhuman abilities, capable of vanishing in an instant. This maneuver is renowned as one of the most effective and ruthless tactics on the football field. The ball may pass, but the player shall not. Given the slender physique of the speedy player, a collision of such magnitude would undoubtedly result in considerable pain. While the approach may seem somewhat cruel towards a teammate, the nature of football demands that every participant exert their utmost effort within the confines of the rules, employing every possible means to succeed. Such is the unforgiving essence of the beautiful game. My sincerest apologies. Lu Dongdong silently murmured a phrase, his movements marked by unwavering decisiveness. As the bodies of the two individuals were on the verge of contact, the flabbergasted figure of the swift horseman standing in place abruptly shifted to the left. In Lu Dongdong's ears, the triumphant voice of the swift flank horse immediately resonated. "Novice, you have fallen into my trap. Do you think that a few casual jabs will rattle me? You underestimate my prowess. I am a formidable contender for the title of best player in the K2 League. Do you comprehend what it means to possess the strength of a superstar?" With a smug grin, the swift flank horse suddenly halted his lateral movement, deftly maneuvering the ball forward, and then sprinted away with remarkable agility, leaving Lu Dongdong in his wake. What renders the swift flank horse most formidable is his unparalleled speed. Once he accelerates, there is virtually no one in the entire team, or even the K2 League, who can keep pace with him. Lu Dongdong's defensive blunder paved a smooth path toward the B team's penalty area and the goal, merely a dozen meters away, easily traversable in mere seconds. At that moment, he could either pass or take a shot himself, for no one could impede his advance. A novice thinks he can stop me? Such arrogance. The winger wore a smug smile, but as his toes made contact with the rolling ball, that expression swiftly vanished, replaced by a visage of unwavering focus and determination. As a prominent star in the K2 League, his flamboyant demeanor was captivating. Yet it was his profound seriousness in the game and extraordinary football prowess that solidified his standing and endeared him to countless fans. He never underestimated any opponent. The bravado he displayed was merely a facade, intended to mislead his adversaries. Today, Lu Dongdong vividly experienced this moment, albeit at the cost of conceding a goal. The instant his toes touched the ball, the winger propelled it forward with substantial force, brimming with confidence in his speed. Even if the football strayed several meters beyond his control, he could swiftly pursue it and regain dominion. However, this time, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The ball, propelled outward, rolled rapidly for a couple of revolutions before abruptly soaring skyward, having encountered an unexpected bump in the lush green turf. Caught off guard, the winger hesitated momentarily. For such occurrences were rare on professional football pitches. He had been poised to sprint forward. But as he adjusted and arched his foot back to reclaim the slightly misplaced ball, an obstacle suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Under his gaze, the airborne ball was unexpectedly struck. With formidable strength, his broad foot made complete contact with the ball, altering its trajectory and sending it hurtling toward the goal line, ultimately rolling out of bounds. In that fleeting moment, a patch of grass was dislodged and soared into the air. Inside the B team's penalty area, the 8 team players, who had been diligently weaving and darting about in anticipation of receiving the ball, gradually came to a halt, their faces betraying a hint of disappointment. The winger's earlier breakthrough had been nothing short of spectacular. The sole lament was that the defender shadowing him had performed even more impressively. Unexpectedly, a rookie player, after conceding a goal due to being outmaneuvered, remained remarkably composed and executed a sliding tackle, thereby redeeming his earlier blunder. Due to the angles and distances involved, spectators overlooked the fact that the reason Lu Dongdong was able to thwart the swift advance along the flank was not solely attributed to his quick reflexes, but also significantly due to the slightly elevated grass on the pitch. Fortune favored him today. Lu Dongdong rose from the turf, brushing off the mud and blades of grass from his palms, his face betraying a sense of lingering trepidation. He cast a glance at the slightly raised ground before his gaze fell upon the expression of the opposing winger. The latter's countenance was decidedly grim, for he had encountered an unforeseen circumstance, a rare occurrence that had thwarted what could have been a spectacular breakthrough and a dazzling goal. Such a setback would dampen the spirits of any player. Their eyes met, and Lu Dongdong forced a sheepish grin, albeit awkwardly. The winger, in stark contrast, remained impassive, letting out a huff of frustration before turning sharply to take his position for the corner kick, clearly irked. As a shorter player, contesting aerial duels in the penalty area against his tall teammates and towering opponents was evidently a daunting task. Standing outside the box, however, might afford him the opportunity to seize any ball that was cleared. Chapter 125, The Mysterious Player. Lu Dongdong made his way back into the penalty area, where Guanggu and Yang Shengli approached him in succession. They clasped their fists and lightly tapped his shoulders, expressing their admiration for his frequent defensive maneuvers. Lu Dongdong merely nodded gently, instantly casting aside all that had just transpired. For a professional footballer on the field, it is imperative to forget both the triumphs and the setbacks, focusing solely on the events unfolding in the present moment. This was a lesson instilled in Lu Dongdong by Coach Ji following his previous critical error on the pitch. Standing at the sidelines, Cui Xianbing crossed his arms, his gaze fixated intently on Lu Dongdong. He had observed everything that occurred, from the initial play to the slightest hesitation after the swift break down the flank, which he noted with clarity. Although the distance rendered him unaware that the pitch's unevenness was the cause, he understood that Lu Dongdong's defensive action was largely dictated by fortune. Nevertheless, in the recent contest, if one were to assign a score from 1 to 10, he would grant Lu Dongdong an impressive 8. As he consistently exhibited the qualities of an exemplary center back, composure and poise, he remained unfazed by the taunts of the opposing winger and, after conceding a goal, promptly fell to the ground, utilizing his height and long legs to execute a timely clearance, sending the ball out of play. Without such intense focus, even the best fortune could not salvage the situation. However, Cui Xianbing vividly recalled that the last time Lu Dongdong had allowed coach Cui Shizhao's impression of him to plummet was due to his failure to immediately pursue after conceding a goal, instead standing idly with a perplexed expression. Such details, such instinctive reactions, reflect the professionalism of a football player, qualities that cannot be altered overnight. Yet today, Lu Dongdong's response starkly contrasted with his previous performance. Had only a week elapsed since then, it would have been hard to believe that such a dramatic transformation could manifest within a single individual. Lu Dongdong, what kind of player are you? Is it all just an act of playing the fool to catch the tiger? However, during the past week of training sessions, aside from his commendable performance on the first and second days when faced with through balls and aerial duels, Lu Dongdong exhibited a rather juvenile side in other aspects of the training. Such a situation could hardly escape the discerning eyes of an experienced football coach. And Cui Xianbing is no exception. What kind of player is he? Could it be that he possesses an extraordinary capacity for learning, and his prior exposure to inferior football training deprived him of sufficient opportunities to showcase his abilities? Otherwise, it would be implausible for him to make such significant progress in merely a week since joining the club. Cui Xianbing stared intently at the focused Lu Dongdong. And apart from this possibility, he could hardly conceive of any other explanation. Even if he racked his brain, he could never have anticipated that Lu Dongdong would suddenly awaken a football training system upon arriving in Korea, continuously evolving during his nightly slumber. Chapter 126. Irretrievable situation under the referee's command. The chaotic penalty area began to stabilize somewhat. Standing at the left corner kick spot, Che Zai observed, expressionless. The teammates and B-team defenders bustling about in the box, quietly exchanging a glance with Wang Long. Lu Dongdong, who was positioned closely beside Wang Long, followed Che Zai's gaze and slightly tilted his head to glance at Wang Long. He was half a head shorter than Wang Long and lagged behind in physical confrontations. However, through the training sessions led by Cui Xianbing and the gentle guidance of Coach Ji on the green pitch, he felt an unwavering confidence in his ability to secure this header. As long as Che Zai dared to deliver the ball towards Wang Long's head, he was 100% certain he could clear it away. As a tall center back, failing to assert any aerial dominance would indeed be a waste of his stature. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the group of players, previously standing silently in the penalty area, sprang into action. Some dashed towards the near post, others to the far post, while some shook off their defensive markers, leaping high into the air, and others resorted to subtle tactics, tugging at the attacking players' shirts and dragging them to the ground. The scene could only be described in 4 words: utter chaos. Lu Dongdong and Wang Long remained unfazed by the tumultuous surroundings. Lu Dongdong, anticipating Wang Long's jump, leapt ahead, his head swinging as he aimed directly at the incoming ball. His defensive timing and positioning had far surpassed Wang Long's, showcasing near-total dominance. Today, facing off against a pillar-like center forward, he had amassed ample experience, which would prove to be a valuable asset as he encounters similar forwards in the future. Lu Dongdong's height has always been remarkable, and this time, he leapt even higher, seemingly exerting all his strength. However, to his astonishment, the ball launched from the vehicle, just as it was about to collide with his head, unexpectedly veered upwards, grazing his scalp before soaring away, only to plummet rapidly and land in the lower right corner of the goal. Lu Dongdong found himself suspended in midair, executing a perfectly synchronized backward turn alongside Wang Long, who had leaped a moment later. They both anticipated that the ball would sail directly out of bounds. Yet to their astonishment, the starkly contrasting black and white sphere ascended before plummeting rapidly, descending straight into the lower right corner of the goal. There, a figure surged forth, leaning forward, his head thrusting towards the ball, colliding forcefully with the rapidly spinning orb. It was Ingencio, a forward endowed with both speed and skill, possessing commendable physical attributes, yet lacking in height and strength. All the towering players stationed within the penalty area missed their chance at the ball, which was unexpectedly seized by Ingencio, granting him a rare opportunity for a header. It was disastrous. Yang Xingli, sprinting in pursuit, covered his face, utterly unprepared for the calamity that befell his team due to his momentary distraction. However, he found himself 2 or 3 meters behind Ingencio, powerless to intervene. Left to watch helplessly. At that moment, the breath of every onlooker was held in anticipation. Chapter 127. Fortuity. In that instant, every individual held their breath. Twisting their heads or lying on the ground to peer up, the spectators at the edge of the field fixed their gaze intently, silently observing as the ball departed from Ingencio's head, accelerating swiftly towards the goal, aimed at the lower right corner. It was the dead angle of the goal. Unless a goalkeeper was already stationed there, no keeper could possibly thwart the ball at that moment. The ball hurtled towards the dead corner on the right side of the goal. Among all present in the penalty area, including the players watching from the sidelines, no one believed anyone could thwart this impending goal. Yet, in the next moment, to everyone's astonishment, an unexpected figure soared into view. With white goalkeeper gloves adorning his hands, he deflected the black and white sphere, which had nearly crossed the white goal line, away from the net. Gasps of disbelief spread across the faces of the crowd. They had scarcely acknowledged the B Team's goalkeeper, yet in this pivotal moment, he heroically parried what seemed an inevitable goal. Don't just stand there. Clear the ball. The goalkeeper, having landed heavily on the ground with a dull thud, jolted the dazed players, both those from Team B and Team A, back to reality in an instant. Yes, the ball had not yet gone out of play. There remained a chance to score. Indeed, the ball had not yet crossed the line, and the danger was far from averted. A throng of individuals, with fervent zeal, pursued the trajectory of the ball as it rolled away, yet amidst the chaos, a singular figure surged ahead with remarkable swiftness. With a stature not particularly imposing, clad in a verdant vest, her face radiated intense focus, and her eyes exuded an overwhelming confidence. She was fixated on the ball, which had just ricocheted high off the grass, driven by an indomitable resolve. It was on Jinsu, an exceptional forward. The moment the goalkeeper deflected the ball, she remained utterly attentive, dashing forward without hesitation. This was the hallmark of a proficient striker. Until the ball had completely crossed into the white net and the referee's whistle had sounded, she would never relinquish an opportunity. This is mine. It must be mine. A fervent blaze seemed to ignite within her, enveloping her entirely before concentrating fiercely in her elevated right foot. With a fiery determination, she aimed to strike the ball with such force that it would seem to melt the very net itself. Her foot, raised high, descended with astonishing speed, the toes poised to connect with the ball. This shot transcended a mere attempt. It embodied the powerful conviction of An Jinsu, an extraordinary forward. Go forth. Let everyone witness my prowess. The instep of her foot met the ball with a resounding thud, sending the black and white sphere hurtling forth. The players of Team A were illuminated by a glimmer of hope, their eyes sparkling with an unshakable confidence in the potential for this strike to translate into a goal. In stark contrast, the demeanor of Team B's players dimmed, including the goalkeeper who had just executed a remarkable save. Though he might perform exceptionally once, he could never consistently thwart a series of assured strikes. A flicker of trepidation crossed the goalkeeper's gaze, yet he gritted his teeth, extended his arms, and leapt in the direction he anticipated. In the next heartbeat, regret washed over him as he realized that An Jinsu's shot was not only rapid, but also veering away from his predicted path. Deceived by her skillful technique, the ball soared directly toward the net, into an unguarded goal. This shot was undeniably destined for success. Did the ball find its mark? It certainly must have. For that was the collective sentiment of every player present, even those reluctant to acknowledge or accept the impending truth. Yet, the reality remained immutable. No one could alter it. No, that ball cannot possibly go in. Absolutely not. The thoughts of everyone were astonishingly uniform, with the sole exception of Lu Dongdong. Gritting his teeth, he sprinted forward with fervor, only to stumble and fall, extending his foot just as the ball was launched into motion. That sudden foot appeared like a bolt from the blue, striking the hearts of those present in an instant. Every eye widened in disbelief, including that of Ingencio, who had just kicked the ball. The onlookers could only watch as the ball was forcefully met by the broad sole, akin to being struck by a swiftly swinging baseball bat, leaving behind a trail of white light as it soared high beyond the boundary of the field. With his body still grazing the grass, Lu Dongdong rose from the ground, having propelled himself several meters away. The referee's whistle echoed in his ears, and with a decisive wave of his arm towards Team B's goal, he signaled without hesitation for a throw-in. And Jinxiu silently observed Lu Dongdong pass by, astonished that this seemingly inexperienced rookie could repeatedly thwart their team's lethal assaults. He had even coldly denied a shot on an open goal that seemed destined to score. It was truly infuriating, yet the only solace lay in the fact that this brilliant center-back was indeed his teammate. And Jinxiu cast a deep glance at Lu Dongdong, whose expression remained impassive, but suddenly a smile broke through. Following the direction of his teammates, he abandoned the bewildered Lu Dongdong and turned to sprint towards the boundary of the field. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly at the slowly retreating figure of Jinxiu, a visage marked by confusion and bewilderment. Just moments ago, he had thwarted the opponent's seemingly inevitable goal. At this very instant, the opposing player must surely harbor feelings of anger towards him. Even if not enraged, a smile should not adorn their face. What on earth is happening? Lu Dongdong, whose passport states he is 19 yet is actually only 17, remains oblivious to the fact that his remarkable performance has earned him the genuine respect of a key player on the team. Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong. Guanggu called out loudly several times, finally prompting Lu Dongdong to turn back. Quickly return to the penalty area. They are about to execute a throw-in. Focus and do not lose your concentration. Guanggu admonished sternly, his expression serious. Lu Dongdong suddenly understood, nodding in acknowledgement as he glanced at the A-team player stationed at the boundary line, responsible for the free kick. In a hurry, he dashed towards the penalty area behind him. Passing by Guanggu, he noticed Guanggu giving him a thumbs up, his previously serious expression transforming into a smile. Your earlier performance was remarkable. Keep it up, but do not let pride take hold. Yes, understood, Guang team. Lu Dongdong was somewhat taken aback, momentarily stunned, then vigorously nodded and sprinted back into the penalty area like a gust of wind. An inexhaustible power radiated from him, accompanied by an overwhelming confidence. As a professional player, nothing could be more exhilarating than earning the acknowledgement of one's teammates, aside from excelling on the field. Bring it on. Let the tempest rage even fiercer. In the 75th minute, Team B earned a corner kick. All the tall players, including Lu Dongdong, made their way into the A-team's penalty area. Securing another goal would seal the match in their favor. He exchanged a few words with Che Zai and Chi Xuan, then waved to Choi Hyunbin, who was standing at the sidelines. Prompted by prior signals, Choi Hyunbin immediately nodded and beckoned to two substitutes, who had completed their warm-up, to enter the field. The two A-team players currently on the pitch, Wang Long, a towering center forward, and a midfielder, also approached the sidelines. After exchanging handshakes and embraces, they completed the substitution ritual. Lu Dongdong, if you fail to secure the first touch, immediately fall back. The two players they just brought on are both speedy forwards, likely aiming to exploit our counterattack, Guanggu whispered to Lu Dongdong, leaning close to his ear, before swiftly turning and evading his marker, sprinting towards another direction in the penalty area. Lu Dongdong turned his head, squinting as he observed the two newly introduced substitute players standing just outside the penalty area. They immediately shifted their steps towards the outer side of the box. Tall and long-legged, his sprinting speed was commendable among those of similar stature. However, against swift attacking players, such as the fleet-footed wingers, he risked being outpaced should they gain possession of the ball. If they managed to score and equalize, it would be a most unfortunate turn of events. He raised his arm, discreetly signaling to his teammate at the corner flag responsible for taking the kick, then quickly evaded the A-team player assigned to mark him, mimicking the tactics of Guanggu as he dashed towards the opposite side. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and the B-team player, focused intently on assessing the situation within the penalty area, decisively struck the ball high into the air. Chaos erupted within the box, bodies colliding. Although the B-team had prepared diligently, the A-team, composed of seasoned primary players, maintained their composure and dominance in the situation. And Chi Xuan, serving as the core defender, was the first to leap and head the ball away from the penalty area. Prepared for this moment, Che Zai surged forward, executing a series of feints to shake off the approaching B-team defenders before decisively passing the ball towards the sideline. Chapter 128, Still Fortunate. The newly introduced player for Team A, upon receiving the ball, dashed towards the center of the pitch with remarkable speed. Being fresh compared to the fatigued players from the previous 70 minutes of intense confrontation, he effortlessly left behind several B-team defenders in mere seconds, racing like the wind into the opposing half. With his hair flying in the breeze, he sprinted forward, but Guanggu, determined to defend, swiftly positioned himself in front of him. The 18 player executed a few feints, realizing he could not deceive Guanggu, and promptly shifted the ball away. The starkly contrasting black and white ball returned to the feet of Che Zai, who occupied the midfield position. Lu Dongdong, robust and heavyset, happened to run back just in time. Spotting Che Zai, who was merely a step away, he instinctively moved in for a close challenge, attempting to snatch the ball while his opponent was distracted. However, as the core midfielder of the team, Che Zai was far from easy to dispossess. With a deft touch, he rolled the ball effortlessly to his other foot, lowering his center of gravity as he positioned himself for a powerful sprint. Lu Dongdong, undeterred, extended a foot once more. At that moment, the resounding roar of Guanggu echoed in his ears. Do not concern yourself with the ball beneath your feet. Hurry back. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, retracting his outstretched foot, and without a glance back, dashed towards his designated defensive zone. Observing Lu Dongdong's swift retreat, Che Zai inwardly lamented the lost opportunity. Yet he adhered to his original intentions, forcefully striking the ball, which soared into the air, ascending towards the left flank of the pitch. There, a player, reminiscent of a cyclist with fervent energy, was sprinting at breakneck speed. The onlookers could not discern his face, but they distinctly recalled his strikingly bright yellow hair. The player on the flank slightly lifted his foot, effortlessly controlling the ball that descended from the sky while maintaining his rapid pace. In the next moment, he executed a sudden, forceful stop, causing B-Team's tenacious left back, who was fiercely pursuing him, to surge past him. The B-Team's left back was taken aback by this unexpected maneuver, promptly planting his feet to halt and clumsily turning to sprint backwards. Yet, how could the formidable flank player, a veritable force of nature that instilled fear in the hearts of all teams in the K2 League, squander such a golden opportunity? Before the B-Team's left back could return to his side, he deftly executed a lateral cut, propelling himself towards the B-Team's penalty area, leaving his opponent with nothing but a view of his departing figure. The adversary approached like a razor-sharp blade, bearing unrivaled speed. Lu Dongdong, positioned closest to the action, found himself with no choice but to act. After a brief hesitation, he quickly abandoned the newly introduced team forward he was marking and surged forward. If he did not immediately position himself to provide support, the flank player, with his extraordinary prowess, would inevitably penetrate the small penalty area, offering both passing and shooting options that would be increasingly difficult to thwart. His judgment was astute, and his timing impeccable, as he effectively intercepted the menacing flank player at the edge of the penalty area. Lu Dongdong opted for restraint, slightly spreading his feet apart. This stance not only served to thwart the rapid advances from the flanks, but also hindered the opponent's ability to deliver a swift pass to the forward he had momentarily left behind. He was acutely aware of the perilous nature of his decision. However, he reasoned that if he could obstruct the flanking assailant for just a few seconds, his fellow fullback, left in the wake of the opponent, would have the opportunity to promptly reposition and defend. Thus, the incisive break from the wing would be rendered futile, dissipating into nothingness. Rookie, it's you again. Do you truly believe you can stop me? The flank swift player, expressionless, fixated on Lu Dongdong, unleashing a torrent of taunts as was customary. In this team, and throughout the entire K2 League, no defender can withstand my prowess. Your earlier success was merely a stroke of luck, a fleeting chance. Lu Dongdong, as before, remained taciturn, yet the tension within him had eased considerably. His intention was not to seize the ball at the feet of the galloping winger, but rather to afford his teammates the precious moments needed to regroup defensively. The more the winger elaborated on his exploits, the more it aligned with Lu's own desires. Youngster, dare you not admit it? Your ability to intercept was purely a stroke of fortune. You have stumbled upon an extraordinary twist of fate, leading everyone to believe you successfully thwarted me. You ought to express your gratitude to me, for this unforeseen incident has altered the perceptions of all, who now regard you as a hidden master of the craft. Lu Dongdong furrowed her brow slightly. As a newcomer to the team, gaining the recognition of her teammates was undoubtedly a cherished dream. However, upon hearing the words of the speedy player on the flank, her emotions were inevitably stirred. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Lu Dongdong immediately heightened her vigilance, discerning that this was undoubtedly a trap, a deliberate attempt by the flank player to disrupt her focus. As expected, barely had the words left his lips when he noticed the subtle change in Lu Dongdong's expression. With a broad grin revealing his pearly whites, he smugly declared, "You've fallen for it." The flank player deftly nudged the ball forward, sending it rolling ahead. Lu Dongdong reacted swiftly, closing her feet together. But she was still a moment too late. Fortunately, just before the ball could completely pass through her feet, It struck her heel, altering both its force and trajectory. Though the change was slight, for a professional player like Lu Dongdong, who was entirely focused, it was more than sufficient. With a rapid motion, she pivoted, her arms swinging back and slightly expanding to occupy more space, using her back to thwart the flank player's aggressive advance. Indeed, within a mere 0.1 seconds, she felt a powerful impact against her back. While the force was considerable, it was well within the limits of Lu Dongdong, who had channeled all her training on the pitch into strength. At the moment of collision, her arms, which had been trailing backward, instinctively contracted along her spine, effectively halting the flank player's attempt to break through from behind. Like a fish thrashing desperately in a net, the flank player found his escape utterly blocked, rendering his efforts futile. Lu Dongdong had successfully contained him, and the forward from Team A, who had been left behind, surged toward the rolling ball with remarkable speed. As noted by the observers, this forward, though not as clumsy as Wang Long, moved with impressive swiftness, rivaling that of Jin Xiu, albeit still inferior to the flank player's pace. Yet, despite this speed, the distance between Lu Dongdong and the ball was too great. She lunged ahead, extending her foot to poke the ball toward her goalkeeper. The goalkeeper, having just made a significant contribution, did not succumb to the blunders often seen in the top 10 worst moments of football videos. Instead, he effortlessly scooped up the ball, securing it tightly. Consequently, all of Team A's attacking efforts were thwarted, forcing them to retreat back to their half in dejection. "Damn it, you scoundrel." A patch of turf was kicked into the air, and the swift winger with a mane of golden hair stomped his feet in frustration. His face was a portrait of utter despondency. "Rookie, you cannot rely on luck every single time." The winger lifted his head, glaring through the air at Lu Dongdong, his eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Lu Dongdong's heart was in turmoil. Although he had successfully thwarted yet another lethal assault from Team A, a feat that undeniably brought him a sense of joy, it must be acknowledged that this defense was heavily laced with fortune. The consecutive strokes of coincidence were sufficient to infuriate any offensive player, particularly one as headstrong and arrogant as a swift winger. What could Lu Dongdong possibly say? Nothing at all, for he found himself in a predicament. Not only was he a rival to the swift winger on the field, but they were also teammates within the same club. Moreover, as a newcomer to the team, he was acutely aware of the seasoned veteran's illustrious achievements. Out of respect and reason, he could only choose to remain humble. Thus, he instinctively shrugged his shoulders and spread his hands, responding with a look of helplessness. However, to his utter astonishment, the impetuous and arrogant winger misinterpreted his gesture as disdain, indifference, and provocation, igniting a tempest of fury within him. "You fool, don't think that just because you thwarted my 2 attacks by sheer luck, you can act superior. You are merely a rough-around-the-edges novice, and I could easily vanquish you at any moment." In a fit of rage, the winger charged towards Lu Dongdong, forcefully shoving him with both hands. Lu Dongdong was taken aback, stumbling back 3 steps. Before he could utter a word, Yang Shengli and others swiftly surged forward, shielding him from harm. The unexpected scene on the court immediately captured everyone's attention, prompting several players from Team A to hasten towards the position of the troublemaker on the sidelines. The match, which was poised to proceed normally, was abruptly halted. Standing at the edge of the court, Cui Xianbing crossed his arms, his brow furrowing in concern. Incidents of violence on the court were not uncommon, attributed to various factors. But such occurrences during an internal training match could have significant repercussions, particularly detrimental to the team's unity. Chapter 129, Conflict, Part 1. Moreover, the current situation was troubling. As an assistant coach, Cui was standing at the sidelines, yet someone had the audacity to disregard him and resort to violence. This was a direct challenge to the authority of the coach. However, the situation was still in its nascent stages. He chose not to intervene immediately. Watching quietly with a frown, players from both teams gathered, encircling the involved Lu Dongdong and the troublemaker, perhaps due to their prolonged frustration from unsuccessful offensive attempts. Team A's players, fueled by pent-up anger, found their emotions ignited by the provocations of the troublemaker, whose brazen attitude was intolerable. The atmosphere quickly shifted from mutual persuasion to shoving and accusations, the tension escalating rapidly. A physical confrontation was on the brink of eruption. "Enough. Are you all just looking for trouble?" A figure strode forward, extending strong arms to push aside those blocking his path. Some, unwilling to back down, attempted to retort, only to realize it was Che Zai, the team's midfield linchpin and captain. Their anger instantly froze, and faced with Che's fierce gaze, they lowered their heads like chastened rabbits. And Qi Xian, a stalwart of the team's defense, quickly joined Che Zai, assisting in dispersing the agitated players. As key members of the squad, their value and authority were such that no player dared to defy them, exemplifying the unspoken rules of the locker room. Although Guanggu was incensed as a seasoned player, he understood precisely how to navigate the situation. Under the leadership of Che Zai and Qi Xian, he stepped in to calm the outraged players of Team B. The tense atmosphere dissipated in an instant. Yet, the troublemaker continued to glare at Lu Dongdong, incessantly shouting, "Enough! Do you wish to be banned by Coach Cui?" Regardless of whether Lu Dongdong's defensive maneuvers held an element of luck, each of his efforts was executed successfully and impeccably, devoid of any fouls. If you harbor any grievances, seek to regain your dignity through the beautiful game of football in the forthcoming moments, rather than resorting to futile displays of indignation, declared Che Zai. With little mercy in his booming voice, the swift winger, known for his audacious spirit and remarkable skills, stood as one of the star players of the youth team, exhibiting a defiant attitude towards his peers. However, in the presence of Che Zai, the captain, who surpassed him in both popularity and prowess, he felt compelled to acquiesce. In response to Che Zai's thunderous reprimand, the indignant Lu Dongdong cast an angry glare but quickly lowered his head in submission. Thus, the tempest was wholly quelled. Focus. The match is still underway. Che Zai bellowed, pivoting to survey the surrounding players. The athletes from both teams exchanged glances, one by one departing the scene. Led by Che Zai and Qi Xuan, the swift winger turned to leave, and as they approached the center circle of the field, Che Zai glanced at Choi Hyunbin, who stood at the sidelines with arms crossed and offered a subtle nod. Choi Hyunbin reciprocated with a gentle nod of his own. Chapter 130, The Clash, Part 2. Choi Hyunbin responded with a slight nod, casting a meaningful glance at the swift winger before directing his attention to the referee waiting nearby, signaling for the match to resume. As the disturbance had only just begun to brew, it was swiftly quelled, and the referee refrained from penalizing the involved parties, the swift winger and Lu Dongdong, instead approaching them to issue verbal warnings. The sharp sound of the whistle pierced the air, and the match recommenced. Originally, a minor ball belonged to Team A, but due to the referee's decision attributing the fault to the swift winger, the right to serve reverted to Team B. Don't overthink it. Physical confrontations on the pitch are commonplace. The swift winger simply possesses that temperament. It will soon pass, as there is no malice intended. When it comes time for defense, do not dwell on it too much. Just continue to exhibit the same performance as before, Guanggu whispered to Lu Dongdong, before turning and jogging towards the midfield position. Lu Dongdong watched as the silhouette of Guanggu gradually faded away, then turned to glance at Yang Shengli, standing on the other side. The two exchanged a subtle nod, a testament to their seamless cooperation. Setting aside all distractions swirling in his mind, he immersed himself entirely in the match. The forward of Team B surged past the midfielders of Team A, and at the crucial moment, just as another defender rushed towards him, he deftly nudged the ball to the left with the tip of his foot, sending it directly to his partner, Longza. Longza, with the ball under his control, faced the formidable Qi Xuan, who stood with arms outstretched and knees slightly bent in a defensive stance. He chose not to immediately attempt a forceful advance. The opponent before him was seasoned and skillful, and he lacked the confidence for a guaranteed victory in a one-on-one duel. At this juncture, he was still 10 meters from Team A's penalty area, having just retreated to the sidelines to receive his teammate's pass. The position and angle for a shot were far from optimal, should he attempt to strike. The likelihood of sending the ball soaring over the goal or directly into the hands of Team A's goalkeeper was significant. Currently, Team B was leading by a goal, and without a clear opportunity, there was no reason to squander a shooting chance or relinquish possession that had been so hard-earned. Cognizant of this, Longza refrained from an immediate offensive move, instead alternating the ball between his feet, deliberately stalling for time to provide his teammates with ample opportunity to make supporting runs. As the core defender of the youthful team, Qi Xuan, with nearly 100 matches under his belt, was acutely aware of the situation on the field and the challenges they faced. Recognizing the opponent's intention to delay, he quickly made a decisive judgment and opted for the most prudent course of action. He stepped forward and extended a foot to intercept the ball at Longza's feet. With less than 10 minutes remaining in the match, if they wished to avoid disgrace, they had to score at least one goal within this limited time frame. Every moment was exceedingly precious to them, and they could not afford to waste it. If you do not initiate the attack, then I shall take the initiative. Qi Xuan extended a foot, maintaining his balance with vigilant awareness of Long Zay's potential for a forceful breakthrough. He was acutely aware of his every intention. As long as he could stay close to Long Zay's body, even if he failed to intercept the ball beneath his opponent's feet, he would decisively resort to foul tactics, bringing his adversary down to compel the referee to award a free kick. Although their proximity to the penalty area posed a significant threat should the opponent gain a set piece, the majority of B team's players were substitutes from the youth squad. And aside from Long Zay and Guanggu, who exhibited proficient footwork, the rest possessed relatively crude skills. Moreover, Guanggu, as a defensive midfielder, lacked the capability to score directly from a free kick. The danger posed by their set-piece delivery was minimal. They had an 80% chance of easily defending against it. Given the dwindling time, this risk was entirely justifiable, and Qixuan's body pressed forward like a towering mountain. Although Long Zay demonstrated considerable physical strength, he could not possibly contend with a central defender whose very role relied on such physicality, especially one as skilled as Qixuan. Upon nearing, Long Zay immediately grasped Qixuan's plan, yet the pressure forced his body to tilt uncontrollably to one side, making the loss of possession imminent. At that moment, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted a figure in a green vest matching his own, rushing up from behind. Without hesitation, before fully toppling, Long Zay braced himself against the ground with his arm and, in an awkward and unorthodox manner, managed to poke the ball away just in time. Due to the immense pressure exerted by Qixuan and the speed of the situation, Long Zay's kick was hasty and misdirected, sending the ball careening erratically towards a rapidly advancing teammate. Fortunately, no players from Team A occupied that space. The sprinting comrade adjusted his steps, covering 2 or 3 extra paces to effortlessly receive the ball. "Hurry up, don't let him shoot," a voice suddenly rang out, and no one had the time to discern its source. Prompted by the shout, a group of Team A players surged towards the B team player who had claimed the ball. Guanggu took a step, noticing the defenders from Team A rushing in from all directions. He lifted his gaze toward the distant white goal, which was still several dozen meters away, and without hesitation, raised his left foot high. His face transformed into a mask of intense focus. His sharp gaze narrowed solely on the white goal standing in the distance. Not good. As Qixuan pressed almost his entire body against Long Zay, his expression shifted dramatically. With a powerful shove, he propelled Long Zay away, utilizing the recoil to launch himself forward like a motorcycle ignited by a rocket booster, positioning himself squarely in front of Guanggu's line of sight. Crossing his arms over his shoulders, he leaped into the air. The white ball shot forth from beneath Guanggu's feet, speeding away like a white meteor streaking across the sky, almost grazing Qixuan's shoulder as it soared angrily over the lush green grass toward the white goal. Chapter 132. A Fierce Counterattack, Part 2. All eyes in the stadium were fixated on the rapidly moving black and white football. The goalkeeper of Team A, arms outstretched, leaned to one side before Guanggu had even struck the ball. Standing at an imposing height of 196 meters, he possessed a considerable physical advantage. His height combined with his arm length reaching nearly 266 meters. This stature allowed him to remain composed, regardless of the angle of the opponent's shots. This instance was no exception. Moreover, prior to Guanggu's kick, the seasoned goalkeeper accurately assessed the precise direction of the shot, the timing of his advance, and the speed of his launch, executing each with impeccable precision. However, on the football field, there is a saying, the ball is round, and anything can happen. The goalkeeper had fulfilled his duties, but Guanggu's corner kick carried such immense power that the consequence was blistering speed. Almost instantaneously after Guanggu struck the ball, the black and white sphere flew toward the white goal, bypassing the goalkeeper's outstretched fingers before he could react. The mouths of all spectators involuntarily formed an O shape. While the A team's goalkeeper instinctively turned his head, his eyes wide in disbelief, unable to fathom that the ball had entered the net in such an astounding manner. In the next moment, a spark of hope ignited in his expression, transforming despair into delight. For in his gaze, the ball he believed was destined to score suddenly veered upward, striking the white goalpost with a resounding clang before ricocheting back onto the field. The white goal frame, crafted from high-density resin, vibrated with a resonant hum as the ball struck it with force. The A-team goalkeeper fell heavily to the ground. Yet his face bore no trace of pain, only boundless joy as he pounded his fist into the grass. Nothing in the game could bring more joy than witnessing an opponent's seemingly certain goal strike the post or veer just outside the goal line. The sharp whistle rang out as expected. The hearts of all A-team players, previously lodged in their throats, finally relaxed, their faces reflecting a mix of relief and surprise. Conversely, every B team player wore expressions of frustration, clenching their fists and sighing in dismay. It was a tremendous pity had that shot found the net. The dynamics of the match would have shifted irrevocably, even if the A team, composed entirely of starters, unleashed a barrage of attacks in the remaining time. They would have absolute confidence in maintaining their 2-0 lead until the final whistle blew. However, at this moment, everything has fallen apart. The victory, which seemed attainable only through daydreaming, was merely a step away, just a fraction of a chance. Standing at the edge of the field, observing the match, Cui Xianbin gently shook his head, his face etched with regret. Chapter 133, A Fierce Battle of Offense, Part 3. As the assistant coach of the team, he did not belong to either of the competing sides on the field. He genuinely appreciated any remarkable goal or exquisite play. That recent shot from Guanggu was nothing short of spectacular. The only lament was that it failed to find the white net. With his vast experience, he understood all too well that had that ball found its mark, today's match would have been irrevocably concluded. The main team, Team A, would face a humiliating defeat, while the substitute team, Team B, would achieve a historic victory, providing ample fodder for discussion among the players and the entire club for an entire year, if not longer. What a pity! Lu Dongdong, his gaze unwavering, clenched his fists and let out a frustrated exclamation. He felt an overwhelming sense of regret for that missed opportunity. Nearby, his partner, Li Shengli, stood with hands on his hips, shaking his head in dismay. Had that shot gone in, their defensive pressure as center backs would have been significantly alleviated. With a lighter mental burden, their defensive performance would have been outstanding, instilling absolute confidence in their ability to thwart Team A's attacks in the fleeting moments remaining. However, the situation was now poised to reverse. After all, they were only leading Team A by a single goal, a slender advantage that could easily be equalized if they were not vigilant. Moreover, given Team A's style, they would undoubtedly resort to an all-out offensive strategy in their quest for victory. The opponents were a cadre of key players from the youth club. While they were merely substitutes, some of whom were even second-string substitutes, most of the team, like Yang Xingli, began to feel anxious, their hearts racing as they deeply questioned whether they could withstand Team A's relentless assault in the mere 7 minutes remaining in the match. Yang Xingli. What's wrong? Yang Xingli snapped out of his daze to find Lu Dongdong calling his name with an open mouth. Don't overthink. Focus on the game. We will surely emerge victorious in this match. Lu Dongdong's gaze was intense, filled with unwavering confidence, and he gave a thumbs up. Yang Xingli swallowed hard and nodded gently. Lu Dongdong gently nodded in response, though a veil of concern shadowed his gaze. It was evident that his partner, Yang Xingli, was already betraying a sense of trepidation. For a central defender, with less than 7 minutes remaining in the match, this was a perilous situation. We must thwart Team A's offense. No, it is not merely a hope, it is an imperative. Lu Dongdong turned his head, gazing intently at the players of Team A positioned on the opposite half of the field, casting aside all lingering thoughts and fears, leaving only an unwavering conviction, that is victory. Victory! 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 As the referee's whistle signaled the continuation of the match. To the astonishment of Team B's players, Team A immediately launched a ferocious assault. Under the commanding presence of their midfield maestro, Team A initiated an onslaught of unparalleled intensity. Whether down the flanks or through the center, a multitude of Team A players surged into action, their offensive maneuvers relentless, overwhelming Team B to the brink of exhaustion. On several occasions during corner kicks, Team A's towering goalkeeper even ventured from his designated position, charging into Team B's penalty area. A testament to Team A's insatiable thirst for goals and triumph. Fortunately, every player on Team B was thoroughly prepared. Under the leadership of the seasoned veteran, Guanggu, they exhibited unwavering resilience, engaging in tireless contests for the ball, their collective spirit uniting to repel Team A's increasingly potent barrage of attacks. The ball soared out of bounds near the midfield, granting possession to Team A. The referee firmly grasped his whistle, blowing it sharply and raising 3 fingers. In that instant, all eyes in the stadium turned, acutely aware that this signified 3 minutes of stoppage time. Only 3 minutes remained. Should they fail to score within this fleeting span, defeat would be inevitable. If they could not withstand Team A's relentless onslaught, all prior efforts would be rendered futile. A singular thought surged in the minds of both Team A and Team B players. Each individual lifted their gaze, earnestly surveying their opponents. Their hearts and expressions resonated with unwavering determination, united by a singular conviction. They must not lose. They must prevail. The referee gestured for Team A's player to come forward for a throw-in. A fullback, endowed with remarkable strength, promptly approached, cradling the ball. The midfield linchpin also hurried forward to provide timely support. Due to the severe depletion of stamina, Guanggu refrained from sending the exhausted strikers from Team B to engage in close marking. Instead, the entire team retreated to their half, positioning themselves strategically, preparing for a desperate final stand. "Boss, please grant me this opportunity." As the swift figure with golden hair dashed past the vehicle, she abruptly halted, her expression grave and earnest. Though her tone was tinged with a pleading quality, her demeanor was resolute, leaving no room for refusal. The driver met her intense gaze with a profound look, and amidst her fervent anticipation, he gently nodded and proceeded towards his teammate ready to serve. A radiant light ignited in her eyes, and without a backward glance, she sprinted towards Team B's half, her speed akin to the wind, exuding an overwhelming confidence. Of course, such swiftness is invisible to the naked eye, yet it is a requisite of the narrative. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the player designated to serve for Team A tossed the ball to the driver. Immediately after the pass, he followed the rhythm of his teammates, plunging headlong into Team B's territory. The ball, under his deft control, moved behind him, while every defender, including the goalkeeper and Chichuan, had already advanced into Team B's half. All awaited his pass. This was their final opportunity. Should they fail to score in this offensive maneuver, they would face a humiliating defeat. Chapter 135. The taste of victory. Such an outcome would condemn them to eternal disgrace in the annals of the team's history, rendering them the subject of ridicule. The driver would not permit this to transpire. It was both his pride and his confidence at stake. A flame ignited within him, growing from a flicker to a roaring blaze. Yet his visage remained impassive, devoid of emotion. Only his eyes betrayed the tumultuous confidence within, a fury born from the desire for victory, the fury of a player crowned as the most valuable player of the K2 League. He gradually approached the ball, inching his way into the center circle of the pitch. Within her line of sight, his teammates were darting in every direction, tirelessly striving to stretch the opponent's defensive formation and create optimal opportunities for receiving the ball in attack. The defenders of Team B were relentless, closely tailing him, their expressions etched with tension and gravity. The speedy winger, who had already been briefed, dashed along the flanks like a gust of wind, fervently waving his arms and vociferously calling for the ball to be passed immediately. However, he merely lifted his gaze briefly before resolutely redirecting his focus. Surprisingly, he chose not to pass, instead controlling the ball at his feet, inching deeper into the territory of Team B. The players of Team B observed in silence, none daring to press forward, heeding the warnings from Guanggu. As a veteran with a decade of experience in the team, he was acutely aware of Shizai's capabilities and had personally experienced his deft footwork. At this pivotal moment, he accurately discerned that Shizai's actions were a deliberate attempt to lure them into advancing, thereby creating an opportunity for his teammates to breach the defense, culminating in a surgical assist that could decisively alter the outcome of the match. Such a scenario was not unfamiliar to Guanggu, and he was determined not to fall into the trap. Under his command, the entire Team B gradually retreated in unison, maintaining a synchronized formation without a hint of disorder. Although Shizai's prowess was terrifying, even a world-class player could not hope to score from near the center circle against a collective defense. Simultaneously, the retreating defense significantly constricted the movement of Team A's attacking players, limiting the impact of their superior technical skills. The notion that one could withstand the pressure of numerous legs bearing down upon them was utterly implausible, unless, of course, one were in a game or held VIP status. "Come on, let me savor the taste of victory over you before my retirement." A flicker of intense determination flashed momentarily in Guanggu's eyes. In the next instant, his exuberance transformed into serene focus, embodying the essence of a professional footballer during a decisive clash. Reflecting on his football career, he may not have been deemed exceptional, but through his relentless tenacity and unwavering spirit, he undoubtedly embodied the very essence of professionalism. Pass the ball, shouted the speedy winger, waving his arms vigorously. After a prolonged wait without success, his rebellious nature could no longer contain itself, and he loudly called out to the playmaker. The players from Team B glanced at him, then shifted their gaze toward the vehicle, two of them promptly advancing toward the winger's position. Should the playmaker choose to pass in that direction, they would swiftly close in, surrounding the winger and reclaiming possession of the ball. "You truly are a fool to so openly demand the ball, even if you find yourself in a favorable position. I cannot possibly pass it to you," the playmaker muttered in frustration. He lifted his gaze to the incessantly waving and running winger, deftly flicking the ball with the outside of his foot and charging into the crowded midfield. The situation on the field was stark. Team B had resolved to employ a compressed defensive tactic, leaving no room for passing or receiving, merely biding their time until the match concluded. As the central figure of the midfield, the playmaker would not allow this to transpire. Possessing an exceptional ability to read the game, he decisively resolved to carve out a path through sheer confidence and skill, seeking to create opportunities for himself or his teammates. With little time remaining, he had no choice but to act. The playmaker surged forward rapidly, and upon receiving a signal from their captain, the two forwards from Team B lunged at him. One on each side, advancing like predators. They raised their legs, claws bared, ready to strike. In this critical moment, any foul that did not warrant a red card was a tactic at their disposal. They were determined to exhaust all means to stifle the playmaker's influence on the game. As they closed in on the playmaker, they kicked directly at the ball, while Takizawa gripped the playmaker's shirt with his hand. Those who harbor fear increasingly recognize the presence of greater forces beyond themselves. He was acutely aware of the playmaker's abilities and, in a bid to avoid being outmaneuvered, he preemptively employed a double safeguard, with the left and right flanking him and his shirt firmly held. He doubted the playmaker would find a way to escape in such circumstances, not to mention the challenge of successfully passing the ball to a teammate. Two attacking players from Team A, recognizing the impending predicament that Che Zai was about to face, immediately sprinted back to the midfield for support. As they ran, they waved their arms and shouted, urging Che Zai to make a timely pass. Just as Che Zai was about to collide with the two forwards from Team B, he glanced up and instinctively lifted his dominant left foot. The other forward from Team B, who had taken a step ahead, immediately retracted his extended leg, anticipating Che Zai's next movement. However, what he did not expect was that just as Che Zai lifted his foot, he abruptly pulled it back, continuing to drive the ball forward. It turned out that the entire sequence was merely a feint. Infuriated, the forward from Team B silently cursed. Chapter 137, Defense. Defense. Part 2. Yet, there was no trace of panic on his face. Despite his earlier misjudgment, he had not lost his position. Alongside his teammate Long Zhe, he felt 100% confidence that they could intercept the ball at Che Zai's feet. Even if they failed to stop the ball, they could certainly block him. There was no way Che Zai could slip between the two of them. With this thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and accelerated forward, running in tandem. Long Zhe also quickened his pace, his eyes gleaming with determination. Both were singularly focused on one thought: success. Failure was not an option. As the three approaching players drew nearer, the expressions on the faces of Team B's forward Takizawa and his teammate reflected unwavering resolve. Che Zai, seemingly outmatched, bore an expressionless face, but just as the two sides were about to collide, a smirk suddenly crept across his lips, brimming with confidence. A sense of foreboding surged within Takizawa, yet he could not fathom how Che Zai could possibly break through their double-team defense. Resolute, he exerted all his strength to follow through with the original plan, extending a foot to intercept the ball at Che Zai's feet. In the next moment, his expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the black and white ball had vanished from his sight. His companion beside him mirrored his astonishment, their eyes darting in confusion, searching for the direction of the football, yet finding no answers. Che Zai's smile deepened, his speed unwavering as he boldly surged between the two forwards of Team B. The forwards, Dragon Zhe and his teammate, dared not let their guard down. Each gritted their teeth, preparing to use their bodies to forcibly block Che Zai. The ball had disappeared, and though the reason eluded them, the player in possession could not be allowed to pass unchallenged. Imagination often conjures beauty, while reality is frequently harsh. The two individuals, brimming with confidence, initially believed they could effortlessly intercept the vehicle. Yet, to their dismay, their bodies felt as though they had been struck by a speeding bus. In a surge of intense pain, both of their shoulders instinctively jerked backward, their eyes widening in astonishment as they witnessed the vehicle, undeterred, accelerating and charging forward. Their eyes, filled with disbelief, reflected their shock at the realization that the central figure, the one wielding unparalleled skill with the ball, possessed an astonishing physical resilience. A player endowed with both technical prowess and remarkable strength is undoubtedly a valuable asset in any team and on any field. As their bodies uncontrollably swayed to either side, the astonishment etched on their faces began to fade, only to be replaced by an even more profound shock. They discovered that the ball, which had seemingly vanished from their sight an instant prior, was now descending gracefully from the heavens, landing perfectly at the feet of the central figure. This ball had not simply disappeared. It had been propelled into the air by the central player in a manner beyond their wildest imagination, unnoticed until that very moment. A spectacular display of skill unfolded, a deft flick over the opponent, or perhaps a masterful two-on-one maneuver. The expressions of the two individuals fell into a state of stupor, finally realizing the disparity in strength between themselves and the formidable vehicle at hand. Chapter 138. The astonishing pass. The vehicle deftly maneuvered the ball at its feet, advancing purposefully. Fearlessly, it charged towards the densely populated area ahead, for there was no alternative but to rely on its own abilities to breach Team B's defense, thereby creating opportunities for itself or for teammates who were incessantly making runs. As it sprinted, the ball rolled swiftly in tandem. The synergy between the player and the ball was almost seamless. Guanggu immediately directed the surrounding teammates to form a fan-shaped formation, surging forward, while running at full speed. He shouted loudly, reminding Longza and another teammate, who had just failed in their defensive efforts, to quickly return to their positions and not to linger in a daze on the ground. Prompted by the reminder, the two scrambled to their feet and raced towards the direction of the vehicle's flight. A single thread, when pulled, sets the entire body in motion. Thanks to the vehicle's remarkable evasion and the combined efforts of Guanggu and his teammates, the A-team players, previously encumbered and nearly immobilized, were suddenly liberated. As cohesive teammates, they felt no apprehension about the challenges the vehicle was about to face. If they adhered to the previously designated tactics, spreading out to various positions to draw the defenders of Team B away, their teammates would have the opportunity to engage in one-on-one confrontations. All players on Team B were merely substitutes or secondary substitutes, while each member of Team A was a key player, possessing superior abilities, tactical acumen, and experience far beyond their opponents. With merely 3 minutes remaining in stoppage time, if they aspired to score and equalize the game, the optimal strategy would be to allow their more skilled teammates to confront the players of Team B in isolation, thus creating a decisive opportunity. Come on, come on. There will certainly be a chance. We will not lose. A flock of Team A players sprinted with fervor, each harboring a flame within them, burning brightly. As essential players of the team, they absolutely could not succumb to a mere assembly of substitutes. Absolutely not. The vehicle deftly controlled the ball beneath its feet, advancing rapidly. And directly ahead stood Guanggu, a formidable midfielder from Team B, charging forward without hesitation. Additionally, 3 defenders from Team B approached from different directions and angles, converging in succession. In the narrow path, it is the brave who triumph. But now, it was 4 against 1. Could the vehicle withstand them? He certainly did not. As an exceptional professional football player, one must possess the courage to confront any adversity. However, this does not imply that he should act recklessly. Playing football requires intellect, necessitating a constant awareness of when to advance, when to launch a strong attack, and when to retreat. The forward, Long Zhe, from Team B, swiftly approached from behind. Accompanied by his teammates, 6 individuals, surrounding him, could overpower even the most formidable world-class star, rendering resistance futile. Thus, Chazai executed a remarkably astute maneuver. He passed the ball. As he executed the pass, his keen eyes were fixed upon the field ahead, where his teammates were diligently evading the defense of Team B, tirelessly moving back and forth, striving to exploit every opportunity and breach the defensive line of Team B. However, this opportunity required a splendid assist to materialize. Chapter 139. No mercy. Their hopes rested solely upon Chazai, the midfield linchpin. Within their team, no one would question Chazai's capabilities. For he was a deity. He was God. Be cautious within the penalty area. Guanggu, sprinting forward, shouted to his teammates the moment Chazai's foot made contact with the ball. In the next instant, contrary to all expectations, the ball did not soar toward the penalty area. Instead, it was delivered with a precise diagonal pass, rolling directly towards the left flank of the field. Indeed, you heard correctly, it rolled. For Chazai's pass was not a lofty aerial ball, but rather a genuine through ball. The black and white sphere skimming the lush green grass like a bullet, catching everyone off guard as it sped towards the left side of the field. It landed perfectly at the feet of the returning winger. This pass could have easily been intercepted. However, all the players from Team B, as well as those from Team A, were deceived by Chazai. No one anticipated such a choice of delivery, leaving several Team B players standing in the path of the ball, dumbfounded and unresponsive. The speed of the ball was astonishingly swift, rendering any reaction impossible. Move. Do not just stand there in shock. The vehicle let out a loud cry, surging forward, racing past Guanggu, and directly plunging into the densely populated penalty area. A group of players from Team A, alerted to the situation, swiftly dispersed, each sprinting in different directions. Some circled around the defenders, while others dashed towards the outer edges of the penalty area, and some veered towards the flanks. Yet, they all shared a common objective: to draw the defenders of Team B away from the ball, allowing the recently acquired ball on the flank to engage in a one-on-one confrontation. The opponent's ability to break through was among the best in the entire youth team and even the K2 league. The left back assigned to mark him had been thoroughly outmatched throughout the past 90 minutes of the match, and this final offensive push would be no exception. Everyone hurriedly moved, hoping that the swift winger could once again lead them to a miraculous moment. As the winger received the ball, he deftly flicked it with his heel, taking a quick step back, and with a swift turn, faced the defender from Team B head-on. He cast a calm glance at his adversary, his eyes scanning the field to assess the situation, instantly comprehending the dynamics of the game and realizing what needed to be done at this precise moment. Do you think you can stop me? You've already failed numerous times in this match. Do you wish to try again? A smirk graced the lips of the quick winger, a hint of disdain evident in his expression as he fixated intently on the defender of Team B. I won't let you pass. I will definitely block you. Come and try. The defender from Team B gritted his teeth, panting heavily. Chapter 140. The third confrontation. Having closely followed the quick winger, the defender had already exhausted a significant amount of energy, making even speech a laborious task. Ha ha ha. You are far too confident in your ability to stop me. You lack the good fortune of your teammates. Today, I will demonstrate to you the true prowess of the K2 League's best player. The winger scoffed, his expression instantly transforming into one of unwavering focus and seriousness. In an instant, he seemed like a different person. While he spoke, the black and white ball rolled slowly between his feet, not out of fatigue or arrogance, but as a deliberate trap set for his opponent. Come on, hurry up and make your move. Let me teach you that not every ball is yours to intercept. The swift winger silently recited to herself, standing at the edge of the field. Choi Hyunbin crossed his arms and quietly observed the two, his brow slightly furrowed. He could not hear the dialogue between them, yet, based solely on their expressions and movements, he discerned that the defender from Team B could never hope to hinder the rapid winger. For this player bore an unmistakable absence of confidence on her face. As if confirming his thoughts, the defender from Team B, unable to resist temptation, lifted his foot and attempted to hook the slowly rolling black and white ball beneath the winger. In that very instant, the winger, who had been standing with legs apart, suddenly sprang into action, darting towards the goal line like a rabbit, leaping forward with remarkable speed. A football at her feet. The only distinction was that she carried a soccer ball, which, under her deft control, seemed almost weightless, as her pace remained unimpeded. In fact, with each stride, her velocity intensified. The defender from Team B cursed under his breath and immediately pursued her, yet he was left far behind, utterly outpaced by the increasingly swift winger, who could only lament as he placed his hopes of defense upon his teammates. With the ball under her command, the winger surged like the wind, reaching the edge of the field just ahead of Lu Dongdong, who was rushing in for support, and plunged into the penalty area. Lu Dongdong's body instinctively halted for a moment as he turned to see behind him, swiftly rushing towards his two companions. He fixed his gaze upon the forward, whom he was meant to defend, and resolutely accelerated to position himself in front of the galloping opponent along the sideline. This marked the third confrontation between the two in this match. The third time. Rookie, you shall not be so fortunate this time. The sideline sprinter locked his eyes onto Lu Dongdong, a fervent brilliance igniting within his gaze. Lu Dongdong, as before, remained utterly silent. This time, the swift steed along the flank refrained from uttering any further trivialities, decisively propelling forward. His feet incessantly pedaled the bicycle, shoulders swaying rhythmically from side to side, compelling Lu Dongdong's body to retreat step by step towards the confines of the goal area. The cadence beneath him was astonishingly rapid, nearly blinding, rendering it impossible to perceive clearly. Chapter 141. To shoot or to pass. Lu Dongdong was utterly hesitant to make a move. On one hand, he feared the possibility of misjudgment, and on the other, he was acutely aware that this was the penalty area. According to the stringent regulations of the game, any infringement would undoubtedly prompt the referee to blow the whistle without hesitation. In such a scenario, not only would the defense fail, but it would also grant the opposing team a penalty kick, rendering the effort utterly futile. The speed of the winger was as swift as lightning, darting about with the grace of a butterfly. In the midst of her rapid movements, Her body swayed rhythmically from side to side, making it exceedingly difficult to discern from which direction she would next attempt to break through. Lu Dongdong retreated at a remarkable pace, his steps equally swift, striving with utmost effort to maintain the same rhythm as the galloping players on the flank. Only by doing so could he hope to intercept the ball from beneath their nimble feet. Several players from Team A surged towards the penalty area, with individuals positioned at the front post, back post, and even centrally, all ready to receive a pass. Meanwhile, the defenders of Team B found themselves amidst this throng, each player bracing themselves as if facing a formidable foe. For any slight misstep could result in the opposition breaching their goal, rendering all their efforts today futile. This was a scenario they were utterly unwilling to witness. Was it a shot or a pass? Lu Dongdong, with a sidelong glance, surveyed the situation unfolding behind him. At present, the circumstances they faced were exceedingly unfavorable, verging on disastrous. The winger had surged into the penalty area with the ball, and all players from Team A had positioned themselves flawlessly. As soon as the winger decided to strike, they would effortlessly secure a goal. At such a close range, even a mere tap with the toe would suffice to find the back of the net, leaving the goalkeeper with little to no opportunity to react. The proximity was simply too great. Under these conditions, unless the goalkeeper were to channel divine intervention and execute a world-class save, all efforts would be futile. This scenario tested the mettle of their central defenders and the team's overall defensive prowess. Any lapse in concentration would inevitably lead to conceding a goal. Simultaneously, should they seize even a solitary opportunity to disrupt the ball before Team A's attacking players could shoot, it could decisively alter the course of the match, potentially securing their victory. Yet, the question lingered. Would the winger opt to pass? Lu Dongdong incessantly questioned herself, her intuition suggesting that the opposing player, characterized by their swift movements down the flank, would not squander a chance to reclaim lost dignity after having faced setbacks under her command. Such an opportunity, where scoring a goal would hold profound significance, could only be seized by her own efforts. Should she forcefully break through for a shot? Very well. She was fully prepared, determined not to let her opponent succeed, for she aspired to be the finest central defender in the world. The swift player and Lu Dongdong engaged in a rapid dance of advance and retreat, their positions drawing ever closer to the white goal. The situation had grown increasingly perilous. Just a few more steps, and even without a forced maneuver, the agile player could easily take a shot. His capabilities were underscored by unparalleled speed and a cutting edge that struck fear into any team or player, yet this did not imply that his shooting technique was lacking. It was merely overshadowed by his other remarkable skills. Within this close range, the seasoned winger possessed countless ways to find the back of the net. The distance diminished, inching ever closer. The goalkeeper of Team B spread his arms wide and charged toward the goalpost, intent on thoroughly blocking the angle for the winger's shot. Simultaneously, a multitude of players from Team A surged toward the front, positioned to receive the winger's pass and easily push the ball into the goal. However, a few players deliberately skirted around the densely packed crowd, hastening to the back post near the edge of the penalty area. Though the likelihood of the winger passing to this location was low, should the ball arrive, a simple leap and a deft header would send it sailing into the net. As the goalkeeper had stationed himself at the opposite post, no matter how adept he was, he could not reach a ball that was beyond his grasp. Chaos reigned within the penalty area. Players dashed about, each striving to evade their defenders in pursuit of the perfect shooting opportunity. Meanwhile, defenders clung tenaciously to their assigned attackers, resolute in preventing any chance for them to receive the ball. Outside the penalty area, players continued to roam, for no one could predict where the swift player would direct the ball next. The penalty area was crowded to capacity. Perhaps passing the ball outside the box for a teammate to take a long-range shot would be a wise choice. Would he consider such a tactic? What course of action would he ultimately take? None among the individuals, be they players from Team A or Team B, possessed any inkling of what was to unfold. This included Lu Dongdong, who staunchly positioned herself before the speedy winger along the flanks. Her instinct urged her to anticipate that the opponent would undoubtedly attempt a forceful breakthrough, followed by a shot on goal. However, the winger's footwork was astonishingly rapid. Her entire form swayed like a willow in a tempest, seemingly darting to the right one moment, only to swiftly retreat to the left the next, rendering any precise judgment utterly elusive. Lu Dongdong hesitated to make a move for at that moment. He was the last bastion of defense for his own goal. Should he falter in his judgment or fail in his defense, he would find himself devoid of any opportunity for redemption. At such a juncture, given the prowess of the swift winger, The likelihood of a goal would soar to at least 90%, with the remaining 10% resting solely on the whims of fate. In the realm of football, one may require a stroke of luck, yet one cannot solely rely on it. What a novice must understand is the meaning of true despair. The expressionless winger cast a cold glance at Lu Dongdong. As he felt the pressure of his opponent's presence, he suddenly halted his movement to the left, only to astonishingly shift to the right. With a deft flick of his foot, he propelled the ball forward, utilizing his formidable physical explosiveness to take 3 powerful strides ahead. Having created sufficient distance, he decisively lifted his foot to strike. Lu Dongdong's expression shifted dramatically, and she hurriedly rushed forward. Due to the considerable distance, her entire body instinctively dropped to her knees. Chapter 143, Battle. Part 2. Lu Dongdong extended her leg with all her might, leveraging her height and long legs to hook the ball at the feet of the swift player on the flank. Just as her foot was about to connect with the ball, the player suddenly retracted their elevated foot, deftly flicking the ball into the air with a gentle touch. In a swift motion, they maneuvered their lower leg to cradle the ball, darting away at an angle in a burst of speed. This sequence of actions allowed them to effortlessly escape Lu Dongdong's defensive grasp, causing Lu Dongdong to lose her balance and land awkwardly on the grass in a split. She could only watch helplessly as the nimble player continued their dazzling display. It was not that Lu Dongdong lacked effort or skill. Rather, it was the undeniable prowess of the player on the flank that shone through, exemplifying the true caliber expected of a key player in the K2 League football club. In the depths of despair, Lu Dongdong found himself enveloped in a profound sense of hopelessness. Yet, at this moment, no one seemed to care for his inner turmoil. All attention was fixated on the swift stallion racing down the flank. Each individual hurriedly dashed to their designated position, their hearts brimming with anticipation, each yearning for a goal, each longing for victory, in stark contrast to the fervent desires of Team A's players. Team B's athletes harbored but a singular thought: to intercept the ball before the opposing player could unleash his strike. The goalkeeper of Team B, his gaze resolute, silently vowed that regardless of whether the swift player would pass or shoot, he must thwart the ball's trajectory, for only by doing so could they hope to claim triumph. Amidst the collective anticipation and under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the agile player, akin to a gust of wind, delicately nudged the ball twice with the inside of his foot, propelling himself swiftly toward the goal. Before the defenders of Team B could converge upon him, he unhesitatingly lifted his foot and struck the black and white ball with great force. Lu Dongdong widened his eyes, watching intently as the ball soared from the sidelines. A dazzling white streak that flew directly towards the goal. A resounding clap echoed. Cui Xianbin forcefully applauded, addressing the group of players before him. He proclaimed, "Today's match was remarkable. I hope to witness both teams exhibit such outstanding performances again next time. While the outcome may have been somewhat unexpected, it is nonetheless justifiable, as some among you have yet to demonstrate your full potential. I encourage you to reflect earnestly upon your performance when you return home." Pausing for effect, his gaze fell upon Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli, whose stature was particularly striking in the crowd, and he smiled as he continued, "Of course, there were also several players who shone brightly today. I must specifically mention Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli. Their partnership on the defensive line was commendable and did not go unnoticed by all of you. I hope that all the substitute players can learn from their example. As for the main players of Team A, I urge you to learn as well, for within our squad, there are no absolute starters. The one who performs better, the one with greater skill, may very well take your place at any moment. Therefore, you must all strive to improve. Should you be surpassed by your juniors, well, that would indeed be a rather amusing circumstance." Cui Xianbin smiled enigmatically, his eyes narrowing with a mischievous glimmer. Every player present understood his intent. He was deliberately delivering a message, yet they could not help but acknowledge the truth in his words. In this professional football team, despite the distinctions between starters, substitutes, and reserves, no one could predict whether their name would appear on the next starting roster or if they might be replaced by another. The inaugural match of the new season was on the horizon, and only by instilling a sense of urgency in every player could the team unleash its utmost strength, propelling the club to greater heights. Well, I have conveyed all that I needed to say, so I shall refrain from further rambling. Cui Xianbin lifted his chin, inhaling deeply, and stated earnestly, "By the way, Coach Cui Shizhao will officially return to the club tomorrow. He will reassign your training regimen, so expect the upcoming sessions to be increasingly demanding. I hope everyone is prepared for this. Additionally, I have another announcement. Tomorrow marks the day of Li Dong's funeral. I understand everyone's sentiments, and I will assist in ensuring that you can request leave from the club's leadership. Upon hearing this, the main players, including Che Zai and Chi Huan, and Bianlu Kuaima, displayed expressions of surprise and gratitude, continuously expressing their thanks to Cui Xianbin. You need not thank me. I am merely fulfilling my responsibilities. However, I wish to express my sincerest apologies, for as you are all aware, the opening match of the league is imminent, and we shall soon welcome a new central defender to our ranks. The demands of our training will inevitably intensify. Consequently, the club's leadership has graciously approved only half a day's leave. Following our moment of remembrance, we must promptly return to the training grounds. A moment of silence enveloped the group, yet understanding swiftly dawned upon them, and they nodded in agreement. As professional footballers, the success of the team remains their paramount concern, and the club has already exhibited remarkable consideration in this regard. Very well, everyone may disperse now. Go take a warm shower and rest well at home. I too shall return home to enjoy a refreshing beer. Shenin clapped his hands emphatically, signaling the disbandment of the team. Exhausted, the players immediately meandered in small clusters towards the locker room. Lu Dongdong walked at the end of the line, glancing back at the seemingly static Choi Hyunbin. After a moment's hesitation, he quickened his pace and ran up to him. Thank you, Assistant Choi. Lu Dongdong bowed deeply, offering a heartfelt salute. Having uttered those words, he disregarded the dazed Choi Hyunbin and hastily joined the group, departing alongside Yang Shengli and others. This young man, truly a delightful surprise. Choi Kwanbin turned his head, watching Lu Dongdong's gradually receding figure with a smile gracing his face. As night descended, Choi Yuanbin lifted his gaze to the clock hanging on the wall, inhaling deeply before closing the file before him and rising from his desk. In the stillness of the night, within the vast club headquarters, only his room remained illuminated by a solitary light. Chapter 145, Battle. Part 4. Choi Hyunbin, weary, rubbed his nose, picked up the coat hanging on the rack, and stepped out of the head coach's office, pulling the door shut behind him. Instinctively, he turned the oval doorknob to ensure the door was locked before heading towards the elevator. Just as he took a couple of steps, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a remarkably familiar number. Hello, Coach Choi, Choi Hyunbin answered, moving to the window in the corridor and gazing up at the luminous full moon hanging high in the sky. This afternoon's training match was spectacular. Our main players were nearly overwhelmed by the substitutes. I believe they will all find it difficult to sleep tonight. Yang Shengli's performance was indeed commendable. Yet I feel there is one individual who surpassed him. You know this person, Lu Dongdong. She looked up at the sky, a charming smile reminiscent of a mature man gracing her face. After a moment of silence on the other end of the line, she continued, his performance was exceptional. And it seems he improves each day, in a manner beyond your imagination. Yes, I previously shared your sentiment, believing he might be concealing his true capabilities, attempting to deceive us. However, in certain aspects, his performance appears remarkably natural, or rather, quite amateurish. Yet, every time I instruct him, his subsequent performance shows significant improvement. This is an occurrence I have never witnessed throughout my years of coaching. Pausing for emphasis, he stated earnestly, Coach Choi, I believe we must seriously contemplate his future with us, though his entry into the club was less than honorable, given his current performance. I perceive immense potential in him, a player worthy of cultivation. Perhaps he will yield results that are entirely beyond our expectations. Very well, we shall discuss this further tomorrow. Farewell. After conversing for a full 5 minutes, she ended the call and returned her phone to her pocket. At that moment, the moonlight above seemed to grow increasingly radiant and luminous. He smiled and cast a glance at her, clutching the clothing in his arms as he slowly made his way toward the elevator, step by deliberate step. It was late at night, 11 p.m. At the construction site dormitory, a thick mist rose languidly, accompanied by the continuous sound of bubbling. A group of robust men sat together, their laughter echoing, punctuated by the crisp sound of glasses clinking. In their midst stood a simple wooden table, adorned with an array of colorful dishes, meats, and vegetables, while a large pot in the center simmered, filled to the brim with chili and red oil, the broth bubbling enticingly, making one's appetite stir with just a glance. Suddenly, the doors swung open, and Lu Dongdong entered, dressed in pajamas and a pair of sleek pants, drying his damp hair with a white towel. His father, Lu Gang, with a flushed face from drinking, glanced back before being pulled away by his colleagues. Lu Dongdong approached his bed with a smile. Xiaodong, would you like to join us for a drink? He called out, as the meat in the pot had cooked to perfection. Let us eat and drink well before we sleep. Chapter 146. Father with a face flushed crimson. Wang Pengzi squinted his eyes and bellowed loudly. No, Uncle Wang Pengzi, our diet has its regulations. We cannot consume alcohol, nor partake in high-calorie, high-fat foods at night. Lu Dongdong replied with a smile, politely declining. Oh, come on. An occasional indulgence is inconsequential, he exclaimed, wobbling as he stood up. The surrounding colleagues began to cheer him on. A group of robust men, toiling away on the construction site, found their greatest joy in gathering at night to share laughter and enjoy a drink together. All right. If you wish to drink, I'll join you. Just don't trouble Xiaodong. This is the rule of our team. Not everyone can indulge recklessly as you do, stuffing themselves with greasy food, Lu Gang interjected. Rising to firmly pull Wang Pengzi back down into his seat. With a stern expression, he offered a few explanations to the rowdy drinking companions. While Lu Dongdong exchanged polite remarks and apologies, the group soon resumed their lively revelry, immersing themselves in joyous conversations and toasts. In the dimly lit room, illuminated only by a yellow lamp, the clinking of glasses echoed, mingled with hearty laughter and occasional expletives from the boisterous men. However, rather than being off-putting, it exuded a sense of warmth and camaraderie. Having been embraced by his colleagues and having downed several glasses, Lu Gang turned to glance at Lu Dongdong, who lay on the bed engrossed in a book. A complex expression flickered across his beaming face as he gazed deeply for a moment, before being tugged back into the next round of drinking games by his companions. At midnight, the entire construction site fell into silence. The makeshift huts beside the towering buildings were enveloped in darkness, interrupted only by the cacophonous sound of snoring that pierced the stillness. Lu Gang lay on the bed, cradling his head, tossing and turning for a while. Noticing Lu Dongdong still awake on the bed, he rose and approached. Dad, why aren't you asleep yet? Lu Dongdong opened his eyes abruptly upon sensing someone's presence, and upon realizing it was his father, he sat up instantly. Lu Gang raised a finger, signaling for silence, and sat down on Lu Dongdong's bed. He glanced around at his snoring colleagues, rubbed his face, and spoke softly. Xiaodong, I apologize for today. It is your Uncle Li's birthday, and everyone felt it was impractical to dine out, so we bought some food and cooked in the dormitory. I didn't anticipate they would drink so late. I had actually notified them in advance. Dad, what are you talking about? It's just a small matter. There's no need to apologize to me, Lu Dongdong replied earnestly, leaning against the bed's railing. Lu Gang gazed deeply at Lu Dongdong, offering no further explanation. He rubbed his thighs with his hands, fell into silence for a moment, and then, lowering his head, said, Xiaodong, how about this? Tomorrow, I will help you find a place to live on your own. Why? Do they have an issue with me? No one has any objections. Lu Gang waved his hand, hesitatingly replying. Chapter 147, The Path to Advancement. Lu Gang waved his hand hesitantly and said, You must engage in rigorous training daily, residing in a communal dormitory, which inevitably disrupts your rest. Moreover, the distance to your team is considerable. The commute consumes 2 to 3 hours each day, wasting both your time and energy. I shall find a room near your club so you can focus entirely on your football. Do not forget, you have the club's assessment at the end of the month. Dad, I understand your intentions, but renting a place is no trifling matter. Besides, if I pass the trial assessment, they will provide me with accommodation. And I can move then. I know, but there are still over 10 days left. This period is crucial for you. Dad, it is unnecessary. Lu Dongdong interrupted his father, looking him in the eye with sincerity. Really, it is not required. Please do not worry. You just mentioned that today is your uncle's birthday. An occasion that comes but once a year. Why should we rent a house for such a fleeting moment? Furthermore, I have already acclimated to this environment. If you insist I find a new place, I would have to readjust, which might prove counterproductive. After patiently explaining to his father, Lu Dongdong finally dispelled Lu Gang's plans for renting. Father, rest assured, I will sleep well and eat well each day. As for the 2 bus rides, consider it an opportunity to immerse myself in Korean life. After all, I may reside here long-term to play football, and it is essential to connect with the local people. It is getting late, and you have consumed quite a bit of alcohol. You should retire early. Tomorrow is a workday. All right, you two should rest early. Lu Gang nodded and returned to his bunk, lying down. In the dim light, Lu Dongdong glanced quietly at his father, then lay back on his bed, slowly closing his eyes as his breathing grew increasingly steady. Brilliant lights flashed ahead, dazzling to the point of making it difficult to keep one's eyes open. Lu Dongdong shielded his face with his hand, squinting for a while to adapt before finally discerning his surroundings. Beneath his feet lay a vast arena. encircled by tier upon tier of grandstands, capable of accommodating at least 10,000 spectators. A faint sound of footsteps arose, and as Lu Dongdong turned to look, he beheld a figure emerging from the boundless darkness, gradually approaching and halting at the edge of the field. Clad in a well-tailored suit and adorned with a blue tie, his shoes gleamed impeccably, his hair slicked back and immaculate, yet his face remained shrouded in shadow. Save for a prominent nose and slender lips that rendered his true visage indiscernible, everything before him was strikingly familiar, the lush green pitch and Coach G. With utmost respect, Lu Dongdong greeted Coach G. The ever-enigmatic coach, as was his custom, merely nodded slightly, exuding an air of aloofness, maintaining a demeanor that kept others at arm's length. "What shall we train today?" Lu Dongdong inquired. "Today, there will be no training," the coach replied, his words direct and resolute. Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback, and with a sense of curiosity, he inquired. Chapter 148, The Path to Advancement, Part 2. What shall we do today? Determine your future career development. The coach lifted his gaze, fixing an unwavering stare upon Lu Dongdong, his voice devoid of any emotion as he stated, based on yesterday's training assessment. You have attained level 10. It is now time for you to select your next course of development. I will present you with 3 career options. Pay close attention to what I am about to say, for it is intricately linked to your future career planning. Remember this. Choose what your intuition tells you is the right path. Engage in what you are passionate about. Lu Dongdong, utterly perplexed, gently nodded, entirely unaware of the events that would soon unfold. Over the past period, ever since she acquired the system, her nights had been consumed by increasingly arduous training sessions. However, she had not anticipated that today would grant her a respite, nor that she would be faced with a pivotal choice, one intricately linked to her future development and bearing immense significance. What could it possibly be? A profound question loomed in her mind. Do you now comprehend what it means to be a central defender? The coach suddenly inquired. Lu Dongdong gazed with curiosity, furrowing his brow as he spoke. The center back is the final bastion of the entire team. His duty is to thwart the opponent's relentless assaults, perpetually safeguarding the goal of his own team. He paused, straining to conjure additional thoughts, but after a considerable effort, he confessed, there are other aspects, but I cannot recall them at the moment. The coach nodded gently, replying in a calm tone, not bad. At least this indicates that during this time, you have grasped what you should be doing and understood your role within the team. Today, I will meticulously explain what it truly means to be a center back. Beyond mere defense, what else can he contribute on the field? How can a center back become stronger and excel further? After posing a series of probing questions, the coach fell silent, waiting until Lu Dongdong's curiosity was fully piqued, before finally speaking again. In every football match, there exists a duration of 90 minutes. On the pitch, players are categorized into 4 fundamental segments based on their positions. Forwards responsible for offense, midfielders facilitating the transition between attack and defense, defenders tasked with protection, and goalkeepers guarding the net. Each position bears distinct roles and responsibilities. Although a team can broadly be divided into these 4 categories, every position possesses its own intricate functions. For instance, while those with a basic understanding of football may struggle to name every specific position within the midfield, they undoubtedly recognize that midfielders can be categorized into attacking and defensive roles. This nuanced classification enables midfield players to gain a clearer comprehension of their responsibilities, thus enhancing their awareness of what is expected of them on the field during a match. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously while listening. Do you know how many types of central defenders there are? The coach inquired. Approximately 3, he replied. Offensive central defenders, defensive central defenders, and speed-centric central defenders. Chapter 149, The Path to Advancement, Part 3. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment before responding. Indeed. It seems you have conducted an in-depth and meticulous study of the position you proposed. You must possess a profound understanding of the responsibilities that accompany each type of central defender. I have a general understanding. Lu Dongdong pondered for a few seconds before solemnly stating, the so-called attacking central defender not only bears the usual defensive responsibilities but must also assume offensive duties. For instance, during corner kicks or set pieces, they must advance timely, leveraging their aerial prowess to create goal-scoring opportunities for the team. A player of this caliber would be Sergio Ramos from Real Madrid. The pacey central defender, as the name suggests, may exhibit slightly less physical strength in confrontations but possesses a speed comparable to that of top forwards. They can swiftly track back and intercept, akin to Rafael Varane from Real Madrid. The defensive central defender serves as the final bastion in the team, shouldering critical defensive responsibilities. They must possess keen judgment, exceptional physical attributes, and remarkable leaping ability, akin to an iron wall that repels all opposing attacks. A player exemplifying these qualities would be Virgil van Dijk from Liverpool. Lu Dongdong meticulously rummaged through the memories in his mind, articulating each word with deliberate care. The coach nodded in satisfaction, pausing for a moment as he gazed into Lu Dongdong's eyes and remarked, "Your understanding of the central defender position exceeds my expectations. Now, I would like to inquire which of these three types of central defenders you would choose." Lu Dongdong stared blankly for a few moments before candidly responding, "To be honest, I have always aspired to be a defensive central defender. However, physical confrontations have consistently been my Achilles heel, and my ability to judge the trajectory of the ball is not my forte either. I feel somewhat inadequate for the role." The coach gently nodded, remaining silent. Lu Dongdong pursed his lips, gazing silently at the other person. After a somewhat awkward silence, the coach spoke, "You possess a remarkable sense of self-awareness, which undoubtedly serves as an asset for your future career planning. However, I wish to convey to you that now that you have stepped onto the verdant football field, as long as you exert yourself, anything is possible." Lu Dongdong suddenly widened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance reflected in his gaze. "Having coexisted with you here for approximately half a month, I have gained a comprehensive understanding of the national team's capabilities. Based on my observations of your various attributes, I have formulated a clear vision for your future development. Would you be interested in hearing my thoughts?" "Certainly, the ultimate choice regarding your future lies solely in your hands. What I share with you is merely a suggestion." Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his face brimming with eagerness. The one ensnared in the situation often lacks clarity, while the observer maintains a clearer perspective. Moreover, the coach before him was a professional football trainer, possessing a keen and discerning gaze. To receive an evaluation from such an individual is a coveted opportunity many yearn for but seldom achieve. The coach cleared his throat and spoke with deliberate clarity. "As you have mentioned, your physical confrontational ability has always been your Achilles heel. Currently, within the team, this aspect does not stand out, and even during this afternoon's internal training match held by your club, you barely managed to gain the upper hand. And that was merely because you have yet to encounter a true elite center forward. Should you one day face them, you will realize the sheer ferocity of their physicality, and you will find yourself utterly overwhelmed. Your physique represents a vulnerability, thus rendering you ill-suited for a power-oriented defensive midfielder role. On the pitch, among professional football players, one must always grasp a fundamental truth. Inherent deficiencies can be ameliorated through diligent effort, yet they can never truly rival the prowess of gifted players. The key lies in understanding how to capitalize on your strengths while minimizing your weaknesses, allowing your opponents to overlook your vulnerabilities." Lu Dongdong furrowed his brow slightly, as if stirred by an inner realization. Indeed, within the domestic atmosphere, there is an incessant pursuit of Western techniques and the physical prowess exhibited by foreign athletes. However, this blind pursuit has entirely sidelined the unique characteristics of Chinese players. As the saying goes, education should be tailored to individual talents, rather than forcing every individual into the same mold. Emphasizing strengths while mitigating weaknesses is crucial. Many of the world's top footballers possess remarkable abilities in certain aspects, yet exhibit considerable limitations in others. Nonetheless, fans tend to remember their strengths and their moments of brilliance, as they use their most formidable attributes to overshadow their weaknesses. The coach continued, "You stand at a height of 191 meters. While you may not be the most agile, among your peers of similar stature, your speed, reaction time, and ability to intercept ground balls, as well as your positioning skills, are your advantages. Therefore, my recommendation is that you choose between an attacking midfielder or a speed-oriented defender. These two roles would best allow you to showcase your unique talents." Speed-oriented defender, attacking midfielder. Lu Dongdong mumbled to himself, lowering his head in contemplation. Gradually, he lifted his gaze and regarded the coach, asking, "Must I make a choice now?" "Yes." At this moment, the coach affirmed with a nod, speaking earnestly. "Following yesterday's training match, you have reached level 10. You are at a critical juncture in choosing your career path. You must decide to complete your career transition, or your experience points will cease to grow. Additionally, let me clarify that from today onwards, training on the green pitch will only enhance your experience and proficiency, not your experience points. To continue leveling up, you must consistently achieve victories and progress in real matches. The better you perform, the more experience you will accumulate, leading to an increase in your level and the acquisition of distinct attribute points. So it is thus." Lu Dongdong realized. finally comprehending why the coach had suddenly shared this with him today. If you opt for a defensive midfielder, your physical confrontation will see an increase of 30 points, with notable improvements in jumping ability and stamina. However, speed and interception may suffer significantly. Conversely, if you choose a speed-oriented defender, your speed, agility, and reaction time will experience substantial enhancement, albeit at the expense of physical confrontation and jumping ability. As for the attacking midfielder, while speed, agility, and reaction will see moderate increases, the most pronounced enhancements will be in your shooting power and accuracy, yet there will be considerable gaps in interception and physical confrontation. The coach articulated each word with precision. As his voice resonated, he swept his arm to the left, unveiling 3 black holes radiating a ghostly blue luminescence, each showcasing a distinct diamond shape. Atop these voids were inscribed the titles: attacking central midfielder, defensive central midfielder, and speed-oriented central midfielder. These 3 illustrations provided a lucid and comprehensive overview of the varying capabilities associated with each position. After 3 minutes had elapsed, the coach fixed a serious gaze upon Lu Dongdong and solemnly declared, "It is time for you to make a decision. Remember, everything I have just imparted is merely advice. You must heed the voice of your own heart. However, before you proceed with your choice, I wish to offer one final reminder. From the very moment I laid eyes upon you, I sensed that you are not best suited to the role of a central defender. Your true prowess lies in the offensive realm of the midfield. The future remains uncertain. You may not always find yourself playing as a central defender. Therefore, in light of your professional trajectory, my personal recommendation is that you consider the role of an attacking central midfielder." With that, the coach fell silent, resembling a meditative monk, retreating into the shadows and relinquishing the power of choice entirely to Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong attentively studied the ability attribute charts of 3 distinct professions, his gaze fixating upon the offensive midfielder. As the coach had indicated, once he transitioned to this role, his offensive capabilities, such as long passes, through balls, shooting, and jumping, would experience a significant enhancement. Conversely, his physical confrontation, interception, and stamina would exhibit a stark contrast. Undoubtedly, each statistic surpassed his current abilities. Yet the discrepancies in the values of the offensive midfielder were particularly pronounced. His eyes gradually shifted to the other 2 luminous black circles, scrutinizing them with great care. After a prolonged hesitation, he slowly raised his hand, pointing decisively to the leftmost option. "I choose this one." His voice resonated with conviction, his expression resolute. The finger he pointed at was indeed the offensive midfielder recommended by the coach. "Are you certain?" the coach inquired, his expression serious. "Once selected, it cannot be altered. You must consider this carefully. I have made my decision. I choose this. I aspire to be an offensive midfielder." Lu Dongdong asserted with unwavering certainty. His dream had been to become a defensive midfielder, to evolve into a world-class player, a steadfast guardian of the team. However, as the coach had just articulated, physical confrontation had always been his Achilles heel. Rather than attempting to compensate for this inherent flaw, he believed it wiser to maximize his innate strengths, to leverage his advantages to fortify his capabilities. Upon hearing Lu Dongdong's resolute choice, the coach nodded and lowered his arms. The 3 hovering circles vanished instantaneously. Following a profound silence, a radiant light suddenly enveloped Lu Dongdong, golden sparks swirling around his body like brilliant fireworks, illuminating the entire pitch. As the brilliance faded, Lu Dongdong returned to normal, and the surrounding radiance dimmed in an instant. Lu Dongdong raised both hands, his face reflecting an expression of disbelief. For he distinctly sensed that his physical strength and overall fitness had undergone a remarkable transformation. "Congratulations, you have successfully transitioned to the role of an attacking midfielder. From this moment onward, your journey as a professional football player truly begins," the coach intoned slowly, raising his arm to reveal a small golden card that materialized in his palm, radiating a gentle glow as it twirled gracefully. He continued, "As a reward for your successful transition, I, on behalf of the system, present you with a new card. This card enhances your precision passing, through balls, and long passes, each by an impressive 4 points. Much like the card you acquired previously, this one too can be upgraded continuously." With a swift motion of his arm, the golden card soared from his palm, landing effortlessly before Lu Dongdong. Lu Dongdong gently extended her hand, and the card spun a few times before seamlessly merging into her body. Instantly, 5 black frames materialized on her left side, within which the first frame contained a golden card inscribed with the words, "Indefatigable." After a brief pause, a new card appeared in the adjacent second black frame. emblazoned with the phrase precise passing. Remember, from this day forth, you shall officially assume the role of an attacking midfielder. However, do not forget that defense remains your primary duty. Offense is merely a supplementary tool. Never allow the primary to be overshadowed by the secondary. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously and proclaimed loudly, "Understood, coach." Furthermore, as I mentioned earlier, starting today, you are permitted to continue your various training sessions on the verdant pitch. However, during these training exercises, you will solely enhance your proficiency and the synergy with your teammates. Your level experience will not increase in any way. To achieve elevation. To garner experience, you must engage solely in authentic matches, striving for victory or improvement with each encounter. The better you perform, the more experience you shall acquire. The mightier your adversaries, the greater the growth you will experience. Of course, should your performance falter, while your experience points will not diminish, they will remain perpetually stagnant. Thus, for the sake of advancement and fortification, you must exert your utmost effort in every single match. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, his eyes narrowing into slits, radiating an intense and fervent light. It was the confidence befitting a football player, a confidence he had acquired during today's match. His abilities had significantly improved, and should he face a speedy winger again, he possessed unwavering assurance that he could intercept the ball deftly. Well, let us conclude here for today. Tomorrow, we shall meet again, and I will unveil a completely new training regimen for you. Your tasks will grow increasingly challenging, and the trials you encounter will become ever more daunting. Do not be misled into thinking that your recent promotion makes you exceptional in the eyes of true champions. You remain but a trivial novice. The coach glanced at Lu Dongdong before turning and stepping into the boundless darkness. Above the pitch, the glaring floodlights flickered and extinguished one by one, plunging the field into obscurity. Lu Dongdong stood silently in place at the center of the court. Chapter 153. Suddenly, Part 1. His form gradually faded, ultimately dissolving along with the surrounding scenery, vanishing slowly. Everything felt like a fleeting dream. Speed it up. Speed it up. Yang Xingli, are you merely strolling? Shouted Shui Xianbing from the sidelines, his voice booming. Yang Xingli, drenched in sweat, wiped his brow and gritted his teeth to hasten his pursuit. Beside him, teammates had split into several groups, engaged in a vigorous sprinting drill. All of them flushed and drenched in perspiration. On another track, Lu Dongdong surged forward, positioning himself firmly in front of his partner, disregarding the various angles posed by the opponent. With decisive precision, he extended his foot to reclaim the ball from beneath his adversary, leveraging his height and long legs to impose his presence. As the opponent blindly attempted to kick, Lu swiftly accelerated and broke free, dashing forward. He sprinted toward the goal. And when he was about 10 yards from the penalty area, he did not hesitate. He lifted his foot, striking the ball with force. It soared into the air, carving a brilliant white arc as it elegantly nestled into the net. Lu Dongdong stood in place, incredulously gazing down at his feet before glancing at the ball gently bouncing within the white net on the grass. He had merely acted on a sudden whim, aiming at the goal and kicking the ball casually, never anticipating such an extraordinary outcome. This remarkable shot captured the attention of numerous players surrounding him, and Shui Xianbin, standing at the edge of the field, cast a complex look in Lu Dongdong's direction. These individuals were not amateurs. They understood that such a goal could not be achieved by mere chance. As a novice who had recently joined the team, Lu has consistently demonstrated exceptional defensive prowess. And now, astonishingly, he exhibited the ability to execute a long-range shot. It was truly unbelievable. That kick must have been pure luck, muttered the player on the wing, his frustration evident as he trod upon the ball beneath his feet. His partner, Che Zai, remained silent, observing with a slight furrow in his brow. While he did not entirely dismiss the possibility suggested by the winger, to score a goal from Lu Dongdong's position required more than just serendipity. Moreover, the opposing player was a central defender. If it were an attacking player from the midfield, everyone would readily believe it without doubt. Yet, for now, it could only be deemed a coincidence. Che Zai reassured himself internally. As the team captain, he had encountered countless outstanding rookies, yet Lu Dongdong left a remarkably profound impression. One that was truly rare. All right, let us take a 10-minute break. I'll head back to the building for a moment and return shortly, Shui Xianbin called out loudly, departing towards the office building without looking back. The exhausted, panting group of players immediately halted their activities, gathering in small clusters or moving towards the sidelines to collect bottles of mineral water, gulping it down eagerly. Lu Dongdong, that shot was fantastic. I never expected you had such an exquisite long-range technique. Next time, Chapter 154, Sudden, Part 2. During the next practice match, I will certainly seize the opportunity to pass the ball to you, allowing you to seal the deal. Guanggu approached with a beaming smile, expressing his enthusiasm. Lu Dongdong, with a bashful gesture, shyly touched the back of his head, indicating that his earlier success was merely a stroke of luck. His humble demeanor only endeared him further to Guanggu and the others. The group stood together, chatting animatedly and sharing smiles for quite some time, when Yang Shirley suddenly interjected. Lu Dongdong, I heard from Coach Chui that you are of Sino-Korean descent. Is your father Chinese, or is it your mother? Lu Dongdong paused for a moment, recalling that his passport described him as a Sino-Korean mixed heritage. Feeling somewhat self-conscious, he rubbed his nose and said, My father is Chinese, and my mother is Korean. Upon realizing this, he was promptly asked about the specific region of his mother's origin. Is it from Seoul? No, it's from a different place. A small town. Lu Dongdong deflected the questions and hastily changed the subject. The others assumed he felt a bit insecure about his mother's background and, being considerate, chose not to press further. A group of people, filled with laughter and mirth, began to dance, encouraged by Yang Shirley, shaking their hips in a playful manner. As football players, they required an outlet for their exuberance. After intense matches and rigorous training, they needed a way to unwind. A band of grown men, in front of their teammates, mimicked feminine poses, hands on their hips, wiggling their behinds, and engaging in silly antics, which elicited hearty laughter from those around them. Laughter serves as an antidote to all negative emotions, instantly lifting the weary spirit. At this juncture, a figure sauntered leisurely to the edge of the field. Observing the lively group of players, the individual adjusted the glasses perched on his nose, displaying an expression of palpable anger. What on earth are you doing? A commanding voice resonated from behind the crowd. The jovial players turned to see their head coach, Choi Shizhao, had unexpectedly returned. Each individual appeared somewhat flustered, caught off guard by the sudden encounter with their coach in such an informal setting. Lu Dongdong and Yang Shenglin stood back to back against the crowd, continuing to sway their hips. Guanggu blinked vigorously several times, even pouting and hissing a few times, but the two joyous individuals were oblivious, mistakenly believing Guanggu was merely keeping in sync with their rhythm. Their exuberant movements quickened, and Yang Shengli excitedly blew a kiss. Meanwhile, the group of players standing nearby silently cursed, deeming the two utterly foolish. As the atmosphere around them grew eerily quiet, the pair, lost in their revelry, finally sensed something amiss. Lu Dongdong's movements gradually slowed, and he turned his head to find a group of players standing rigidly still, not a single one moving. Just ahead of them, at the sideline of the court, stood a silver-haired man in a suit and tie, sporting a pair of white glasses on his nose. His expression was one of stern authority, radiating displeasure. It was Coach Choi Shizhao. Lu Dongdong turned around with an expression of embarrassment, casting several anxious glances at Choi Shizhao. He raised his arm and gently nudged Yang Xingli, who was lost in his own world, dancing joyfully behind everyone. With a playful grin, Yang Xingli turned his head. Chapter 155, Suddenly, Part 3. Yang Xingli slowly turned his head, reproaching Lu Dongdong for suddenly stopping. Before he could finish his sentence, his gaze fell upon Choi Shizhao, and he immediately lowered his head in fright. What on earth are you doing? Choi Shizhao's face was filled with anger, his stern gaze sweeping across each player's face, ultimately landing on Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli. In a frigid tone, he remarked, I have not returned to the club for a week, yet you have transformed from professional football players into dance hall girls. Do you not comprehend that this is a football field? Do you not realize that it is training time? You are here to use your feet to play football, not to wiggle your behind. His voice grew increasingly louder, instilling fear in the players, who dared not raise their heads. Even the main players, such as Che Zai and Chi Xuan, and the speedy winger in Jin Xiu, looked ashamed, not daring to utter a word of defense. Coach Choi Shizhao was known for his strictness and meticulous management, and anyone who had played under him was acutely aware of his demeanor. Moreover, today's behavior was undeniably their fault. It was indeed training time. Yet they had been slacking off on the field, engaged in activities unrelated to football. Lu Dongdong, Yang Xingli, step forward, Choi Shizhao bellowed. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli lowered their heads, exchanged a glance, and obediently stepped forward. You two were dancing quite well just now. Would you like to start over in front of me? Yang Xingli immediately shook his head vigorously, his head bobbing like a rattle drum. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, slowly raising his head and murmuring, Coach Choi, I'm sorry. We were just... What? Do you still wish to explain the rationale behind your earlier behavior? Chui Shijiao interjected, his expression unyielding. Lu Dongdong lowered his head, hesitating to speak, while standing opposite Guanggu, who quickly blinked and subtly shook his head. Lu Dongdong cast a glance and, discerning the situation, swallowed the words that were poised on the tip of his tongue, gradually lowering his head. To be candid, their earlier actions were indeed somewhat excessive. However, it must be noted that Cui Xianbin had previously stated that the match would conclude for a brief intermission of 15 minutes, during which it was entirely permissible to lighten the atmosphere. Yet, it was unexpected that this scene would be caught in full view by the head coach, who had abruptly returned to the club. Lu Dongdong, do you feel indignant? Do you believe you have been wronged? Cui Shijiao spoke in a frigid tone, his gaze unwavering as it pierced through the cold lenses of his glasses, fixed intently upon Lu Dongdong. As the head coach, he possessed absolute authority within the team, a position that allowed for no challenge from any player, nor any room for doubt from anyone. Lu Dongdong hesitated for merely a second, gently shaking his head under the concerned gazes of those around him. After all, he was just a newcomer who had joined the team a mere 10 days ago, and he was not yet well acquainted with the temperament of the head coach. Cui Shijiao was known for her strictness, and every veteran player understood one crucial point. When she was angry, it was imperative to refrain from expressing any doubts. The wisest course of action was to submissively acknowledge one's mistakes and accept punishment. Chapter 156. Sudden 4. Cui Shijiao perceived Lu Dongdong's inner defiance and approached him directly. Though she was already 60 years old, her physique remained robust, exuding an impressive aura that left the players nearby in silent awe. With a cold gaze, she surveyed the group, her expression devoid of emotion, and stated, "Although I have not been at the club this past week, I have been thoroughly informed of each of your performances every night by assistant Cui Xianbin. I am well aware of the mistakes each of you has made." Her gaze swept across the group of players, who averted their eyes, finally settling upon Lu Dongdong's face. Suppressing her anger, she continued, "I was informed by Assistant Chui before the end of his shift about your match yesterday, and that he specifically mentioned 2 players who performed exceptionally well. One was Yang Xingli, and the other was Lu Dongdong." Coach. Lu Dongdong and Yang Xingli raised their heads in unison but dared not meet Cui Shijiao's stern gaze, quickly lowering them once more. The eyes of the group were fixated upon the two. "I had an unexpected commitment today and initially planned not to come. However, considering that I had already informed you through Assistant Chui about my return, I hurried here with the intention of witnessing your splendid performance. To my dismay, you indeed managed to display your abilities adequately." Pausing, she fixed her icy stare upon Lu Dongdong's slightly bowed head and coldly asserted, "Lu Dongdong, the manner in which you entered this team is known to no one, but I am fully aware. While Assistant Chui has mentioned your continuous improvement this week, I must unequivocally inform you that regardless of your progress, you remain a notably weak player. You are merely a substitute, and based on your true capabilities, you lack even the potential to be a competent substitute. In my eyes, your ball handling, judgment, and defensive positioning are all inadequate. Particularly concerning is your lack of professional ethics and your competitive spirit. During the first training match, I relegated you to obscurity. No matter how exceptional your future performances may be, I will not allow you to pass the team's trial assessment due to your questionable professional conduct. Such players are absolutely not permitted within my team." Each word, icy and unyielding, struck without mercy the surrounding crowd, including seasoned members of the team such as Guanggu and Che Zai, looked on in astonishment, utterly perplexed by Cui Shijiao's harsh words directed at a mere rookie, someone freshly inducted into the squad. Regardless of the severity of the reprimand, the harshness towards his players, or the magnitude of Lu Dongdong's error, it seemed excessive to deliver such hurtful remarks. Lu Dongdong, taken aback, raised his head in disbelief, gazing at Cui Shijiao with wide eyes, where a glimmer of hope gradually dimmed. "If you possess any self-awareness, it would be prudent to voluntarily depart from the team before the trial assessment. It would be the best outcome for both you and me," Cui Shijiao remarked coldly, narrowing his eyes. Chapter 157. It has concluded. Upon uttering these words, he cast his gaze towards the group of players surrounding him. The progress battle for the new season is about to commence. If you persist in this nonchalant attitude, I assure you that each of you is replaceable, regardless of whether you are a key player or a star of the team. In my squad, I require not only skill but also the right attitude. If you aspire to secure a spot in my starting lineup, you must exert every ounce of your energy and strive with full commitment during every training session and match. Should you cling to an arrogant mindset, I can unequivocally state that when you lose your primary position, it may not merely be due to rotation but a complete forfeiture of your place. Do you understand? Understood. Coach Shui, Zai, and Qi Xuan, and other veteran players straightened their posture and responded loudly. The other players gradually came to their senses, one by one echoing with shouts of affirmation. Cui Shizhao, his expression unyielding, addressed everyone in a cold tone. Immediately, each of you encircle the field and run 10 laps. Upon completion, resume your subsequent training. As his words resonated, Zai and Qi Xuan and the others nodded vigorously and swiftly made their way towards the goalpost. One by one, the players followed suit, and Yang Xingli glanced at Lu Dongdong, hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly joined the others in their run. Lu Dongdong wore a look of astonishment, staring blankly at Cui Shizhao. As long as you have not voluntarily withdrawn from the team, you remain one of us. However, if you are unwilling to accept my training, you may stand here quietly and observe. With that, he turned resolutely and strode towards the club's entrance. Chui coach. Lu Dongdong opened his mouth to speak, but the words barely escaped his lips. Cui Shizhao paid him no heed, continuing on without the slightest pause. From the opposite end of the field, Cui Xianbin emerged, catching sight of Cui Shizhao as he exited the club. With a puzzled glance, his gaze fell upon Lu Dongdong, who stood silently in place, while the other players formed a long line, jogging around the expansive field. As night descended upon the entrance of the youth club, Lu Dongdong reflected on Chui coach's words. Do not take his remarks to heart. His strictness is well known. Perhaps he spoke those words today after Assistant Chui praised you so highly yesterday, intending to motivate you, to prevent you from becoming complacent. After returning home tomorrow, take a warm bath, enjoy a good night's sleep, for a new day awaits. Indeed, Lu Dongdong recalled how, during his school days, teachers would often say such things to high-achieving students when they erred. Though seemingly hurtful, these words were laced with high expectations. He should not lose heart. A group of friends, including Yang Xingli, took turns offering words of comfort to Lu Dongdong, bidding him farewell with friendly waves. As was customary, he made his way to the bus stop across from the club, boarding the shuttle back to the construction site dormitory. Unlike previous journeys, which were accompanied by satisfaction and smiles, this time, his face bore an unmistakable expression of disappointment. Chapter 158. It's over. Part 2. He wore an expression of profound despondency, his posture slouched, and his gait listless. Once aboard the bus, he sank into the last seat by the window, his demeanor disheartened. Passengers boarded one by one, and the vehicle slowly set off towards its next destination. Lu Dongdong sat in a daze, as if his soul had departed, utterly indifferent to the night scenery he once cherished. He observed the passengers boarding and alighting from the bus, feeling like a mere bystander, detached from the unfolding events around him. Regardless of one's abilities or the effort exerted, I shall not permit you to pass the month-end trial assessment. The chilling and merciless words of Cui Shizhao echoed incessantly in his mind, striking his fragile heart like a relentless hammer. If he fails to pass the team's trial assessment, even with the possession of a verdant football field and exceptional skills, what significance would it hold? His football dream would meet its irrevocable end on the day of the evaluation. Initially, he believed that this invaluable opportunity would allow him to forge ahead on the football field, but unexpectedly, a beautiful dream was extinguished merely 10 days in, doused with a bucket of cold water. If his parents were to learn of this news, they would undoubtedly be profoundly saddened. For the sake of his aspirations and his parents' high hopes, he must fight tirelessly on the football field. Yet, at this moment, he found himself devoid of any opportunity to contend, having been entirely rejected by the team's head coach. Songgang Station, passengers disembarking, please exit through the rear doors. The bus's cold, synthetic voice resonated through the air. One by one, the passengers rose and stepped off the vehicle. At the front door, another group of weary souls boarded, carrying colorful shopping baskets or various briefcases. Lu Dongdong's gaze was vacant as it swept across the room, ultimately settling on the colorful advertisement behind the seat before him. His eyes resembled a camera lens whose aperture had been endlessly widened, completely losing focus and leaving only a blurred expanse. From that moment on, her future had also become obscured. Aside from playing football, she truly had no idea what else she could pursue. Was she destined to endure a laborious life on a construction site like her father, toiling away for a lifetime? She might be able to grit her teeth and accept such a fate for the sake of survival, but what about her dreams? Should she simply relinquish them? Lost in thought, she felt her mind grow heavy, akin to a thick paste. At that moment, delicate, pale fingers suddenly appeared before her, swaying back and forth. gradually pulling her dazed gaze back into focus. She blinked and lifted her head, only to discover that the owner of the fingers was a strikingly beautiful girl. Her face adorned with two gentle dimples, revealing a set of pearly white teeth as she smiled warmly at him. Lu Dongdong, what a coincidence. Here we meet again. Lu Dongdong stared blankly, and after several seconds, a name finally surfaced in his mind. He forced a smile and said, "Hello, Hyuna." Hyuna, clutching her backpack, gracefully took a seat beside Lu Dongdong. With her bright, expressive eyes, she glanced at him a few times and softly inquired, "What's wrong? Are you feeling down today?" "No. How could that be? Why do you think I'm in a bad mood?" Lu Dongdong stammered, turning his head and forcing a smile. "I can't quite articulate it. However, I sense that your demeanor today seems different from before. Did you lose the match today? Yet, when I encountered you previously, even after a loss, your eyes would still shimmer with light. But today, you appear to be enveloped in a profound despair." "Despair?" Lu Dongdong paused momentarily. His previous smile faded, and he fell silent. "Indeed, despair. The dream has come to an end, and how could one without dreams harbor any hope?" He was undoubtedly engulfed in despair. "Could you share with me what transpired?" Hyuna tilted her head, gently probing. "My mother once said that if someone is unhappy, they should try to articulate their feelings. Once everything is expressed, their mood will immediately improve." Pausing, she gazed intently at Lu Dongdong's face and continued, "Of course, if it is truly inconvenient, you need not share. For everyone has their own privacy, and each person harbors their own secrets." "Hyuna, Lu Dongdong opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. At that moment, he was filled with grievances and sorrows, yearning for a true friend to confide in. Yet, as a man, he hesitated to reveal his inner turmoil to a woman, especially one he cherished. Moreover, even if he confided in Hyuna, it would not alter the course of events. His fate had already been irrevocably sealed in the hands of Choi Seoju. No matter how hard he tried or how exceptional he performed, it would all be in vain. Lu Dongdong pressed his lips tightly together, enveloped in silence. Sitting beside him, Hyuna quietly observed, her understanding nature refraining from prompting him. Whether Lu Dongdong chose to speak or remain silent, he was willing to be a steadfast companion. "Today, due to my own circumstances, my head coach explicitly informed me that regardless of my performance, he would not allow me to pass the evaluation at the end of the month." Lu Dongdong hesitated for a moment, then recounted the events of this afternoon in their entirety to Hyuna. Upon hearing this, Hyuna's brow furrowed slightly. She had not anticipated the gravity of the situation. Lu Dongdong rested his head against the window railing, his gaze fixed outside, lost in thought as he murmured, "Playing football is my dream. To help me realize this aspiration, my parents have exerted every effort. They toil tirelessly, refraining from purchasing even a single new garment throughout the year, all to enroll me in a club, ensuring I receive formal training in professional football from a young age. To honor their sacrifices, I train diligently every day, always being the last to leave the field." However, a bitter smile crossed her lips as she gazed vacantly. Continuing, "I never imagined I would be replaced by someone who knows nothing of the game, merely because his father is a new shareholder of the team, capable of providing $30 million in advertising sponsorship. I thought my dream had come to an end, and subsequently accompanied my father to South Korea to work. Each day, I labor exhaustively at the construction site." Chapter 160, Heart to Heart, Part 2. Exhausted from the daily grind, I sought to forget football, believing I would never engage with it again. Yet my father, in his quest to afford me a chance to play, risked his very life, securing an unexpected opportunity for me. When I learned of this news, do you know how elated I was? I thought it was merely a jest from the heavens, a test to fortify my resolve. I silently vowed that no matter the cost, no matter the hardship, I would continue to pursue football, to chase my dreams, to ensure my parents would no longer be disappointed. Yet now, everything has returned to square one. What I once believed to be a bright future was but an illusion. All my efforts have been in vain. With great difficulty, Lu Dongdong uttered her final words, closing her eyes in anguish, her heart bleeding. "Lu Dongdong." Hyuna opened her mouth, yet could find no words of comfort. This predicament could not be resolved with mere platitudes, for the challenges Lu Dongdong faced were insurmountable. As a newcomer to the team, she had been wholly dismissed by the head coach, who had publicly declared before all her teammates that she would not pass the trial assessment by the end of the month. In a team, even seasoned players of repute find themselves sidelined if they fall out of favor with the coach. No matter how talented, they must submit. What could a rookie, lacking any foundation, possibly do? Should I lie to Lu Dongdong and claim that the coach's words were merely motivational rather than a warning? Lu Dongdong, I am at a loss for how to comfort you, but I wish to convey this. The situation has transpired. As a young man, you must learn to face it with courage and strength. There is always a way forward. Never abandon your pursuit of dreams. All right, Hyuna said. Lu Dongdong remained silent, his head bowed low. Hyuna's words rang true, yet they were not what he longed to hear at this moment. All he desired was for someone to persuade the head coach, granting him the opportunity to continue pursuing his dream of football. The two lapsed into silence, each lost in their thoughts. The bus moved slowly, passing vehicle after vehicle, gliding by building after building, stopping at one station after another. After a prolonged silence, Hyuna suddenly spoke. Lu Dongdong, how about I call Hyunbin? He is the assistant coach of the team and likely has a good rapport with your head coach. If he could have a word or two, perhaps your coach might consider offering you a chance to pass the trial evaluation. Lu Dongdong's eyes suddenly sparkled, and he swiftly turned his head. He gazed into Hyuna's eyes, his mouth opening in excitement, but in the next moment, the brilliance in his dark eyes dimmed. Perhaps it was better to let it go? Although Coach Choi did not publicly accuse me of having entered the team through connections in front of all my teammates, his words were clearly a warning against pursuing backdoor avenues. If I were to contact Assistant Choi now, it might not only prove futile, but could also intensify Coach Choi Seju's disdain for me. Hyuna furrowed her brows slightly and whispered, I can confide in Hyunbin Appa first and ask him to keep our relationship a secret. Your head coach might take that into consideration. No. It's better not to. Lu Dongdong gently shook his head, his gaze drifting to the bustling traffic outside the window, a look of despair on his face. Honestly, when I first joined the youth team, I sensed something was amiss. My actions mirror those of the player who replaced me back then. I merely wished for another chance to play, yet everything has unfolded this way. Perhaps Coach Choi's strong disapproval stems from the fact that I entered the team through connections, and he finds my conduct shameful. What will you do then? Will you really stop playing? Lu Dongdong murmured vacantly, I don't know. I just want an opportunity to play, yet fate keeps testing me. Is everyone else's life this arduous? She lifted her head, observing the weary commuters in the seats ahead, some nodding off, others twisting their necks and shoulders in discomfort. Their eyes clouded with confusion. As the vehicle came to a halt, the flickering electronic display emitted a series of unrelenting synthesized computer sounds. Hyuna slowly stood up, bid farewell to Lu Dongdong, and with a concerned expression, turned back repeatedly as she stepped off the bus. Lu Dongdong forced himself to muster some energy, offering a strained smile and a brief wave as he followed the slowly departing vehicle, gradually fading from Hyuna's line of sight. As the clock struck 7 in the evening, Lu Dongdong disembarked from the bus and made his way back to the dormitory at the construction site. The dormitory was shrouded in darkness, weary and fatigued. He opened the door, initially believing he was alone, only to discover someone seated by the bed, furtively rummaging through items. He promptly switched on the light and shouted in surprise. The figure in the shadows was startled, swiftly turning to reveal none other than his fellow townsman, Uncle Wong Fatty. Uncle Wong Fatty, why didn't you turn on the light? You scared me half to death. Lu Dongdong exhaled in relief as he approached him. I was just as frightened by you, you little rascal. Your shout echoed like thunder. Uncle Wong Fatty, still shaken, took a deep breath and recounted. I returned from dinner and rest, left my towel here, and was too lazy to turn on the light. Then, out of nowhere, you startled me. While speaking, he rubbed his chest, his round face still bearing traces of lingering fright. Lu Dongdong displayed a hint of apology, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. His eyes scanned the empty dormitory, and with a look of confusion, he inquired, Uncle Wong, where is everyone? It is already past working hours. Why has no one returned yet? My father, could he have gone out with the others? Out for what? Uncle Wong exclaimed, slapping his thigh as he rose to his feet. He draped the towel he had found around his neck and wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his frustration. The construction site is under pressure to meet deadlines. Chapter 162, My Father, Part 2. Recently, the site has been working overtime every night, and everyone is still busy at work. Your father is naturally among them. Moreover, his tasks are particularly pressing, so he is likely overwhelmed during this period. Pausing momentarily, he patted Lu Dongdong on the shoulder and continued, I must be on my way. You should head to the cafeteria for your meal and take some rest. Your father seemed to have sent you a message in the afternoon. Did you not see it? With that, he swiftly exited the room, closing the door with a decisive thud behind him. Lu Dongdong gazed quietly at the slowly opening gap of the door, suddenly recalling that upon returning to the dormitory, the construction site was indeed illuminated, She remembered the relentless clamor of the machinery and initially thought that the workers were merely laboring through the night to drive piles. Little did she know, the entire workforce was required to work overtime the following day. She retrieved her phone and scrolled through her messages, and indeed, she discovered the first text from her father sent around 4 in the afternoon. At that moment, she had been training on the court and, upon returning, lost in her own troubled thoughts, had neglected to check her phone and failed to notice the message. Father. She furrowed her brow, casting a deep glance at the glaring phone screen, then set down her backpack and swiftly exited the room. The brightly lit construction site was filled with the cacophony of various machines at work. Workers, their faces smeared with dust, scurried back and forth, donning colorful hard hats. Drenched in sweat, as she looked around, she could see sparks erupting from cutting machines, continuously shooting into the air in a dazzling display. Lu Dongdong fastened the safety helmet on his head and entered the newly completed building. Following the dimly lit corridor, he hastily ascended to the 4th floor, where a solitary figure crouched on the ground, tirelessly cutting through circular steel pipes with a tool in hand. Brilliant sparks erupted like dazzling fireworks from the rapid friction of the cutting process. The laborer, after severing a pipe, wiped the sweat from his brow with his elbow, which was clad in grimy gloves, and, feeling the strain in his back, continued to immerse himself in his work. Standing at the stairwell, Lu Dongdong quietly observed the scene, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. He pressed his lips together, took several deep breaths, and swiftly approached. Upon hearing the sound of footsteps, the man paused his work and turned around abruptly. Dad! Lu Dongdong halted, his voice quivering with an uncontrollable tremor and a hint of choked emotion. Dongdong, what brings you here? Have you eaten? Lu Gang, momentarily taken aback, slowly rose, concern etched on his face. I have. Lu Dongdong nodded vigorously, walking directly to his father's side. He then knelt down, picked up a heavy steel pipe, and placed it beneath the cutting machine's flywheel. His hands were also adorned with 2 pristine white gloves. Dongdong, what are you doing? Lu Gang blinked, momentarily at a loss. Of course, I'm here to help you. On my way back, I happened to run into Uncle Wong, who mentioned that you all have been working overtime to meet deadlines. Since I have nothing to do in the evenings, I thought I'd come and lend a hand. Lu Dongdong replied with a cheerful smile. The previous despondency had vanished entirely, leaving no trace on his face. What nonsense are you spouting? Put everything down. Lu Gang extended his arm and firmly grasped the steel pipe from Lu Dongdong's hand. He said with gravity, this is not your responsibility. You seldom do this sort of work. Besides, your training is already arduous enough. When you return in the evenings, you should rest well. I've already spoken to Uncle Wong and the others. We will try to be as quiet as possible when we head back, so we won't disturb you. Dad. Lu Dongdong gazed into his father's eyes, feeling a profound sense of emotion swell within him. An impulse surged to share the events of the afternoon with his father. Yet, fear gripped him if his father, who had such high hopes for him, were to learn this news, would it shatter him? The father before him, along with his mother who remained in their hometown, toiled diligently with their own hands, earning meager wages to help him achieve his dreams, even to the extent of traveling to a foreign land in pursuit of happiness. Lu Dongdong suddenly felt a profound sense of shame and inadequacy. Despite being an adult, he found himself burdening his parents with worry and toil. Was it not somewhat selfish of him to compel his father and mother to endure such hardship for a simple dream? What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Lu Gang asked, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Has something happened at the club? How could that be? Lu Dongdong feigned a casual smile, lowering his head discreetly while suppressing his tears. With a forced grin, he replied, I've been performing quite well lately. Our team's assistant has been singing my praises continuously. Didn't I tell you about this just a few days ago? Why do you still worry so much? Every time we speak, I feel the need to tread carefully, fearing that I might provoke unnecessary thoughts in you. Lu Gang chuckled heartily and said, You are my son, and I am your father. How could I possibly refrain from worrying about you? How could I not think of you often? Moreover, this is a foreign land. Had it been back home, my concerns would have been somewhat alleviated. Here, you are utterly unfamiliar with your surroundings, and your command of Korean is merely adequate for basic communication. Should anything go awry, your mother would certainly fly into a rage. Upon finishing his sentence, he burst into laughter, seemingly recalling some delightful memory. Lu Dongdong, who had been bowing his head, chuckled several times as well. Once the tears in his eyes had completely dried, he slowly raised his head and remarked, Dad, you still claim you are not afraid of Mom. The father and son exchanged glances, laughing even louder. In the cold, desolate, and dimly lit building, It felt as if a touch of warmth had graced the atmosphere. All right, enough chatting. Let's not linger here. You should return and rest. If we continue this conversation, it seems we shall be working through the night, Lu Gang urged, waving his arm to prompt Lu Dongdong to depart swiftly. Lu Dongdong squatted on the ground, utterly unmoved, and resolutely stated, "Dad, I genuinely came here to assist you. I won't be able to sleep if I go back, so please allow me to stay here." "Why are you being disobedient?" his father retorted. "I can't return to the dormitory until at least midnight. If you stay up with me tonight, how will you manage the training at the club tomorrow? Without sufficient rest, how can one play football effectively?" Chapter 164. The Detestable Heavens. Lu Gang's tone was somewhat stern, finally adopting the demeanor befitting a father. "Dad, it's fine. I usually sleep only 6 hours a night. When I return home, I merely lie in bed scrolling through my phone to pass the time. Allow me to stay here and assist you. I am capable of handling these tasks, even if you don't want me to cut the pipes. I still possess enough strength to help lift some things. What do you need my help for? Do you think your father has grown too old to carry anything? Whether you choose to play on your phone or rest, you simply cannot stay here. This is not a place for you. You are a football player. Not like your father, who is merely a laborer on a construction site, relying solely on physical toil for sustenance. Dad, I genuinely wish to spend some time here with you. Regardless of what you say, I will not go back. Are you trying to be stubborn with me? Why won't you heed my words? I am saying this for your own good. I understand you mean well. But today I just want to be here with you, lending a hand and helping out. Please allow me to stay, will you? Only for today. And you must return to sleep with me by 10 o'clock tonight." Faced with his son's unwavering resolve, Lu Gang, as a father, had no choice but to concede. "All right, Dad." Lu Dongdong suddenly felt invigorated, standing up from the ground and beginning to deftly move the steel pipes. He had previously worked at the construction site for some time and was thoroughly familiar with the tasks at hand. Lu Gang gazed at her spirited demeanor, shaking his head helplessly before crouching down with a smile, immersing himself in his work. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, the clock on the wall slowly marked midnight. Exhausted after his shower, Lu Dongdong lay on his bed, casting a glance around at his fellow workers, each of whom had just settled down. One by one, they gently closed their eyes, surrendering to the boundless darkness, when suddenly, a vision of dazzling lights flickered in his mind. Lu Dongdong squinted his eyes, adjusting for a while before finally discerning the surroundings. Everything around him felt profoundly familiar: a lush green field, an expansive arena, and a man standing at the edge of the pitch. "Coach G. Coach, can we forego training today?" Lu Dongdong turned to the coach, fatigue evident in his voice. "Are you weary in spirit or in body? Or perhaps, after what your head coach conveyed to you today, you have resolved to abandon football and forsake your dreams?" The coach's words were cold and unyielding, reminiscent of a robot constructed from frigid metal plates. Lu Dongdong's face was etched with astonishment as he murmured, "How did you know that today? Coach Chui and I, from the day you awakened on the green pitch, we have been inextricably bound as a community, regardless of what you face in your everyday life. I am acutely aware of it all. Pray tell, what is the reason you wish to abstain from today's training?" Lu Dongdong lowered his head, rendered speechless. After a moment of silence, he clenched his fists, the sound of his knuckles cracking resonating in the air, his voice trembling as he confessed, "Since childhood, my greatest passion has been playing football. I revel in the exhilarating freedom of sprinting across the field. Yet, fate seems to toy with me time and again." Chapter 165. Coward. Just when I am engulfed in despair, a glimmer of hope suddenly emerges, only to plunge me back into the depths of despondency as I ignite my fervent dreams for the future. Lu Dongdong spoke with increasing fervor, suddenly raising her head and fixing her gaze on the coach ahead as she exclaimed, "I never imagined I would find myself on the football field. Nor did I foresee that one day I could grow so formidable. Yet now, even if I could become a world-class center back, what would it matter? I am utterly incapable of passing the trial assessment at the end of the month, of remaining with the team, and of pursuing my dream of becoming a professional footballer." Tears brimmed in her eyes, and at that moment, all her grievances and indignation erupted like a volcano. In the realm of reality, he was someone else's son, laden with expectations. His parents had sacrificed so much for him. He could not allow himself to weep, nor could he bear the thought of causing his father and mother any worry. Thus, regardless of the turmoil within, he could only suppress it deep within his heart. The football field, however, existed as a virtual sanctuary where he could weep freely. Even the most heart-wrenching sobs would remain concealed from his parents. "Ha ha ha. You have truly disappointed me. Perhaps I have overestimated you all along. You are simply unfit for the game of football. You are nothing but a coward lacking the courage to confront adversity. Lu Dongdong wept with profound sorrow, her cries resonating with heart-wrenching intensity, evoking an involuntary empathy in all who heard her. Yet, her coach, as an audience to this display of raw emotion, merely chuckled coldly and uttered a particularly cruel remark. "You are a coward. You are a coward. You are a coward." In the desolate expanse of the empty court, those words echoed repeatedly, the coach's voice chilling and unfeeling, akin to a merciless recording playing on loop. Lu Dongdong stood momentarily stunned, her sobs diminishing in volume. Despite the coach's traditionally stern and icy demeanor occupying a significant place in her heart, she could not comprehend why, in the midst of her profound anguish, such hurtful words would be uttered. Lu Dongdong listened with a foolish expression, her countenance gradually shifting from profound sorrow to a flicker of anger, which soon escalated into an overwhelming rage. "Shut up, shut up," she shouted vehemently, yet the coach remained unmoved, persistently reiterating that excruciatingly hurtful remark. Lu Dongdong was engulfed in a profound rage, a visceral fury that surged forth as Zhang Ye unleashed a series of vehement shouts. She stormed to the edge of the court, directly confronting the coach. "Silence! Silence! I am not a coward. I have never been a coward." Her frantic cries echoed, veins bulging on her forehead, as if she were expelling every ounce of air from her lungs in a desperate attempt to validate and defend herself. "If you are not a coward, why do you feel fear? Why do you feel despair? Why do you abandon football? Is it merely because of a single remark from your head coach? Regardless, I shall not permit you to pass the trial assessment by the end of the month." The coach's voice abruptly morphed into that of Cui Shizhao. Lu Dongdong, consumed by a mix of excitement and indignation, froze in place, her eyes wide open as if struck by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 166, The Tears of a Man. He gazed intently ahead, peering into the endless darkness where a face lay concealed. Yet, despite his efforts, he could only discern a faint and indistinct outline. "Who are you?" Lu Dongdong stepped back, her expression a tapestry of confusion. "Who am I? Does it matter? What truly matters now is that you tell me why you choose to be a coward." The coach's tone was calm, yet it carried an undercurrent of disdain. "I am not a coward. I am not weak." Lu Dongdong shook her head vigorously, her eyes filled with bewilderment and helplessness. "If you are not a coward, if you do not wish to be one, then why do you surrender? The strong never waver in confusion, and the strong never relinquish. I have never contemplated giving up. It's just that now, it is not merely my choice to surrender. It is our head coach who has abandoned me. He has stated that he will no longer offer me opportunities. My passion for football is boundless. How could I ever give it up? But what can I do now? What can I do?" Lu Dongdong's voice faltered, and she sank to the ground, cradling her head in her hands, succumbing to a painful weep. The coach remained silent, observing her quietly. On the brightly lit grass, within the vast expanse of the field, only the sound of her muffled sobs lingered, echoing through the air. After a full 10 minutes of weeping, Lu Dongdong's cries gradually subsided, as if fatigue had overtaken her, the tears on her cheeks having dried. A man, by nature, is not one to weep easily. Yet, as a mere 17-year-old, it was evident that his spirit had yet to attain the fortitude of a mature man. "Have you cried enough? If you have, please tell me. Why choose to be a coward?" The coach's voice resonated once more, as cold and unyielding as before. Lu Dongdong, still crouched on the ground, slowly lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes revealing her uncertainty on how to respond. "Why choose to be a coward?" The coach's cold and merciless words echoed incessantly in my ears. Lu Dongdong stared blankly, suddenly rising to his feet, vigorously wiping his eyes, his chest heaving dramatically. With a resolute expression, he declared, "I am not a coward. I shall reiterate, I am not a coward. I simply find myself in a predicament, devoid of choice. It is as though fate is taunting me. In my heart, I have never contemplated relinquishing football, for it is my dream, my aspiration. Yet, you are now poised to abandon it. If you refuse to surrender, we ought to be engaged in a new round of training, rather than exchanging futile words here. I implore you, tell me, why have you succumbed to cowardice? Why allow a single remark from our coach to plunge you into despair? Is this not despair?" He openly declared before the entire team that I would not pass the trial assessment at the month's end. His actions have effectively severed my path to playing football. I have exerted myself tirelessly, yet he treats me thus. Do you comprehend the anguish within me? Can you fathom the injustice I feel? Chapter 167. Endure, do not yield. Silence. I do not seek to understand, nor do I wish to. I am acutely aware of one truth. A true warrior never chooses to evade, nor do they fear any challenges. Pausing for emphasis before Lu Dongdong could respond, I continued. I am unaware of why your coach uttered those words, but I know this. As long as you cultivate your strength, even if your current club dismisses you, there exist other clubs willing to embrace you. Your journey in football is merely commencing here, not concluding. The youth club is but a station along the path of your illustrious career. Lu Dongdong was momentarily stunned, his expression, along with the tears brimming in his eyes, froze in place. A flash of insight surged through his mind, piercing the enveloping darkness with a searing white light that was illumination. His lips trembled slightly, and he felt a wave of exhilaration wash over him as he fixed his gaze on his coach. The features of his face, once marred by despair and sorrow, blossomed anew with vibrant excitement. Yes, yes, yes. How could I have overlooked this? As long as my abilities are formidable enough, as long as I excel, even if youth turns its back on me, I can seek opportunities at other clubs. He had now legally acquired a South Korean passport, granting him the freedom to pursue a career at any club. Even if faced with rejection, the worst that could happen would be a return to his homeland, where numerous football clubs awaited him. Securing a position with a second-tier team would be well within his reach given his current capabilities. He had ample opportunities to steadily march towards a brighter future. Why hadn't I considered this sooner? Lu Dongdong was overwhelmed with excitement, his face radiating a fervent glow, as if ignited by an inner flame. The coach observed him in silence for a moment before inquiring, with a voice equally cold and unyielding. It seems you have come to a realization. Why did you not grasp this sooner? I'm sorry, coach. Lu Dongdong lowered his head in shame. Unable to meet the coach's gaze, he felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he recalled his earlier outburst, akin to a petulant child throwing a tantrum over a toy he could not possess, only to discover that the very toy had been at his feet all along, unnoticed. Remember, this is your final opportunity, the only one I can afford to tolerate. Should you entertain thoughts of giving up again, I will walk away. On the football field, beside me, there are no cowards, only those with an insatiable thirst for victory, only warriors who never compromise in the face of adversity. I understand, coach. Rest assured, I shall never act this way again. Lu Dongdong bent at the waist, bowing deeply in heartfelt gratitude to his coach. Now, go to your designated position. We shall commence new training today. There is no time to waste on these futile matters. Yes. Lu Dongdong nodded respectfully and swiftly made his way toward the center of the field. 2 days later, 8 o'clock in the evening, Songyang Central Hospital. With a crisp chime, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Lu Dongdong emerged, limping slightly. Chapter 168, Injury, Part 1. He glanced around quickly before striding toward the nurse's station. A nurse on duty, familiar with his situation, promptly called for the attending physician. 20 minutes later. How could this happen so carelessly? Dr. Jiang stated that if the force were to increase even slightly, it could potentially result in a fracture. Lu Dongdong sat on a chair in the corridor, while Hyuna, clad in a pristine white nurse's uniform, crouched before her, diligently applying antiseptic to Lu Dongdong's injured foot. It was merely an accident. I never anticipated it would turn out this way. Lu Dongdong gritted her teeth, enduring the pain, as she cast a glance at the earnest expression on Hyuna's face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. An accident? Hyuna suddenly lifted her head, speaking with grave seriousness. Every patient who arrives at our hospital claims it was an accident, that they were merely careless, yet each one of them suffers from severe injuries. Can't you all take measures to avoid such accidents? A little caution goes a long way. In truth, I was being quite careful. I never imagined the steel cable had rusted and that a heap of steel pipes would come crashing down on me. A heap of steel pipes? How could there be a pile of steel pipes where you live? Didn't I mention it before? I am currently living with my father in the dormitory at his construction site. They are pushing hard on the project lately, and my father has been working late every night. I thought I could help alleviate some of his burdens. So, you mean to say that after your daily training at the club, you still go to the construction site to work in the evenings? Hyuna replied with a serious demeanor. Lu Dongdong gently nodded and softly remarked, Indeed. My father initially disapproved, but he couldn't withstand my insistence. You train so arduously at the club every day. How can you possibly undertake laborious work at the construction site in the evenings? Doesn't that exhaust you? Well, I am somewhat fatigued. However, we are young. A bit of hardship is inconsequential. Moreover, my sleep quality is quite good every day, so it doesn't affect my training the following day, Lu Dongdong replied, sheepishly scratching the back of his head. You. Xianya gazed deeply at Lu Dongdong, momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to directly express that if he continued this way, regardless of his physical condition, it would inevitably impact his performance in the subsequent training sessions. Poor performance could diminish the head coach's favorable impression of him. Yet, he suddenly recalled that Lu Dongdong's coach had unequivocally stated in front of all the players that he would never pass the trial assessment by the end of the month. If he uttered such words, it would merely evoke Lu Dongdong's painful memories and cause him further embarrassment. Lu Dongdong, do you intend to? I mean, hypothetically, if you were to stop playing football in the future, would you consider working alongside your father at the construction site? Xianya hesitated for a moment before posing a rather uncomfortable question. Lu Dongdong's expression suddenly changed. He lowered his head, gazing at the floor beside him, and fell silent for 2 or 3 seconds. When he raised his head, he asked, seemingly unrelated, "Is my injury serious? Do I need to be hospitalized?" Xianya met Lu Dongdong's gaze, briefly glancing at his foot, which was smeared with ointment, and replied in a subdued tone, "Although it hasn't affected the bones." Chapter 169, Injury, Part 2. Although it hasn't affected the bones, the injury is still quite severe. Being hospitalized would be the best option. Is it possible to get medication without hospitalization? Lu Dongdong blurted out, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I am no longer working at the construction site, and if I am hospitalized, I would have to pay for the medical expenses myself. Then let me prescribe you some medication. But remember, your injury is not trivial. You must rest in bed during this period and absolutely avoid any further injury. Does that mean I can't play football? Lu Dongdong was momentarily taken aback. You still wish to play football? Have you forgotten how you arrived here? In your current condition, even walking is a struggle. Do you really want to risk your leg? Xianya expressed her frustration. After her outburst, she realized her tone was a bit harsh. Covering her mouth with her hand, she offered Lu Dongdong an apology. It's all right. I understand. I will be careful, Lu Dongdong replied, hesitatingly. Observing his demeanor, Xianya furrowed her brow and inquired, Lu Dongdong, are you not attending training at the club tomorrow? As she spoke, her bright eyes fixed intently on Lu Dongdong's face. Lu Dongdong hesitated for a few moments, unable to bring himself to deceive Xianya. He confessed, the head coach no longer favors me. Before the disbandment today, he mentioned that starting tomorrow, the training will become increasingly rigorous. If I request leave, it might lead him to form a negative opinion of me, and I do not wish to be seen as a coward. His voice grew softer, lacking conviction. However, this is not merely a matter of bravery. The injury on your foot fundamentally prohibits you from participating in training. Xianya felt a surge of annoyance, her expression starkly contrasting her usual warmth and charm, revealing a demeanor that was markedly uncharacteristic. Lu Dongdong cast a fearful glance at Xianya, hesitated for a moment, and gently nodded. I understand. I will notify the club. Tomorrow, I will request a leave of absence. With those words, she gritted her teeth and stood up on one foot. Time was not on her side, and she needed to return home. Could you please prepare my medication? Xianya nodded and, with a hint of concern, inquired, can you make it back alone? Would you like me to accompany you? No, you have work to do. It wouldn't be appropriate. I can take the elevator down, and there will be a taxi waiting for me. I can just have my father or a fellow townsman come to pick me up. As she walked towards the nurse's station, Lu Dongdong waved goodbye after Xianya retrieved the necessary medication, firmly declining her assistance. Leaning against the wall, she hopped along, slowly making her way to the elevator doors. Xianya watched in silence, her gaze filled with worry. Lu Dongdong sprinted with fervor, yet his expression grew increasingly pained. Nevertheless, he persevered, gritting his teeth and resolutely trailing behind the formation. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, the excruciating agony became unbearable, causing his body to lurch as he collapsed onto the ground. A group of teammates running ahead glanced back, their faces revealing a mix of confusion, while others remained impassive. Standing solemnly at the edge of the court, Cui Shijiao merely cast a fleeting glance before raising his arm to urge the team to quicken their pace. The teammates, unwilling to delay, hastily accelerated their strides. Chapter 170, Injury, Part 3. One by one, the teammates lifted their feet, continuing to sprint towards the designated route. Lu Dongdong gritted his teeth, attempting to rise, but felt as though his entire foot had lost all sensation, rendering him utterly powerless. Sui Xianbing, standing at the edge of the court, glanced over and hurried towards him. Lu Dongdong, what is the matter? He inquired from his elevated stance. It's nothing. Just a bit of pain in my foot, Lu Dongdong replied, gripping his injured foot tightly and forcing the words out through clenched teeth. A bit of pain? Is your foot injured? How did it happen? Is it serious? Sui Xuanbing's gaze fell upon the shoe tightly held in Lu Dongdong's hand. It's just a minor injury. I accidentally bumped it against the table while returning home yesterday, Lu Dongdong said, his eyes flickering as he struggled against the relentless pain coursing through his mind. Attempting to rise, but failing to do so. You don't look well. Should I call the team doctor to take a look? No need, really. It's just a small injury. I accidentally grazed the wound just now. I'll be fine after a moment, Lu Dongdong said, glancing at Cui Shizhao standing on the sidelines. Feeling a twinge of disappointment as he realized the coach's attention was entirely focused on the swiftly moving team, with no regard for her. Are you sure you're all right? If you're injured, you can take a leave, Cui Xianbing asked again, a hint of concern in his voice. I'm fine, truly. Lu Dongdong gently shook his head, inhaled deeply, and, drawing on his formidable willpower, managed to stand up from the ground. He feigned indifference, lifted his injured foot, kicked it a couple of times, thanked Cui Xianbing, and hastily made his way towards the running team. Cui Xianbing turned his gaze toward Lu Dongdong's receding figure, a trace of uncertainty flickering in his eyes. At 8 in the evening, the elevator doors slowly opened, and Lu Dongdong limped out. He made his way directly to the nurse's station, where he found Xianya seated, diligently filling out forms. He paused, hesitating as he glanced around, slowly retreating. Lu Dongdong? What brings you here? A voice suddenly called out, startling him as he turned around, forcing a smile as he faced her. He offered a couple of awkward laughs, but the muscles in his cheeks twitched, revealing a fleeting expression of pain. Xianya's gaze fell immediately upon his foot, and in an instant, she understood. Minutes later, Lu Dongdong sat on the chair in front of the nurse's station, while Xianya crouched before her, carefully removing her shoes. To her dismay, she discovered that the entirety of Xianya's foot was swollen and inflamed, a stark contrast to the injuries sustained just 2 days prior, which had intensified significantly. How could your foot have become like this? Did I not instruct you to rest? Did you perhaps twist it again? At this point, Xianya abruptly raised her head, fixing her gaze upon Lu Dongdong's eyes, and, with a hint of anger, retorted, Have you truly not heeded my advice? You have been attending training sessions at the club every day. Lu Dongdong, unwilling to deceive Hyuna, hesitated for a moment before gently nodding his head and saying, I applied the medication, and upon waking, I found that the swelling in my foot had subsided. I thought I was healed. Chapter 171. Never give up. How absurd. I clearly told you that you needed to rest for several days to recover. How could you conceal this from me and continue attending training at the club? Are you aware that your actions could lead to permanent damage to your leg? At that point, you won't just be unable to play football. You might struggle to walk at all. A wave of trepidation surged through Lu Dongdong, his facial muscles twitching as flashes of pain coursed through him. Hyuna's gaze softened in an instant. She glanced at Lu Dongdong, hesitating before looking at his injured foot. Rising, she said, Stay put. I will fetch the medication for you. In just a minute or two, Hyuna hurried back, carrying a white tray. With great care, she applied a layer of ointment to Lu Dongdong's injured foot and then wrapped it with a bandage. Remember, your injury is quite severe now. Once you return, lie quietly in bed and rest. Do not engage in any activities. Do you understand? Hyuna said earnestly. Lu Dongdong found himself at a loss for words. His head bowed in silence. Lu Dongdong, are you still contemplating your training at the club tomorrow? Have you lost your mind? Xianya continued, If I skip training, Coach Cui will surely think I'm a coward. I refuse to let him underestimate me. Regardless of his opinions, I will not relinquish my passion for football. I must demonstrate that his perception of me is misguided. Whether he wants me or not, I will persist in my pursuit of the game, resolutely refusing to give up. Lu Dongdong declared passionately, clenching his fist in fervor. What on earth are you thinking? This isn't about proving anything to him or considering whether to give up. Your foot is injured, and you simply cannot play. What you need now is rest, adequate rest. Do you understand? If you feel uncomfortable taking a leave, I can arrange for a doctor to provide you with a medical certificate. I trust your coach will understand. Xianya, I truly am fine. The injury on my foot is likely due to my neglect in applying the medication these past few days. Now that you've treated it, perhaps it will be better by tomorrow morning. I absolutely cannot forfeit training. I am not a coward. I must prove to Coach Cui and to everyone that I, Lu Dongdong, am not one to easily surrender. You, Xianya exclaimed in frustration, Lu Dongdong, if you choose to disregard my advice, do not come to me the next time you're injured. Xianya. Lu Dongdong shot her a deep glance, then lowered his head, murmuring his thanks. With determination, he braced himself against the chair, gritted his teeth, stood up, and turned away, stepping resolutely towards the elevator. Lu Dongdong, Xianya instinctively moved forward but halted upon witnessing his stubborn silhouette, her frustration causing her to stamp her foot in place. At 10 o'clock that evening, Xianya descended the stairs clad in her white nurse's uniform, purchasing a bottle of coffee. 3 consecutive nights of overnight shifts had rendered her head somewhat foggy, and by 10 o'clock, drowsiness set in, compelling her to rely on coffee to stay alert. Chapter 172, Old Friends. The cold coffee flowed down her throat, seemingly awakening her senses, as she adjusted her attire in the reflection of the vending machine. Her mind involuntarily drifted to the image of Lu Dongdong limping away from the hospital. What a fool he was, continuing to train despite such a severe injury. A flicker of anger surged within her, swiftly followed by a wave of concern. Lu Dongdong's injuries are severe, although they do not involve any fractures or dislocations. Continuing to engage in strenuous training would undoubtedly exacerbate his condition. One can only speculate on the possible consequences. He retrieved his phone and perused the contact list, contemplating calling Lu Dongdong to request that he refrain from attending training at the club the following day. However, upon seeing his finger poised over the dial button, he hesitated. He pondered whether Lu Dongdong might already be asleep. Calling at this hour could disturb his rest. After a few moments of indecision, his fair finger tapped the screen a few times, ultimately opting to send a text message instead. May he heed my advice. The head coach of your team is exceedingly unreasonable. How can he fail to notice the condition of his own players? Are the doctors at the team merely receiving salaries without fulfilling their duties? Xianya pouted, grumbling softly before turning to ascend the stairs. Just as she was about to head upstairs, she suddenly spotted a figure rushing down from the second floor, hastily exiting the hospital. The silhouette appeared strikingly familiar. The man moved swiftly, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Xianya dashed out of the hospital to pursue him. Hyunbin, the man, who was about to enter a vehicle parked at the roadside, turned abruptly upon hearing his name called from behind. Xianya rushed up, slightly breathless, and nodded at him. Hyunbin. Hyunya? Choi Hyunbin looked surprised, as if a realization struck him. He glanced up at the prominent illuminated signs atop the hospital building, and with a sudden understanding, he remarked, Yes, I almost forgot that you've been working at Songjian Hospital since your graduation. My apologies. As he spoke, Choi Hyunbin offered a polite nod, scrutinizing Hyunya with earnestness before inquiring, What brings you to the hospital at this hour? Are you on the night shift? With a smile, Hyunya replied, Indeed. I've been on night shifts these past few days. It has been quite exhausting. Her face lit up with 2 faint dimples, and her tone remained casual. Hyunbin, what brings you here so late? As she spoke, she turned her neck to glance at the white plastic bag emblazoned with the hospital's name that he held. The bag appeared quite full, seemingly containing numerous medications. Oh, I came to pick up some medicine for my mother. She suddenly fell ill and, due to her age, forgot to purchase her medications. I made a special trip. Thankfully, the attending physician had not yet left for the day, so I managed to catch him just in time. Choi Hyunbin raised the plastic bag in front of Hyunya, a smile gracing his face. Hyunya gently nodded and inquired, How has your mother been feeling lately? As always, as long as one takes their medication on time, stability can generally be maintained. Chapter 173, An Old Friend, Part 2. That's good. The two exchanged a few simple words, and Hyuna hesitated, casting several glances at Choi Hyunbin, before suddenly saying, I would like to ask you for a favor, if that's all right. Upon finishing her sentence, she lowered her head and bowed deeply. Choi Hyunbin, taken aback, quickly bent down to assist her, expressing concern. What's wrong? Has something happened? Please feel free to tell me. Hyunbin will definitely help you. Hyuna gently shook her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed as she replied, It's not about me. It's about a friend of mine. She paused, gazing intently into Choi Hyunbin's eyes, and seriously inquired, Hyunbin, is there a player on your team named Lu Dongdong? Choi Hyunbin was momentarily taken aback, then slightly furrowed his brow, studying Hyuna with a puzzled expression before responding, Yes. There is such a person. Is he your friend? Well, sort of. What do you want me to help him with? The two exchanged glances, and after a brief hesitation, Hyuna recounted the incident of Lu Dongdong being reprimanded by coach Choi Seijo. Choi Hyunbin's expression turned serious, and he appeared quite surprised. He had not been present when the incident occurred, and neither Lu Dongdong nor the other players had informed him about it. No wonder Lu Dongdong had been displaying such peculiar expressions during training these past few days, while Coach Choi refrained from mentioning Lu Dongdong's dismissal from the team, as if he had already forgotten about it. After pondering for a moment, Choi Hyunbin swiftly gathered his thoughts. Hyunbin, a few days ago, Lu Dongdong was injured at work on the construction site when a steel pipe fell on his leg. His injury is quite serious. Yet in order to avoid being misunderstood by your coach as a deserter, he has been enduring the pain and training with the team every day. Just tonight, he came over, and his entire foot is nearly swollen. No matter how much I urged him, he refuses to listen and insists on continuing training with the team. Can you help me? Wait, he is working at night? His foot is injured? Why has T mentioned this to me? Choi Hyunbin mused, his brow furrowing deeply as images of Lu Dongdong's pained expressions during training flooded his mind. Indeed, Hyuna nodded slowly, continuing. When he first came to the hospital, I clearly told him not to continue training, but he simply wouldn't heed my words. Why? It makes no sense at all. Choi Hyunbin appeared quite perplexed. A football player must possess a resolute spirit to confront any adversities and to rise against the current. However, of utmost importance is the understanding of self-preservation. After all, no player desires to see their career prematurely curtailed due to the turmoil of injuries. Although Lu Dongdong has only recently joined the team as a novice, should he indeed be injured, a simple application would see the club and the head coach readily acquiesce, leaving him with no cause for concern. Yet, this raises an immense question in his mind. Why would he conceal the truth? Chapter 174. A Request, Part 1. This is because Xianya hesitated for a few moments, biting her lip before summoning the courage to speak. The reason Lu Dongdong has withheld this matter from you is that a few days ago, he seemed to have been harshly reprimanded by your team's head coach in front of all the players. Pausing, she relayed to Choi Xianbin the exact details that Lu Dongdong had confided to her on the bus. Upon hearing this, Choi Xianbin's expression turned to one of astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Brother Xianbin, when I saw him getting onto the bus that day, it was clear he was in a terrible mood. After some prodding, he shared these events with me. I thought of you and wished to seek your assistance, but Lu Dongdong outright declined my offer. He explicitly stated that he did not want the club to perceive him as someone who leveraged our relationship for favoritism. He is entirely unaware of my confession to you today, and I hope you can keep this matter confidential and not disclose it to him. Though her tone conveyed worry, her gaze remained resolute. Did he truly say that to you? Choi Xuanbin's arms fell to his sides as he clenched the white plastic bag in his hand, his expression a tapestry of complexity, tinged with doubt and frustration. At that moment, he had all but accepted the veracity of Xianya's words. For he knew all too well that Coach Choi Shizhao, who had long harbored disdain for Lu Dongdong, was indeed capable of such actions. A person may be an exceptional coach, yet not necessarily possess the wisdom of interpersonal relations. For some, the world is painted in stark black and white, devoid of any shades of gray. Indeed, Xianya affirmed with a gentle nod, her gaze unwavering as she looked into Choi Xuanbin's eyes. And I firmly believe everything Lu Dongdong has said is true. Choi Xianbin pressed his lips together, falling silent. Brother Xianbin, can you find a way to help me? I do not know Lu Dongdong very well, but I can see that he has an immense passion for football. His eyes light up in a manner reminiscent of my brother back in the day. It is no small feat for him to play football in Korea. If he cannot continue with your team, he may abandon his pursuit of football altogether, extinguishing his dreams. I wish to prevent that. Hyuna gazed imploringly at Choi Hyunbin, whose expression was one of dazed contemplation. In his mind, a visage emerged, a man with distinct features, strikingly handsome yet rugged. This individual had once been his teammate, his dearest brother. Hyunbin, I recognize that my request today may seem abrupt and somewhat excessive. However, I earnestly hope you can assist Lu Dongdong. Hyuna hesitated momentarily, biting her lip before continuing. I implore you to help me, for the sake of my brother. Upon uttering this plea, she lowered her head and bowed deeply to Choi Hyunbin once more. He swiftly reached out to lift her up. Their eyes locked in mutual understanding. And after a prolonged silence, Choi Hyunbin nodded gently, speaking earnestly. Rest assured, Hyuna, since you have made this request, I will certainly assist you. Hyunryong is my own brother. And now that he has departed. Chapter 175. The Request, Part 2. Then consider me your elder brother. Whatever difficulties you face, you may come to me directly. Choi Hyunbin grasped Hyuna's shoulders, articulating each word with sincere gravity. Hyuna's face radiated gratitude as she nodded once more, expressing her thanks. Hyunbin, I must attend my shift now, so I shall take my leave, she said, glancing back at the brightly lit hospital building. Choi Hyunbin nodded in acknowledgement, advising her. Go on, and remember to take appropriate rest during your night shift. If it becomes too overwhelming, do not hesitate to request a leave from your supervisor. Girls must take care of themselves, unlike boys. I understand, Hyunbin. Thank you so much for today, Hyuna replied with a nod, sprinting towards the hospital entrance. Choi Hyunbin remained stationary for a moment, quietly watching her figure fade from view before turning to toss the plastic bag onto the passenger seat. He bent down and settled into the driver's seat. After starting the vehicle, he did not immediately drive away. Instead, he leaned back against the soft cushions. His gaze fixed intently on the windshield, observing the dark expanse outside, with a nursery and a few trees swaying gently in the wind. No one knew Choi Seju as character better than he did, having made a statement in front of the entire team. It was only a matter of time before Lu Dongdong would leave the team. Yet, just moments ago, he had made a promise before Hyuna. What means would he employ to persuade Choi Seju to reconsider? This was no simple task. Even more challenging than scaling the heavens, he pondered in silence. Suddenly overcome by fatigue, he raised his hand, methodically exploring his body before retrieving a suitcase. From it, he extracted a pack of cigarettes and a lighter. With practiced ease, he opened the cigarette box, extracted one, and prepared to ignite it, only to discard both the cigarette and the box back inside. As a former professional athlete, he maintained a disciplined lifestyle, fortified by a resolute will that restrained all detrimental habits. Rest assured, Hyuna, I shall resolve this matter for you. Lu Dongdong, your fortune is indeed remarkable. Having only arrived in Korea a few days ago, you have already encountered such a loyal girl. Your stubborn nature is evident, as even when unable to walk, you grit your teeth and attend training. Choi Hyunbin turned his gaze, peering through the car window at the illuminated hospital building. A smile gracing his lips, a charming expression befitting a mature man. This smile conveyed approval, resignation, and an array of other sentiments. The roar of the engine echoed as he pressed the accelerator, directing the silver-gray vehicle straight towards the end of the road, vanishing into the night. A solitary sun hung high in the sky, radiating its brilliant light. Clad in a black tracksuit, with a green whistle hanging from his neck, Choi Hyunbin appeared at the entrance of the head coach's office. He glanced at the conspicuous sign reading head coach's office, inhaled deeply, and raised his arm, knocking 3 times, firmly yet lightly. The sound of his knocks resonated. Chapter 176. A foreboding feeling after a moment's wait, he received no response. He lifted his arm once more, knocking several times again, only to be met with silence. Evidently, no one was in the room. He glanced at his watch, a look of confusion crossing his face. It was precisely 8:40. The head coach, who had never been late in their 4 years of working together, was inexplicably absent. After a brief hesitation, he retrieved his phone and dialed Choi Seju's number. The waiting tone echoed, but no one picked up. Not only was the coach absent from the office, but the phone line was also unresponsive. Could something have happened? A chilling thought surfaced in Choi Hyunbin's mind. After all, the events surrounding Lee Dongzi remain vivid in memory. Both unexpected occurrences and tomorrow are entirely beyond one's anticipation. A deep concern etched upon his face. He hastily approached the elevator doors, dialing a number as he walked, but all he encountered was an interminable series of ringing tones with no response. Choi Hyunbin was consumed by anxiety, repeatedly pressing the elevator button on the wall. After a restless moment of waiting, the elevator finally ascended from the first floor to the 4th, emitting a crisp chime as the cold metallic doors slowly parted. He swiftly lifted his foot to step forward, only to find a figure hastily exiting before him. Manager Wu, what brings you here? Choi Hyunbin recognized the individual as the club manager, whose thinning hair betrayed his age. Isn't it time for the salary disbursement? Manager Wu replied with a grin, lifting a bag of fruit in his hand. The assortment of fruits was vibrant, yet the colors of their skins appeared somewhat dull, with a few even marred by dark red spots. Evidently a sign of having been stored for too long. Choi Hyunbin nodded and quickly stepped aside, allowing Manager Wu to pass. The manager was notorious throughout the club for his frugality, only opting to bring gifts during salary time to curry favor with Accountant Lee, who handled the payroll. This peculiar behavior was well known among the club's staff, and no one could fathom the rationale behind it, regardless of any attempts to cultivate a rapport. Salaries would be dispensed as usual, neither increased nor decreased due to personal connections. This conundrum remained one of the club's enduring mysteries. Under normal circumstances, Choi Hyunbin might have felt inclined to jest with Manager Wu, but at that moment, his mind was solely fixated on one thing: locating head coach Choi Shizhao. He hurriedly entered the elevator, pressing the button for the first floor with considerable force. As the doors began to close, a hand abruptly reached in, causing them to retract slowly. Hyunbin, why the rush? Are you in a hurry to get somewhere, or has something gone awry? Manager Wu inquired nonchalantly, blocking the doorway with his foot. Chui Xianbing, filled with distaste, could only suppress his impatience and replied, I came this morning intending to discuss something with Coach Chui, but he isn't in his office. I've been trying to reach him on his mobile, but there has been no answer. Chapter 177, A Visit, Part 1. What business do you have with him? He called me earlier today, mentioning he needed to take a few hours off, presumably to attend to something in the city. If he isn't answering your calls, he might be driving. He called you? Mentioned going to the city? Choi Hyunbin was taken aback, completely unprepared for such a situation. The phone resting by his ear continued to emit a series of beeping sounds. The elevator doors repeatedly sounded an alarm, indicating an obstruction in the sensor line. Manager Wu quickly withdrew his foot, and, just before the elevator doors began to close, hastily remarked, by the way, he wants me to inform you that you will be in charge of the training session this morning. Remember the time. It's almost 9 o'clock. With that, he turned and strode down the corridor, carrying a large bag of fruit. Choi Hyunbin nodded subtly, his mind far from the words of Manager Wu. Instead, he pondered why Choi Seju, the head coach, who had never recorded an absence in years of service, had abandoned the team's training schedule to venture into the city early in the morning. What business could he possibly have? Who was he seeking in the city? A thought suddenly struck him. The purpose of Choi Seju's trip might be related to Lu Dongdong. Surely, he was intending to visit the young lady from the conglomerate. If that lady was amenable, would there still be a chance to persuade Choi Seju to retain Lu Dongdong? A wave of profound anxiety washed over him, lingering in his heart. In the heart of Jiang City, the GL Group's iconic skyscraper loomed high above. The roar of engines and blaring horns echoed from all directions. Dressed in a suit, with a head full of white hair, Choi Seju stepped out of a taxi and glanced up at the towering building before briskly entering. 5 minutes later, the elevator he boarded ascended directly to the top floor. As the doors opened, a striking woman in a black professional outfit approached swiftly, her demeanor warm and her smile inviting. Hello, are you Coach Choi Seju? She inquired. Choi Seju nodded, engaging in a brief exchange before following the woman to a door. Miss Zhang is already inside. Please, come in. The attractive secretary gently knocked on the door, opened it, and ushered Choi Seju inside. The office was remarkably spacious, spanning over 100 square meters, furnished with a clean and minimalist aesthetic, yet each item exuded an air of luxury, evident to anyone with a discerning eye. Upon entering, Choi Seju noticed a graceful woman in a black professional outfit standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, her alluring silhouette captivating as she gazed outside. At the secretary's prompt, Zhang Yura turned from the window. With a swift motion, she approached the seating area and extended her hand to shake with Choi Seju. Her brisk steps conveyed a sense of decisiveness and efficiency, characteristic of a modern woman of action. Please, take a seat, Coach Choi. Zhang Yula gestured with a wave of her arm, signaling Chui Shijiao to take a seat. Chui Shijiao deeply bowed in respect and obediently settled down. In the team, he was an assertive and decisive head coach. However, before this young lady, he felt like a humble ant, his annual salary merely equivalent to the cost of her dinner. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Yula adjusted her black glasses perched on her nose and, with a smile, remarked, Coach Chui, my secretary mentioned that you have reached out several times. Is there something pressing you wish to discuss? If it concerns your team's funding or acquiring new players, you need not worry. I have already given my instructions that as long as the coaching staff and the club are in agreement, I will provide unconditional support. Chui Shijiao nodded in gratitude, hesitated for a moment, and then spoke directly. Miss Zhang, I have come to visit you not regarding player acquisitions, but concerning a specific player. A player? Zhang Yula was taken aback, not at all expecting this topic. Her bright eyes widened in curiosity as she gazed at Chui Shijiao, unable to fathom why he would seek her out for a single player. Chui Shijiao, discerning her confusion, quietly added, the player's name is Lu Dongdong. Miss Zhang, do you not recall him? Lu Dongdong. Zhang Yula frowned slightly, searching her memory for a moment before shaking her head and chuckling. Coach Chui, I'm not sure where you've obtained your information, but I can assure you that I have never known a player by that name. At that moment, the beautiful secretary brought over 2 cups of coffee, placing one before Chui Shijiao and the other before Zhang Yula. Chui Shijiao nodded in appreciation, took a sip of his coffee, and earnestly stated, Miss Zhang, I understand you have a busy schedule and may forget things. But do you recall that about half a month ago, you recommended a player to the team? Did that happen? Zhang Yula furrowed her brow, intently studying Chui Shijiao's face through her transparent lenses. The respectful assistant stepped forward, leaning in to whisper into Zhang Yula's ear while shielding his mouth with his hand. After listening, a look of realization crossed Zhang Yula's face, and she offered Cui Shizhao an apologetic smile, saying earnestly, "I apologize, Coach Cui. That matter has slipped my mind, as it occurred quite some time ago." Her tone conveyed a sense of indifference, clearly indicating a lack of concern. Cui Shizhao closely observed the changes in Zhang Yula's expression and gently nodded in response. He certainly comprehended that a person of such high stature, commanding a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, would hardly concern himself with a mere football player. Moreover, from my earlier observations, it appeared that Lu Dongdong did not leave much of an impression on Zhang Yula, which attests to the fact that there was no direct connection between the two. The initial recommendation that led Lu Dongdong to the team was likely merely a favor for a business associate. Coach Cui, Zhang Yula spoke directly, her tone brisk. As a seasoned business leader, upon realizing that the matter at hand bore no significance to her, she deemed it unnecessary to waste further time. For someone of her commercial prowess, every passing minute translates into earnings that the average person could scarcely hope to accumulate in a lifetime. A mature businessman would never squander precious time on matters devoid of personal interest. Cui Shizhao immediately discerned the underlying implications in Zhang Yula's words. Bowing his head deeply before raising it to address her, "Miss Zhang, the reason for my audacious visit today is to seek your permission to release this player from the team. Based on my observations, I have concluded that his abilities do not align with our team's needs. However, he was granted entry into the team solely due to your letter of recommendation. I understand this request may appear abrupt, yet I hope you can acquiesce, for if a player is admitted not through merit but through connections, it will inevitably cast a negative shadow among the other team members. Should this precedent be followed, our team will lose all competitive edge. Thus, I ask for your understanding." Upon concluding his statement, he lowered his head once more. Although his reasoning was sound, Lu Dongdong's arrival at the team was indeed contingent upon Zhang Yula's endorsement. To outright refuse a player recommended by her, especially in front of others, would be rather disrespectful. Furthermore, their club's annual budget was managed by a subsidiary of the GL Group, making his actions an affront to his superiors and a challenge to their decisions. The beautiful secretary, quietly observing from the side, exhibited a hint of surprise and glanced at Cui Shizhao with uncertainty. She hadn't anticipated that he would dare to voice such sentiments in front of those in power. It was a blatant challenge to authority. Zhang Yula remained silent, watching the bowed head of Cui Shizhao. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Coach Cui, you are fully aware that this player was recommended by me. Why then, do you dare to come here today and speak these words to my face? Do you comprehend the implications of your actions?" His expression was devoid of emotion, and his tone bore an icy chill, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure. The two individuals seated on the couch did not resemble hosts and guests, but rather adversaries engaged in a fierce negotiation. Cui Shizhao felt an intangible weight pressing upon him, rendering him somewhat apprehensive. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he resolutely lifted his head and, with unwavering determination in his demeanor and gaze, spoke, "Miss Zhang, I fully comprehend the purpose of my visit today. I also recognize that my request may seem somewhat excessive. However, I implore you to consider my perspective as a professional football coach and accept my request for the future development of the team." If you cannot acquiesce, Zhang Yula's tone was confrontational. Cui Shizhao fell silent for a few seconds, a smile appearing on his face as he met Zhang Yula's gaze without flinching, and asserted firmly, "The youth club was established independently by the GL Group. The salaries of every player and the expenses of the staff are entirely funded by the group. Chapter 180. Confidence. I am unsure of the reasons Lu Dongdong received your recommendation, but I stand firm in my previous assertions. With his capabilities, he is ill-suited to remain in the team and will only hinder our progress. For the sake of the club's performance and long-term development, as the head coach, I must uphold my demands, for this is my bottom line. If you cannot agree, I will have no choice but to resign from my position as head coach." The final statement was delivered with a resounding clarity. The beautiful secretary standing to the side involuntarily opened her mouth, leaning back with a hint of trepidation on her face. For she had never witnessed anyone speak so harshly in this office, especially in front of Miss Zhang. Zhang Yula observed quietly, arms crossed, reclining against the back of the sofa. He gazed unblinkingly at Cui Shizhao, who equally held his gaze without wavering. The two men locked eyes, neither showing the slightest inclination to avert their stares. Each pair of eyes reflected a steadfast resolve and an immense power. This power knew no retreat or compromise. encapsulated simply in two words: acceptance or rejection. In this office, no one had ever dared to threaten me to my face. Not in the past, and certainly not in the future. Zhang Yula suddenly spoke, his gaze shifting to the clouds drifting lazily in the sky outside the window. Cui Shizhao remained silent, his posture unchanged, for he was acutely aware that he had articulated everything he needed to express, and his message was unequivocal. The power of choice now lay in Zhang Yula's hands. Regardless of the outcome, it was beyond his control. All he could do was persist in his choice through action. Should he receive an unreasonable response? Coach Cui, may I inquire how many years you have been at the youth club? Zhang Yula turned back to ask. Including this year. It has been a total of 4 years, Cui Shizhao replied. Cui Shizhao spoke with unyielding composure. For years? What achievements have you led the team to attain? 2 cup championships, 3 top 4 finishes in the league, and 1 league runner-up. Cui Shizhao replied expressionlessly and without hesitation. I recall that when I signed the funding approval documents a few days ago, the information submitted by your club indicated that the substantial investment in new players was aimed at securing first place in this year's league, correct? Indeed. What level of confidence do you possess? Or, to be more precise, how assured are you? 90%. Cui Shizhao paused for a moment before affirmatively stating, in football, numerous unforeseen events, such as injuries, can arise, making it impossible to guarantee 100% certainty. Nevertheless, I will exert every effort to reclaim a championship trophy for the club this year. Having confidence is commendable. However, grandiose claims are easy to make. What if the outcomes do not align with expectations? Should the results prove unsatisfactory, Miss Zhang can readily appoint a new head coach, Cui Shizhao replied with an impassive demeanor, neither demeaning nor obsequious. Upon hearing this response, Zhang Yula's face exhibited a hint of surprise, as he had already anticipated 2 possible answers. Yet, Cui Shizhao's reply diverged significantly from his expectations. Intriguing. Zhang Yula leaned away from the back of the sofa. Chapter 181. A fiery heart with her arms crossed. She gazed at Cui Shizhao's face and remarked coolly, Coach Cui, to be frank, I do not understand football at all, nor do I wish to. The reason my father sponsors both of your teams is solely due to his personal interests. The success or failure of the teams holds no significance for me. The Lu Dongdong you mentioned earlier is indeed someone I recommended. The fact that I would endorse him should indicate that we share some connection. Thus, I fail to comprehend why you would have the audacity to approach me regarding this matter today. Could you provide me with a reason? Certainly. Cui Shizhao raised his head, meeting Zhang Yula's gaze with a serious and earnest expression, because such a situation is intolerable in my team. Perhaps other coaches might overlook it, but I cannot condone it. The sudden inclusion of someone who does not belong to the team could rob another young player, who has been striving diligently and has great potential, of their opportunity. Though I am merely a football coach, I aspire for every young Korean player to enjoy the same opportunities, equitable and just. If the realm of football becomes tainted by vested interests, it is a profoundly lamentable circumstance. His gaze was resolute and shimmering with fervor, his tone resonant and powerful. At that moment, the Zhang Yula before him was no longer the scion of a conglomerate, nor was he merely the head coach of a youth club. He is merely an ardent lover of football, a soul untouched by the taint of utilitarianism. Zhang Yula furrowed his brow slightly and gazed deeply at Cui Shizhao. He had never relished lengthy discourses from others, for many truths were inherently understood by all, yet rarely acted upon. Even those who expound upon such truths often merely articulate them. However, on this occasion, he sensed something different about the man before him. The unwavering conviction reflected in his gaze profoundly stirred his spirit. This sensation was enigmatic, almost unfathomable, yet akin to a taut string that resonates only when struck by kindred spirits. Is Lu Dongdong's performance at the club truly abysmal? Zhang Yula suddenly shifted the topic. If we assess him solely on training, my initial impression was not favorable. Nevertheless, he demonstrates immense diligence and resilience, with his abilities continually improving. He is a player whom every head coach would recognize and appreciate. Yet, in terms of overall capability, he lags significantly behind his teammates and struggles to keep pace. Cui Shizhao replied without the slightest hesitation. Given this, why can't you afford him an opportunity? Zhang Yula inquired with curiosity. Miss Zhang, as I previously stated, in my team, I seek individuals who earn their place through genuine merit, not those who gain entry through mere connections or underhanded means. I have never been fond of opportunists, Cui Shizhao elucidated. I see. Zhang Yula crossed her legs and embraced her arms, nodding gently. After a brief silence, she lifted the coffee from the table and took a delicate sip. Chapter 182. Agreement. just as she was about to set down her cup. Zhang Yula raised her head and said, "Coach Choi, if you truly believe he is inadequate, then please act according to your judgment. My intention in recommending this player to your team was merely to repay a favor. I did not anticipate that my well-meaning gesture would evoke such aversion from you. I apologize." Choi Seju was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Zhang Yula's response to be so resolute, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What is it? I have provided you with the answer you sought. Is there anything else?" Zhang Yula prompted. Choi Seju quickly regained his composure, shaking his head gently. "No. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Zhang. There is no need for gratitude. Rather, I owe you an apology. I acted without your consent in recommending an unqualified player to your team," Zhang Yula interjected, raising her hand to silence Choi Seju, her bright eyes earnest as she continued. "I have only recently joined the group, and many employees here are those my father left behind. However, I do not appreciate their working style. Thus, despite my father's persuasion, I resolutely dismissed all of them. Within my organization, I only favor those whom I select." At this juncture, much like a flower bud suddenly blooming, a beautiful and profound smile graced my face as I remarked, "Although I am unfamiliar with football and its management, I believe it should not differ greatly from running a company. As a leader, each individual possesses their own style and prefers their subordinates to operate in accordance with their methods. Each leader also has their unique evaluation approach for every employee. Coach Shui, continue to pursue your methods. I support you." With that, I stood up, raised my arm towards Chui Shizhao, and with a professional smile, I said, "Coach Chui, my schedule is quite demanding, so we shall conclude our conversation here. I look forward to seeing you lead your team to achieve even greater success this season." "Thank you, Miss Zhang." The beautiful assistant opened the door and escorted Chui Shizhao out. Zhang Yula walked directly to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing outside. Observing the rising and falling towers and the bustling vehicles and pedestrians below, he intertwined his fingers and stretched languidly. From a young age, he was distinctly different from others, particularly relishing the perspective of looking down from a height, surveying the earth. In such a state, he felt that everything was within his grasp, as if the entire world lay before him to navigate. As his father once said, he is a born leader, eager to face all challenges and difficulties. Lu Dongdong, he softly murmured the name, recalling that it must belong to the son of the uncle who had unexpectedly visited him last time. He distinctly remembered that the uncle had mustered the courage to come in order to fulfill his son's dream. This was also why Zhang Yula had agreed without hesitation. However, realizing a dream is not merely a matter of words. What is crucial is possessing the capability to match that dream. He had created an opportunity for the other party. It was simply that this Lu Dongdong had failed to seize it. Chapter 183. The countdown begins. Part 1. An opportunity has been obtained, yet it slipped away in vain. One can blame no one but their own